Podziemski back on the floor. Let's keep an eye on him. That one, oh, look out. Wow, Butler goes down hard. Thompson comes underneath Butler. He was bumped as well, and Jimmy Butler's legs went right out from under him. Straight contact on the floor.
Listen, this series is incredible as far as the physicality. Every rebound is contested. Every pass is contested. Unbelievable.
Thompson is up. Jimmy Butler is not. I mean, he was up there high, and that tailbone took the brunt of that fall.
Brian Anderson, Stan Van Gundy on the call last night for TNT. Rockets 109, Warriors 94, and we officially have ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you just waking up, getting off work, and ready for maybe a long weekend. It's Joe Spadoni, it's Joe Shasky. Good morning to Carter, good morning to Sam. Yeah, that sucked yesterday. Jimmy Butler, his status going forward. It's all going to come down to that MRI today, as they will be looking at that pelvic contusion. He leaves in the first quarter, does not return. Brandon Podziemski dealing with food poisoning in and out of that game. And ultimately, the Houston Rockets, who were abysmal in game one shooting the ball, Joe Shasky, they came out firing. Jalen Green was insane. 38 points, 8 of 18 from beyond the arc, but 13 of 25 overall. And this series is now tied, and maybe, just maybe, it hinges on Jimmy Butler's lower back. Wow. Wow. That's all I got to say.
Well, there's so many things that happened in this game.
So many.
I thought this was such a great throwback game. And what I mean by that is that I actually really appreciated the animosity and the physicality of the way that these two teams played, because it matters a lot. I mean, we've been complaining and whining about the NBA, and these guys are all too friendly, and it's soft. And that game had like 18 car crashes in the first quarter alone. Amen Thompson and Draymond collided early on. Jalen Green diving on the floor. He was outstanding. He reminded me of Ja Morant, honestly. And we'll get into him at some point. I thought Dylan Brooks was really good in this game. Tari Easton was bringing it. I mean, bringing it. Intensity level, clapping like crazy. Şengün was obviously very, very good. Ime Udoka, walking onto that floor, looking for smoke time and time again. And I just thought that the Warriors were a tick behind them in terms of intensity. First step, couldn't hit shots. And obviously the Jimmy, injury is going to loom large here. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I thought the Rockets were bringing it to the Warriors. And there's no guarantee that if Jimmy plays, the Warriors come back or whatever. I'm just going off what I saw. And I saw a team in the Rockets that was hungry, that wanted it, that made subtle adjustments early on to get a 8-point lead by the time Jimmy ended up falling. I mean, Jalen Green, high pick and roll over and over and over again, bringing Şengün up, bringing the guy who's defending Şengün up, whether it's Quentin Post, whether it's Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, all of them coming out a little too far beyond the three-point line, and he just blew by them, made a really nice pass, or finished in the lane, or he got the ISO that he wanted at the top of the key and was hitting. I mean, what he had, 8 of 18 yesterday from three?
Yeah.
He was outstanding.
Yeah.
It reminded me of Ja Morant in terms of, we are way quicker than you. I can get to my spot, and when I'm hitting my outside shot, it's really difficult to defend me. And I thought Amen Thompson early on in this game did a great job cutting from the short corner into the lane as Jalen Green was driving, and you saw it gave the Warriors some confusion. So I look, as much as this is about the Jimmy injury, and believe me, I acknowledge it, no doubt about it. Best believe the Rockets came to play, and good for them. They played outstanding basketball yesterday.
It's the fourth straight game against the Houston Rockets in which the Warriors have failed to reach 100 points. That is something to monitor here going forward, especially if you might be without one Jimmy Butler III. And we can get into that play as this show goes on, and you know the number. We want to hear from the people today. This series is tied. So for all of us that thought it was going to be a sweep, myself included, we got to back up a little bit, and we might have a real dogfight on our hands. And you know the number. It's 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And you can also hit us up on YouTube, where we are streaming all day long, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
You know, Joe, there's so many things in this game. Like, you find out, oh, Pods is sick. He's not feeling good. He's going to play.
Food poisoning, they called it.
Look, I'm glad the young man has the gumption to want to play, obviously. But as a coach, you also have to recognize, like, it ain't his night. And given that he's not feeling good, maybe I don't go back to him. Considering that Pat Spencer looked good. Now, I've been beating the drum on Pat Spencer, and people have been kind of like laughing at me. I'm not here to say that he's anything special. That's not. I'm not saying he should take Pods' job. None of those things. But like as a third point guard, I think he's fine.
Well, I'm not scoffing at the notion that he might have been your second best scorer yesterday.
That's my point. And I think that there's too many times, and I love Steve Kerr, and he's a champion 4 times over. But he went away from a guy who was playing well within the game. And that's where it's like, hey, man, the matchups. And that's not why they lost. But early on, you could see Draymond Green. What are these careless passes? Draymond, are you going to square up to the hoop? Steph Curry, what are these careless passes? You traveled bringing the ball up the floor? Like, that has nothing to do with the Jimmy injury.
11 combined turnovers from the two guys you needed to show out and take care of the ball yesterday. I expect turnovers from the young guys to make some mistakes. I expect it maybe from Guy Santos, who did have 2 turnovers himself. Maybe a Quentin Post here, who I thought Quentin Post actually, in a loss, showed why he could be so damn important in this series. He finally found his three-point shot. Maybe that's a positive going forward here. But 888-957-9570. We'll get into the play because I think that's where a lot of people want to get into when it comes to Amen Thompson. Was it a dirty play? Was it not a dirty play? The physicality, I kept seeing mixed reviews from a lot of Warriors fans yesterday in regards to that game. I saw some people, some hosts here at the station saying, this isn't basketball. This is a football game we're watching. Well, like prior to the last decade, that was NBA basketball for the most part. The 90s, that's what it looked like. I mean, I think it was Steve Kerr who alluded to it in game 1. He's like, that was a throwback like game from 1997. Stan Van Gundy was talking about it on the broadcast. Yeah. He's like, this is a throwback kind of a game.
I actually appreciated it. No, look, I'm not saying that like nobody wants anyone hurt. Like nobody does. But come on, man, we've been railing on the NBA for how long, Joe? They're soft. Nobody wants to play hard against each other. Isn't this a unique, fun situation here? Like as a Warrior fan, come on. Of all the fan bases who has been supporting a player who's been kind of borderline for a decade, like we're going to be the ones to stick our chest out and call someone else dirty.
Listen,
I find that to be a little hypocritical.
I didn't think any of the plays yesterday were really dirty. I know Jalen Green kind of shoved Draymond in the face. Jalen Green was a little frustrated, shoved Draymond in the face. It warranted a flagrant because it was unnecessary, and he did that.
Jalen Green elbowed Draymond in the face.
He shoved his face, and then Draymond flopped a little bit onto it. Both things can be true.
No, he deserved a flagrant one.
He did. No,
that's
he did.
Fine.
By the letter of the law.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's fine.
Both things can be true. That Draymond afterwards embellished it a little bit.
I don't think he should be kicked out of the game. I don't think he's a villain.
Tari Eason throwing the towel when the bench is clear during the timeout, and it hit Pat Spencer of all people in the face. He got a technical foul from it. I didn't think anything was specifically dirty. Now, was it highly physical and contentious? Absolutely. Amen Thompson, was it a quote-unquote reckless play? Maybe borderline. He was playing very hard, very fast. He's a rookie.
He had 2 fouls at that point.
He had 2 fouls.
Okay, he took like a push, like midi, if you will, in the lane. He took a push, and this is just my assessment, and you can tell me what you think, Joe. And I'm watching it through a Warrior lens. I admit it. Okay, so maybe I'm biased, but just hear me out. He pushes the shot, misses it. I thought it was like, bro, you're flying through 2 guys. It was careless, reckless, however you want to say it. I didn't think it was malicious and dirty. That's personally me. Now, could it have still been a flagrant 1 or 2? Sure. Like I'm here for that. That's fine. You want to adjudicate it. But I didn't think he was going out of his way to hurt Jimmy Butler. No. I thought it was a young player playing super hard, maybe over the top, getting Jimmy, who's in a vulnerable state, up in the air. And you know when any player's up in the air. But I didn't think he was trying to hurt him. That's just me. And I'm not trying to. And again, like, come on. How many of us have defended some kind of borderline gray area Draymond stuff, and we're going to sit here and point the finger at somebody else who's a young guy who at this point, I don't think he has a track record of being a dirty player.
No.
All right? And I didn't think it was a quote-unquote dirty play. I thought it was more reckless, but I didn't think it was a dirty play. I didn't think he was trying to hurt Jimmy. I think he's kind of like, he missed a shot. He's trying to fly through. Draymond's boxing him out. They're jostling. He kind of fell on Steven Adams' foot and slipped or whatever. And yeah, he like came forward, and it doesn't look good when you watch it in slow motion, but I didn't think it was malicious. It's a young guy trying to make a play, and you want to call it a flagrant? I'm here for it. Like, but if we're going to slow everything down and we're going to like look at it from 50 different angles, everything looks borderline.
888-957-9570. Was that a dirty play by Amen Thompson? And the status of Jimmy Butler going forward is going to be very fascinating here. Game 3, Saturday, back at Chase Center. We will give you any info that is released in regards to the MRI, the results, all of it. Whenever that news comes out, when it comes to Jimmy Butler and his status going forward, his health, we will relay that information to you. We're going to be breaking it down all day long. We want your participation. Schleprock and Gilroy, I see you.
Joe,
all the people, start lining them up right now. 888-957-9570. The series is tied, Joe.
Oh, we know this is, we got a great series here. And this is a lot of fun. Like, this is what we want. This is the real playoffs. I have a saying that I say to the kids: you're doing too much. Right? That's what I'll say to a guy. I'll sit down. You're doing too much. You just relax. Time out. Like, you need to sit down next to me. Come sit. This is when I'm coaching. That's the way I would describe that Amen Thompson play. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. Now,
he played well yesterday, too, overall. He had 11 points. He had 4 or 7 from shooting the ball. He got the free throw line. I thought Amen Thompson played well, Joe, coming off that first
You know
game.
what he did really well before that whole play in that sequence? He was moving without the ball to the rim as Jalen Green was coming into the lane. Right? Like, and look, this is a big play because everyone's going to bring it up. Is Jimmy, and they were up 8 already. I thought they were bringing it. I thought they made subtle adjustments. I thought defensively, Şengün at the top of the key doubled Steph over and over and over really well. His hands are really good.
And Jalen Green on top of that.
Was great.
There was 2 plays that were basically the same plays throughout where Steph just didn't see Jalen or he wasn't noticing him, and Jalen just, hey, I'm going to take that ball. And he forced jump balls twice on that. And it was a nice little friendly, like, Steph and Jalen, they were kind of like going back and forth. There was some friendly animosity there, if that even makes sense, if that's an oxymoron. But again, you go back to that Amen Thompson play. I do think the word, when you talk about dirty, because let's be honest.
I don't throw that around flipping.
No, because the Warriors have been involved in dirty plays, both for them and against them. But go back to Dylan Brooks, the guy that's playing for the Rockets right now. A couple years ago for the Memphis Grizzlies, when he quote unquote broke the code, that's what Steve Kerr said, when he broke Gary Payton's forearm. Yeah. That was a dirty play.
Yes.
That was a dirty play.
Yes.
And there was intent there, and that's what you can see. That's what the word I go to. Like, law and order, criminal intent. Intent has to be made for me to garner a dirty play. I don't think there was any intent from Amen Thompson. I thought the guy, he's lucky he didn't get like a concussed or get kneed in the head when he went flying forward.
Well, and Jimmy's lucky that he didn't land on his head.
Correct. It was dangerous. But
I think it was an unfortunate consequence of a reckless play, right? Like that. The only other way I can describe it, I didn't think it was malicious. Now, that being said, like, again, because he's a young player who I like, who is local, I'm giving him more of the benefit of the doubt. And if you don't agree with that, I would love to hear from you.
Well, and I'll say this in regards to the Houston Rockets. That was the probably number one concern heading into this series, if you were a Warriors fan, is the grit and the grind and the physical nature of it and the pound of flesh that the Rockets might take from you in this series. Well, they've taken a pound of flesh right now, and hopefully it's not for weeks or months to come when it comes to Jimmy Butler, but that is why you were concerned with this matchup. It wasn't that you couldn't beat them, because I think most people, and I still do, and we'll wait for Jimmy Butler. I know a lot of people might think, hey, if you're missing Jimmy Butler this series, you might not win it. I still think the Warriors have enough to win this series if they are without Jimmy Butler for the next few games. Will it be hard? Sure. But this is why playing the Rockets in the first round was going to be tricky. You just wanted to walk away from this unscathed when it came to your big 3, at the very least, Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy. And now Jimmy has a pelvic contusion, and hopefully it's like what Steph had earlier in the season, like JK had, when it wasn't weeks or months at a time to recover.
So look, the Rockets are the team that was yesterday the aggressor in many senses.
They set the
offensively,
tone.
Defensively, physically. They did a great job yesterday. And the Jimmy play is going to be the headliner. But don't let it be lost on people. They outplayed the Warriors the whole game. The entire game. And every time the Warriors made a run, they did a great job stabilizing. I thought Tari Eason was really good in this game. Steven Adams was clearly banging. I mean, him and Quinn Post getting the double flagrant. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah.
I thought that was weak. But there is, and I'm not trying to be some homer. I'm just saying.
Pat Spencer got attacked, by the way. It tells you all you need to know about it. Pat
It's
Spencer
ridiculous.
got attacked.
There is a couple silver linings. I thought they actually found a couple of things. Hey, Moses Moody, stay aggressive.
Yeah.
Stay aggressive. I
Yeah.
love that from you. Draymond, in the second half, found his shooting shot. Like, you have to be aggressive, Draymond. You do. You just have to be. Moody, I personally believe this is not a great matchup for Draymond. The other guy, it's not a great matchup for Pods. And I would consider starting Quinton Post after seeing him hit a couple of shots. I would consider it. Hey, Pods, you set up my second team offense. And the other thing is, I know people are going to sit here and they're going to try to criticize JK. Yeah, look, he wasn't quote unquote ready to play. He looked like a guy who hadn't played in 2 weeks. Also, who was afraid to make a mistake. But as the game went on, his athleticism translated. He got to the rim. He finished it around. He hit a three. I thought the 3-ball shot looked good. I think there's something there with Kaminga.
The best play he had was saving a ball that was going out of bounds. And then I don't know what Guy Santos was doing. Like, he was trying to do like a touch pass to Steph Curry. So he was saving a play that while they were trying to make a run late in the fourth quarter. And then all of a sudden, Guy just has butterfingers. I don't know what happened. And it goes for a turnover and then a foul shot.
Joe.
Guy fouls him right there. It was just a very unfortunate set of circumstances. JK did not shoot the ball well, but I'm not going to sit here and say he was the reason. Like, oh, JK, that was your moment to shine.
thought he
You go
looked
do
all
it.
right.
Like, come on, man.
He hasn't played in 2 weeks, and he's. You could feel it as he's passing the ball. I better not make a mistake because I might not see the light of day after this. Like, come on, everybody, pump the brakes a
Now,
little.
did he play well? I didn't think he played well, but he wasn't the reason they lost this game. If your game was coming
I thought he
down,
flashed a little.
Yeah, if your game was coming down to Jonathan Kaminga save us, well then that tells
or even Pat Spencer.
Pat Spencer. That
Yeah,
tells you
like,
all you need to know about the game. Hey, Steph and Draymond, how about not combining for 11 turnovers?
But
How
Joe,
about
that being said, part of the I think my frustration at times with Steve Kerr, I'm talking about in-game lineups and combinations. Pat Spencer has it going. Pods is in the locker room. He clearly didn't have it going in the first half. And he didn't go back to Pat Spencer. He went back to Pods, and Pods was bricking left and right. And look, I'm glad that Pods suited up. It showed tremendous toughness. He doesn't have it. We all could see it. I mean, Ray Charles could see he didn't have
Stevie
it yesterday.
Wonder? Okay. Helen Keller, all of them. What was my key to the game yesterday? It was, hey, Steve Kerr, ride the hot hand, whoever
And I didn't think he did that.
Pat Spencer had the hot hand.
But he did start Quinton Post, I believe, to start the second half,
did.
which was the move to make.
He-
I would have gone Pat Spencer before I go back to Pods. Pods didn't have it. It's okay.
He was sick. Even Stan Van
It's okay.
Gundy.
And I applaud him for playing, but he didn't have it.
Yeah, Stan Van Gundy on the broadcast even was kind of curious as to why they brought Brandon Pajemski back. He's like, he didn't start the game. He was in the locker room for damn near a whole quarter. I just would rest this guy and bring him back at home on Saturday. You know, Pat Spencer was playing well.
And the other guy who's not playing well right now, and I don't think GP2 is playing well against this team. It's not a great matchup.
Yeah, it's not a great matchup.
It's not a great matchup. But what I saw late in the game, even though he had a great game, JK guarding Jalen Green, there's something there. His length, his ability, lateral quickness, I think there's something there. And what I would tell Steve and the coaching staff, and I know they've forgotten more about basketball than I know, stop bringing your big to the top of the key and having him switch on Jalen Green. Just stay on the big. You got to fight through it. I'm like, if we switch, if I watch Quinton or even Draymond or Kevon Looney switch onto Jalen, stop it. Stop switching. Just throw JK out there if you're going to go with it. Stop going to GP2. He doesn't have it. Go to JK, put him on Jalen Green, and be done with it. And I would start Moses Moody at the 2 and have Pods come off the bench.
888-957-9570. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Jimmy Butler leaves with a pelvic contusion. Did not return. Expected to have an MRI today, and we will give you all those results. Was that play from Amen Thompson dirty? It's quite a simple question. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling. And this series is now rolling because it is tied 1 game apiece heading back to Chase Center on Saturday. More on the other side is going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Curry calls over Buddy Hield. Bad pass, Curry, another turnover, sloppy play. On the break, Jalen Green, layup, timeout, and that could be ball game right there. So they had to add the 91-80. But turnovers, a technical foul, and sloppy play.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, God. What a game. There's so many layers of that game to unfold here as we're reacting. The Rockets 109-94 win, evening up this series at a game apiece, heading back to Chase Center on Saturday. Jimmy Butler left the game, pelvic contusion. MRI is scheduled for today. We will let you know whenever that happens, the results, this, that, the other, all of it baked into that equation. We will relay it to you, the people. In the meantime, we're talking about it. 888-957-9570. There's so many different places you could go to. Jonathan Kaminga was called upon. He had 11 points off the bench, 26 minutes. I thought we saw some nice things from Moses Moody, Quentin Post. I thought Gary Payton was played off the floor. Didn't see a whole hell of a lot from Buddy Hield when they could have used him. But again, 11 turnovers combined from Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. What made sure you weren't getting back to that game at all? Because I felt like the Rockets, they let you hang around for the most part, Joe. Still, within that game, we were watching in the fourth quarter when they cut it to what? 11 points, 10 points, whatever it was. And then they had Ime Udoka had a great quick timeout. I think it was actually a minute left in the third. He had a quick timeout. He's like, no. We're not ending the game like this.
They did a great job stabilizing all the runs that the Warriors went on.
And then I will give credit to the coaching staff there, Ime Udoka, a.k.a. Suge Knight. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru will be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. Shasky and I are going to be playing in that. Will and Dibbs are going to be playing in that. Cannot wait for Monday.
John, there were some lineups. Wow. I'm just going to say there were some lineups. At one point, they went, this is after Jimmy went out, okay, with 151 in the first. Looney, Gee, Buddy, Pods, Moody. Okay.
You can't even do that in 2K. They won't even allow you to do that lineup.
Looney, Gee, Buddy, Pods, Moody. Okay. All right. And then the second quarter, they went Kaminga. By the way, as Kaminga steps up and goes to the scoring table, Van Gundy just casually says on the TNT broadcast,
I heard this.
Kaminga hasn't played for a couple weeks. He was their third leading scorer during the regular season. Kind of crazy. Like, that's what he just says. And it is kind of crazy.
You know what I love about Stan Van Gundy? You could clearly tell when someone gives him a little nugget and he just reads it. Like, sometimes it just doesn't fit, but he'll just read it randomly. Like, oh, cool little fun factoid there, Stan. Just wanted to just slide that in there for no reason at all when it doesn't affect the play. He's like, Amen Thompson, he struggled. He was 0 for 4 from the line. It's something he needs to improve on. I was like, Amen Thompson's not shooting free throws here, Stan. But continue.
That second quarter, Kaminga, Buddy, Pat Spencer, Dre, and Quinn Post. If anyone had that lineup in a playoff game, I mean, you'd have won billions of dollars.
If you had Pat Spencer getting a technical foul yesterday, you are a millionaire. That was plus 50,000.
Hey, and then I'm going to give you a lineup that I actually thought worked for a little while. Steph, Dre, Spencer, QP, and Kaminga. I actually like that lineup. I know that sounds completely insane. Steph, Dre, Pat Spencer, Quentin Post, Kaminga. Look, I know it's a couple of minutes. I'm not going to lose my mind, but Pat Spencer's fearless. He's athletic. He gets into the lane.
No,
he's not going to back down.
Fearless is that mustache that he has is fearless.
I'm telling you, bro, Pat can play, dude. I'm not here to say that he's some starter or I don't even know if he's a backup. As a third point guard, break the glass in case of emergency. The guy can play, dude. I like him. And I think he fits in this particular matchup.
He finishes around.
He had some stones yesterday.
He finishes around the rim, which is more than I can say than anyone else on that team could have done yesterday. Can't finish still around God. JK even too. It was driving me. He had a reverse layup, and I'm not crushing Jonathan Kaminga because I think he was put in a very difficult position. Yeah. But he did have a play yesterday that I've never seen happen. He was driving for a reverse layup, and it went over the backboard. It was bad. I've never seen that in my life. Let's get to the calls here, Joe, because people want to talk.
I would just say, Dre hit a couple of threes late, and so it's going to kind of muddy the waters. Dre has not been good on offense, and I think it's really stifled them.
Well,
I think him and Steph, the sloppiness set the tone for that game. I don't want to yes, there's two parts of the game. There's before Butler got hurt, and then there's after. But during both sequences, I thought the two top dogs were sloppy at best.
Jimmy Butler's status for Saturday. Well, I'm just going to say right now, I'd be shocked if Jimmy Butler plays Saturday. I think at the very least, you have to protect him from himself here. If you're Steve Kerr and that coaching staff, he's probably going to try to force himself to play. And we'll hear from the head coach. We'll hear from all the players, Draymond, Steph, every single person that spoke after the game yesterday in regards to it. Because Steve Kerr talked about Jimmy saying, yeah, I'll be fine. But Steve also mentioned, he's like, Jimmy always says he's fine. So, but you got to protect the player from himself. Right now, I'd be shocked to play Saturday, but we shall see whenever that MRI information does come out. But in the meantime, let's go to some of the callers.
Yeah, give it to me.
Have thoughts on last night's game. Let's start off with Schlep Rock, who's in Gilroy, which is known for their garlic, Joe. Good morning, Schlep Rock. How are you feeling about that game last night, man?
Good morning, guys. I thought 4 minutes into the first quarter that this was going to be a sloppy game. Here's the thing that I fail to understand is the Warriors are probably the smallest team in the playoffs, but yet they constantly forget that they're a small team and they do not box out. They allow other team to get rebounds, offensive rebounds, sometimes second, third, and sometimes even 4 shots, because they're not positioning themselves and they're basically not boxing out. The passes, the turnovers. I mean, you got to stay crisp. You got to stay just basic, black and white. And when I see Draymond in the paint trying to pass behind his back, that pass early with Curry, you can't do that in the playoffs. You're going to lose. Your demise are going to be because of those 3 things. Bad passes, not boxing out, and allowing the opposing team to get second, third, and sometimes even 4 shots at a goal. I appreciate you guys. Let's go, Dubs. Let's do it.
So there was, Steph Curry right away threw one over Pods' head into the second row. Right away.
It was bad.
And then multiple times, Jalen Green either physically got into his pocket and disrupted his handle, or the combination of Şengün and Jalen Green did a great job timing it to really disrupt and close the airspace for Steph Curry. And then Draymond Green, how many predictable passes to Steph that were just really bad. The one that really sticks out to me for Draymond, there was a couple. One where he goes into the lane, leaves his feet, throws it out of bounds to Quentin Post, which I believe Quentin Post got charged for the turnover, which was erroneous. And then the other one was he's at the top of the key. He's not, this is in the, I believe the first half. He's not looking at the hoop. He's wide open. And Buddy's coming off of some action, and he just throws it into the back of Buddy's calf. Yeah. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? Shoot the ball. Now, to his credit, in the third quarter, he had a couple of big threes that kind of cut the lead down, and they had opportunities to cut this to single digits. I believe it was the 7-minute mark in the fourth quarter. I could be wrong, but they had an opportunity. He missed the one flagrant. He hit the other one. They had a possession. They missed the 3. They could have cut it to single digits. I just thought Dre has got to be more assertive offensively in the half court and stop being so predictable with his passing.
It was tough to have a reminder of what this team looks like without Jimmy Butler, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a great point.
It was very,
that's a great
I was
point.
like, oh man, this is the team that was struggling to stay over 500 or even battle to 500 for much of the year prior to Jimmy Butler's acquisition. That's what I was reminded of yesterday. It's going to be very difficult, and the Rockets are a legit playoff team. They were the number 2 seed, and they showed why yesterday. If Jalen Green, and you weren't here last week, Joe, but it was Adam Wexler who does the pre- and post-game coverage on the radio side for Houston. He joined Bonte and I, and he did say this. He's like, if Jalen Green is a legit efficient scorer in this series, they're going to win. And I didn't scoff at that. Now that's going to be listen, if Jalen Green can be efficient, that's in and of itself, that's a tall task for him because he hasn't done that for stretches of this season, especially against the Warriors. But I'm not saying he's going to do 38, but if he looks like he did yesterday, confidence-wise, so on offense and defense, yeah, that's going to be very difficult to stop if you're the Golden State Warriors, because as much as credit we were giving Stephen Curry defensively in game 1, God love the guy, he was on a milk carton yesterday defensively, and Jalen Green is just that good. And
he played great yesterday.
He was 38 points. He was amazing.
On the other side, I want to break down some of the little subtle things Ime did in this game that, he saw what the blueprint was, and I thought that the player and the coach and the teammates made great adjustments, and you saw it in the first quarter, even with Jimmy on the floor. Let's break it down on Jalen Green.
TK, Coach Hall, Jason will get to you on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Handoff Jalen Green. Takes a jumper over Kaminga, knocks down another one. The Warriors just haven't guarded him well all tonight. He's worked hard to get his points. He's got 35, but too many open looks for him. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call last night. And you just heard him right there. And it was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Rockets 109, Warriors 94. Series is tied heading back to the Bay. And that game is going to be on Saturday. But the big question is coming out, will Jimmy Butler be available for it? And what is Jimmy Butler's status after leaving in the first quarter yesterday? 2 minutes to go. Gets undercut by Amen Thompson. Was it a dirty play? Was it a not dirty play? I don't think it was dirty. Shasky doesn't think it was dirty. But it was definitely reckless. And that's what you come to expect from this Rockets team at times when it's filled with a bunch of young, big, athletic players who don't know any better, who are playing in their first ever playoffs, most of them. So all of that being said, you know, Joe, it's starting to cross my mind that potentially Jimmy could miss not only one game, but maybe this whole series. And, you know, we'll get back into the actual game, and I want to, and TK, Coach Hall, Jason, we'll get to you. But can they win this series potentially without Jimmy Butler? That's going to be a question we're going to be asking at 888-957-9570. I hope that's not the case, but you might have to start thinking about that.
Watch the game back, you know, with a fine-tooth comb, as they like to say. I think there are some silver linings and there's some adjustments that can be made. But I want to get into what Houston did to adjust. Mm-hmm. I need time to kind of recalibrate to see where we're at. But after game one, Jalen Green was crashing into guys left and right. He really wasn't a true point guard in any sense. He wasn't getting his own shot. He was just trying to go to the rim. He looked terrible. Let's just call it what it is. He and the team made great adjustments. And Ime Udoka, first one, right off the rip. Hey, let's get a high pick and roll. Get Şengün. His guy's going to come up. If they're going to go one-on-one, we're going to get the matchup we want. And you're going to go right around that big. And you're going to finish in the lane. And if two guys are coming at you and rotating over, we're going to have guys cutting from that dunker spot, that short corner, and they're going to cut to the lane. I thought Amen Thompson, Tari Eason moved without the ball brilliantly. That was clearly a point of emphasis from Houston. Jalen Green had his eyes up and was a playmaker. So when he didn't finish at the rim, he was a willing passer to those who were cutting without the ball. Then he got advantageous matchups at the top of the key, and if it was a big, he was stepping back and he was hitting threes. And he hit a couple of threes. He saw them go in early, and it fueled his confidence. The one that I liked the most from them was when the Warriors went to a zone multiple times. They either used Şengün as the entry into the middle of that zone to kick it out to three-point shooters, or they did a cross-court pass and used Şengün as a back screener to get Jalen a wide-open three on the skip pass on the other side of the court. They did a great job in the half court opening things up for their guy, Jalen Green. It felt like their entire scheme was dependent on getting him off in terms of point scoring, and they did a great job of it. And now it's up to the Warriors to adjust to that. And I think one of the defensive adjustments that I would like to see, especially now that Jimmy's out, get GP2 out of that main rotation. And I tried JK on him. I want a bigger body. JK had a great block on him downhill when Jalen was trying to get to the rim. A great recovery block. I would like to see JK's length and lateral quickness on Jalen Green. And I would say everybody else man up. Let's go one-on-one on Jalen Green with JK.
Let's go to the phones, 888-957-9570. Yeah.
Stop switching my bigs at the top of the key on him. Just stop. Steven Adams is not a threat to shoot. Just my bigs, stay on Steven Adams. JK's going to have to slip underneath the screen or fight over the top of it. We are not switching bigs.
Discipline. That's what it comes back to. Discipline and knowing your assignments. And I felt like yesterday, obviously the game was thrown out of whack once Jimmy Butler left, but in a game of that magnitude, you have got to know what you're doing and where you are at the court at all times. You know, Kevon Looney should know better at that point. Kevon Looney, I'm looking at you. I thought Looney played a lot better than the box score indicated than he did in game one. He can only really have go up from there. He had a couple of assists, had 5 points, did have a horrible missed jump shot, but I'm not going to really crush him for that. But yeah, you
played better as the game went on.
You have to know your assignments. Though.
Yes,
like you just have to. Well, a player of that magnitude.
There's a great play at the beginning. You know, he comes in there and it's like, dude, know who you're guarding. Yeah. If you're guarding Steven Adams, he's not a threat from 45 feet away. No. So you don't need to come all the way up on that screen. No. Like, to let that screen happen, and JK or whoever, GP2, whoever was guarding him at the time, can sag underneath it.
Same with Şengün. Like, he was 1-2 from beyond the arc yesterday, but he really doesn't attempt that many free throws. If he wants to take that, it's a win for you. Just let him do it. Absolutely. TK's in Petaluma. He's hanging on tight. Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. TK, good morning. You want to talk about that Jimmy Butler play?
Yes. Good morning. First of all, that play was dirty. And you made my case for me. Suge Knight, that coach? Absolutely. Do you not think that coach would do anything and everything he could to actually win that series if he can get away with it? The answer is yes. And that play is the ultimate. You can't do that in basketball. Jimmy was at the height of his jump, extreme vulnerable, and that you guys talk about how athletic these players are, and they are. There's no way that player could not have avoided that particular hit. I think it was intentional. I think it was dirty. And I also think with regards to the rotation, now Steve is suffering from not rotating these players in when he did not have to out of desperation. He should have been rotating them in on some level in prior games. Now it's desperation, and we're seeing what we're seeing out of their play. So anyway, thanks for taking my call. I enjoy the show.
There you go. That's TK in Petaluma. He thought it was a dirty play from Amen Thompson. What did you think, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. As Jimmy Butler leaves the game, 2 minutes to go in the first quarter, does not return, pelvic contusion, and we await the MRI results today. We went from
people are so in their feelings on how intentional, and I get it. Believe me, I get it. Like, we have an attachment to Jimmy, you know? It'd be even worse if it was Steph.
Of course.
Right? People would be losing their minds.
We've seen, like, plays that that are actually dirty. Like, what Dylan Brooks did to GP2. We know the difference between dirty and not dirty plays. Like, what Dylan Brooks did to GP2 when he was a Memphis Grizzly, that's a dirty play.
This aired more on the side of, like, reckless in the sense that the way he was scrambling after it, going really hard with already 2 fouls. But I also give him a little leeway. His feet got tangled up. He's like trying to go after it. He's fallen to the ground. Intentional is just, it's too strong for me. Dirty is too strong for me. But I understand other people's point of views might be different from mine.
Coach Hall in San Diego wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Coach Hall, good morning. What you got?
Good morning, guys. I gotta disagree. I watch the Rockets a lot. Because I moved here from San Diego, from Houston, so still got family there. And I'm not gonna call him dirty, but he does whatever Udoka tells him to do. Udoka's literally on a hot mic on TNT saying, "Keep up the physicality." They're not gonna call it, and you can refer back to Thompson choking Giannis, throwing Tyler Hero to the ground. He even elbowed Pat Spencer coming down the court. So they going to do what they got to do because, honestly, I disagree with you, Joe. They didn't do nothing too special. Jalen Green just caught fire. You hold Jalen Green to 20, we win that game by 5-6 points. And Steph had 6 turnovers yesterday, 4 turnovers the first game. Draymond had 2. We had 5 last night. I think Curry needs to quit being prideful. Our best lineup, I believe Jimmy's going to play. If Josh can come back from that terrible ankle, I think Jimmy's going to play. Our best lineup is Steph, Jimmy, JK, Moody, Q, or TJD to match athleticism.
I like Q. I like
put Q in there or TJD. They got 6 fouls. If they're going to bring it to us, we got to bring it to them even harder. Coach, and the great words of Kendrick Lamar, if you're taking it there, I'm taking it further.
Coach, we can disagree on the Amen play, but that's fine. It's your point of view. No, I want to hear from him on this one.
He's gone.
Well, he said they didn't do anything special, but I'm thinking like, these guys had 5-6 turnovers. I mean, Jalen Green was in Steph's pocket.
Jalen Green was special. Like that, he showed why that's a guy. Like
I agree.
I think now he has confidence.
I think we're being a little flippant on them. Like he was terrible in game 1. I thought he was brilliant in this game.
Yes.
And I thought defensively, there were 3 different possessions where he stripped somebody, dove onto the floor. He wanted it more. Now the little elbow to Draymond's face, that was, that was worthy
and he was
of
called of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was worthy of it. This is how this team plays. Yep. I mean, I just Warrior fans.
Were you surprised?
No, I gotta say this.
Were they surprised by what happened last night? I wasn't.
I gotta say this. Like, Warrior fans, I love you, and I'm one of you. Believe me, we can't be out here giving Dre every excuse in the world for a decade, and then there's a guy that has like a questionable up in the air play, and we lose our minds a little. Like, we've been on the receiving end of this. Can we have a little bit of perspective? Are we allowed to? I'm just asking. Are we allowed to?
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a YouTube poll up, Joe. Was the foul on Amen Thompson dirty or not? And I'm tossing to Sam Lubman for an update.
Yeah, with 323 respondents in so far, 53% are saying yes, 47% are saying no.
It's just
50-50.
Look,
right.
I'm going to say it again for those that are just tuning in. Like, my personal interpretation, he missed it was like a push midi, and he went flying after it through 2 or 3 guys. He was probably going to get a foul whether he tripped or not because he was going to crash into the back of someone. And then Draymond and him are jostling for, whether Draymond's boxing him out or whatever. I didn't think Draymond pushed him, though. His foot looked like it got tangled up with Steven Adams. I thought he was doing too much is the way I would describe it, okay? And it was an unfortunate consequence of him doing too much. Jimmy's in a vulnerable spot, up in the air. Reckless is the way I would describe it. I didn't think it was malicious or intentional. That's my personal perspective.
I thought the entire game, including that play, was a recipe for potential disaster when you looked at this series before it even started. And maybe disaster is strong, but we mentioned it, a pound of flesh being taken during the playoffs. Like, this is something to monitor going forward with older teams, specifically the Warriors, who their 3 best players are all 35 or older, is you wanted to get this thing done sooner rather than later because rest is so important for this team in particular, more so than any other team remaining in the playoffs, more so than Denver, more so than the Lakers. I know LeBron's 40, but he's got 2 20-year-olds as his running mates. Steph doesn't have that. He has 2 35-year-olds as his running mates. The Celtics, Jason Tatum got hurt, but you got Jaylen Brown. He's in his 20s, right? You got so many other players. By the way, Porzingis looked incredible yesterday. Band-Aid on the head and all. Celtics are still a problem even without Jason Tatum. But you look at all the other teams remaining. They have young superstars. Warriors don't have that luxury. So that's why I thought it was so important yesterday to try to go up 2-0 in that series. And you knew the Rockets were going to come out firing, and they did. I thought if you could keep it around single digits, keep it around maybe 10 points within fighting distance, you could get back into that game. In the fourth quarter, there was maybe some opportunities there, but it went back to Steph. It went back to Draymond and those sloppy turnovers, whether it was coming up like Kevon Looney trying to double team when he didn't need a double team, when he should just left Steven Adams alone. There was opportunities in this game for the Warriors to get back into it.
The attention to detail was there.
It wasn't there.
And they were better.
And now the margin of error has shrunk exponentially because you don't know the health status of Jimmy Butler going forward. And now you're playing with real fire in this. And it's not, listen, they can't control that. Injuries happen. It sucks that it happened that way. And hopefully nothing is going to be super serious when it comes to Jimmy Butler, but I'd be shocked if he played Saturday. And all of a sudden, you look up if the Houston Rockets win Saturday. Now they got home court back.
Okay, I hear you.
We'll get to the game, but that's things can change that damn quickly in 24 hours, Joe. And it did.
They went from Kaminga might not see the floor ever again as a Warrior to, oh my God, I think we need Kaminga in the rest of this series. Even if Jimmy does come back, he's not playing 43 minutes a game. So look, in the first quarter alone, all right, they set the tone physically. Fred VanVleet was up in people's faces. Him and Draymond had to get separated.
Still can't hit a shot. Good
I
Lord.
know,
and by the way, Quentin Post, you're a foot taller than him. If Fred VanVleet's guarding you, just shoot over him. He can't block you.
Is it Amen or Amen?
It's Amen.
Amen. All right. Amen Thompson and Draymond just crashed into each other and went flying to the ground twice in the first quarter. Dylan Brooks and Draymond got tangled up twice and both went crashing to the ground. Guys, that's a physical playoff basketball game. Now, the Amen Thompson play is, again, I thought it was a little extra. It was a little reckless, but I didn't think it was malicious from my vantage point. But I thought that the Rockets set the tone from the jump. We are not going to back down. We're going to be in your back hip. We're going to run through your shoulder, and that's how we're going to play. And that is how they play. And that's how they played all year.
Well, Did you think the refs did a good job of letting it go? Like, did you think the refs had a game yesterday?
Well, look,
David Guthrie, Courtney Kirkland, and Sean Corbin. And then
I think the way that with any game with Draymond and Dylan is going to be officiated where they're going to be on top of it. They're going to try to be on top of it. That team and Dre by himself, and this is where I'm going to go to the rest of the guys on the team. Dre can't just be the physical guy to not retaliate, but to step up to them all by himself. Somebody else is going to have to step up.
I actually thought Draymond held his cool for the most part.
I thought so too.
Like, I actually thought.
I thought so too. And Moses Moody jumped in there and grabbed him and pulled him back. You know who actually came to play yesterday when we haven't talked? Moses Moody was aggressive.
Well, he set a hard screen on Amen Thompson early in that game, setting the tone physically on that end too. Yeah.
I thought so too. And then Pat Spencer wasn't backing down.
No.
I thought Pat Spencer came to play.
Got a technical with Amen Thompson.
So now look.
Pat Spencer.
This is a game that the Rockets were in control of from the jump, and I thought that their whole mentality, they set the tone early on before Butler even went down, and then it carried over afterwards. So, look, I mean, that's just what it is. Like, people can lose their minds and disagree with me. That's fine. It's basketball.
Some people are saying it's not basketball, and the physicality got out of hand early, and the refs let it go. And, that cost the Golden State Warriors, and it wasn't fair to them. That's what I'm seeing all my time. I'm just saying, a lot of fans are feeling that way. Do you feel that way? 888-957-9570 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk studio. Wow, I see a name on the line we haven't heard from in a minute. And by the way, before I go to this caller, do you know this? We have a draft show today because there is the NFL draft, which is happening, which after that game yesterday feels like a distant part of my brain where I'm paying attention to it.
We're going to draft Dylan Brooks in the 4th round.
Yeah, well, he might be a great
play free safety.
No, he's going to be the replacement for George Kittle. The draft show is live from 6 to 10 today, 95.7 The Game, leading you up to every Niners pick and reacting and analyzing after. It's going to be Grandy, Evan, and your boy Sterling Bennett. Friday, it'll just be Grandy and Sterling. I'm just reading what it says on the script here. So we got the Grandy man, we got Evan and Sterling reacting tonight. All the picks, all of it. And what are the 49ers going to do with the 11th overall pick? We shall see. But in the meantime, let's go to the phones. Rob is in San Bruno. Rob, it's been a minute. Good morning.
I miss you, buddy.
How we feeling?
Good morning, fellas. Miss y'all too. I've been feeling good, I'm up. My thing is this, man. Warrior fans, stop that crying, all right? All Houston doing is bringing that they matching that same energy Draymond brings. That's all they doing. They bringing that same energy. Don't cry about it. You know what I'm saying? It's a physical game, and the Warriors need to play their young players. Houston not a skilled team. They probably got 1 or 2 skilled players. The Sejan and the guard, I forgot his name, Green. Other than that, they just up and down the floor hustling, playing hard, getting the easy shot, getting to the rim. The Warriors need to reciprocate that. Put them youngsters in there. Let them youngsters run with their youngsters. Match that energy. And then when it's close, then you run your stuff and let the veterans take over. But if you think he's going to run up and you think he's going to outskill these talented dudes, you're not going to just do that. So my thing is play Kaminga, let Kaminga go off. You know what I'm saying? Let him do his thing. Curry don't get his. Draymond, you got to score more than 10 or 12 points. You can't be out there fighting. You can't. At the end of the day, you out here solo. You don't have teammates that's built like you. Jimmy Butler out. Ain't no Klay Thompson, so they not going to do all that. Steph Curry ain't going to get into it all that. They need to focus on getting them youngsters in there. Let the youngsters keep. I thought Moody played well. I thought Moody wanted all the smoke. I thought Kaminga he came in and he played well. I thought Spencer, he showed a little toughness. Let them NBA players. Let them go out there and play. Keep it close, and then you hope Steph and Drake can bring it in the 4th quarter, because at the end of the day, if you're watching the playoffs, the Pacers, the OKC, they're young and they're athletic. You know what I'm saying? If you think we're gonna run the split action and we're gonna do the motion, that ain't gonna work all the time. They going on straight youngsters, young energy. That's all they doing. So the Warriors need to reciprocate that when they close. Then that's when you bring out your championship mentality. But to think you just gonna run them same sets on them dudes is not gonna happen like that. I'm sorry.
Hey, Rob. I need a great call. I love it. it is a little hypocritical from Warrior fans. I mean, I'm not saying every single one of us has, but like the amount of people that have come at me when I've crushed Draymond for some of his shenanigans to be ready to just crucify this young man, Amen Thompson. It's a little hypocritical. I feel like.
No, it's very hypocritical, and I think the Thompson boys, you know, you look at them Thompson boys and twins. They was on 2 bad teams a year ago. Now they both in the playoffs, so they must be doing something right.
It's true.
At the end of the day, you can't cry about it when Draymond do the same exact stuff. So at the end of the day, it's time for Draymond to be an OG. You know when to do it, and put some points up. All that fighting, you can match your match now. You got your match. You got smoke. Now it's time to play basketball now.
Great call. And you know what? Like,
thanks, Rob.
The part that gets kind of lost in all this, Amen Thompson had 3 fouls at that point, and Dylan Brooks had 2 fouls.
It's Alperen Şengün, by the way, Rob. Just Şengün.
It's okay.
It's all right.
Şengün also had a foul. Like, you had them in foul trouble. You were in the bonus early in that game.
Yep.
And you could not capitalize on it. You could not make them pay for it.
No.
The point about the athleticism is one well taken. Look, everyone's going to say that Kaminga looked really indecisive. He did. He looked like a guy who was afraid to make a mistake. He looked like a guy who had been benched for 3 games.
He looked like a guy who's had DNP's coaching decisions for the
and
last
was looking over his shoulder
games.
afraid. So that being said, they ran one pick and roll with him and Steph Curry, and he went right to the lane with a left-handed layup. They need him. If they want to get out of this series with even if he comes back, we will all agree, Jimmy will be compromised to a degree. They're going to need Kaminga. Guys, we've reached the point. You didn't need him before the fall. Now you do.
Do you need Jonathan Kaminga to get back into this series now as it's tied 1 game apiece?
I think you need him more than GP2.
Wow.
And it's evident to me.
888-957-9570. Let's pick that conversation
Whether
up
or
on the
not
other
Jimmy
side.
comes back.
Same number to call or text. Jenny in LA, Oreo Cookie, John in SF. Let's get into it. And it's going to be brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Curry crosses midcourt. Eyes up. Finds Looney at the foul line right down Broadway for the layup as Adams was cheating toward Curry. And don't look now, the Warriors are down by 11. Ime Udoka calls a timeout. 70 seconds left in the third, and there's still hope for the Dubs.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Ended up being a great timeout from Ime Udoka as the Rockets went on a little mini run to close that quarter, pushed the lead back up 15-plus points, and that was basically the story of the game. Anytime the Warriors kept trying to claw, scratch, get back into that game, the Rockets had an answer, and his name was Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason. Those guys showed up when they did not in game one, and that was the difference. Also, Jimmy Butler going out with 2 minutes to go in that first quarter. Amen Thompson undercuts it. Was it a dirty play? Was it not a dirty play? We can continue taking your calls there. 888-957-9570. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the guests today are the people, Joe. We want to hear from them. Jenny, Oreo, John, we'll get to you in a second. But you said something heading into the break, Joe, that I thought was very interesting. Obviously, we know about the Kaminga history the last few weeks. Really, since ever the team has gotten Jimmy Butler, JK's role has been diminished. It's been kind of redundant. We already know what Steve Kerr feels about it. Whenever Jimmy's out there and Draymond, he's not putting JK with them. Jimmy plays 40-plus minutes every night, it feels like, in the playoffs. So the minutes for JK are slim to none, and they've been none these last few games. Now, he had an opportunity yesterday. Came off the bench, 26 minutes, 4 of 12 on the floor, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, 11 points, a block, couple of assists. What did you make of Jonathan Kaminga's performance, and how crucial is he going forward if Jimmy Butler does have to miss some games?
He wasn't great, but he also wasn't as bad as everyone is making it out to be. Was he tentative and, quote unquote indecisive? Yeah, so was like every other guy on the team. I mean, Moody at times was a little indecisive in the lane. How many times did he pump fake in the lane and not go up with it?
Pajemski.
And Kaminga and Moody both missed 2 threes each that were in and out. Like they were halfway down and out. So I actually thought he took good shots. He had a leak out layup, which this team desperately needs. How many leak out layups have they had in 2 games?
I couldn't even tell you.
I mean, the Jimmy Butler play at the end of game 1
right.
and that one. Like they don't get a lot of easy transitions. He also had multiple layups that should have been foul calls that weren't. I think JK has a lot more to bring, and I think obviously as the game went on, he played a little better. People just need to come to grips with the fact that if Jimmy is compromised even a little, they're going to need his athleticism. And I think they need right now, forget the offense, on-ball defense. Gary Payton is not guarding anyone in this series. The Gary Payton from 3 years ago and the defense that everyone thinks he has, his defense is closer to Buddy Hield than you want to admit. And no one wants to admit that out loud, but it's not great right now. GP2 also is very tentative around the rim, but at least he can, finish around the rim. So I think we're going to need the guy, and I think everybody needs to take a deep breath. They have now punched you back in Houston, and now you have to counter. Guy Santos, right? Looked really good in a small amount of time in game 1. He didn't look that great in game 2.
No.
That doesn't mean Guy is done for the series. It just means hey, I gotta shake some stuff up.
Your boy Trace Jackson Davis got a couple minutes yesterday.
Okay, he wasn't great and he wasn't awful.
No,
Kevon.
I know you'd want to see him for a couple minutes at the very least at times, and I know he came in garbage time, so I just had to throw it out there.
So Buddy Hield hasn't played well. I don't think he should be playing much right now. I think that Moses Moody, to me, I would try some sort of combination of this. If Jimmy can't play, let's just say hypothetically, my starting lineup would be Steph, Moody, JK, Draymond, Quentin, Post. I would try that. I want to go with some offense, go with a little perimeter defense. I think that helps them out on a couple different levels. I would try that. If they don't want to go to that, fine. Then let's go, Steph, Pods, Moody, Draymond, Quentin, Post.
It's unfortunate because, again, and I mentioned in the first hour, I mentioned it again, last night was a reminder when Jimmy Butler missed most of that game about this Warriors team without him. and what we watched for the first half of the season.
Yeah, but when he wasn't here, when you gave Jonathan Kaminga the start and you gave him big minutes, he was your second leading scorer.
Sure, I'm going on the defensive end. That's what they missed the most yesterday.
Oh, no. They missed his playmaking.
It was the playmaking, the team defense, the interior defense, the on-ball defense from Jimmy Butler. They don't have another defender on that team. And I love Jonathan Kaminga. He's not the defender that Jimmy Butler is. Now, he does have size, and you can combat what the Houston Rockets have with him. And I agree with you. There's going to be moments in this series now going forward where Jonathan Kaminga needs to play to either be on Jalen Green if Jimmy Butler misses time, or be on the Tari Easons, or be on someone that is getting their shot going. Because I don't expect it to be Jalen Green every single game, but someone's going to have it. Like, for as bad as Houston was offensively in that first game, like, they showed up yesterday. They were hitting the shots. Like, I expected shots to go in at points yesterday for the Houston Rockets that I did not expect to be going in that game one. And that's a credit to them, but also that's a testament to how important Jimmy Butler is defensively for the Warriors. So if they are going to miss him, yeah, it's going to be a huge loss. And can they win this series potentially if he has to miss more than one game? 888-957-9570.
Is there a problem more for you after this game on the offensive side or the defensive side?
It's the defensive side for me.
I disagree.
I think defensively without Jimmy Butler, it's going to be very difficult, because I do think what we saw in game one, they held the Rockets to 85 points. 85.
Joe.
They were getting to the lane and
this is a team that scores 110 to 115 every game.
Yeah, I know.
And with Jimmy Butler, it was even better than that. So to me, I think their problems start on the offense. Yes, their defense has got to improve. I don't disagree on that.
But you're giving an offensively challenged team a slight crack into that window to open up.
Who's the threat on offense right now?
For who?
For the Warriors.
For the Warriors, who's a threat on offense? I mean, always Stephen Curry.
Okay, and?
Quentin Post now.
Okay.
But you're asking.
But this is that. Yeah. Hence my point.
Yeah.
Okay. Hence my point. You cannot play these combinations of GP2, Looney, and Buddy Hield together anymore. You cannot be playing these.
Well, I'm with you on the Buddy Hield thing. Like, I don't know what's going on with him. 16 minutes yesterday, 2 of 4. Buddy, is he going to show up at all this series? I don't know. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
I don't disagree that defense is going to be an issue. And we know that this team hangs their hat on defense. I agree with that. Right now, their big problem is their offense. Their offense fueled the poor defense because they had so many live ball turnovers and so many bad shots that led to big rebounds where they got out in transition. You were not able to set up your half-court defense, all right? And then when you were in your half-court defense, I thought you lost your principles of that defense by overextending. Like, for example, there was a play, I believe it was Thompson. Draymond Green comes flying out on him, okay? He's not a shooter.
Nope.
He leaves his feet. He goes right by him for a dunk. Know the personnel. Know who you're playing. Understand that. That was not JK. That wasn't Moses Moody. That wasn't, Pat Spencer. That wasn't Quentin Post. That was the defensive leader on this team in Draymond Green. 3 different times Draymond Green was the guy guarding Amen Thompson and lost sight of where he was to come over and overhelp on Jalen Green, beating and blowing by his man at the point of attack, and you allowed an easy layup or dunk to Tari Easton or Amen Thompson. So, yes, their defense has got to get better, and they got to clean that up. Right now, I think their problem is on offense. Steph is getting hounded. He's turning the ball over at the top of the key. They're getting into late shot clock cruddy shots. And the only guy on this team who looked decisive in that game offensively, Pat Spencer and Moses Moody.
Yeah. I thought Quentin Post, as the game went on, got more confident. To your
Joe,
point.
if this team is not going to be able to score 100 points against this Rocket
team, they haven't in 6 straight games against them. They haven't scored 100 points. They have not scored 100 points in. Let me be real quick. 5 of the last 6 games, they have failed to score 100 points.
And you got
including the playoffs.
What does that tell you? This is an offensively challenged team.
Yes.
Houston went quote unquote off yesterday. How many points did they score?
They scored 109.
Okay. And a bunch of that was garbage time. At least 10 of that was garbage time. 109. And they went off. And your defense was awful. So I guess my point is, you've got to score 100 offensively. You need to play more offensively tilted lineups. And I think it starts with Quentin Post playing more. I think it starts with Jonathan Kaminga playing more, quite frankly, over GP2 currently. GP2 has lost his confidence shooting. He is not a good matchup against this team on offense. And you're stuck with non-shooting, non-threatening lineups. And if Draymond Green is not going to look at the hoop in the first 2-3 quarters, you're in trouble.
What are you more concerned with without Jimmy Butler right now, Dub Nation? Is it the offense or the defense for the Golden State Warriors heading into Game 3 at home now. He shifts back to the Bay Area. So we do know that role players tend to play better in the playoffs, Joe. Where? At home. So hopefully that's going to be a wake-up call for Pajemski if he feels better. He was dealing with food poisoning, according to him, when he spoke to the TNT broadcasters last night. Moses Moody, he's shown a little bit of flash here the last couple of games. Can he be more aggressive offensively if Jimmy Butler's going to miss game 3? Quentin Post shows some flashes finally. And Pat Spencer, maybe get some minutes for him and Jonathan Kaminga as well.
I think the Pat Spencer thing is not so much more about Pat Spencer, but more, and this is...
And riding the hot hand for me is what that was about.
This is my point, Joe. I love Steve. We all love Steve. He's a legend. He's a great coach. But there are times where it's like, Steve, what about the game I'm watching?
Mm-hmm.
What about the guy who's hot right now? And then you actively don't go back to that guy who's hot? Like, that's the part that frustrates me. Pods was clearly not 100%. He wasn't hitting anything. He didn't look right. He didn't have the same energy. You went back to him in that third quarter. You should have went back to Pat Spencer. He played really well.
Let's go to the phones here. They've been hanging on tight. Jenny is in Los Angeles, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Jenny, good morning. How are we feeling about the loss last night?
Not great, but even worse listening to you clowns today, honestly.
Wow.
And I live in the Bay Area. I'm visiting my son right now, looking at his 4 signed Warriors jerseys on his wall.
Why are we clowns?
Okay, so let me just get this out. So first of all, the refs dictate what's happening, and for them to allow so much to happen is not right, because people get hurt. And their coach knows this, and their coach encouraged it and said, don't worry, you're not going to get the calls. Number 2, you guys are just bending into pretzels. Oh, the guy's young. Oh, he didn't mean to. He dove into him. Undercutting a player in basketball is the worst thing you can do. It's the number 1 most dangerous thing. Why are you excusing that?
Because he was falling.
Jenny, Jenny, pot her down real quick.
1 second.
Jenny, do you honestly believe that Amen Thompson did that on purpose? You think he intentionally dove into his legs?
Absolutely. I have eyes. I watched it from every angle. Yep, absolutely.
And you didn't see Draymond Green boxing him out and slightly pushing him forward when he was already doing that, obviously pushing the momentum towards Jimmy on that play?
No, he could have fallen down.
That's what it was. Okay, Jenny. Well, when you start off the call with calling us clowns. I mean,
she might be friends with my wife who thinks I'm a clown. So you know what I mean? Like,
I'm with you on that one.
Hey, look. If how she feels is how she feels. I'm not gonna disrespect her in that sense. Like, she deserves her opinion. Like, that's part of fandom. You know, it's like you're allowed to fan however you want.
She went
from my prerogative. I thought it was the guy was doing too much. It was unfortunate. It was a little reckless. I didn't feel like it was malicious. She does. And that's, we disagree. I don't want to call her a clown. Kind of sucks she called me one, but whatever, we move on.
Jenny in Los Angeles, but not in Los Angeles. She said she was up here in the Bay Area. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get all that information that comes out. I promise. We're scouring the internet. We're watching it at the MRI. Whenever that happens, the results from it, we will relay that information to you. Speaking of that, let's hear from the head.
By the way, she quietly said, I'm looking at my son's 4 autographed jerseys. Clearly family money going on there.
Well, maybe she just got lucky.
I'm very jealous.
Maybe she won one of the 95.7 contests.
It's a clown question, bro.
Steve, don't do that to her.
Steve, just saying. Steve Kerr on his emotions when Jimmy Butler went down.
There's really no time to even feel any emotion. You just respond and react with what you have to do in terms of making a sub and trying to think about new substitution patterns, who you want to pair together, all that kind of stuff. So obviously feel terrible for Jimmy. Hopefully he's okay. We'll see. He's going to get an MRI tomorrow. And BP, really proud of him for making the effort. He's been feeling terrible all day, and he tried. He got an IV at halftime, just didn't have it. So tough night. We'll bounce back.
And here's the head coach talking about the foul that Jenny in LA called dirty.
I haven't seen the replay. I asked our guys behind the bench, and they just said it looked like there was some physicality on the rebound, and I think Thompson just inadvertently found himself underneath Jimmy just based on the tug of war that was going on there. So I mean, we didn't think there was anything wrong with the play. It's just one of those plays.
I mean, so is he a clown? I don't know, man.
They watched the replay. His own assistant and coaches said, yeah, no, it was inadvertent. So nothing to see here, right?
Well, look, maybe I've seen all these highlights everyone's showing me. I don't know about all those other plays. I'm just going off of what I saw last night, all right? And how I felt in the moment after seeing it. It was like, oh no, Jimmy, please get it. It reminded me of Steph. It looked just like Steph, just like from a month ago, And it's like, I just thought inadvertent's a good word actually for it. Yeah. It was unfortunate was the word I was thinking of. I didn't think it was malicious. A lot of people do. I don't know, man. I think you guys are you're making it seem like once you're falling to the ground that you can, like in midair pull a matrix and try to do certain things. It sucks that Jimmy was in a very vulnerable spot and he got him where he got him as he was like, I don't know if he was trying to brace his fall. I'm not really sure what exactly he was trying to do. But there's so many plays in that game where both sides of the team have got elbows to chests and they're getting physical. I don't know if the refs let it get a little too out of hand. I just think this was an intense playoff game amongst an up-and-coming team that wants to prove a point against a dynastic squad of Draymond, Steve Kerr, and Steph Curry. Can we also acknowledge that? Like, this is a coming-of-age series for them.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. And we know, again, I want to reiterate this. Warriors fans know what dirty plays look like. They've been on the receiving end of them. They've also had players that have done them. Zaza Pachulia on line one, Kawhi Leonard. We've saw that was a dirty play. And it was. And it's okay to say that. Hey, remember the play was a regular season game. I'm not even going playoffs here. Remember when Vince Carter undercut Patrick McCaw?
That was bad.
That was a dirty play. That was a dirty play. But again,
that was in transition. Again, he was running.
And Vince Carter did not. Vince Carter, Hall of Famer, great person. He's not a dirty player.
No.
But it was
a bad play.
It was a bad play.
It was.
It was a bad play.
And later on, he acknowledged it.
Yes.
But I differentiate the two. So like the Danny Green play. He's running running unobstructed on a guy who's going in for a layup, and there's no one else there. There's no push. You're not jostling. You don't lose your footing. In this one, you're boxing out. Yep. You're jostling. It looks like he steps on Steven Adams' foot. I can't tell if Draymond pushed him. I don't think he did. Maybe it was a slight. I don't know. I just feel like we slow these things down and we look to like crucify these guys. I hate it, man. I don't like any of it.
What do you think about
Jalen Green? I actually thought the Jalen Green elbow on Draymond, though it wasn't like criminal act or anything. I was like, what are you doing, Jalen Green? That's not a basketball play.
No, it wasn't. That's why he got called for the flagrant.
And he should have. And he should have.
And I don't think we're talking about it as much because of what Draymond did after the fact when he felt it, and then he did his greatest acting job there.
And like Steven Adams, his own teammate, was involved in the play. Amen Thompson there.
Yep.
If the Warriors looked up at the scoreboard as the replay was going on, when they show those replays, and they thought something was malicious, wouldn't one of them have done something?
I agree.
No, I'm asking out loud. Like, because I know when something happens to one of my teammates, and I'm not pretending to be some enforcer, but like, if I felt like someone crossed the line, I would have at least gotten in someone's face.
Draymond would have said something after the game.
You would have seen the bench react in a different. I thought, and maybe the more people see it, I don't know, man.
I think there's a lot baked into it. He's a rookie. He's 19. He hasn't shown any history of dirty plays. Even though we had a caller try to say he's been a dirty player this year, I was like, no, he's been a physical player, but he wasn't dirty. I thought yesterday's game did not cross the line. The Jalen Green one, sure. But other than that, I thought it was just highly physical, very intense. And again, I'll say this. I thought Draymond Green, for the most part, held his own emotionally in check. I know that was one of your keys heading into the game.
Yeah.
Draymond, they're going to try to get in your head. They're going to try to get in your dome.
Yeah.
Oh, and they tried to, by the way. The fans were chanting F you, Draymond, at one point. They were chanting it. Brian Anderson bringing it up on the broadcast, and Draymond Green even mentioned it after the game.
It's not original. Been there before, won a championship while it's happening. So yeah, it's not really an original. Can't steal other people's shit. That belongs to Boston. So I kind of just kept it pushing.
I was there for that, and I'll tell you this right now. The blank you Draymond chants that went on in Boston weren't just for a possession. They happened the entire game 3 and in chunks of game 4. and it was all in unison. I'm talking about old white ladies from, Sully County, like, screw you. And I'm paraphrasing, Draymond, and the chant was unreal. Unreal.
And Draymond alluded to it, I think, after that game, that it got to him. It shook him up. He's like, I was shook.
I thought yesterday Draymond in the first couple of quarters was like awful. Now, he had a great block in the fourth quarter on Tari Eason at the rim. A sick block that's not going to get remembered because they could have cut it to single digits right then and there. And they never could capitalize. The Rockets would either answer, they'd get a stop, the Warriors would make a turnover, they cut it to 11 multiple times. I think this is more about the Rockets than it is about what the Warriors didn't do.
Let's go to Tony in Santa Rosa. He wants to talk about those Draymond chants. Tony, good morning to you. How we feeling, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing this morning?
Great.
I'm
alive.
It's a hell of a game last night.
Yeah, hopefully Jimmy's doing okay. I mean,
for real.
Not even just for the game, but just for himself. That looked like a pretty nasty spill right there that he took.
Yeah.
But I called in because, before you brought it up, Spadoni, I was just going to say, what do you guys think about those FU chants? I mean, I guess it's fun to do now when Draymond's in the building. Obviously, they got it from Boston a couple years ago, but I didn't know if I missed something, because usually with Draymond, at least it'll be warranted, a flagrant foul, some kind of tech, not just because, hey, let's just do it, guys. Just start the chant randomly.
Well, this is what I was
a little surprised at that.
It's funny that you say that, because when I was in Boston, Dre obviously had said some stuff about Boston, but some of the fans made it pretty clear to me. They're like, it's pretty hard to hate Steph Curry. Like, he sucks and we don't like him and da-da-da. But, like, we're not going to go out of our way to chant things at him because he's so good.
Yeah.
Draymond is just good enough and just not good enough to where he makes a great villain that you can pick on. Whereas if you pick on LeBron or Steph Curry, no, they're going to crush your soul when it's all said and done.
Remember leading into that game, or in that series, I should say, early on in the playoffs, he was doing the Hollywood Hulk Hogan in Memphis, like doing the whoop that trick. He was jumping up and down. He's like, yeah, they were getting blown out in that game, and he was jumping up and down. And yeah, so he was making himself a character, and he has a history of that baked into it. So all of that baked into the equation, I thought he held his own emotionally pretty damn good for the most part. The bench is cleared after a timeout. Tari Eason trying to throw the towel. He got a technical. Ends up hitting Pat Spencer of all people. He's like, Pat's like, what the hell did I do? Well, maybe he didn't like his mustache. I don't know.
But here's the thing. When you're officiating, I don't think you're allowed to interpret intent, right? Weigh on these things.
You can't judge intent. Like you can't be in the mind of the person.
Yeah, right. But there are things like, should it have been maybe a flagrant one? All right, yeah, probably. I'm talking about the Amen Thompson play. Yeah, probably. I'll meet everyone right there. There's no doubt about it. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to warrant a suspension. Who knows, man? I feel like if you show that video to 100 people, depending on their fandom and who they like and who they don't like, if I showed that to Miami,
oh, of course.
What do you think they'd say? This is a hard-nosed basketball player.
Hard-nosed basketball player. I thought Miami was going to steal that game yesterday in Cleveland, by the way. They almost did. Bosco
What's up,
is in San Jose, wants to talk about one Draymond Green. Bosco, good morning to you. How you feeling, man?
Gentlemen, we know the guy's history. He has a history. He has a history of poking James Harden in his eyes, of kicking Mr. Adams in his groin, and stepping on someone's. He has a history. So when he's on the court, just watch him. We know what he's going to do. He has limited skills, good defender. Offensively, he's a bust. So all he's going to do is muck it up. Let's muck up the waters, especially when I know we're going to lose the game. He is a clown. He pushed Thompson from behind, shot him underneath Jimmy Butler, and guess what? Butler's gone. KD's not coming back. Poole is gone. Guess why? You got a clown that's Draymond Green that you guys are kissing his ass. Please tell me why.
Wait, what did Draymond do yesterday, Bosco?
I traded Draymond Green away 700 times on this show for the last 5 years.
Bosco, what did he do yesterday that made you so upset?
I'm not upset. I told you what he's going to do before the game.
Clown.
I've been telling you for 2 weeks.
Multiple times. I think you are a little upset. Thank you, Bosco in San Jose. I'm not upset after you just eviscerated the guy for a minute. Come on, man. There's a lot of hard feelings right now. I understand. You're tied 1-1. You're heading back to game 3 at home, and you might not have Jimmy Butler. All of a sudden, 24 hours later, this series it can get away from you fast if Jimmy's going to miss some time.
I think we need 2 songs. We need the old one, the Tears of the Clown from from the Temptations. I believe it was the Temptations. And then we need Tears of a Clown from Nicotina.
I think I have Nicotina's in the system. Just look up Tears of the Clown in the system first.
Bro.
Yeah.
Hey, we all got to everybody, hit the vape pen, all right? Hit the bong rip. Take a little puff of the J. Everyone just relax.
Well, real quick.
You got the game one that you needed.
Well,
you split the series
in
Houston.
I don't know, Joe. Like, if Jimmy Butler's going to miss a couple of games here, like, what is your concern level with this? Like, do you still think they can win this series without him?
I need to find I'm not going to lose my mind until I find out exactly how long he's going to be out and what is this
I'm
MRI
asking you the question right now, though. To hell with if he has to miss this series, do you think
knowing
they can
it's
win?
Jimmy Butler, knowing how when it comes playoff time, this dude becomes the Terminator.
You're not answering the question. If Jimmy Butler misses this series, can the Warriors still win it?
If he misses this series, they can win it. I mean, are they likely? I don't even know. Like, it's more of a toss-up.
Okay.
But the other part of this is this. If Jimmy's out for this series, he's probably not coming back for a while. That's not good. Like, you miss a series, that means you probably broke something, which means you're probably out for the year, which means it's a curtain on the ceiling for the season.
Well, it could be a deep bone bruise. We don't know what it's going to be like. The MRI
X-ray
results
was
today.
negative.
The X-ray was negative, according to the source from Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. X-ray was negative, but we need to see more with the MRI, get a deeper picture.
I don't, like, the guy who called in, I don't even know.
What did Draymond do yesterday that really
Well,
upset?
he was boxing out Amen Thompson.
And then he kind of slipped in front of, like...
Well, I couldn't tell if, like, the elbow... I didn't think he pushed him, but I don't know. Maybe he did.
Offensively, you can get on him for, like, he needed to be a better scorer
Why'd you hit that? Why'd you hit that?
Because he didn't push him.
I didn't think so. I saw, like, all these different replays. But here's the problem with the replays. From all these different angles, I could talk myself into anything.
Right, exactly. There was a foul yesterday that they were talking about on the broadcast, and it was just Ime Udoka challenged it, and ended up being, Jalen Green lost it out of bounds or whatever it was.
Yes.
They challenged it, and it was Guy Santos.
It did go off Guy, yeah.
And he hit him
that was actually a great challenge.
It was a great challenge. So there's so many different camera angles we're not privy to. But at the end of the day, Jimmy Butler is hurt. He missed that whole game, basically, and the Warriors lost because of it. But Stephen Curry, there's no excusing 6 turnovers. Draymond Green, there's no excusing 5 turnovers. Like, that's 15 turnovers to the Rockets' 10. It was sloppy basketball offensively, and that gave the Rockets life throughout. There is something to be said about Jalen Green really being the only other guy that was that efficient. Outside of Dylan Brooks, who was 6 of 12, he had 16 points.
I actually thought Dylan was good in this game.
No, he was really good. Jalen Green, 38 points for him.
He looked like Ja.
He was incredible.
He looked like what Ja has looked like at times against the Warriors.
Like, is he going to do that again? I'm not so sure, but it's not even about if he does it again.
His defense was great.
Well, no, it's the confidence that he now has in himself that he didn't have in game 1.
I was listening to Grandy and Evan Giddings last night. God,
crushing it.
The fact they both have G's in their last name, I always confuse the two
Double
of them.
G's.
Their
There you
last
go.
names. So I'm listening to the two of them, and Grandy made a point. I'm not sure where I stand on his point, but he goes, I could make an argument, and I'm paraphrasing Grandy here, that Jalen having such a great game in this one might put him into irrational confidence for the next couple.
We're doing the Dylan Brooks thing. He hits the first couple, and then you said that yesterday. I was like, well, Dylan Brooks still has a good shooting game. So
he hit some really big contested shots. What do you have, 15?
He had 16 points. Yeah, he had some insane fadeaways. Yeah,
really good. And late in the shot clock, Draymond all over him, you know. But the other thing is, like, guys, it's okay to admit it. Steph Curry was very careless with the ball. Draymond Green was very not assertive, not aggressive, indecisive, and making bad passes in the first half.
I think Steph realized without Jimmy Butler and no one else really stepping up offensively, I need to start distributing the ball a lot more. He did have 9 assists, but part of that was him holding on to the ball way longer than he needed to. And the Rockets, to their credit, double teaming him. Like Ime Udoka, he's like, all right, Jimmy Butler's out of the game. Blitz Steph every single. I'll live with Pat Spencer. I'll live with Pat Spencer and Quentin Post beating us. This guy is not beating us.
But you know what? Like, again, little silver linings. I'm not trying to, play.
Bradley Cooper.
Quentin Post hitting some big shots in the third quarter. I think there's something there.
You needed some confidence. Coming out of, you needed some confidence in some of the plays coming out yesterday.
4 threes?
Quentin Post pulling it up here. He was 4 of 8 from beyond the arc for 12 points yesterday for QP Quentin Post. The defense, work in progress to say the least, but offensively, you need something because Lord knows Buddy Hield has not been giving it to you. Guy Santos did not give it to you.
If I watch another Buddy Hield, GP2, Kevon Looney lineup in the playoffs, my head's going to explode.
It was tough. It was a tough watch.
It's one of the It's a toilet lineup. I don't want to watch it. Offensively, it's a toilet lineup.
Quentin Post actually talked about yesterday.
Buddy. The way people talk about JK is the way we should be talking about Buddy, who has been playing 15 minutes in every game and giving you almost nothing. Actually, nothing would be good because he's been a net negative.
It's not been good. But
I'm rooting for Buddy, but it's like, dude, he's doing nothing.
But he's a great teammate. I'm just letting you know. That's what they love him. Quentin Post. I like how this thing, I'm going to play this Quentin Post on. It says, sounds exasperated by question. I'm just going to play it. How about that?
What will it take to get the offense going how you guys need it to go?
Let's see. We just can't turn the ball over. We got to find a rhythm, right? In game one, we had Jimmy. Today we didn't, so that kind of disturbed our pace. We got sped up a little bit, but we'll be fine. We'll find a way to, settle this down, get good shots. We'll be fine.
Oh my God. Sounds like you this morning. They're just exasperated by it all.
I'm angry when I get here and it's 4:30 in the morning, 4:15, and no one's here, and I'm hate watching my team for the second time, third time, by myself in the studio. That's what I did.
What will it take to get the offense going how you guys need it to go?
Right there.
Oh, God.
Put that on the board.
888-957-9570. Are you more concerned in the absence of Jimmy Butler? What's more concerning to you with this Warriors squad right now? Is it the offense or the defense? Shasky says offense. In their 5 of their last 6 games, including the playoffs against the Rockets, they have failed to score over 100 points. I'm saying it's the defense. Lord knows I'm not giving the Rockets any little sliver here to open up that offensive output for a team that struggles already. I want to make it as difficult as possible for them, but without Jimmy Butler, I was very concerned going forward with the interior and exterior defense of the Golden State Warriors. But what's more concerning for you, Dub Nation? Let's go to Joe, who's in San Jose, who wants to join Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, first off, these people got to stop trying to jump down. You guys are like the GM, and you guys are running the team. You guys just say what you see, and you spit it out to us, and we see what you see. And like the lady calling you a clown. I've been in that situation where you go for a rebound, and someone is trying to get position as well.
Exactly.
The guy falls in, flip, and so be it. But the Warriors just have to play a complete Warriors team. They're not playing the 96 Bulls. They're playing the Houston Rockets. They can't. That team cannot keep up with the Warriors. But like I said, the bench has to come together. Everybody's got to join together as one to get through this and get Jimmy back for the next round. But don't get on Draymond either. Without Draymond, we wouldn't have championships. Well, you guys have a good day, and I'll get you back.
I'm going to tell you a story that was told to me many years ago. My mom has this photo of my dad holding me when I was born in the hospital. My dad was, at the time, in a wheelchair with a broken leg.
I can't find the Toms.
I was born in November, okay? He had a really severely broken leg. Well, at the end of that summer, as my mom was pregnant, my dad would always play basketball up the Russian River. He was a big basketball player. Even for a short guy, you could get up there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He had the big Bill Cartwright over the ear.
Was he Pat Spencer?
Well,
No,
all the guys from that era, Larry Bird, they all shot over the head.
Oh, like me. Okay.
Yeah, yours is not anything
Very
like
close.
that, dog.
Much like Larry Bird.
I don't know what yours is.
It's unique. How about that? It's unique.
Sure.
It's inadvertent.
That's like when there's like a semi ugly chick, and my wife's like, she's cute.
My shot has a good personality, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
So
very
my dad,
big personality.
My dad up the Russian River grabs a rebound, as legend goes, grabs a rebound, and this guy came crashing down on his leg and fractured his leg.
That sounds painful.
Sometimes things happen when you're up in the air and you're vulnerable. Now, or levels to it, right? And there's no replay, there's no cameras, all that. But when guys are jostling and you're up in the air and you're vulnerable, things do happen. Guys do get tangled up. You do fall. You do trip. It happens. It does. There were guys crashing all over the place. Was it too physical? I kind of liked the physicality. It was throwback. I kind of enjoyed it. Well, part of me really did. But the other side of this is it's just unfortunate Jimmy got hurt. And sometimes, we don't need to have a bad guy. I know people want to point it on Amen Thompson. I don't.
Steve Kerr, after the game, reiterating what you just said about the physicality. You said you kind of enjoyed it. It was kind of refreshing for you. Well, Steve Kerr just gave Houston credit and said they played with great force.
What I thought.
Houston played great. They were really physical. Just like we expected, they came out with amazing force defensively. Obviously, Green got going, and that loosened our defense up quite a bit. And so it was their night. They played a great game at both ends of the floor. So we just got to lick our wounds and back to work tomorrow.
And did you notice in that first half him getting really pissed off at the refs, yelling at him? He had to call a timeout to cool himself down because I thought he was going to get teed in a second. He kept complaining. It's like they're holding Steph. They're holding two hands every single time they're holding him. He was getting really upset about the nature of the physicality in that first half, and he spoke to it after the game.
Just the usual stuff, it's playoff time. Everybody's hyped up. I was mad because Gary got tripped. Gary had a dunk, clearly got tripped, and I thought there should have been a foul called, and it wasn't. But, the stuff happens, and I thought tonight's game was all about Houston just outplaying us.
I completely agree.
Real quick, I don't know if, did fans want to hear something else from Steve Kerr there and have him talk more about the physicality and what's being allowed? Because there is a way of talking about it where we look at head coaches. You bring up Phil Jackson all the time. He had a very tactful way of speaking through the media and be like, yeah, if we're allowed to just keep doing this, I guess anything's on the table. I'm paraphrasing here.
He would wait till the kind of shoot around the next day, though. That's when he would do it. He would do it the next in between games.
Okay.
To kind of let it seep in and make the rounds. That's the way Phil would used to do it. But I don't know, man. This has been a thing his entire career in terms of holding him off ball. And I understand the frustration, but I also understand it's probably the best tactic on how to defend the guy.
Yeah. You got to be physical.
Denying is the way to play. That's the way to play, Steph. And the other thing, fouling him off ball without the ball in his hands, that's one area. What's the excuse for when Şengün's trapping him in the corner? And Şengün is the one getting his hand on deflections. What's the excuse when Jalen Green picked his pocket?
I mean, there is no excuse for that. But again, no Jimmy Butler in that game forced Steph to have the ball in his hands and be more of a ball-dominant point guard, if you will, and be more of a distributor. 9 assists for him yesterday, but what goes with that is 6 turnovers.
Yeah.
That's just, he turned into more of a true point guard yesterday. And what do we know about Stephen Curry, Joe? When he has the ball in his hands too much, he gets sloppy. That's who he is with his career. I don't know what to tell you at this point. The guy is sloppy with the turnovers at any given point. It could be the next game, he could be clean. The game after that, he can have another 6 or 7. It just is what it is.
If him and Dre go for over 10 turnovers,
that's bad.
It's not a recipe for success against this team.
Listen,
how about the Jalen Green steal and then right before the end of the third quarter and then
jump ball?
And then the sickest dunk in traffic.
Yeah, it was amazing.
The guy was unreal. He was spectacular. He reminded me of when I've seen Jaw cook the Warriors. That's exactly what it looked like.
This show's flying by. We're halfway home. We're going to pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570. We're awaiting the news for Jimmy Butler, who's expected to have an MRI today. X-rays were negative, according to a source with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. We'll get into that on the other side. Do they need, if Jimmy Butler's going to miss some time in this series, how does that change your expectations? Can the Warriors still win this series without Jimmy Butler if he were to miss a couple weeks here or a week or so? 888-957-9570. But first, it's time for the injury report.
Ow! Jonathan Kaminga.
And again, all eyes are on Jimmy Buckets today as Jimmy was ruled out after going down hard on his tailbone in the first quarter of last night's Game 2 loss. Initial x-rays done at Toyota Center showed no major damage, though Butler was scheduled to fly home from Houston a day earlier to get an MRI done today, which will reveal the full extent of the damage as well as shed light on how long Jimmy could be out. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. Let's get back into it. The Amen Thompson play. Was it dirty? Was it not? Jimmy Butler out for an extended period of time potentially. How does that shift this series for you? And what was more concerning after Jimmy Butler left yesterday? Was it the offense or the defense? Oh, by the way, Jonathan Kaminga played over 25 minutes. Is that another wrinkle for this series potentially if Jimmy were to miss some time? We'll get it all broken down on the other side with Spadoni and Shasky. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Rockets. He won't shoot it. Dribbles it at half court, and that's going to be your final score. Rockets 109, Warriors 94. Jalen Green, 38 points tonight for Houston on 13 of 25 shooting.
Oh, no.
Curry will finish with 20, with 9 assists on the night.
They're not very
Again,
good.
Jimmy Butler going down in a frightful fall after being undercut by Amen Thompson. Pajemski was out sick most of the night, played 14 minutes and didn't score. So the Warriors have health questions as they head back to the Bay.
They certainly do. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game as the Houston Rockets, 109 points to the Warriors, 94. 109 for the Houston Rockets felt like it should have been 150, quite frankly, as Jalen Green puts on a show. 38 points for him after struggling in game one. But the big story this morning, as I welcome in Joe Shasky, Carter in the back, Sam Lemon in the back, crushing it, and all you waking up, getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. The big story coming out of that game, Jimmy Butler and the pelvic contusion, expected to get an MRI today, left the game with 2 minutes to go in that first quarter, missed the entire game. They missed him tremendously as the Rockets even up this series 1 game apiece, and it's heading back to the Bay for game 3 on Saturday. And again, all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, that one is just a gut punch for the Warriors on like 5 levels. You look at, no one wants to hear it this morning, but you did get the split. Right, I know Jimmy's out. I know Jimmy's at sea. I get where you're coming from. But had I reversed the outcome, okay, and they would have won last night's game, even with Jimmy being, up in the air in terms of availability, how good would we all be feeling?
I mean, we'd be feeling pretty good about our chances winning. We would. All right. I would still say that I still feel, again, good might be strong, but I still feel pretty confident the Warriors, even without Jimmy Butler, which maybe some people don't agree with, at 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I still feel, without Jimmy even, that they can win this series. Now, am I as confident? No, but I know I still have the best player in this series, and that means something with Stephen Curry. I know Draymond Green can get better. I know the role players will be better at home because that's just going to be baked into the equation. Role players historically in the playoffs play better at home, and the next 2 games are at home. That being said, I don't like that I have a now confident Jalen Green shooting the ball. I don't like that I have a Tari Eason now more confident shooting the ball. Dylan Brooks, 6-12 overall yesterday. Amen Thompson, 4-7. A lot of those were dunks, obviously. And Alperen Sengun, who really didn't have his greatest game efficiency-wise.
I thought he was
great.
Really...
defensive and offensive rebounding yesterday, 16 in total for him.
And ball movement.
Yes.
And I thought screening. He was, if you watch the game back, I would, anyone who does and is sick like me, I've watched it back multiple times. When you watch the game back, I thought
you are a glutton for punishment when it comes to that stuff.
I know.
But it's baked into the job as well. You miss some things,
but I do
especially in basketball.
love, like, a part of me loves rewatching the nuances because I saw some things the second and third time when Sengun set a really good down screen, made a really good skip pass, subtly moved out of a space so someone else could occupy it. I thought he was excellent in this game beyond the numbers. I thought Dylan Brooks was excellent in this game. But stopping Jalen Green is the number one problem. And I did see a flash of something that I think can help them moving forward, whether Jimmy comes back or not. I thought JK played Jalen Green a little better in the second half than anyone wants to give him credit for. He had a sick little block on him. He moves his feet laterally, going downhill better than I think GP2 right now. I think we've kind of overrated GP2's on-ball defense against Jalen Green. And JK has familiarity practicing and playing with Jalen Green because they were on that G League Unite team.
See, it's interesting. The Jonathan Kaminga minutes and his performance, 26 minutes off the bench. His name was called clearly when Jimmy Butler was going to be out the rest of that game. He came in for some spurts, didn't come in to start that second half, but obviously played and had 11 minutes. Check that, 11 points, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, 4 of 12. He started getting going there late. But I think if I were to poll a lot of Warriors fans last night, or maybe it's more national than anything, and again, what do I care about national people? But it's just the perspective of where people are at with Jonathan Kaminga, and it's kind of these preconceived notions. Either you like the guy or you don't at this point. And I felt like yesterday there was a lot of people coming at him saying, well, you had your opportunity, JK. You kind of squandered it. I don't know. That was the opportunity to get the Warriors back into that game, which I was like, really? We're going at the guy that had 3 straight DMPs. All right, JK, it's your turn. Like, that's not how it works with this stuff. That's not how it works when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga. I get it. He was your 3rd leading scorer prior to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. But since Jimmy Butler, he's been anything but that. He's been an other player. He's just that guy and Jonathan Kaminga. So I thought that was a little bit unfair from a lot of people nationally, kind of just saying, yeah, Jonathan Kaminga's just not that guy. That wasn't the game for me. He will have moments, though. If Jimmy Butler's going to miss game 3, he's definitely going to have to be a part of this game plan. That much I do know.
Okay. I don't love using plus minus as the end all be all. I don't, especially on a small sample size of a 1 game. But of the guys who played the chunk of the game, he had the 2nd best plus minus. The same as Steph Curry.
For not counting like garbage time, because Kevin Knox was like
no, that's what I'm saying. The guys who played the chunk of the game, the real game, not the blowout minutes at the very end.
Okay.
All right. So look, man, I mean, JK did some good things. He did some awful things. He did some okay things. I think it was a mixed bag. But I also think that this goes to, we talk a lot about confidence. I think this was a guy who has sat on the bench for 2 weeks, hearing everyone poke holes in everything he does well. And I can relate to, hey, here's your chance. Don't mess it up. Right. Don't do anything wrong. So make sure you make all the passes to Steph and all the off screens and all this. It's like, dude, the guy needs to play with freedom. This guy, more so than any others. And if you've watched JK's career, which I have with a fine-tooth comb, JK has always been a player who plays better with more runway. He has always been a player who plays better in longer stretches and more runway. He's not a guy who's like hey, let's see if Kaminga's got it tonight. Give him 3 minutes and we'll go from there. That's never been his game. Now, to be fair here, he did have an opportunity. And had he shown a little more, people would feel a lot more optimistic. But I did see some positive things from him. Got into the lane, got a transition layup, did a high pick and roll with Steph Curry, hit a nice 3, almost hit a couple more. I thought his floor game was better than people are giving credit to. I thought the team played tentative. I thought the team played indecisive. Moses Moody had some things that I really liked in this game. I thought he was decisive. One of the few guys that wanted to take a shot. Pat Spencer felt like it was a revelation. And when Pods didn't have it going, I, for the life of me, do not understand why Steve Kerr went back to Pods in the 3rd quarter. It made 0 sense.
Battling food poisoning, too. He had to get an IV.
It made 0 sense to me. I thought that Steve that was foolish. But you know what? Hey, you make some mistakes, you live with them, right? And Quinn Post starting the 2nd half, there was something there. He hit some 3s. There's something there. You need to lean in that a little more. So as bad as this game was, and as poor as the Warriors played, I do believe that maybe they found some things in this that can help them in games 3, 4, and 5.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on all those platforms all day long. And it's being brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We want to go to the phones, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text.
They were, before Jimmy got hurt, score was 24-16 before he came out of the game, checked out of the game. So they were -8, as in the Warriors, okay? Yes. Steph had 3 turnovers. Draymond had 2 turnovers. It wasn't like those guys were playing great. No. So if you want to point the finger at role players and bench players, whether it's Looney, Gee, GP2, whatever, your top dogs didn't play great.
And that yesterday,
I think Steph would admit that.
Yes. And again, and I agree with you. And yesterday was a sobering reminder of the fact that without Jimmy Butler, that's the team that we watched up and through January of this year. Kind of a mediocre team that does some good things, that does some bad things, and they're kind of a 500 team without him. And that's what they were yesterday. They looked like a 500 team. In 5 of the last 6 matchups against the Houston Rockets, playoffs included, the Warriors have now failed to score over 100 points or even get to the 100-point mark. 94 yesterday. That defense is smothering, and they need to find some answers, and they need to find some answers soon because they may be without Jimmy Butler going forward. And Stephen Curry, God love the guy, he can't do it all by himself. You know why? Because Ime Udoka is going to force anyone else on the Golden State Warriors to beat him now. Anyone else, and that's what he did yesterday.
We've done this thing where we've boxed ourselves in on some of these players, like, oh, well, you know, Kerr's got his trusted guys, Looney and GP2 and Buddy. I don't know why Buddy became one of the trusted guys. And it's like, guys, we need to get some offense on the floor. Like, I get you want to play defense. You got to get some buckets, too. JK can get you a couple buckets. Quentin Post can get you some buckets. Moses Moody needs to play more. He can get you some buckets. Look, they missed pods yesterday. Like, there's no other way around it. Like, they did. They missed the normal pods production.
They missed a healthy Brandon
Yeah,
Pajewski.
exactly.
Yeah.
Now, did Pat Spencer do some really good things? Yeah, he did. He did. But then they went back to pods, and he wasn't himself. And I'm not mad at him, but I am a little frustrated that the coach didn't identify that in the first half and realize, like, dude, you don't have it tonight. It's okay. You don't have it tonight.
Well, Stan Van Gundy brought that up on the TNT broadcast. It was Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy on the call, and he was like, yeah, I'm a little surprised they're going back to Brandon Pajewski, considering he missed that chunk of time and he's battling food poisoning, getting the IVs. I don't understand that one. And I agree with Stan there. I was like, Pat Spencer's playing well. Just feed the hot hand. But again, you might not go back to Pat Spencer at all the rest of the series outside of garbage time. See what you got with the guy. He's playing well. He was, again, -2. I think he was probably the second highest in the plus-minus of all the big
played
chunks.
a good game.
He did.
He played a good
was
game.
finishing around the rim,
yes,
too.
And he was not fearless.
Yes.
Or was very fearless.
Yes.
The thing is, too, I think we've done this thing like, the trusted guys. Guys, we need people who are fearless and are aggressive. Moses Moody in the first quarter was aggressive and
That
fearless.
screen he sent, I'm still feeling it on Amen Thompson.
I want him to feel more empowerment. Not this, you're not one of the trusted guys thing. No. We're going to need everyone. We need people to play without restrictions and without fear. And if Jimmy's out, you're going to need those guys even more.
I want to hear from the people. I want to hear from Draymond Green after the game on not being able to get over the hump tonight. Here's Draymond Green on the Warriors' loss.
I just don't think we were able to get over the hump. We kind of hung around, but we just couldn't make that push to get over, 9 points, 11 points, cut it to 9 again, cut it to 11, and just couldn't get over the hump. So watch the film, figure it out, be better on Saturday.
And what they're going to find in the film, and what the Warriors tried to do in the first quarter, was attack Fred VanVleet. They tried to get multiple switches to have Jimmy Butler attack Fred VanVleet. I like that strategy.
Fred VanVleet's best play yesterday was getting into a Draymond and just going back and forth and them just kind of shouldering each other and just, trying to get under each other's skin. Timeout happened. Benches cleared. Tari Eason threw the towel. He got a tech. It hit Pat Spencer in the face. He's trying to throw it at Draymond. I thought Steve Kerr did a good job just calming the waters. The last thing we need is a potential Jimmy Butler and Draymond Greenless game 3. So get him out of there, pull him out, leave him on the bench. It's all right.
But when Draymond watches the film, he'll see what I saw. I know he will because he's very, very smart. He'll see way more than what I saw. I'll actually start there. Shoot the ball.
Yeah.
Square up to the hoop.
Yeah.
Like Dre has gotten back now to where he was 2 or 3 months ago, where he's not looking at the hoop. He needs to square up to the hoop. Now, the third quarter was good. He hit a couple of corner threes. I need that from him. He has got to be a threat offensively. He cannot be doing these predictable, pick the ball up, don't lose your dribble, and try to force a pass to Steph Curry or to Buddy Hield. He has got to be more assertive. He has some of the mismatches. He needs to exploit them.
Oreo Cookie, Oakland. Good morning, Oreo. What you got on yesterday's loss? Warriors, they lost Jimmy Butler, and hopefully they don't lose the series. What's up, man?
What up, fellas? Hey, man, I tuned in yesterday to watch the playoffs for the National Basketball Association, and a hockey game broke out, bro. They were all on skates, man. They were trying to hurt each other. So from the very beginning, intent was there from both sides. From the very first play, Moody got his head put down by homeboy. I can't remember his name, but we were ready to retaliate from there. But with all the negative stuff put aside, let's not lose sight that we accomplished what we needed to accomplish out in Houston. We got one game out there in Houston, and that's what we had to do. I got 3 guys that I need less minutes for. You guys talked about it earlier. We've seen it for a month. They just don't have it offensively. Looney, GP2. Oh man, what's the other? Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield.
But man, you guys got to sit down, man, for 5 minutes at a time. Take 5 minutes of each of those guys, spread it out to Spencer, obviously Kaminga, and QP. Give them some minutes, man. And even when Butler does come back, we're our old team, man. We can't keep playing these guys 40 minutes, 45 minutes. You got to take some minutes out of them because there's no guarantee that we were going to win, even with Jimmy last night. But we're going to run these guys into the ground. So I'm looking at Steve Kerr and see what you got, buddy.
All right, Steve Kerr.
Well, look, there's going to be a time in a matchup, if they can get out of this round, or even one of these games, where it makes sense to play one or all those guys however many minutes. It just feels like right now this is a bad matchup for a lot of those guys.
Well, let's see. Again, the role players play better at home. I'm very curious to see how they react. Like if Buddy Hield can't shoot still at Chase Center, then yeah, I mean, like, what are we doing at this point?
How many months has it been for Buddy, though?
You just said it, months. There's your answer right there.
So GP2 was shooting lights out for like a month and a half, and he's kind of fallen back down to earth, right?
Yeah.
Has he not?
Yeah.
Right?
No.
And all these things are coinciding simultaneously. And then, like, poor Kavon, like, he's just, I feel like I'm watching Father Time in real time, Like, it's just, you could see
I thought he was better yesterday, but at the same time, he was so awful in game one, it's not saying too much.
What's he bringing to the table right now?
Rebounding, but he got 4. Yes, he did have 2 offensive rebounds.
He had a nice putback on one.
He did, but that's, again, 13 minutes for him. He's not really giving you a whole hell of a lot.
He's clogging the lane.
Right.
And so you can only play him with certain lineups. And that's where I think QP right now stretches the floor and opens things up for others. And that's why I keep coming back to offense. They can't find enough offense from this roster right now.
Is this real? Are we going to the River Islands guest line right now? Do I see the name Daryl Johnson on the hotline? This can't be Daryl the Guru Johnson, is it?
Yes, and I need a wheel alignment. I'm on 880 listening to you guys bring it, man. Good show. But I just had to get this off because I'm hearing you guys do your thing. I don't think the Thompson foul on Butler, as much as it hurts and he's in pain, I just don't think it was dirty, man.
Well, we got called clowns earlier in the show, Goo, for saying that, there was zero intent. Yeah, people are upset about it. There's a lot of people that feel that Amen Thompson, whatever, undercut, whatever you want to call it, was dirty on Jimmy Butler. But that we've seen dirty plays, Goo. We've seen Dylan Brooks. We've seen Danny Green, right? Hell, we've seen Zaza Pachulia do it for the Warriors. Like, we know what dirty plays look like. That wasn't one of them.
And listen, Shasky, I'm Olivia Newton-John's biggest fan. Rest in peace to the Queen. I love physicality, but this is it's a big accusation when you say there was intent. And the great Hall of Fame Chris Mullin was on TV with Bonte Hill after the game, said he knew the family while I was in the lab running it back like you, Butch, thinking, was there intent? And the rat on the table is he was tussling with Dre. Yeah. Dre got the better of him, and momentum kind of threw him into Butler. And I waited for Dre after the game, like he'll set it off. Queen Latifah, he'll let us know if it was dirty. And Dre kind of described it as momentum. So I hate that people are coming for the kid. But the bottom line is I hope Butler's okay, man, because I'm up here lightweight nervous.
Goo, can they win this series if Jimmy Buckets misses a couple games?
Well, you're going to have to if he does. You're 4-time champs. But I'll say this. It was 25-26, I believe the record was, before you got Jimmy. That version of and I know no Wiggins here, but that version of the Warriors can't get it done. They got to go to the lab, man, and Kaminga's got to be a part. I know you didn't ask, but I'm just saying, if Butler can't go, Butch just said it, you need offense.
You do. And I actually thought in terms of guarding Jalen Green, because that's what killed them yesterday.
God, he was incredible.
I thought JK did the best job, even though it was a small stint on him. He had a sweet block. He forced him into passing when he didn't want to. He stayed in front of him. I think right now, we're giving GP2 this reputation, this benefit of the doubt. But if we're going off what I've seen in this series, in the small amount of time, JK's done a better job straight up on Jalen Green.
No, man. Hey, Butch, I love you, and I quiver when you said you love watching it back, and so do I. But you are right. And if we went boxing and looked at the weight class and the DNA and everything, the length, JK is like the perfect antidote for Green. So we'll see. And for the people calling in real quick, I know you guys got to go. saying that JK was bad or he's a bum. I mean, what did you expect? And I thought he went out and played basketball, but after what he's been through, come on, man. That is not why we lost the game. And I'm saying man.
Yeah,
not at all.
No, you know what the problem, Q, thank you for calling. We're up against it here.
Thanks, Q. Appreciate you, man.
The problem is that I do believe people are set in their ways, and there are certain people who can be never criticized.
Yeah.
For example, we get very few and far between emails, texts, whatever. I don't even know if people do emails, calls on Steph Curry's ball handling. Last night, his ball handling, look, Jalen Green was in his back pocket.
Him and Şengün, they were double teaming the hell out of him.
Okay.
He made a lot of mistakes.
Does that mean Steph sucks? No. It's a bad night, right? Simultaneously, like, they want to look for all the negative in what JK, he's not decisive. He's not yamming with authority. No one was. Did you watch this team? It's like hot potato on the wing. No one wants to look up at the hoop. Guys, you're not a threat unless both shoulders are squared to the basket. And too many guys are not a threat on this team in the half court offensively. And then what happens is they settle for a poor shot or a live ball turnover. They can't set their defense up. And you're fueling a young athletic team in transition. You're not going to win that battle. You've got to be better offensively.
888-957-9570. Without Jimmy Butler going forward potentially, what are you more concerned about, Dub Nation? Is it the offense or the defense? And especially in yesterday's loss where Jabari, sorry, John Jabari. Well, Jabari Smith actually was pretty good, but Jalen Green, 13 of 25, 8 of 18, 38 points, 6 assists yesterday. Alperen Şengün, who cooled down a little bit from scoring the ball, but Jalen Green, the confidence is what I did not want Houston and their young guys feeling heading into Game 3. And now they got a whole hell lot of it. And you know what? Game 3 now is massive. That is a massive, massive swing game. Not saying it's going to dictate the entire series, but if Jimmy Butler misses it and the Warriors are somehow able to win it, I think that would be a huge mental blow for Houston. Again, Jimmy Butler getting an MRI today. We shall see what happens.
What
and
time?
The extent. I don't know. Is Hugh Laurie doing it? Dr. Gregory House? Do you know that?
If only we knew.
9:55 as soon as the show ends.
If only we knew somebody who might have some Warrior intel who works on their behalf for a broadcasting company.
And would also share that information.
888-957-9570.
Bonte, can you hear me?
Oh, stop. By the way, is this still...
Help me, Bonte Hill. You're our only hope on this MRI.
Are you still feeling like this, by the way?
Or Tim Roy. I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even, this isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
Right from the top ropes,
In
Fedoni.
Steph, I trust, all right? I still think the Warriors can win this. If they have to miss Jimmy Butler, hell, for the rest of this series, maybe, I still got faith in Stephen freaking Curry, baby. You know what? Take care of business at home. You'll be just
One of my boys was texting me last night. It's prison ball. So I think we should just have the next game in San Quentin's yard. You know, just go to the San Quentin Warriors.
Broadcast live from there? Let's do it. Is Jack Steiner going to cater?
I love how soft we've become. We can't even have a physical, grinded out game. There were no punches thrown. Nothing.
I liked the physicality yesterday.
I loved it too.
But to Warriors fans, how did you feel about the physicality yesterday? Did you think it went too far? Do you think the rest should have done more? They not do enough? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And also, be sure to check out the draft show tonight. Yeah, the NFL draft is tonight, and we got that coverage from 6 to 10 right here on 95.7 The Game, leading up to every 49ers pick and reacting and analyzing after. Thursday, that's tonight, it'll be Grandy, Evan, and Sterling. And then tomorrow we'll also be back from 6 to 10 with Grandy and Sterling. Come on back. It's Spadoni at Shasky's The Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
free. Now gets it. Takes the hand up. Spins around. Shoots a one-hand floater. It crawls up. No good. Tipped by Looney. Got the offensive rebound. Back out to Spencer. Topside triple. Way too strong. But the Bank of Houston is open at night for Pat Spencer. And he makes it 47-34. The Rockets on top.
He is for hire.
Wow. 9 points. 4 of 6 from the field.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Patty Spence?
I've always had Pat Spencer's back. Remember I brought him up multiple times?
You're the LeBron James mean. I knew Pat Spencer was going to come into game 2 and ball
all I
out.
said was this.
I'm kidding.
I like, look at, if you're asking me, Corey Joseph or Pat Spencer, I'm taking Pat Spencer.
Wow, you really.
If you're asking me, Brad Wanamaker or Pat Spencer, I'm taking Pat Spencer.
You're giving me scrubinis. Thank you. I'm glad you're taking Pat Spencer.
Did Pat
over
Spencer
them.
play like a scrub?
No, you're just giving me other scrub players. Like I get you.
I watched the game before the Warrior game where Corey Joseph was on the floor for what felt like an eternity.
Hey, both of them have 2 first names, Pat Spencer and Corey Joseph. So
Brad Wanamaker. He was the worst.
Hey, you know what's not the worst?
My guy was an automatic turnover.
Real quick, if you're joining us and you're wondering, like, hey, you guys going to talk NFL draft at all? And I was like, well, first and foremost, not today because the Rockets just evened up this series and Jimmy Butler got hurt. Yeah, don't worry. Tomorrow, though, thank you for the drop. We will be breaking it down. 7:30, Brian Baldinger will be joining us. We will be doing some draft talk tomorrow. And tonight, we will be having live reaction with Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, 6 to 10. Lock in for that. We will have draft coverage here at 95.7 The Game. But Steiny Goo, Willard Dibbs, Morning Roast, right here. We're all locked in on this game because the Houston Rockets are back in this series. Had they lost yesterday, series is all but over. Not on paper, but psychologically, it would have been night-night. Now, they got life, Joe. They have life. And the extent of this Jimmy Butler injury is going to loom large in regards to the rest of this series and how it's going to go. Will he play on Saturday? There's an MRI scheduled today. What is it going to show in the imaging? We will get that information to all of you. But in the meantime, we got a lot of calls. Let's get to them. Miguel Hayward. Good morning, Miguel. What's your takeaway from yesterday's loss?
Hey, good morning, you guys. Man, that game was so physical. I think, that game was almost like a 90s game. But, I felt bad for Jimmy Buckets going down. I'm not really nervous about the game on Saturday. At least we got it tied. The only thing that we need to do if, Jimmy Buckets don't play, we got to tell Kaminga, hey, you got to be physical more. You got to rebound because, by just watching him play yesterday, he looked kind of lost. But I still like the fact that, we kept on fighting. We kept on fighting. At the end of the day, Green from the other team was just shooting them threes lights out. But I can't wait for the game on Saturday, and go Warriors. Thank you for taking my call.
There you go. I did thought he was getting choked up there for a second. I think he just stumbled a little bit, but that's all right. That was Miguel and Hayward.
The Warriors do get me emotional.
You're going to start crying. Jimmy Butler's fighting for his life out there. Let's relax, everyone. He walked away under his own power. Hopefully it's just
he hit free
contusion.
Throws. Or a free throw after.
Gutsy is what I call that. Gutsy. All right. Let's see if Joe Shasky could do that in the knockout tournament off of a sore butt, if you will. Sparky is in Alameda.
Is he an electrician?
I'm not sure. It's a good question. Sparky.
What's up, man?
How we feel about that Jimmy Butler injury? I almost said Jimmy Garoppolo.
First of all, I am an electrician. That's what I call myself.
Nice.
Sparky.
Shout out Local 6.
And neither here or there. At the end of February, I actually went and skiing and, trying to do some stunts, and I actually de-injured my pelvis. And I got to tell you, there's a difference when you are falling.
Sparky, what were you doing to injure your pelvis? Rewind. What's going on?
I went skiing at the end of February. I thought
got it. Where'd you go skiing? Were you in Lake Tahoe or what?
Sierra. That's the slopes. You got to go to Sierra.
Gotta hit the slopes, brother. Let's go. Okay, continue.
Yeah, you got
fresh powder.
But anyways, so going in the, just hit my pelvis, just doing a stunt, but I dropped 15 feet high, and it's a difference when you drop that high, and I'm still suffering my injury. I really think that these gentlemen play the sport, and they're a little bit more athletic and better looking than me, but I think that's going to cover him. does it hurt? It hurts like hell instantly, whether you fall a foot or 20 feet. It hurts. It hurts like hell. But I think he's going to be, he got the right staff. He's going to get through it. No panic. However, my point about the game is that we don't got to suffer. We did our job. While we are away, we're supposed to win one. Everybody knows that. We win the one. We set the stamp. We set the fear. And you know what? It's okay. A win is a win, but a series is a series. And you know what? There's a lot more Warriors to come. The strength of number, baby. Keep it going. I love this show. I'm not a Kevin Durant fan like you, but yep, keep on going. Yeah, Jimmy.
Thanks. Sparky and Alameda. There's a lot baked into that. Fell 15 feet skiing. Sparky also has one of the greatest drops in 95-7 the game history. This is from earlier in the season when they beat the Boston Celtics and heading into the Celtics game. This was Sparky.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
It's all time.
That was him.
That was him. He's him.
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Just like the challenge.
I like the whisper at the end.
He's so
it's
extra.
so good.
I didn't know where he was going. He's like, I hurt my pelvis skiing. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, dude, it fell 15 feet. Dude. You big skier, Joe? Have you ever gone skiing?
Yeah, one time.
More of a snowboarder guy?
No, I first off, it's very dangerous, number one.
Well, thanks.
Do you want to go on the Double Death Black Diamond? No, I don't. I want to go on the kids starter pack. Where's that?
The bunny slopes is what you'd like to do.
Dog, first off,
Bunny Hill.
The front shins were killing me. I'm not a skier. I admit, I've seen snow 3 or 4 times in my life.
You're going to sled. Maybe
I'm a city guy.
Maybe use the saucer.
And I'm not a rich city guy like Carter. I'm a city from the Excelsior guy who literally would go camping and stuff, but we didn't go to Tahoe. It was too far away. It was too expensive. And skiing is very pricey.
What's Manhattan versus the Bronx over here? Is that what we're doing? Jesus. All right. Why do you got to throw my guy Carter into the bus? He's a new, happily married man. He's crushing it, okay?
I'm not a skier.
That's fine.
Skiing is
snowboarding, I think, is more your speed, probably. It's easier for me.
I'll take your word for that. I am fascinated by snow. I just haven't been around.
I'm fascinated by snow. Yeah. There you go. Cut that, please. I'm fascinated in Sparky.
Well, there was a time in my 20s I was very fascinated by snow.
Hey, fresh powder, baby. WC is insane. Leandro wants to join in the conversation. I don't know where we're going right now. Jimmy Butler's out. That's all I know. Currently, he had to leave yesterday's game. Hopefully he's not out for game 3, but that remains to be seen. WC, what you got on last night's game? WC? Am I pronouncing it wrong? Is it No? All right. He's gone. 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. Larry is out in Hayward.
What's up, Larry?
Wants to talk about the physicality in this series. What's up, Larry? What you got?
Well, I don't mind the physicality as far as, banging for the boards and things like that. But what needs to stop is, they're pulling on Steph's shorts while he's trying to shoot a 3 and, all the hugging and all that stuff. That the refs need to call that. They need to get rid of that type of stuff. But, if you're banging down low and trying to grab a board or whatnot, I don't mind them, not blowing the whistle for that.
All right. That's Larry and Hayward, 888-957-9570. The physicality is something I heard from a lot. Obviously, our girl from LA was very upset about the physicality, thought the refs should have been calling more fouls. How did you feel about the physicality allowed last night, Dub Nation? Something or nothing going forward for you? Because Draymond Green said after the game yesterday, I don't think I have the quote here, but he thought it was less physical. Here, this is what he was asked. He was asked how much more.
Thought it was less physical.
He was asked how much more physical this game was to game 1.
Thought it was a little less physical than game 1.
So that's one of the most physical players in the league, and he thought it was even less physical. And Stephen Curry was asked about that and asked about what Draymond said after the game. Here's what he had to say.
Actually, I might agree with that. There's just a couple crashes they having out there. We know what their MO is and what they're trying to do. Use their size, their athleticism, their size advantage at times to try to bully us. And we had up a pretty good fight both games. I think we just let Jalen get going a little bit, and he got free to space. There's no reason he should get up 18 threes. We got to figure out a way to control where he is on the floor. Those are all momentum threes that kind of kept the separation. So. Yeah, probably as physical as game 1, but just a different style because we let him get loose.
So Steve Kerr didn't complain about the physicality. Draymond Green said this game was less physical, and so did Stephen Curry. So why are fans so upset about the physicality if the head coach and their best players aren't upset about it?
Because Jimmy got hurt, and the consequence. I'm not condoning it. I'm saying because Jimmy got hurt.
I mean, Steph even said there. He's like, yeah, there was a couple plays where, but like outside of that, it really wasn't that much like more physical.
Had the roles been reversed and it had been Jimmy Butler who was fighting through people blocking him out and then kind of fell or whatever, and Amen Thompson was up in the air, how would we all feel about that? It's like inadvertent.
Yeah,
you know,
we'd probably say the same thing.
Yeah, it sucks that he's hurt.
That Rockets fans are saying.
You know, and so like, I don't know, man. I understand the outrage from fans because they love their guy. And I'm sure that if we slowed it down from a variety of angles, we could point the finger at, you know, oh, look at Draymond did this. Steven Adams did that in that play. Amen did this. And Jimmy Butler should have done that. Do you know how hard it is in real time when things are going fast, people are jostling for position, and you're playing really, really hard? Was it a little reckless in terms of doing too much from Amen? After the shot, he went crashing it. Yeah,
Did they even review it? I don't even recall that. Did they review that to be a flagrant?
I don't know. I saw a bunch of highlights.
Yeah, I don't think they did review it. I know immediately when Jalen Green smacked Draymond in the head, the ref was like, all right, yeah, we're reviewing that immediately.
And
they got the right call. And they got the right call.
That was the right call. Now, could it have been a flagrant? Possibly. I wouldn't have been mad at that call. I just didn't think it was as egregious as everyone's making it out to be. I didn't think it was malicious. I didn't think it was quote unquote dirty. But I'm not mad at those who think it is. And that being said, it's unfortunate he got hurt. I thought it was just a tough basketball play. Someone went down. It sucks it was our guy.
Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Goo going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. If you want to play, guys, goat or gals, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. I'm going to be playing. Shasty's going to be playing. I think Willard and Dibbs are going to be playing. Can't wait for it on Monday. I need to get back out on the links, that's for sure. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
Now, Joe, I will admit this. In the first quarter, because I was keeping track of this, leading up to the Jimmy Butler play, Jalen Green went crashing into Steph Curry. Draymond Green went crashing into Dylan Brooks. Amen Thompson and Draymond Green crashed into each other and just splattered like a car crash almost.
Like an egg.
Şengün, hard elbow accidentally to someone. Jalen fighting hard for the ball on the floor with Steph Curry as they're both kind of laughing a little as they're getting up. Dylan and Dre jostling. Another foul with Dylan. He's got two quick ones. Tari Eason talking smack, shouldering someone. This game was physical leading up to that play.
It was.
So I understand why people think, they crossed the line.
And maybe because we weren't the actual players and the coaches that were there in person, like they're the ones telling you it wasn't as physical in game one. So maybe it was just the amount of big plays that you're alluding to right now that's kind of warping our mind about the physicality compared from game one to game two. And also, let's keep it a buck. Warriors won game one. So, like, you're a little jaded if you're a fan going into this one where you lost by 15 points and all those big momentous plays, those physical type of plays, felt like they were in the Houston Rockets' favor.
I don't know what's in the guy's heart. I don't know what's in his head. I'm just going off of how I felt looking at it. I didn't think he was trying to hurt him. No. Right? And that's just, again, but I'm also not mad at those who think that he did, because we're going to have different points of view on that. And, you know, something that might have happened to you on the court would bake into how you see it.
To be quite honest, like the intent and all that, it really doesn't matter to me. The fact of the matter is Jimmy Butler got hurt. And at the end of the day, if I'm a Warriors fan, that's all I'm worried about at this point. But his health, individual, like you could dwell on it for today, fine. But as far as I'm concerned, after today's show, Joe, I'm done talking about the play. I'm now worried about his status going forward. That's how you have to think about it. That's how the coaching staff is thinking about it. That's how the players are thinking about it.
But I think my reaction, having been involved in a lot of these things, and like on the floor as a coach, player, or whatever, and as a fan of the NBA for as long as I have, like on any level, I do always look at the guys on the floor. And if the guys on the floor or the guys on the bench don't react in some kind of crazy way, and then they all, in the NBA, they all look up at the monitor because it's showing the replay. Because remember, they stopped the play. He's on the ground. They're all looking up at the monitor. Had they all thought it was that bad, I think someone would have said something.
Or retaliated in a way, correct?
I kind of lean into like the players that are, and how they react to some of those things.
Draymond Green was asked about the shock of losing Jimmy that early in the game.
It was significant. Anytime you lose one of your best players, one of your top dogs, it's tough to overcome. But thought we did a good job fighting, giving ourselves a chance. We just couldn't get over the hump.
Draymond, have you talked to Jimmy Butler since that?
Jimmy's only going to tell you he feel good. Like, you good? Like, of course. So, we'll see.
And we shall see, because he might have been feeling okay yesterday, although the limp and the grimacing said otherwise to me. And as we know, with contusions or bruises, any walk of life, it feels a whole hell of a lot worse the next day usually than the day it happened because of all that adrenaline going through it. So, and he's an older player, so it's something to monitor. Even if he ends up playing, Joe, like, this is something that could linger. And that's the main issue for me when we're talking about this is, you might still win the series at the end of the day. It's the lingering effects after it for a player they're that old. Well, and by the way, after Saturday, it's just one day off in between going forward for the rest of these series.
That's the biggest part for me is, all right, so Saturday you get a couple days of rest, and then it's every other day.
Yep.
And that's why you want to, whoever it is wants to make quick work of this so they can get on to the next round and get a little bit of breathing room.
WC is back in San Leandro, wants to talk about the Warriors without Jimmy Butler. WC, what's going on, man? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, I lost you guys last time. Hey, all I could say is icy hot, Jimmy. Let's icy hot. Let's get ready. Get back in there if we can. And if not, then we'll play bully ball. We put in a 5. You put post in there and knock down a few people, and if we got to come off the bench, let's come off the bench early. And they want to do this flinging and everything. Let's fling. We could do that. We're not, we're professionals. We can play basketball, or do you want to play bully ball? So if Houston wants to play that way, fine. But I think we got a chance, and we just got to, keep the young guys, mix it all in. And then when it's time to put the skills in, put Curry in there, we get those shots and go home. Get on the bus and get out of town.
There is a element.
Thanks, WC.
And I mean metaphorically, so bear with me. Metaphorically, Bill Walsh had a theory that, hey, all of these games are like boxing matches. And if I beat you to the jab throughout the totality of the fight, by the 9th, 10th round, you've really been knocked down, right? Yeah. Metaphorically, right?
It's like those running plays in the NFL. Those 3 to 4 yard chunks you're getting start turning to 5 and 6 and 7
Derrick
yards.
Henry's career is built on that.
Yep.
Right? And then come the fourth quarter, it's impossible to bring him down. Next thing you know, he's breaking a 40-yarder. Yeah. I look at the Warriors right now and I say, hey, Dre's ready to fight back at all times,
right?
Metaphorically. I feel like Moody is on the verge of being one of those guys too. We need more guys to step up. We can't have people back down. And I think one of the misnomers about the Warriors during the dynastic years was Klay Thompson wasn't backing down from nobody. Bogut wasn't backing down from nobody. Iggy wasn't backing down from nobody. Not that these guys are currently, but yesterday the Rockets, they beat you on the jabs and they got to you all game. And I think they need to jab back. And I need the entire team to have a more hyper-focused aggression in the next game.
Warriors won round 1, if you will, in that analogy. Rockets won round 2. Who's going to win round 3 in game 3? That's going to be on Saturday to decide. Hopefully the role players step up bigger at home than they have on the road. Hopefully Brandon Podziemski feels better. And the status of Jimmy Butler, obviously, looming large there. Let's go to Dre and Lamore, who wants to talk about the Warriors.
Hey,
the Warriors offense yesterday and the needs to score and rebound. What's up, Dre? What you got, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
Nice show.
Thank you.
Been a long time, Butcher Boy.
What's up, bro? I miss you.
Thanks. I miss you, too. Hey, yeah, our scoring needs to come alive, especially with Curry out. I see a lot of guys, they have the mid-range. Looney, for example, I see him pass up a lot of them. I don't know if he's lost his confidence or what. I know that's not supposed to be a part of his game.
Well, did you see him? He took a mid-range shot yesterday, Dre, and it was one of the worst misses I've seen in the whole series.
You're right. It was. I'm thinking that's just no confidence. I mean, the guy can't shoot. And as far as the boards go, guys, sure, they got the height advantage. But when the ball is like being tussled about, I don't know if they're just younger, quicker, but they're seeming to get to the loose balls off the rebounds, Even the long ones where it's kind of a 50-50. They're getting them. I think our team is capable of getting those. Now, Jimmy misses Saturday. He misses Saturday. The Warriors can still take this, but I don't think they can take it if take the series if he misses the rest of the series. One game, our Dubs will be good. But they have to play with urgency, and they have to be just as mean and nasty as Houston. This is a 1990s type NBA series.
Thank you, Dre. I can hear in his voice. He was disgusted after yesterday, all the stuff that took place. And I hear him on that. But again, Jimmy Butler's status going forward, although it looms large, I think there are some things yesterday that you take away. You can be positive for the Warriors. A lot of those turnovers are just self-inflicted. Like, get rid of the ball. Don't get trapped. They were passive. Credit the Rockets defense, but also you need to recognize, look at the man in the mirror. Shout out MJ. A lot of that was brought upon yourself too. Passiveness. Yeah, be more aggressive. That's what I saw Pat Spencer. Just keep riding that guy.
That's why I loved what I saw from Pat Spencer. Yeah. And that's why I love what I saw from Quinn Post. Where he's pulling. He's ready to shoot. Tari Eason came ready to play. Yep. Dylan Brooks is always ready to play. Fred VanVleet was ready to play as poor as he played in that game. Jalen Green was clearly ready to play. Obviously, Şengün and Steven Adams. All their guys rose to the moment. I thought collectively they had a really good game, just across the board. Only a couple guys really came ready to play yesterday for the Warriors, and it was pretty evident to me.
888-957-9570, the number. Here's Stephen Curry talking about the Warriors struggling to score 100 against this Rockets team as of late.
How many times have they been under 100? That's just the style of, this matchup. So I don't care what the score is, as long as we got more points, we gotta get back to that.
I know you've mentioned though, when it is under 100 for both teams, like
that plays into the
Rockets' hands a little bit.
Yeah, and yesterday the Warriors just couldn't score. No. And I think their poor offense fueled the offense for the Rockets in transition. I mean, how many times did they try to strip the ball at the top of the key and just get out and get a leak dunk?
Oh, all night.
Yeah.
All night they were aggressive.
How many times did they get a long rebound on a poor shot?
Yep.
And then they had the matchups coming down the court, and they're like, oh, well, just stay where you're at. No one come up and screen. I'm going to attack this guy.
The 50-50 chances and opportunities they weren't cashing in on in game one, they cashed in on yesterday. And I thought the balls that weren't going in for them, that they needed to hit, were hitting yesterday. Whenever the Warriors were making a mini run, Rockets would counter, right? Whether it was Dylan Brooks at the end of his shot clock, it's like, man, he got that one. Or whether it was Fred VanVleet, like the 1 3-point shot he made. It's like, damn, really? Like, we didn't need it there. Well, or Tyrese and Jabari Smith. Yeah, they were stepping up.
I think with Jimmy's absence in that game, you really could have used Pod's playmaking and his dribbling.
He just didn't have it.
He just didn't have it yesterday. And that's why I was like, I would have went to Pat a little earlier.
I know.
I thought Pat was like getting them into offense. I'm not trying to pretend like Pat's some difference maker, please. I'm not. I just thought he had a good game yesterday.
He did. And it was, we're highlighting that because not a lot of Warriors players did have good games yesterday. Pat Spencer, though, was one of them. Jonathan Kaminga, kind of a mixed bag off the bench. 26 minutes for him.
What I saw.
11 points. Stephen Curry talked about Jonathan Kaminga being ready for the moment.
I thought he played aggressive. I know he probably wants to play better and, knock the rust off. But as soon as Jimmy went down, I actually saw him on the bench and gave him a little love and knew he was going to get his number called pretty quickly. And that is the nature of this league. We talked about it all the time. It's just hard to know and predict when it's going to be. But for him to come out and play with, with energy and with aggressiveness and just understand he can impact the game and he's going to have a huge part in what we do. I think whether Jimmy's out there or not, it feels like it could swing a different way. And so that's the challenge, and it's always been for him to see the pictures, understand the intensity that's out there, try to be in the right spots defensively, and then when he has opportunities to, be aggressive on the offensive end, take them. We trust him when he has the ball in his hands, and however many minutes he's out there and be ready to play.
It is just crazy to me how life works itself out. It always does. Whenever you are least ready for something to happen in your life, a miracle happens, an opportunity happens, a tragedy happens.
Right.
It's like life is crazy. And sports obviously replicates life. How many times in this region have we been like, that guy's done with this team. It's never going back.
Yeah.
Like Barry Zito. And all of a sudden, Barry Zito becomes a postseason hero.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
You know, like Brock Purdy. Like, we've seen all of these people have opportunities and things happen. And like, Juwan Jennings this year is a great example.
Yeah.
I mean, headed into the year, did anyone think Juwan Jennings was going to have a monster year like he did?
Juwan a man. No.
And then he wakes up and takes advantage of his opportunity. I mean, really, like Gary Payton Jr. got an opportunity off of a two-way deal and turned it into he's going to have like a 6, 7, 8, 9-year career in the NBA. That's pretty freaking incredible.
It is.
It's pretty incredible. So someone like JK, he's just completely frozen in carbonite. He's never going to come back for the Warriors. He's done. And I literally said it the day before. What'd I say?
You said you'd be shocked if he played the rest of the series.
But I also said, when his chance comes, because it's going to come.
I've been saying
he better be ready.
Absolutely.
And like, I thought it was a mixed bag, but I actually saw some things that I liked and I was encouraged with.
Well, I like that Steph said whether Jimmy's on the floor with him or not. So he seems to think maybe even when Jimmy does come back at some point in this series, maybe you still do give Jonathan Kaminga some opportunities.
Steph threw a transition pass to JK, boom, easy layup. They did a pick and roll. JK coming down the lane, left hand, layup, even though he missed it. It's like, wow, we actually got something going downhill, which could have opened up Steph Curry. I think the JK Steph Curry pick and roll can help them in this particular matchup.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco at Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. We are rolling here on a thirsty Thursday here in the Bay. I am thirsty. I need some water after this segment because we've been fired up. We've been hearing from the people. Let's hear more from the people because Frank is in Chico, wants to talk about Warriors offense and Draymond Green. Frank, good morning. How we feeling, man?
Good morning, guys. First off, love you guys. Love the show. I think you guys are right in the energy of concentrating on being accountable. So let's just start with this. Offensively, we need to be better. We need
totally
to
agree.
Better.
Totally
better.
agree.
Okay, we need to set our screens with a sense of urgency. We need to move and back cut without the ball. Now, with that said, and please let me finish, guys. I just want to say this. You open up the series, you're Ime Udoka, and you go on national television saying, yeah, we're going to foul, and you can't call every foul. Okay? You blatantly pushed Podziemski down on the ground yesterday. It wasn't even a basketball play. Then a quarter later, you throw a towel at Pat Spencer. Okay, you got Dylan Brooks on his own shot falling down, doing a somersault and kicking Steph Curry. Okay,
that was bad.
And all I'm asking you is this, and this isn't an excuse. We should beat this team, but what I'm asking you is this: if any one of those things that I just stated, not to mention the last where I don't care what anybody says, he ran through Jimmy Butler. If any one of those things happened, and it happened to be Draymond Green doing it, we wouldn't hear the end of it for another week. So all I'm saying is right, wrong, or otherwise, just let these Warrior fans express their because, if Draymond did any one of these things, Houston Rockets fans, as well as the NBA media, would not let us hear the end of it for years. So if Draymond does any one of those things, we're going to hear.
Yeah, because he has a track record.
Yeah, he has a reputation and a track record that's pretty long.
Frank, he was indefinitely suspended last year because of stuff like that. So that he has a track record. Amen Thompson, he's 19 years old.
Now, there's some videos.
Thanks, Frank. I appreciate
there are some videos circulating on Amen, but I think it's too early to make a determination on who he is at this point.
Top 5 as a rookie in the DPOY conversation.
Now, look, let me go.
So yes, you're going to be playing physical. If you're in the DPOY conversation, Joe, as a guard or whatever position you want to call him, you're going to be physical.
But I would draw the distinction here. Any one of those things, I would file under kind of like shenanigans from the Rockets, not dirty.
And I want
shenanigans.
I want to be
now. Dylan Brooks had Dylan Brooks been the one doing the Amen Thompson play, I do think we all look at it a little different.
No,
I will grant
because
him
he has a track record.
Exactly.
Amen Thompson does not have the track record for me yet.
And I watched Dylan do some. Yes, exactly.
As a Grizzly to Gary Payton II.
No, in this game. And in the first quarter leading up to that play.
And I want to reiterate what Frank was saying too. He's like, let Warriors fans be. I'm not saying Warriors fans can't be upset about the physicality. I'm telling you.
I haven't yelled at anyone.
No. I'm telling you the head coach and the players said that this game was less physical than game one.
His point is well taken though. In that there were a lot of other, there's a lot of extra stuff going on. There is.
But that's part of the Rockets' game plan, is it not?
No doubt.
They're trying to get under the Warriors' skin, and I thought they kind of...
No doubt.
I don't want to say punked. That's too strong a word, but they were more aggressive yesterday, and they were a greater force.
There are certain players in sports, like I'm thinking of a guy like Vontaze Burfict. If I just say that name, why are you laughing?
Because there's so much baked into Vontaze Burfict. I remember his last play in the NFL.
Yeah.
It was as an Oakland Raider.
But if I just...
the Indianapolis Colts, his last game is at Lucas Oil Stadium.
He was actually...
absolutely eviscerated. I think it might have been T.Y. Hilton.
Is that not part of his game?
Yes.
Okay.
He would have been great in the 70s.
All right.
Him, Ray Maluga. Oh, they were awesome together in Cincinnati.
Kevin Gogan.
Yeah.
Do you know who Kevin Gogan is?
Yes.
Went Sacred Heart guy here in San Francisco. One of the dirtiest players in the NFL.
Who's my guy for the Lions? He had the red contacts. He was dirty as hell. Vanden Bosch. Yeah, I remember him.
There's a lot of guys if I think of it, Ime Udoka, Dylan Brooks, Steven Adams,
Dominican Sue. There's another one.
Steven Adams squad. I kind of know what I'm going up against, right? And then at the same time, it's a Draymond Green Warrior team. So I also have to take a step back and realize, guys, I've looked the other way on a lot of things Draymond's done. So I'd be a little hypocritical if I was out here crying and talking about all the spilt milk when we're the ones spilling enough of our own milk in our own house.
Hopefully it's just whole milk, though, right? As we've established. Draymond Green talking about, again, how much more physical this game was to game one.
Thought it was a little less physical than game one.
And Stephen Curry agreed to it.
Actually, I might agree with that. There's just a couple crashes they having out there. We know what their MO is and what they're trying to do. Use their size, their athleticism, their size advantage at times to try to bully us. And we held up a pretty good fight both games. I think we just let Jalen get going a little bit, and he got free to space. There's no reason he should get up 18 threes. We got to figure out a way to control where he is on the floor. Those are all momentum threes that kind of kept the separation. So. Yeah, probably, as physical as game one, but just a different style because we let him get loose.
I think Jalen Green was excellent, but the other guys were good too, and I thought he did a great job facilitating for the other guys, whether it's Amen Thompson, Tari Eason. We haven't even talked about it. I thought Tari Eason was really good yesterday.
He was. He did some knuckleheaded things, throwing the towel.
Well, no, he is a knucklehead.
Yeah. Remember, he was the dude that Warriors come out to play. That was him last year.
Yes.
Yeah, he was going at it, and then Draymond obviously responded with the Rockets coming out to play. Where's mine? I just need to play it just for fun.
The Rockets coming out to play.
They came to play yesterday, and give them credit. I thought the Rockets overall, obviously Jimmy Butler, the game would have looked different, but the Rockets were the better team yesterday, top to bottom. I thought they were the better, and they were a more aggressive team early on. They came out with a more sense of urgency, knowing they needed to win that one.
What game I told you yesterday? What did I say?
What did you tell me? You say a lot of things, Joe.
What did I say about yesterday's game? I go, guys, this is going to be super physical.
You did.
And you're going to have to keep your composure.
And I thought Draymond did for the most part.
I agree.
Yes.
But did I not know? If I knew going in it was going to be physical, you don't think the Warriors knew it was going to be physical?
Well, they did.
We were asked about physicality after the first game, where Steve Kerr laughed at Tim Kawakami, basically, for suggesting it.
Ray is in South SF, and he says the Warriors are going to be just fine. Everyone relax.
I'm kind of with him.
Good morning, Ray. How we feeling, man?
Feeling good, man. Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Swell. What you got?
I'm hungry.
I'm just saying, man, everybody seems a little worried, a little concerned. I'm just going to say that straight up, Warriors is a champion caliber team still. They got some experience there. They've been here before. They've experienced adversity. They're going to get through it. They're going to make their adjustments they need to make, and they're going to get back in the game. They talk about the refs a lot. I've refed myself a few years. Refs not easy, man. You get heat no matter which way you call it, which way you blow the whistle. But in the beginning, you got to set the tone as a ref. You set the tone as the game, and as a player, right then how the game's going to get called for the rest of the game. So.
But let me defend the refs.
Thanks, Ray.
Dylan had 2 early fouls before this Butler game.
Yep.
Amen Thompson had 2 fouls and then picked up his 3rd on that play.
Yep.
Right? So Şengün had a foul already. They were in the bonus.
Yeah, they were.
The Warriors were already in the bonus. So I think the referees were actually calling a good game leading up to that point. As well as you could have. So I think that's one thing that
I did
Warrior
think
fans
the tech real quick on Draymond was soft as hell.
No,
on
I
Şengün,
agree.
Come on.
I agree. I agree. But I want to say leading up to the Jimmy Butler play, again, Dylan had 2 fouls. Ahmed had to pick up his third on that one. Şengün had one already. They were in the bonus.
They were. Ryan's in South San Francisco, wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Ryan? What you got, man?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Certainly can.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk. So Steve Kerr really talked about lineups that don't work out, Kaminga and Jimmy Butler. After watching last night, and I know due to Pajemski being sick and Jimmy Butler being out, but we had to see Post and Buddy Hield play defense together on the same team. I just think you can't have those two be on the same floor at the same time. Buddy Hield really, I like Buddy Hield as a player, but he really struggles to just stay with these quicker guards like Van Fleet and Jalen Green. And even when we're playing that 1-3-1 zone, he just digs like way too far into the paint and he leaves Jalen Green open for that three. I think Post works just because of what he gives you on the offensive end, but his defense is also pretty lackluster. And I get that he's a rookie, but he's still a 4-year college guy. I would expect a little bit more, especially he's a 7-footer. Like we really need him to grab those rebounds. So
I think he was way better than Looney yesterday. What do you think?
I feel like we didn't get to see Looney play that much, if I'm being honest.
What?
I feel like
13 minutes for Kevon Looney yesterday.
I saw a Looney, Gee, Buddy, Pods, Moody lineup. Again, I'll read that off to you again. Looney, Gee, Buddy,
Ryan.
Pods,
We're up
Moody.
against it.
And then they followed that up with Kaminga, Buddy, Pat Spencer, Dre, and Quinn Post. I can't believe that lineup.
All right. So Şengün was the dominant scorer in game 1. Jalen Green beat them in game 2. Did you like that defensive strategy from last night? Or should they have focused more on Green, a little bit less on Şengün last night? Focus more on the hot hand, more double teams on a Jalen Green.
I thought that they did a great job getting the matchups they were looking for. I wrote it down here. First play of the game, Jalen Green, high pick and roll. Şengün gets the screen to initiate the switch so he can get the guy he wants. Goes off dribble, bang, perfect pass, setting up Amen Thompson. They were crashing hard in the paint, and Draymond was the guy falling asleep off ball who was guarding Amen Thompson. They actually started this game with Butler on Şengün. That's what they were doing, okay? Then, let's go. Switch again, top of the key. Jalen Green, backpedal, 3. Right off the rip.
Yep.
Then he goes to the rim again on a high pick and roll. Dunk. So I think he just had them in a blender all game. He had a great game. Sometimes that happens.
We got one more segment to go here. Wow, this show has flown by. 888-957-9570. Rockets 109, Warriors 94. This series is tied at 1 game apiece, heading back to the Bay on Saturday's game 3. But in the meantime, what's going on with Jimmy Butler? MRI scheduled today. And if the Warriors have to miss Jimmy Butler for any amount of games, your confidence level in this series, has it shifted exponentially given the injury? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Mike, we got BPA, we got Oscar on the other side. It's Spadoni at Shasky. Come on back. It's going to be brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Curry gets an open look off a screen. That's good. He hits that. Oh, my goodness. It's raining threes in Houston. 58-46.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim, we're on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. There was a stretch there. How many consecutive, was it 5 or 6? Back to back to back to back. Everyone was making threes.
Meek Mill.
It was the Boston 3 party, if you will, yesterday out in Houston as the Rockets win 109-94. I'll give you a 3 for that one. Jimmy Butler, though, the biggest story coming out of that game, the pelvis contusion. The X-ray was negative, according to a source with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard. MRI today, though, it's going to reveal how deep that bruise is, if there's any other damage that is lingering, and his status for Game 3 is up in the air as of right now. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. We went from 24 hours ago being greedy about winning this game and going up 2-0, then coming back home. Now you're tied 1-1 and potentially no Jimmy Butler for Game 3.
I mean, let's just, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Lose on Saturday, and then it's hit the Andre Nicotina situation critical.
That quickly?
100%.
Really?
It's situation critical.
I still don't. Even if they get down 2-1 on Saturday, I don't know if I trust this Rockets team to have 4 games good enough offensively for them to win against the Warriors.
One thing has been established in this Rocket-Warrior matchup this year, no matter what the variations of lineups are, they have stymied the offense for the most part of the Warriors.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They have not been able to score over 100.
So that's why, to me, I have got to get more bucket getters out on the floor. And I'm looking at a couple of guys that can play in small spurts, not with each other. Buddy Hield, GP2, and Looney. And I'm not trying to pick on them. What I'm saying is that they've got to play more offensively minded combinations. And if Buddy Hield is going to play as many minutes as he's played over the last 4 or 5 games, and he's not going to score, and he's not going to set up for others, and he's not going to play defense, well, then he needs to not play.
888-957-9570. A lot of layers to this conversation as we got about 30 minutes to go until Fast 5, so we want to hear from you. Same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. And the physicality was a big takeaway from yesterday's game, too. Do you think the refs allowed that game to be too physical, Dub Nation? The players say it wasn't, but what do you feel heading after that game, 888-957-9570?
Let's establish that before the Jimmy Butler, injury, Dylan had 2 fouls, Amen had 2 fouls, plus that was going to be the third, and Şengün had 1. They were in the bonus.
Well, DeMarcus Cousins, former Warrior and current analyst for FanDuel Sports, he thought it was too physical.
Boogie, I want to talk about physicality because there are Warriors fans out there. They don't love this for their team. It's been very physical, but I think those of us watching are like, this is awesome to see. Do they have a point? Are the Rockets too physical? What have you seen?
It is getting to a point where I think the refs are letting too much go. And obviously as a fan, as a physical player myself, I enjoy this type of basketball. I think this is, the foundation of basketball. I think this has always been a part of it. I think in the past, 10, 15, possibly 20 years, we've kind of shied away from the physicality of basketball. But with all that being said, it was some plays within the game that I thought, the refs let go a little too much.
Okay. I'll take DeMarcus Cousins' word on this. I always feel that big, thicker centers and power forwards who play with their back to the basket never got enough whistles to the contact that was allowed against him. It was almost like, oh, well, you're big. So, smaller guys are able to be way more physical than you. Shaq is a great example for me. I never thought Shaq got enough calls.
Yeah, and Shaq will tell you that too. He's like, dude, people were allowed to punch me because I was so big and it didn't look like I was being hurt. Like, it was ridiculous. And I agree with that.
We do this like almost reverse psychology. Like, well, you're big, you should be able to take it.
Right.
And I've never kind of subscribed that. A foul's a foul. Exactly. Whether you're skinny, whether you're big, whether you're thick. So I do believe a lot of it, like a guy like DeMarcus Cousins, who was a big physical dude. I just think in his head, he never thought he got enough calls. And I kind of agree with him.
Well, Mike in Berkeley says game 3 is going to be even more physical. Mike, good morning. You're on with Spadoni
Let's just get
and
boxing gloves.
Shasky. What's up, man?
Hey, Joe and Joe. How's it going?
It's going great.
I think they smell blood in the water, and I think it's a system that's working for them. The more physical they get, the better off they are.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have a solution. It could be the play of the series, and it could be the play of the rest of the playoffs. I think the first time that they get chippy with Steph, I think the person that needs to come flying in and put his chest out is Moses Moody. And if he does that and stands up and even get a technical. Moses Moody getting a technical would be the best thing that could ever happen for this team. And I think that would propel the rest of the team into getting physical right back. I think it would be a huge lift for this team. What do you guys think?
That's Mike in Berkeley. Going and getting a technical. I thought Steve Kerr was going to do that early in the first half. He was heated. He was on the refs. He was pissed off because Gary Payton clearly got fouled and got shoved. They didn't call it. So he was heated. He was animated. Didn't get the tech. But I like sending a message like that. Does it have to be from Moses Moody? Like, does it have to be from, does it matter who? Like, at this point, I really don't think a technical is going to do much for this team. Like, you heard it from the players there. If anything, yesterday's game, you would have been fired up for the Jimmy Butler foul or the non-call, I guess, on Jimmy Butler from Amen Thompson. But they even looked and they even said, yeah, it wasn't dirty. So I don't know.
Is getting a technical going to fire you up to box out better? Is getting a technical
that's kind of where I'm at.
Is getting a technical going to help you stay in front of Jalen Green?
Yeah.
Not fall asleep off ball when a guy is cutting from the dunker spot to the post? Is that going to stop? Is a technical going to fire them up to not throw the ball into the second row on the first possession of the game?
Right.
Is that going to fire them up to actually square up to the hoop, Draymond Green at the top of the key and shoot? I hear him on like matching the intensity, and there's something to be said for that. There's no doubt. You can't play passive against this team. It's a requirement to match and meet their intensity, especially the way Ime Udoka on these timeouts is like all over the floor. I mean, he wants to chest someone so bad. He's a lunatic.
I was watching, it's on my screen right now where Fred VanVleet and Draymond are kind of going back and forth and jawing at each other. And Ime Udoka just like lurking right behind Draymond and keeping his eyes on him as he goes past him. Like, he wants to smoke. He does. And going back to the technical foul thing for the Warriors, is that playing right into the Rockets' hands? That's what they want. They want you to get upset. They want you to do the technicals. They want to do all that stuff.
And when you got the flagrant or whatever, you missed the free throw.
Yeah, that was
Draymond.
tough.
You missed one of the free throws. Like, there's little things that the Warriors need to worry about, and it's called executing and the details and knowing the personnel, not closing out on a non-shooter and Amen Thompson, Draymond Green, who pump fakes and goes right by you for a dunk. Like, that's how the Warriors are going to win this series, playing smarter, not playing more. I mean, yes, match their intensity and be some level of physical. I don't think a technical is making or breaking them.
Speaking of details and attention to detail, that's how I describe Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, good morning. How we feeling about that loss? Your boy JK off the bench, 26 minutes.
Good for him. I think, look, let's be honest, right? If Jimmy's out for even one game, I think the series is over, personally. They're really not a functional offensive team without Jimmy Butler. I mean, obviously you traded Wiggins and all that other stuff, right? And so, you're a worse team than you were when you were a 500 team playing against, pretty good Rockets team. So, yeah, I think he cannot miss one game. And, because they'll lose game 3, I think, without him. And then the momentum of the series is clearly back on Houston's side. I mean, we had one guy that could score last night, right? Out of 5 guys on the court.
Crazy, right?
If Steph was on the court. One guy that could score. But basically, game 3 is going to be, if there's any skin left on Guy Santos' elbows after that game, I want his butt shipped back to wherever, right? Like, they're going to have to be scrappy on the floor, every loose ball, because, they certainly have been not the guy. They certainly have lost the 50-50 balls so far in the series. And they can't be that team anymore. They're not good enough, especially without Jimmy. Pods has to bounce back and play great, right? Has to.
The the Looney, Gee, Buddy, Pods, Moody lineup didn't look offensive to you?
It's over. And also calls. Come on, Kerr. Right? Looney is done.
That's it.
I'd give TJD some run, man. Give somebody that could jump.
Thank you.
Maybe that has some energy. And if TJD dives for every loose ball, I don't want to see Looney again. That's my take. Have a great day, guys.
There he goes, Brian in Palo Alto. He's gone.
I wanted to give him a hug.
The caption said, "I love Jonathan Kaminga" with 10 exclamation points. I knew that was Sam trolling, but again, I don't think they lose game 3 without Jimmy and the series is over. I'm not willing to go that far.
I think a lot of fans feel that way.
I don't, though.
Okay.
I don't. I feel like the Rockets still, again, I know they had an offensive output. They scored 109 points because 38 points was from Jalen Green, all right? He's not doing that every single game. Now, Alperen Şengün, he's not going to get 17 points like that again. Maybe he'll go over 20. And again, the role players played well for the Houston Rockets. There's going to be, at one point, you'd think, Fred VanVleet's going to have to shoot something well. I mean, good God, that guy's been
You're
awful.
dancing around it. You're dancing around it. Here's where we've come. And this is the irony. Everybody that wants to destroy this kid at every turn, whether Jimmy comes back or not, I think it's pretty clear right now. They're not winning this series unless they get contributions from Jonathan Kaminga.
Whoa!
No, I don't know. It's not. I'm not. No. This isn't a hot take. Come on, we've seen it. Some of these other guys aren't stepping up right now. They're not able to score around the rim and match the athleticism of what the Rockets bring to the table.
24 hours ago, you told me that JK might not even sniff this series.
But this is how playoff series work, right? Josh Giddey, as I've brought up 50 times, was a key component to what helped OKC win a ton of games in the regular season. They got into a series. People are adjusting. They take away what you can and can't do well. And right now, there are other players on this team that are so defunct offensively, they're almost unplayable. And in a series where you're searching for offense, like you're looking for water in the desert, that's what this Warrior team is looking for right now. Jonathan Kaminga has some elements and traits that can help them score some buckets, and then I think brings things to the table on defense. Look, this is where we're come. And if you're not ready to embrace it, you're probably going to get bowed out here because you do need him. Whether Jimmy comes back or not, he's not playing 44 minutes a game. You're going to need JK. He can bring things to the table here. I'm not saying he's the end-all, be-all. I'm saying if you're asking for Buddy or GP2 or Looney to give you that punch, it's not coming. That 15-point game is not coming from those guys. JK can give it to you.
Speaking of Jonathan Kaminga, Steve Kerr was on our airways a few days ago with Willard and Dibbs talking about Kaminga and seizing an opportunity. And you were saying that yesterday, right? Seize your moment, you kept saying. Shout out Ernesto de la Cruz. Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs talking about Kaminga staying ready, and he's been great on the bench.
Jonathan has been fantastic. I mean, his attitude, his energy on the bench, cheering guys on, staying ready. He's a great young guy. And, this has been tough on him, but he is doing exactly what he should be doing, which is staying ready because, as I've told him and our coaches have told him, things can change in a heartbeat in the NBA, and he's got to just be ready for when his time comes, and that's exactly what he's doing. So he's staying ready, and I would be surprised if at some point, his time doesn't come because I've just seen this too many times. But when you're in a good groove, you kind of keep doing what you're doing, and then you adjust as you go.
So he gets 26 minutes off the bench yesterday, 4-12 shooting overall, 11 points, couple of assists. Got a block in there. That was nice and impressive. So it was a mixed bag from JK yesterday. And here's Stephen Curry talking about Kaminga, knowing that he would be ready to play when called upon.
I thought he played aggressive. I know he probably wants to play better and, knock the rust off. But as soon as Jimmy went down, I actually saw him on the bench and gave him a little love and knew he was going to get his number called pretty quickly. And that is the nature of this league. We talked about it all the time. It's just hard to know and predict when it's going to be. But for him to come out and play with energy and with aggressiveness and just understand he can impact the game and he's going to have a huge part in what we do. I think whether Jimmy's out there or not, it feels like it could swing a different way. And so that's the challenge. And it's always been for him to see the pictures, understand the intensity that's out there, try to be in the right spots defensively, and then when he has opportunities to, be aggressive on the offensive end, take them. we trust him when he has the ball in his hands, and however many minutes he's out there and be ready to play.
Now, life grants you opportunities to put your foot in the door as that door slowly opens up. Now is the opportunity of Jonathan Kaminga to seize the moment.
Yep.
Whether Jimmy comes back or not, we all agree he's not going 40-something minutes a game.
No.
All right? So JK will get that chance. Guy Santos is not going to get the long run at the 3 for stretches the way JK will. And now it's up to him. There's no excuses. And I think he's up for the task. I really do. I know a lot of people are going to sleep on him. They're going to short him as a stock, and they're going to say what he can and can't do and blah, blah, blah. Like, can we just all pull for him? I don't know why Warrior fans are, like, rooting for one guy against another guy.
Team, right?
It's like, my God, don't you want the Warriors to advance? We're going to need all hands on deck here.
You know what it comes down to. People want to be right. They want to pat themselves on the back. I'm just telling you, that's what they want.
I just want my team to win.
I know you do.
I want my team to win.
In Game 3, it's not quite a must-win, but according to Brown and Palo Alto, he said if they lose Game 3, the series is over. How many fans are feeling like that?
Look, there's a guy.
That's insane to me. I don't think it's over if you lose Game 3.
There's a guy on this team named Draymond Green who would have never gotten the opportunity that he was given without a David Lee injury.
Shocked you talking to me.
And he ran with it. Why do we have to alienate individual players on who played well and this guy sucks and that guy? I want Moody to ball out. I want JK to ball out. I want Potts to ball out. I want all these guys to ball out. I just want to win this series and move on. And then in the next series, if Moody doesn't fit or JK doesn't fit or whatever, we'll go with that matchup. It might be Looney in the next round who really fits and for whatever reason, Quentin Post doesn't. Like, whatever gives you your best chance to win. I'm pulling for these guys.
Oscar Fresno, he's been hanging on tight. Oscar, appreciate your patience. What you got, man?
Hey, what's up, Joe Shasky? What's up, Joe Spadoni?
Let's go.
What's up, dog?
Hey, guys, I'm not a Warrior fan. I don't love or hate the Warriors, so I just love watching basketball. That foul on Thompson, that was not a foul. If you take a look at the play, he kind of just gets tripped up, and Draymond kind of gives him like a small little shove that kind of like he had his momentum going forward and kind of like drove him that way. I don't think it was dirty at all. But if Butler don't play, you guys are in trouble. You guys will be in trouble. He's kind of like the one, other than Draymond, that brings the physicality you guys need. And he's the one that sets up all the other players. Because even if he comes back, I don't think he's going to be able to be as physical as he likes to be when he drives up on those shots. So don't be surprised if he does come back. Houston's going to kind of lay off on him and make him shoot instead of driving up, because he's not going to be 100%. If he comes back, he's going to be maybe less at 75 or less than that. So Steph Curry's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. And I agree. Quentin Post needs to play more because he can open up spacing for you guys. And Looney's too slow. He doesn't have no hop in him. And you know what? I don't have a team. I grew up being a Allen Iverson fan. So that was my team. I followed him going everywhere he went. And after that, it's just like, I just like watching basketball.
I like that. I appreciate your level.
He's Rob Lowe at the Niners game with the NFL hat. But he's wearing the NBA.
He's got the Jerry West logo hat.
That's right. I'm only a fan of the league. The Shield. That's who I defend.
I just hope both teams have fun.
Right? Oh, God.
Those are the worst people.
I hate that. Just any Super Bowl, right? It's like, oh, well, they're both making really good plays. Get the hell out of my house. I don't need to hear that.
Well, this year was
at least they made the game.
No. I don't like that.
Who is that character that you just became, Sam Lubman?
I don't know. There's a bunch of random fans out there with random voices.
One of your aunts or something like that?
I'm going to be at Freeman's and Prices this Saturday with Mark Grant.
Oh, you know what? That was my Filmo mic. At least they made the game. There you go.
Oh, it's pretty good. Thomas is in Monterey. Shout out to the 831. I still got my 831 area code. What's up, Thomas? What you got, man?
Hey guys. Just some thoughts on the game and the series. Several things. Unfortunately, shooters go through cold spells, right? And the timing couldn't be worse. Moody was hitting threes at a really good clip weeks ago. He's gone very cold in the last, couple weeks.
Basically 17 games.
Yep. And Podziemski, same thing, not hitting threes at the same level. Mm-hmm. Last night I saw, in the series, Moody, I see hesitation. There's times that he had a window. You got a short window before that defender comes out to shoot that three or that open shot. And that hesitation then the defender's on top of him, and then you're making a tough pass contested. Some of those get tipped, and it's a turnover. So that happened a number of times with Moody last night and Buddy Hield. Quick thing on Buddy Hield. Oh, my gosh. I just read he shot 51% from threes first 8 games of the season, 35% the next 74 games of the regular season.
Oh, no.
He's been atrocious. Yes, he's been atrocious lately. I look at Pat Spencer and his impact on the game in the minutes that he had. My buddies and I grew up Warrior fans for 30-plus years. We're like, give Kaminga, how does he not get 10, 12, 15 minutes, see how he does, especially with Buddy Hield's minutes. He's bigger, he's longer, more athletic. They're getting killed on the boards. And Kaminga's rusty, man. He was killing it, had playing the best basketball of his career before he got injured. And he was averaging almost 20 points a game for a stretch right before his injury. And he looked like he was turning the corner. And so he's so rusty. And then Steve Kerr just has, man, it's 4 years they've tried, to develop this guy. They didn't do a good job. I think he hasn't gotten the playing time over these years that he should have, even Moses Moody last year. But anyway, those are some thoughts there. And then on physicality, there's a difference. Physicality in the playoffs, I'm good with that. A lot of NBA fans are. But what's happening with Steph Curry is blatant fouls from teams across the league, hitting him, holding him, grabbing him, right? And those are fouls. And that affects, his game and being able to get the pass or the shot off. And so many blatant ones are missed. So I think there's a difference of physicalities and blatant fouls that aren't called.
Look, we spent a lot of time this morning talking about referees, fouls, role players. The 2 top dogs in the first quarter, Curry and Draymond Green, had how many turnovers?
A lot. They finished with 11 total.
I think they had 4 or 5, just the 2 of them before the Butler.
I'll tell you exactly real quick.
Before the Butler, there was the Curry left-handed pass out of bounds on the first possession into the first row. The Curry travel. We haven't even talked. Curry just traveled.
Steph had 3 turnovers in the first quarter. Draymond Green had 1.
I thought he had 3.
They had 5 total. Moses Moody also had 1.
So then I guess the Buddy Hield one must have came in the second quarter from Draymond Green. They were bad. Predictable. And the matchup is simple. Like when Dre has Fred VanVleet on him, he's got to square up to the hoop. Part of their offensive constipation.
Not just him. Quentin Post, dude, you're a foot taller than Fred.
But you know what?
Shoot over him.
Quentin played better as the game went on.
He did. No, I'm just saying that we talked about it yesterday.
Yes.
Attack Fred VanVleet.
But he's the rookie. Draymond is the Hall of Famer, right? Like Dre's going to play 40 minutes, 35 minutes. Like I think, look, I hear everyone, role players are going to factor into this. There's no doubt about it, especially with the Jimmy Butler injury.
And definitely at home, too.
But your 2 top dogs have got to play like it. And I told you guys going into this matchup, this is not a good defensive matchup for Draymond. They tried to hide Draymond off Şengün yesterday in the first quarter. He was guarding Amen Thompson 3 separate times. He let him cut to the basket unabated because he's over-helping on a Jalen Green penetration. Right? So it's never an individual. It's a 5-man defensive unit. There's a shell. You have to help the helper and all those things. But I'm telling you, man, right now, that they've got some deep issues with their starting lineup right now. And if Pods isn't scoring, to his point, it's making things really congested because Dre's not a shooter. They need Moses Moody's offense. They need Jonathan Kaminga's offense. They need Quentin Post's offense.
Well, and Draymond Green talked about it after the game, talking about that game plan potentially shifting after the events that took place yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Sure, we'll have to figure that out. It's no easy task in replacing Jimmy. Obviously, we all know what he's meant to this team since he's been here. We've kind of tailored our offense a bit around him, so, that will have to change a bit, but we'll see. He's tough. We got a couple days off, so we'll take it day by day and see where we get.
Take it day by day, and again, we're awaiting the MRI results at some point today with one Jimmy Butler III.
If Jimmy is out, I'm planting my flag here. I'm telling you what I would do.
Your Cooper flag?
If Jimmy's out for game 3, which everyone's going to feel, oh my God, you have no chance. I'm starting Steph.
No, you have a chance. You can win this game without Jimmy. You absolutely can. You've beaten this Rockets team without Jimmy in the past. I know he had Andrew Wiggins, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'm going to start this game with Steph, Moody, Kaminga, Draymond, and Quentin Post. That's the starting lineup I roll with. I need to get off to a good start. I absolutely need to have a good offensive flow. They've had stretches where the offenses look good, but in both games, they've come out and been clunky that first 6 minutes. I would have Pods come off the bench because then he can play some of the non-Curry minutes as a facilitator. Your point guard is easy. It's Draymond. Draymond plays point guard with that first unit. And with the stretched floor of Quentin Post and Moses Moody and Steph Curry, I believe you will open the floor up for Jonathan Kaminga on some of the downhill stuff and put him in the dunker spot. That would be, if Jimmy is out, that's my starting lineup. And I think it would be good.
Michael in San Mateo wants to talk about that. 888-957-9570. Good morning, Michael. What you got on last night's game and the Warriors potentially playing without Jimmy Butler going forward?
Oh, hey, guys. First-time caller. I am a Warriors fan. After we got Jimmy Butler, we became pretty much first in every category. And we know how the Warriors are without Jimmy Butler. Almost last, not last, but very bottom in a lot of categories. And that's a large sample size. So that much we know. Hopefully Jimmy can play, but Ime Udoka made it pretty clear what their strategy was. The whole playing physical thing. They're going to foul the shit out of everyone. And
Gotta dump that. Yeah. Later. See ya. Can't say that.
They're going to foul everybody.
The bleep out of them.
Yeah.
It happens. You know what? You got to say it. Well, that's why we're locked in right there. But I hear them.
Another lineup that I would try. Let's say Jimmy does play, but he's compromised to some level. Steph, I'm telling you, these are my lineups. People are going to roll their eyes. Steph, Moody, Butler. This is the starting line. We need to get off to a good start. Draymond and Quentin Post.
Okay.
And I know they don't like that. They like going with Pajemski, and I understand why. I'm telling you that other guy's got to be a stretch shooter. And
you're going to rely on Draymond as a facilitator that much?
Well, Jimmy's also a point guard. Okay. So, when Jimmy and Butler are out there, they're de facto point guards.
Yeah, no, for sure, Jimmy. I hear you on that.
They're both de facto point guards. I don't think you need Pods. I want Pods helping that second unit flow a little better. And then he might be the first guy into the game 4 or 5 minutes in.
Quentin Post, we played this earlier, but Quentin Post was asked about what the offense can do to get going, and he was just exhausted by the question.
What will it take to get the offense going how you guys need it to go?
Let's see. We just can't turn the ball over. We got to find a rhythm, right? In game one, we had Jimmy. Today we didn't, so that kind of disturbed our pace. We got sped up a little bit, but we'll be fine. We'll find a way to, settle us down, get good shots. We'll be fine.
So, their offense right now has been stagnant in a variety of lineups because you're playing a lot of non-shooters who are also cold, to that caller's point earlier.
Right.
He is right. They went back to it at the end of game one, and it did work, but it hasn't been as productive, which is their Steph, Moody, Pods, Butler, Draymond lineup, okay? Your normal starters and closers. But in this matchup, Şengün is destroying them.
He is. He's a problem.
So
He's a double machine against him.
I don't, if you're not going to exploit that with spacing, and if Moody cannot exploit that because he's been the guy guarding Moody on offense,
right,
and you're not defending him, and you're not at the point of attack, stopping Jalen Green, I don't think Moody on Jalen Green's a great matchup right now. I don't like Butler, especially with a butt injury, a tailbone injury, guarding Jalen Green. So I'm either going to have to get a floor spacer offensively in Quentin Post out in that starting lineup, or I'm going to have to get JK into that starting lineup. I don't even like GP2 on Jalen Green. I like JK on Jalen Green. JK knows him from the G League. They played together on that Unite team. He actually looked a lot better. Look at the highlights of Jalen Green. ESPN posted a 3-minute package of all Jalen Green shots. He was isoing against bigs, or he was, going by GP2, going by Pods, going by Steph Curry. JK in him, he hit one bucket on him. I thought JK did a good job on him. Relative to the others.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat the end of these calls before we get to Fast Five. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning. So many thoughts. First of all, I don't want to derail my point, but Joe, I don't know who, Shasky, I should say, who hurt you, but it's the playoffs. No one's rooting for any player to play bad. Maybe in the regular season you want to feel like you're smart, but everybody wants every player to ball out and do great. So I really don't subscribe to that mentality you think that fans have. But here's my main point.
I hear from it all day. That's all. That's like it's. I hear it on every platform, and we get calls all the time. I feels like people are rooting for and against certain players. It's wild.
It's the playoffs, man. I mean, regular season maybe, but playoffs.
I agree with you. But continue.
Okay, so here's the main thing. I know. I guess I'm up against it, as they say. I'll just say this. I don't really understand. Well, first of all, if Jimmy can't play the next two games, 3 and 4, we're cooked. I mean, maybe if he's out game 3, we can survive this series. But if he's out 3 and 4, we're done. But the second half, it created a lot of bad blood, and from a NBA fan standpoint, I think it's probably going to be a very fun series to watch. From a Warriors fan standpoint, I hated how much time was spent reviewing technical fouls. It's gotten too physical. The fact that Draymond and Curry would want to say, and you guys have played it so many times, hey, this game wasn't as physical as, whatever. I think that's ridiculous. They need to be lobbying, and Curry needs to be lobbying about how bad the officiating is as it relates to, how much the Rockets are getting away with. And whether it's true or untrue, you need to put that in their minds, because you cannot have the refs be comfortable with the way the second half went yesterday. They need to let them know, look, we really don't like the way this game is being officiated, because we need to have a faster whistle, especially on Steph. And we're at home. Our role players are going to play better at home. But my God, the amount of a molestation sensation, as it were, on Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's a tough one, Bobby.
I don't like that word.
Yeah,
I would save that word for it's fine.
It's fine. Don't even address that. Real quick, when it comes to the foul, the total foul call is pretty even. The Warriors had one more foul called against them than the Houston Rockets. And obviously there's time and place for all the fouls, what happens, this, that, and the other.
There was no
free throws were pretty close. It was 18 free throw attempts for the Warriors, 20 for the Houston Rockets. We can argue about
fouls, but I think that takes the pressure off of execution. That takes the pressure off of the Warriors getting physically outworked on the glass, or, in transition, or the loose handle and the poor passes that were predictable.
You don't think that Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr know about physical, like
it's been 12 years.
They've been doing this thing for a long time. If they thought it was egregious, they'd say something. You know what's not egregious? Fast Five. Oh man, what a show! Flew by. We got the NFL draft tonight, guys. Come on, where's my little jingle? It's gonna be all right. Come on, we got Mel Kiper. We got Daniel Jeremiah. We got there we go. And with the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the 49ers are selecting Shedeur Sanders, quarterback. But I'm just kidding. But it would be something. I just threw an absolute curveball to him that he whiffed on. That was an ephus pitch to you, Joe. What are you all right? You okay?
I can't wait to get these MRI results. I mean,
is it the meeting that we have in about 5 minutes?
Well, that too.
Is that the way?
The common theme that I hear from you, and I'm not complaining. This is the greatest job in the world. I'm so blessed. I'm so fortunate, so lucky. Trust me. I every day I wake up happy to go to work. I mean that, even when I'm not feeling well.
Yeah, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
I was up really late last night rewatching this game. I woke up really early to rewatch this game, which I am blessed to talk about, and I'm exhausted from all that.
Dude,
and
you're too blessed to be stressed.
What I don't want is I have to do this silly company meeting right now where I got to hear somebody in the other room talk about how things are changing because he's taking over, and I'm not going to lie. I'm a little tired.
What's that? They're broadcasting our show on the main TV right now there? Oh.
Look, crazy. Elon's a wacko for a lot of things, but one thing I agree with him on, meetings, for the most part, are a waste of time.
Meetings are a waste of time. Well, unfortunately, I think
we can bring that up in the meeting.
Yeah, we could use a little more meetings with certain things going on in our capital.
Sam, you're in your bag. Can we doge this place a little more?
Oh,
we got doged actually like a year and a half ago in the summer.
What do we got? Sam, you want to go? Carter?
Yeah, so whatever like protective padding that Steph's been wearing, can we get that for everybody on the Warriors just as like a preventative measure? Like
diaper?
Something, whatever they're called,
Depends.
the glute guard, the pelvic protector,
glute guard.
the pooper protector. I don't care what you want to call it. Just get everyone outfitted with these things because I am tired of guys
Barry
on the
Bonds
Warriors
elbow pad.
going down and banging their booty bone and being done for a day or two. So let's get some protection for our Warriors,
Sam,
right?
how-
I want to
happening
bang
right
your
now?
booty bone.
Oh,
What was
don't
that?
Google search any of those
What was
terms.
that?
That's NSFW. That's NSF Lubman right there. What's up, Carter?
Yeah,
What
my
you got?
final thought's a little more G-rated than that.
Please don't go Shannon Sharp on me, please.
Listen, anyone saying that game was too physical, that's soft. Game was perfect.
Thank you.
That was an NBA playoff game at its finest, and that's what the league wants for all 82, but that's just not going to happen. My second thought on that is I'd really like to see Steph Curry add one thing to his game, which is he's getting held the whole time. We all know that. Like, show the refs that. Throw your hands up. Do what you need to do to get the call. Like, I need him to do more of that to get these calls because it makes a huge difference. Get him in the bonus.
I think
They were in the bonus.
Yeah, but you're missing so many calls still. You're getting in the bonus with
they
8
can't
minutes
call.
left.
I hear you, but they're not
How
calling on
many,
every
how many
single
calls
possession.
is enough for Warrior
I know,
fans?
right? They got the calls yesterday still. Like, the calls were pretty much even. I don't know. Again, if Steph says it was less physical than game one, I'm going to believe Steph. I'm just going to do
In
what
the words of my wife, Joe, it's never enough.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do. That's all I know. All right.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Steiny lives for days like today.
On 95.7 The Game.
Kaminga takes the inbounds. He won't shoot it. Dribbles it at half court, and that's going to be your final score. Rockets 109, Warriors 94. Jalen Green, 38 points tonight for Houston on 13 of 25 shooting. Curry will finish with 20 with 9 assists on the night. But again, Jimmy Butler going down in a frightful fall after being undercut by Amen Thompson. Podziemski was out sick most of the night, played 14 minutes and didn't score. So the Warriors have health questions as they head back to the Bay.
Oh. All right. This is the playoffs. Things happen. Got to go win game 3. We got a series, Gil.
Yeah, we do. And I know you don't like attention thrown your way, but I'm going to give it to you because yesterday you had to remind me, as overzealous as I was, and I still stand on business. I still think the Warriors are going to be fine if Jimmy Butler is fine. And pelvic contusions brought to you by the 2025 Golden State Warriors. You know,
not bad.
Steph Curry, Jonathan Kaminga, and now Jimmy Butler. And I got to tell you, Steiny, we saw and lived through all three. Just real quick here. I mean, this one seemed the most violent, didn't it? It seemed like Jimmy was higher than those two. But with that said, Jalen Green, you showed me and shut me up. But again, I told you yesterday, Steiny, can the Rockets duplicate what they did last night 3 more times? And here I go. I'm grasping. We got one, and that was game 1. But I can't sit here and tell you, I'm ultra confident. But I will say this to the masses out there, and I played a little ball. Young Ahmed Thompson, Steiny, that was not a dirty foul on Jimmy Butler. Him and Draymond Green were tussling. Draymond got the better of him, sent him, and his momentum went into Jimmy. He didn't know Jimmy was going to be in the air, but a lot of people think it was dirty. I don't. Chris Mullin didn't. I will listen to him and Bonte after the show. So with that said, the Warriors are going to need some offense from somewhere, even if Jimmy's there, Steiny, and I don't know where they're going to get it.
If it was a dirty play, not one Warrior in the locker room said it was dirty. And this is the playoffs, and if they thought it was dirty, they would have made damn sure to make sure the league knew they thought it was dirty.
Wow.
The story last night was the Rockets' defense and physicality and Jalen Green. Jalen Green was Steph Curry last night, 13 for 25, 8 for 18. That is a Steph Curry line. And he had the game that a lot of people didn't think he could have.
You're talking to one of them.
And the Rockets were a different team in game 2, and they made the Warriors look like a different team in game 2. And it's 1-1. And the big picture's got to be you got your split in Houston. Let's hope Butler's ready to play by Saturday and start realizing that this is not going to be easy. It's just not. Even if you win the next 3 games, and I have no idea what's going to happen.
All right.
This is a physical series, and it's going to take a toll on the Warriors.
And, Steiny, I'm over here melting. I'm sports melting from you pointing out just the last thing about Butler and that injury and possible dirty play. None of the Warriors went there. And they got dudes that got voices that'll tell you fast, quick, and in a hurry, like Steve Kerr, Draymond Green. So I'll leave that there. But also, Steiny, I'm not second guessing, and Pods is a young guy. They missed the normal Pods. And when Jimmy got hurt, the Rockets were up 8. A couple turnovers by Dre and Curry. Curry, the first possession of the game, just airmailing it. But with that said, you got to know if you can go or not. And I thought Spencer, for him not knowing or getting to the arena, not knowing he's going to play, I just thought Pod, Steiny, and the numbers back it up. He wasn't feeling it. You got to know maybe it's just not my night. Let somebody else go.
It's a lose-lose.
It's a lose-lose.
It's a lose-lose. If Brandon Podziemski doesn't play last night, he gets criticized for not being able to play through an upset stomach. You know how things go. But you know what? He played last night.
Yeah.
And he was a reason you got beat. So it's a lose-lose situation. And that's just unfortunate. That's just the way sports are.
Yeah.
Hey, fight through it, fight through it, fight through it, fight through it. Yeah, he fought through it, and he was the worst player on the floor. the worst player on the floor.
What if I told you this real quick that bothered me? 43 of the 80 Warrior field goal attempts were from deep. That's too many, Steiny. And I know Jimmy is a big part of that, but 43 of your 80 shots were that's Houston's winning before you shoot it. They'll take that all day. There was no pressure on the rim.
Well, Steven Adams is a big boy. Şengün's a big boy.
37 minutes from Şengün and Adams. Yeah, Aquaman, 17 minutes, 3 less than game 1.
Who's Aquaman?
Adams.
Oh.
Jason Momoa? Is that his name, E?
Oh, God. I'm
they
such a
look
loser.
Eerily similar.
Okay, thank you. Did I get the name right,
I'm
E?
sorry.
Yes.
I didn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah, Aquaman.
I don't.
The ladies like him.
I didn't watch that one. The bottom line is I went down the box score. No, Warriors didn't have one player who played well. Not one player who played well. Post started making some shots late.
Spency?
I got it.
Oh, you know what? Okay, that's all right.
My guy.
All right.
Yeah. Steiny got into
All
it,
right.
too. He was out there
All right.
chipping.
Yeah, he got his face in front of a towel.
He was 5 of 7, Steiny, 12
All right,
minutes.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot about him.
They'll put some respect on his name.
Pods wasn't very good. Moody, I don't know if he was good or bad. He just seemed to float all game.
Now, what about J.K.?
I thought he was. What do you expect? I mean, what do you expect?
No, I will not say he played bad.
He was like everybody else. You can't sit a guy for 3 games and then when the starter goes out, look down to Jonathan Kaminga when you're down 10 and go, get in there, Jonathan, go help us win this game.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried.
But Steiny, 11 turnovers combined by Dre and Steph. That can't happen.
That's a young, aggressive, physical, defensive team.
I got to respect. Man, they showed me something.
And Curry and Draymond have the ball in their hands probably more than any other Warrior, especially when Butler's not in there. And so they can be pressured. Curry and Draymond Green can be pressured. We've seen it over the years, and last night it affected them.
The first possession, Steph threw it across, that just looked like he's throwing him a new ball. Not good.
No. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat last night, 109-94. The series tied 1 game apiece. And now game 3 is Saturday against the Rockets again.
ABC.
And I don't know why, but it feels like Butler, when you first saw it, you thought, oh my God, he may be done. But
just like Steph, though, remember Steph couldn't get up? I was like, go ahead, son. I remember.
No, I don't know, for what it's worth, like Charles Barkley was saying, he'll play Saturday. Steve Kerr was saying
he could have went back in.
He said he wanted to come back in and he'll be fine by Saturday. So if that's the case, Warriors just got beat in game 2. They got the split in Houston. Now they got to come home. But the idea that this one was going to be easy, I think vanished last night.
Well, here I go, front running. Because if you tell me Jimmy's going to play Saturday and he's fine, Steiny, I still like where we're at. But the bottom line was becoming abundantly clear when you talk about an older team led by 3 OGs in Butler, Steph, and Dre. I thought this was the cutest matchup or the easiest route. Americans, we love the path of least resistance. But Steiny, it looks like with this defensive energy that the Rockets have, even in losing efforts like game 1, the Warriors are taxed. This was physical. Olivia Newton-John last night, it was physical. But Draymond said it wasn't more physical than game 1.
Exactly.
So how can I speak?
So did Curry.
Yeah.
Yep. So, if you're out there saying, the game got out of hand.
Oh, it's out there.
Well, the Warriors didn't think so.
Yeah.
The Warriors were in that locker room seeming to acknowledge that they got beat last night, which they did. So now we got a series, ladies and gentlemen, and we just here's the thing, and you're talking about, boy, it looked like the veterans were taxed and this, and that's why I always say, like,
slow down.
They've played 2 playoff games, and we've seen how they've gone.
Feels like 6.
2. They're 1-1, but they've played 2 playoff games. If they want to shock the world, like some people think they can and will do, they got to play these games for the next 6 weeks.
How concerned, real quick, 5th time in 7 games against this Rocket defense, under 100 again. I know no Butler, but, I mean, Steiny.
Yeah, they play defense.
Man.
And they defend. And whether we think they foul, whether we think they get away with it, no matter what we think, they're not going away. They are going to play defense like that.
Yeah.
And the Warriors have to adjust, and they have adjusted to physicality in the past. So we'll see what happens. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
In 2025, start your journey.
jumper over Kaminga, knocks down another one. Well, the Warriors just haven't guarded him well all tonight. He's worked hard to get his points. He's got 35, but too many open looks for him.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Houston evens up the series last night in Houston. They win by 15. Warriors never really got it below 11 at any point when it really mattered.
But it kind of lingered there, Steiny, and I thought, is this going to be a classic Warrior, comeback? Because Houston is not running away with it, but I was wrong.
I don't think Houston's going to be able to run away with it because they don't score in bunches like the Warriors can. But look, the Rockets' defense is not going away.
Man, oh man.
We can complain about it. We can say it's over the top. We can say it's too much. And maybe the officiating will subtly change over the course of the series. But the Warriors got to deal with this. They got to deal with this young, energetic team that plays extremely hard and has a little bit of a nasty side to them. And, I think maybe we all got caught up in, I don't think this team's good, and Warriors own them, and, we were all wrong if that's what we thought.
Yeah, but, again, I'm not making excuses, and you're not asking me to, but the bottom line is, Steiny, we can't avoid the right on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, and that was Brandon Podziemski played 14 minutes. He had a bug. Hey, no excuses. And Jimmy Butler went out, and you were down 8. So I'm not taking anything away from Houston, but you hadn't asked me how I felt, and I don't know how Warrior fans feel moving forward. But Steiny, Saturday night, 5:30, if Jimmy's back, I still feel good about my Warriors in 5. And forget that. Forget me. The Warriors just winning the series. But, you look at the athleticism and the tenacity and the Zebras letting them play, and the Warriors were scrapping too. So, Moody said a bone-jarring pick on, I believe it was Thompson early on in the game, no foul, and maybe it wasn't, but I was like, man, they setting the tone. But that game sat there, and I was like, are the Rockets going to really, throw this one away? And they didn't. So I got to tip my cap, man. Even though Butler didn't play after the first quarter, the one thing that kept hitting me was, and I don't, maybe it's just a credit to Butler, I don't know, but you can't be a championship contender, then lose Jimmy Butler and look like that. Wow. Something, and if you... Evan brought up Boston without Tatum. Well, I'm looking, there are times, let's just say there are times, I'm not making it, but there are times, and last night was one of them. I'm watching the Warriors game, and I said to myself, they only have 2 really good players. Man. The Warriors. Yeah. They only have 2 really good players, and one guy just got hurt. And you bench your third leading scorer. Well. And one last thing, Scotty, one item. I want to put Quentin Post in the he played okay. He made shots late. Okay. I don't think he played well. But yeah. If you want to take something out of the game, absolutely. I'm fighting. No, I'm not saying it's a meaningless performance. It may, because he needed to make some shots. No doubt. And so he finally did, and maybe that gets him going for Game 3. Let's go to Bleach. This cannot be Bleacher Dave. Oh, he's around. The original Bleacher Dave? Yeah. Hello?
Come on, Steiny.
That's him, baby.
It's just me, baby.
That's him.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? You got it? Long time no talk. Tough loss last night, D.
Man, long time no talk. Look, it's so Steiny. Their Rockets are not in the Warriors class. We all saw that last night. Look.
They won. The Rockets.
They won.
They won by 15.
They won by 15, and boy, they tried to give it back. But the Warriors were playing without 2 of their starters, without 40% of their starting lineup. Pat Spencer is getting major rotation minutes in a playoff game. This is abnormal. So look.
Well,
if Jimmy Butler.
All right, go ahead. No, go ahead.
If Jimmy Butler can't play, the Warriors are cooked. And I certainly don't believe the thing like, he's going to be fine. We've seen Curry with this injury. We've seen everybody with this injury. He's not fine. And so this is going to be huge. and they're going to need a huge boost Saturday from the crowd. A couple of things we got to take away from that. I must believe that right now the league is giving instructions to the refs because we're approaching danger territory where players are going to get injured. And I'm not saying anything about this has anything to do with Butler. I'm just saying in general. When you got dudes like Amin Thompson elbowing Pat Spencer in the face as they go down the sideline because the ref turns his head, that's dirty play, and the league can see that. When you've got Boogie Cousins, who's from Houston, on a Houston post-game show saying, yeah, this has gotten away from us. For example, when they fouled Gary Payton and made him miss the dunk and didn't call it, that's too much. It's a problem. So I think they're going to – and so I like the rugged basketball, even though it doesn't favor my team. But when it gets to the place where the refs are not calling backcourt violations, where Steph is only shooting 6 free throws because we all see him getting mugged constantly, it's not basketball anymore. Okay. And so we can talk about how much we like back in the 80s. It's a reason they loosened up the offense for that game. It's most important with this big money now to keep these dudes from getting hurt. And I think the Warriors last night, they cut that thing to 11 and had so many chances.
You're right, man.
To get down in the double. Yeah, and just didn't do it. So I think they're right there. Yes, they lost by 15, but that game is way closer than it appeared. Jalen Green, I dare you to go for 38 again.
Thanks, Bleacher Dave. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I'm done with that, Bleacher Dave, because I said, Steiny, I don't think, the Dubs and that uniform are his kryptonite. Every shot he made, I felt like he was talking to me and giving me the bird.
So this is what I would say to Bleacher Dave. This is the playoffs. When coaches and players have a problem with officiating, this is the time you criticize officials to set the table for next game. And all I can tell you is Draymond Green said this game was not as physical as game 1. Somebody went to Curry and said Draymond said he didn't think this game was as physical as game 1. And Steph Curry said, I'd agree with that. There were a couple plays where there was a lot of clashing, but overall, your 2 stars who played didn't say anything about the officiating.
And the coach.
And I believe, and also, if anybody in that Warrior locker room, because I really do want to put this one to bed, if anybody in that Warrior locker room thought in their heart that was a dirty play by Thompson, again, it's the playoffs. You would have said, that's a dirty play. He should be suspended.
Or
this is not that, blah, blah, blah. And Steve Kerr said it was inadvertent.
Yeah, that's how I saw it.
And that's the way I saw it, too.
Now I want to...
It was a scrum in there.
Yeah,
Anthony Slater described it as you were playing Houston, it's a mosh pit in there, and stuff happens.
No doubt.
That's the way I looked at it.
Now, I'll say this. A couple Sundays ago, we heard Coach Udoka in the Win talk about the Warriors complaining and sending the message to the world that when a team complains, that symbolizes you're in their head. So I'm starting to wonder, Steiny, even if the Warriors feel like they're going against what they're saying behind closed doors, they know they got to bring it up a notch. They don't want to complain because Udoka put it out there. It was a regular season game after that. If the Warriors look like they're crying to the refs or the media, then, we got you. So I'll just say this. They could have retaliated if they thought it was bad. They didn't. They played hard. And I'm going to get a Warriors tip of the cap that they're not going to that card, they're being too physical, especially when we lived and have lived the Draymond Green experience. So if that's not the pot calling the kettle black, I don't know what is. And to Dre's credit, Jalen Green gave him an elbow, Steiny, a Ray Lewis forearm shiver, and Dre didn't do nothing back. And I was like, I thought Dre was going to go off. So Saturday, 5:30 p.m., I got to believe it's on, and the Warriors know they got to bring more physicality. But for the fans to say the Warriors are getting taken, I hate that stuff. This playoff hoops, man.
Exactly.
That's just me.
Let's go to Idris in Hayward. Hey, Idris, how you doing, man? What do you got, bud?
Hey,
How's it going, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Let's go ahead and just take a few steps back.
All right.
If we were down 0-1 coming into this game, we wouldn't have played like that. We came in, we already stole one. I saw the first 5 minutes of that, and I was like, the Warriors aren't ready to snatch this up.
Wow.
But guess what? What happened? Curry's having turnovers. Jimmy gets hurt. Draymond's trying to make plays. And then it's like literally the only person that looked like they had some Russell Westbrook on the good day injection was Spencer. I was like, oh, okay.
My God.
Well, he looks like he's not phased by it. But guess what? He's 28 years old. He's a grown man. He's not like he's like, I'm not afraid of these youngsters. So hopefully we can rally back. I mean, we're probably going to lose this game if we didn't have a great game, but the way we lost it, and I agree, Stein, the second we lost Jimmy Butler, we looked like a team that didn't even belong in the playoffs. So, I mean, we have to win the next game just to keep it, because we don't want to go down 2-1 and then Jimmy's, win the next game, and Dre and Steph, those turnovers, we've got to we got to lead by example. We can't have those things. But great talking to you guys. Always a pleasure.
All right, baby.
Thanks, Idris. Appreciate the call. They had 11 between them.
Yeah.
Draymond and Steph. And listen, I don't know. If Jimmy Butler stays in the game,
woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Who knows?
Yeah,
but the
come on.
bottom line is that game was not looking good. He played the first 10 minutes, and they didn't. And they did not look good.
Yes.
Now, obviously, they could come back, but that game, I agree with Idris, that game was heading in a bad direction anyway.
Yeah, and I'll give the Rockets credit in regard to closing out that first quarter. Remember I told you the last game, I felt like they should have been up more. They're up 10. They took advantage of their situation. But in regard to Jalen Green getting those looks, Steiny, do you think he did anything else besides just concentrate and make the bucket, or why was he so effective in this one? Because he was giving GP2, everybody the business. And that's why I'm like, and I told Shasky this, I cheated on you this morning, down at you and Evan, I called in and asked me to call in. If you just want to go to tail of the tape and DNA, he's got a lot of what Jalen Green has in regard to body type, Jonathan Kaminga, in regard to maybe trying to stop him. And he was getting,
No, I mean, you asked me about Jalen Green.
Was it just making shots or?
Well, I'm going to be honest, and this is where people were, the way fans talked about him for this series, for the first 3 days, they were painting him as a scrub. And the guy averaged 20 plus a game. The guy's athletic as hell.
Oh, man.
And the guys can get hot. And he got hot. And in a game like last night, I'm looking at the guy saying, I think he's got a little John Morant in him.
Oh, man. Longer version.
I mean, he's a young player, so there's going to be maybe more ups and downs. But no, he just proved that he ain't going to score 7 points a night. And I credit him. Sometimes you make shots. Sometimes you're feeling it. Sometimes you feel like you're more open than in other games. Sometimes you're more motivated because you've played 3 or 4 bad games in a row. And he got over on the Warriors last night.
And we have thrown, and rightfully so, rose petals at the feet of Jimmy Butler and how he transformed this team. But if we all, Dub Nation, needed a reminder, Steiny, his gravity, just how humongous him being out on the court with what he brings to the table. If you need a reminder, it was yesterday's game after he left.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to tell me they only got 2 guys and he goes out, then it was Steph versus the Rockets on offense.
Yeah. This is where I got to.
What you got?
Don Dada, 1200. Steiny, please stop. You were down on Jalen Green, too. In fact, you said the Rockets are a team full of Jonathan Kamingas. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Get your facts straight.
That's our guy, Will.
That was not me.
And I co-signed him, too, on
straight.
that. Yeah.
Get your facts straight.
I just don't like crying for the whistle in the offs. Watch the Denver Clippers series. Watch what's going on around us. So I'll leave that there.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat last night.
1-1.
Jimmy Butler gets hurt. We'll find out hopefully more today after he gets an MRI, but I got a sneaky feeling it's going to be one of those He's hurt, game time decision.
Now, Curry missed a week, Steiny.
We'll see. In the regular season. In the regular season.
All right.
And, that's a good point because a lot of people went to Curry after the game and asked him about the injury because he had it. And
you're right.
Curry essentially said, well, if there's no damage, then it's just pain tolerance. And I shouldn't say just pain tolerance, but then it's a pain tolerance issue. So we'll see. He's got, hey, the schedule broke well for him. Maybe if that game's tomorrow, that's the difference between Butler playing Saturday and not playing Friday. Who knows? Daniel and Hayward. Hey, Daniel, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, just wanted to come on here real quick, say it's still Dubs in 5.
All right.
Hey,
Dubs in 5, Steiny.
Hope same.
All right.
Yeah, hope the same thing's gonna happen again. And it's Dubs in 5, baby.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it, Daniel. I loved his reasoning behind that. It's a feeling.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a feeling he had.
I'm out.
Kaminga, Steiny, 26 minutes. We gotta talk about him. You said we won't talk about him until he plays. He played, and I'm not even mad at him.
Why would you be mad at him?
Because a lot of people are,
saying what?
Tried to finish with his left on his first shot.
Okay, he makes that shot normally.
No doubt.
Okay.
Missed it, and then he had one reverse where it went over the stanchion.
Lost control of it.
Yeah, gotcha. So I don't know if they thought he was going to be Kobe or Kevin Durant after not playing and dealing with the mental spot.
Like, nobody would be dumb enough to think Kaminga was going to come out.
Well, if you get on Twitter, you'll see it.
And win that game for the Warriors.
No doubt. This is a chance. I'm like, man, that's unfair, man.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
11 points, -3, plus/minus if you're into it.
I mean, the one thing, if you want to say it, I can't tell you, oh, that's wrong. But if you want to make a case that somehow, some way, Kerr should have kept Kaminga in the mix, and because he didn't, Kaminga's not the player he was. Okay, yeah, I'll listen to that. Of course I will. But I got bigger concerns about Kaminga. And it's not about, whether he can come to play or not. I just, and I'll get into it, but I'm more worried about Kaminga the rest of the series, and to ask if Jimmy Butler doesn't play, asking Kaminga to do what they're going to need him to do it's just too much.
I got you.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. All right, he's optimistic. We'll get some optimism here. What's up,
We need it, baby.
Oh, man, that was so horrible to see Jimmy Butler just fall like that.
Yep.
Oh, man, but I'm not going to say it was a dirty play by Amen Thompson. I think he was trying to go for the rebound, and, Butler skied up like that and jumped up in the air, man. But
appreciate that. Appreciate that,
eh? Swept. Yeah, it's not dirty. It's just tough basketball. But I'll pick the Warriors to win in 6, and, we'll see what happens and all that. But we going back home. It's better going back home 1-1 than going back, on the road 1-1. At the end of the day, I think Jimmy Butler, he's tough as nails. He's going to play. And, at the end of the day, in the words of top 49ers rival ever, Aaron Rodgers, RELAX. Relax. We'll be all good.
We'll do that when we get the MRI back, Antonio. We got to get the MRI back. We got to get that back. Then we can RELAX.
Thanks, Antonio.
I hear you.
Appreciate it, buddy.
I said what I said.
I'll tell you what,
I love that.
That's the man.
Who?
Antonio. Yeah. Calling in after a loss. Is still optimistic. I'll tell you what.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Well, those are our fans do that. They don't go run and hide, and then that's front running. We don't.
Right, a lot of fans do that. Antonio never does. Plus, but Antonio's consistent.
I got to say this, and I thought about this, you and Evan, last night. There was one play that bothered me, just real quick in regard to Kaminga.
Okay.
On offense, you always have to keep your eye on the ball. Guy Santos threw him the ball, and him and Looney had their back turned. Like, this is a playoff game.
KYP.
JK, Looney can get away with it. You can't. That was a bad look. Why are you not knowing where the ball is at? And anyway, Jalen Green got it and looked like Jordan.
That was a great dunk.
It was a great. He had a few great dunks, Donnie.
Yeah, that dude can leap,
Dude,
man.
oh, here we go. He can leap with the best of them.
He took off behind Santos and still got to the rim before him.
What's he left too soon. Boy.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got ourselves a series. It's 1-1, and the teams are coming back to San Francisco for Game 3 at Chase Center on Saturday. As Guru said, it's an ABC game. It's going to be another big boy game.
Man.
Hell, all the playoffs are big boy games. And
you know whose voice is playing in my mind right now?
Who?
Our guy from Oakland, JD, that called us and said, put some respect on the Rockets' name.
We had a few of those yesterday.
Yeah, but the way he did it, and yesterday kind of, captured that.
Well,
You think I shortchanged the Rockets?
Yes.
But Stoney, they got to do that 3 more times. Butler went out. Pods wasn't there.
I am absolutely.
Seriously.
Okay, can I be honest?
No, go ahead. Always.
This is from the heart.
Yeah. You have one, huh?
This is from the heart. What has been incredible to me over the last 3 days is this assumption that the Warriors, because they won Game 1, were going to not only win the series, but likely roll in the series. How many playoff series? And you know what? Shame on you, Warrior fans. How many playoff series do you have to see change in the snap of a finger?
I'll give that to you.
And everything changes.
But we were being proactive if that didn't happen.
If you assume that that's the way it's going to be, then you have not been watching playoff basketball for a long period of time. I'm sorry.
You said it yesterday.
The
I got to give it to
conclusions
you.
that were being jumped to, it has nothing to do with the Warriors. It has nothing to do with the Warriors. It has to do with the playoffs in general. Lakers lose Game 1. They're done. You oughta. It's
but
like
you
they're
understand.
not done.
I got you, Stoney. But real quick, I want you to answer this. You understand, and it's kind of weird, but I understand it because I'm a Warrior fan. The Warriors were heavily favored in this series.
Okay,
so that goes to what you're speaking on. A lot of people thought, and this still can happen, that they were gonna.
We're gonna what?
This was gonna be easy.
Well, that you know what? That's stupid, and we all know it's stupid. We do, Goo. We do. It's the playoffs. Rockets are.
But
yes,
Butler, I got you.
They're
Butler,
young, but they play hard
I'm
as
not
hell.
saying, and they do, but Stoney, I'm not saying woulda, coulda, shoulda. But if Butler doesn't go down and Pods is not sick, but they were. I got.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You know what? If Butler stays, I'll give it to you. If Butler stays healthy and Pods isn't sick, it's 2-0.
I don't like that because that didn't happen. But I don't think Houston can do that 3 more times.
Okay.
That's all.
So I'm
gonna die on that.
But here's the thing.
Hill.
Well done.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. You don't think they can do it 3 more times?
I just don't.
It doesn't matter. You didn't think they could do it once.
No, I got you.
People didn't think they could do it once. Some people.
I got you.
All right.
Gentlemen sweep.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Man.
Well, actually, we can't have a gentleman's sweep now.
That's true.
I got to bet with Spadoni.
That's true. Gentleman's sweep is 3 straight wins.
I got you. All right. A lot of people don't know that. That's good stuff.
I'm going to have to channel my inner Zaza Pachulia.
Cleveland.
Warriors fans. Nothing easy. Nothing.
Close out on Gil.
Dibbs is going to do his victory lap. It's already started. He picked Rockets.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Employee pricing for all is on now at Serramonte Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Serramonte Boulevard or shop 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, from America for America.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
It's a 5-man puzzle, and the
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Warriors get beat last night. Series now 1-1, and it shifts to the Bay. Saturday.
Man, then
Rockets
Monday.
come in Saturday, Monday.
So Jimmy, if he's Ellen, Steiny, he's, 2 games in 48 hours.
Yep. Go ahead. You want
All right,
do you want to do?
This is what I'm tired of. And this is my guy in New Jersey. This is a text I'm going to read on there, a Warrior fan.
Okay, personal text?
Yeah, personal text.
Oh, okay.
Goo, Joe Lacob needs to call Adam Silver and tell his ass, enough is enough. Adam, you are well aware what Steph Curry has done for your league, my team, the Bay Area, and the game as a whole. My team has leapfrogged the Knicks, the Lakers in value. All the kids and pros want to be Steph. How the hell are you allowing this man to get mugged every night? I'm sick of it, and I have to watch Jalen Brunson's bum ass get calls on flops all night. Make it stop.
He deserved it.
What am I missing from the Rocket? Curry's not saying he's getting grabbed.
Draymond
Green talked about how stronger he's gotten.
Draymond Green said the game was less physical than game one. Steph Curry agreed. That's what they said after the game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where you at, Warrior fans? Where you at? Series is 1-1.
Man, I was wrong.
We got ourselves a series. The big picture, I still believe the big picture has well, it kind of has.
Well, I need an MRI report before the big picture with me.
Well,
come on now.
Well, I don't think the MRI is going to tell anything except he's got it.
But is he going to play Saturday? That was a vicious fall. So was Steph. So was Kaminga's.
No doubt. I'm just saying.
But if Steph missed a week, you're saying, Goo, that wasn't the offs.
Right. I just feel like what I heard after the game and what I heard players say that Butler said, I'm encouraged that he'll play. If he doesn't, okay, then you got to scratch and claw out a win against the Rockets. This is what I mean. This is the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, Boston played without Tatum last night.
They did. Orlando made it tough, but I hear you.
He's got other players are going to miss games in this postseason.
Well, they got 10 guys that can make threes
on other teams. Yeah. So that's just the way it goes. And if Butler comes back on Saturday, then the Warriors dodged a bullet and they got their split. And now you try to take 2 at home to take control of the series. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. It feels like, and I could be wrong, and if I am, tell me. But, it does feel like there was a segment of Warrior fans that thought this was going to be easy. Then there's another group of Warrior fans that knew there was no way it could be as easy as game one seemed. And I'm just wondering how Warrior fans are feeling. I mean, if I'd be a Warrior fan right now, I'd say, hey, we got one. We got one, which is what good teams do. I mean, you got one. You're not the home team. You did what you needed to do. You split. And you know what? Instead of I would,
and it wasn't easy.
I agree with who was it?
Barkley.
No, somebody early. I do feel like I didn't like the way that game was going in the first 10 minutes.
Oh, right.
And it did have the feel of a team playing with a little house money, and the Rockets. We used to have this phrase, playing out of their gourds.
Yeah.
And so,
they were down 8 when Jimmy got hurt.
Exactly.
And turnover city had started.
If I tell you something that sounds certain way, would you believe me?
Let's go.
So I got a little behind at the beginning of the game because I wanted to eat something. So I paused it.
This is the best thing ever.
God, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is great.
You got to put your phone down, though. Because if we text out, did you see this?
No doubt.
Yeah.
And so I'm behind. And I watched the first 6 minutes of the game.
Yes.
And Butler's playing.
Okay.
And the Warriors look terrible.
Let me be quiet.
They're down. I don't know. Whatever the score was at the 6 minute mark, I'm like, oh my God, they can't score. And I said to myself, and I wrote it down. This is the Kaminga game. But the reason I said that is because they were going to have trouble scoring all night. They had fallen behind by 10 or 12, and I thought, well, this is the one because you can't generate offense, and now you need something, just something to give them a crack.
I love that.
But unfortunately, it came at the expense of the Butler injury.
And I got to say this, and you tell me what you think, and I believe you, Steiny. What's my thing for the playoffs? Foot speed. I saw Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Butler, before he got hurt. He's 35 years old, Steiny. He's a stud. But those Rockets defenders were waiting on him like a shadow. So I didn't see that first step, that jab to where I'm going to turn the corner on you. It was like the Rocket defenders were like, okay, you turn in the corner, I'm going to be right here with you. And then he made a pass, and that's when I said to myself, oh, that's just the Rockets' defense, because we saw it in the Game 1 win from the Warriors, but they only mustered up 95 points. So I guess I'm going here again. The right on the table, Steiny, is if this team is going, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, if this team is going to beat the Rockets, Butler or no Butler, and we expect Butler back, Jonathan Kaminga has to play. That's and I'll say that and leave it there. But that was my biggest takeaway yesterday, watching that defense. They're not petrified of too many people offensively, Stoney, to take them off the dribble. Kaminga can do that. He wasn't perfect yesterday.
They're in a situation now where they might have to play him. And I'm just, if Butler misses a game and Kaminga's got to start, that is just a lot to ask now of Jonathan Kaminga. But we'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat last night, and again, they come back home, and Warrior fans, I am kind of interested to hear about the Warrior fans that knew or thought this was going to be a tough series, if they've seen anything that leads them to believe that one team has an advantage over another. Like I said it yesterday, I believe the Warriors have a better basketball team. But that doesn't always win. And they might not have a better basketball team if Butler's hurt.
Or compromised.
Exactly. But look, the Warriors are going to have to battle. And you know what? Even if the Warriors win the next 3 games, you can just see how the toll of the playoffs is a factor.
It's a grind
for every team.
Yeah, it's
every single team.
It's a grind.
And dealing with that toll of the playoffs goes a long way toward determining who wins it all.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't think Guy Santos had his best game either.
I thought it was really bad.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's the playoffs, and again, that's why I give Post the credit for hitting those threes. And every time he hit one, to make it 14 or 13 or 11, I'm like, the Rockets really going to blow this, this opportunity. They didn't. But Steiner, you didn't tell me, and I don't need clearance from you, or the validity. But the fact that the Warriors collectively feel like they've gotten a memo and they're not going to say what a lot of fans are saying about what they're doing, the grabbing, the holding, and the thug life defense. Do you think it's because Udoka, or it might have something to do with what he said and the world heard it? If they complain, we got them. So maybe the Warriors are like, we can't let them know. It's chess, not checkers. We can't complain publicly.
Well, I wouldn't go that far because, look, the game was last night. I don't know if there's media availability today, but if there's not today, it'll be tomorrow. And at that point, Steve Kerr still has in his arsenal. We went back and looked at the film. And if the refs are this ain't, he still can go there. He didn't have, and maybe he didn't go there because, he
Well, you got an injured player on a questionable call, but the real ones know that was not a dirty foul.
Yeah, the Warriors don't seem to think it was a dirty foul. So what I take out of that is, Kerr in the aftermath definitely wanted to make sure to say that he thought it was inadvertent. He He didn't say anything critical of the officials, but that doesn't mean he might not today or tomorrow. And then we'll see. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Nick. Nick's in the city. Hey, Nick, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Good to be on again, guys.
Sure.
I think I don't think it was anything like a ref show. I think the fouls to me were non-issue. Really, I think what's going on is kind of like you said with the absence of Jimmy. I think Kaminga's got to come back in again. And I know he had a certain plus minus that people were kind of obsessed with for a while, but I think the Dubs still have the advantage. They're the better basketball team, but Steiny, it's kind of like you said earlier in the week. Houston's kind of asking more from their young guys than Golden State is going to ask from their stars, really. So I think they got to do more work technically than the Dubs do. But
agree.
I think they're going to be fine. But Steve's got to find his 5 for the next round because the next rounds are going to be tough. Like the Clippers looks like Kawhi of 2012 right now. It's nuts.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick.
But where's the caution to Nick, Steiny? I love Nick. He's talking about the second round, and our dude's getting an MRI, Jimmy Butler, and the game Saturday. So, I'm talking to myself, Steiny, Warriors in 5. I'm up here like I needed an eraser, a number 2 pencil, if somehow this MRI gives us, he's going to miss a game or two.
I feel like if you're a Warrior fan that acknowledged this was going to be a tough series, you feel okay today. You feel okay because
help me out with that one. You feel okay.
The Warriors are a 7 seed. Now I get they're not a 7 seed with Butler. They're
traditional.
I mean, a 7 seed just doesn't waltz into the number 2 seed's house. Oh, we're going to win 2 there, come back, and night. It's like, no, the Rockets are a good team. And now what you have to think is, well, what if the Rockets were terrible in game 1 because they had no experience, and game 2 they're starting to figure it out and realize how they have to play to win a series.
They come in here Saturday, Steiny, and go up 2-1. I'm going to need meds
they've
for
been
Monday's
down 2-1
show.
before the Warriors.
Yeah, but not to this rock. Then I'm like, Houston, we got a problem because this defense that's got them to the number 2 seed, propelled them there. Like, it's really bothering the Warriors. If we watch another 48-minute game and somehow the Warriors can't muster up 100 points and somehow don't get the win, then the Rockets' ability to switch 1 through 5, it's really a problem.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I get it. When you lose by 15, there's not a lot of quote-unquote big plays in the game. But I did think the one opportunity the Warriors had, I got to give Houston credit.
I'm trying to guess. Go ahead.
It was Kevon Looney tips in a miss, and it's 79-68, and the Rockets are starting to play like it was a game in December. Yeah. Udoka calls a timeout. They advance it to half court, and out of the timeout, they got Jabari Smith Jr. a wide open 3, and that guy can shoot the ball.
Man, with the best of
He makes the 3, and then on the next possession, Santos turned it over, and it turned into that Jalen Green dunk, and boom.
Yeah.
It's 16. And now you're in trouble again.
Now I do have a question about a certain place. Now Gary Payton II he got tripped and they called no foul, and Kerr almost lost it. You know what I'm talking about? He had beat it. He was going to dunk or lay it in early and just got tripped, and there was no foul. Ball out of bounds. Rockets ball.
Did he get tripped, or was that foot, or was the foot set?
No, the carpet, the turf monster, whatever they call it, didn't get him.
I know the play you're talking about, and I
was just like, call the foul.
I didn't see Peyton lose his mind on that play. I kind of just saw him turn and
he was messing with his shoulder all night.
That's not a good thing either.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing either. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to, if you want to jump into the conversation, we're talking about the Warriors. Jimmy Butler obviously gets hurt last night. There's going to be an MRI today. We'll pass along.
We get news?
I don't know. We'll pass along the information if and when we have it. Let's go to John. John's in Concord. Hey, John, how you doing?
Oh, well, guys, listen, I just wanted to call in, let everyone know the Warriors are still alive. Yeah, JB took a dive, but I still like the Warriors in 5.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
You about C minus?
Yeah, you can think that. That's fine.
Just like weren't able to get it done.
Just like all the people that were saying sweet.
All right, I got to be careful here asking you this because I know you're one of a kind.
These things happen.
On the surprise meter, Steiny, how surprised are you that the Rockets won game
0? Like 0.
I'm at 8.
I'm sorry.
Evan, where are you at? To be honestly, I listened to you last night, but honestly, where are you at on 1-1?
I think, I expected it to be 1-1. I don't know if people had the Warriors winning game 1 or game 2, but whoever lost game 1, I thought was going to bounce back.
All right. Well, my man says, I hear you having 0 for Steiny.
All right.
Yeah.
Look, Jonathan Kaminga hasn't been playing. He played 26 minutes last night. If Butler's hurt, he's going to have to play. There was a play last night that really concerned me. And maybe I'm making too much out of it.
Not the one I mentioned where he turned it. Okay.
No.
All right.
There was a play with 4:19 remaining in the third quarter. And Kaminga, I believe, took a shot and missed it. And the ball went out of bounds on the Rockets. The Rockets player touched it.
All right.
But they said Kaminga touched it last. Rockets ball.
Oh, boy, I got this written down.
Kaminga is looking around and looking to the bench, saying
with the twirl,
review. And I looked over to the Warriors bench, and they were like looking right through Kaminga. And I like the and Curry either didn't see him or didn't acknowledge him. And it was kind of like there was Kaminga in the backcourt saying review, and getting no response. And that's when I thought to myself the following. I thought that's the time to challenge. If and this is what I mean. If you're being sincere that Jonathan Kaminga's been a great guy, and you're being sincere that he's been nothing but professional, and you're being sincere that it's hard for Jonathan, but man, he's doing everything he should. Well, you're down 15 late in the third quarter, and Jonathan Kaminga is asking you to review. Kerr should have reviewed it.
Wow.
If for no other reason
than
to say, we'll take a look at it, Jonathan. And so what I worry about is the fact that they didn't, the fact that Kerr didn't do that.
Yeah.
I have to wonder how
that went over with JK.
How connected Kaminga is to this team and how connected the team is to him.
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but just put yourself or one of your daughters in his shoes, Steiny. How connected can you really be, man? And I got to tell you, I looked at that play at the exact opposite. I said, JK, sit this one out. You've been a DMP for a few games. I didn't think it was a good look you twirling your fingers, but hearing you say that, now I'm Team JK on. If you meant what you said about him taking it like a good soldier or whatnot, you could have at least done that in a game that was you're down 15. I never once thought about it.
That's right.
Wow, man.
And of course, there's people saying, I had to save them. They were down 15.
Yeah, going nowhere.
Kaminga said it was out on Houston. He was right.
Yeah.
If they challenge that, they get the ball and they don't lose a challenge. Simple as that. But and to me, it's like, well, it was only the third quarter. Right. You needed, I don't know. I would have challenged that. But it tells me maybe there is something. Or I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, I'm just guessing. I appreciate the thought.
Why you think serious question. If Draymond's twirling his fingers?
It's a review.
Right.
Even if it's a review.
Right.
So it's a double standard or a standard that Draymond's earned. But I will say this, and I'm rooting for J.K. Stoney. Let's put the right on the table again, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. He complains too much. And maybe they looked at that like, you out here complaining? Just play ball. But hearing you say that hit me, man. Like, you could have done it knowing you probably weren't going to win it, but
right.
kind of have his
exactly.
back. Stoney.
That's
man. I hadn't thought about it like that.
That's just the way I'm looking at it.
I'm not mad at you.
But
neither here nor there. And he was right at the end of the day. He was right.
That's right. And everybody's saying, well, they couldn't. He was right. Yeah. He was right. So they wouldn't have lost anything. They would have gained a possession, and they still would have had their challenge.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just something I took notice of. And I'm telling you, I went and looked at it 82 times. And I was here's what I was thinking.
No, I got you. There's 10 names.
I can just tell you what I was thinking. And I was thinking, if that were Jimmy Butler and the same thing happened, I think the bench is up and saying review. I swear to God.
I can't say you're wrong, man.
But it was weird. Yeah. It was like nobody cared that Kaminga knew he was right.
Man.
I don't know.
Yeah. I appreciate you bringing that up, man.
We can move off.
Because I looked at it the opposite way.
Yeah, we can move off it. But 888-957-9570 is the number.
Must win Saturday.
No, it's not.
I believe so.
They've been down 2-1 before, and they've come back.
Now, when you say before, how many years ago are you talking about? That's my whole point.
Well, you can bring up the championship 87 times. I can't bring up that they were down 2-1.
Yeah,
okay.
In the finals, my bad, 1-0 and 2-1. But you kind of know what I mean. This is you versus, and I don't want to rob Houston. I thought Saudi smarts or button up, and it's 1-1, and I get it, but I'll feel better after we get this MRI news, which I'm expecting to be good news.
Shoot, what was I going to say? It was something about that game last night. I can't remember. Lost my train of thought. And the Bay Area breathes a sigh of relief.
Warriors lost the rebounding battle again by 14.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And here's the other, the other thing is, and I get it. I get people are. Listen, I wrote this down last night too. Hey, if you're a Rockets fan, Butler gets hurt. There's some fans that are like good, but most fans of the Rockets are saying, yeah, well, it happens, and we got to take advantage of it. Warrior fans obviously are like, this sucks. This is BS. I can't believe he got hurt. But the other thing, and more important, is if you're a basketball fan, that sucked too.
Oh man.
If this guy, Jimmy Butler, is hurt and he misses more than one game, it just stinks. It stinks for everybody, because then we will get robbed of something that we want.
And it happens too much.
But it does happen in the playoffs, and hopefully Butler can play Saturday and look somewhat like himself. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors lose to the Rockets. It's now 1-1, and the Rockets are coming in here Saturday for a big Game 3. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament. It's on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, and it's presented by Atco Pest Control. I'll be there along with Goo, and we'll be broadcasting 10 to 2. If you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events page to sign up. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I lost. I'm out.
Hey, I'm Dr. Sibe, and I'm going to talk to you man to man. I've had countless guys.
We go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
We thought you guys could handle two at one time.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Warriors 1-1 against Houston, game 3 Saturday. We'll find out about Jimmy Butler. I do feel, if I were a Warrior fan, I'd feel somewhat optimistic at what I heard after the game from his teammates and coach.
Facts.
But we'll see, Gil.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Donnie, to the caller. I think he let off the show, but his point was the Warriors came out, they didn't have that dog in them because they felt like they kind of were fat rats. You know, as a fat cats, they had got the one already. I kind of didn't feel that way, but after Jimmy got hurt, I'm being real, and I tweeted this, Donnie, I couldn't think or focus on the game. Of course, I'm locked in, doing my notes or whatnot, but I'm just like, that superseded everything that happened. But I thought the Rockets, I'm going there because I had, the Warriors winning this thing in 5. Stoney, that late third quarter, 9:45 left in the fourth. The Warriors are down 20. I'm thinking Kerr's going to bring everybody out, left them in, and they got to within 13. And I'm thinking we might have some action the last 7 or 6 minutes. But Houston handled business, so I got to tip my cap.
Yeah, and listen, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. And what's all the talk about? Okay, the talk's about Jimmy getting hurt. And
Kaminga.
It wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't think. So Butler gets hurt. We're talking about that. We're talking about the refs letting it get too physical. We're talking about Kaminga. He finally got to play. How'd he do? But, can we talk about the game in a way? Jalen Green had 38. He had a Steph Curry box score line. 13 of 25, 8 for 18. Jalen Green.
Yeah.
He was terrific. Now, let's just go down the Warriors' entire roster. Moses Moody, 4 for 7. I thought he was pretty much invisible.
Hit his first couple shots, and then
I can't even tell you
he was nervous.
I can't even tell you he was bad. He was just invisible. Draymond Green, he was terrible last night. Draymond was not good at all. Wow. Pajemski, worst player on the floor. Steph was below average last night. Peyton gave him nothing. Quentin Post struggled early, made some shots late, Buddy Hield, no factor. Kevon Looney, he was so-so. Santos, not very good. Kaminga, what do you expect? And then, Pat Spencer gave him 12 good minutes. Nobody played well.
Yeah.
Like, nobody on the roster
and that's why
played
you lose
well,
by 15.
But Spencer and Looney was Looney, and Post made some shots. Other than that, the Warriors, they weren't very good.
Yeah, and I do want to say this, and tell me what you think, man.
Yeah.
I know you will. It's kind of hard. You said, Butler went out, and that's the story, but you want to focus on the game, and I get that, Stoney, but I feel like those two are intertwined in this sense. Do you think if Green stayed in the game, Jalen would have went off for 38? Would that have been maybe 20? Jalen Green.
If who would have gone out of the game?
Butler would have remained in the game. I got you. Would have, could have, should have.
I don't know.
You can't be mad at that thought from a Warrior fan.
That's fine. And this is what
it didn't happen.
Yeah, think that all you want. You know what? And that's like I wouldn't even go. Steiny, they would have won with Butler. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. They would have. The Warriors would be up 2-0 if Jimmy Butler hadn't gotten hurt.
And I got to say this to my
What's that worth?
Yeah, nothing. And I got to say this to Dub Nation, saying that the Zebras had the Rockets shot 2 more free throws than the Warriors. 18 to 20, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not one of those things to where it's 31 to 13. It's 18 to 20. It's just I told you yesterday the Rockets got to muck it up, and I got to buy them a 6-pack. Well, 24-pack. But they mucked it up.
A lot of people
hit shots.
A lot of people talk about plus minus, and sometimes it's worthwhile bringing up. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes the numbers lie. But the one thing about the plus minus last night, not one single Warrior was in positive. Every single Warrior was a minus in plus minus. So that tells me there was not one time in the game where a guy was playing well or well enough that his team was elevated with him.
Yeah.
When he was playing in a game, whoever that player was, they didn't have one player who elevated the play of everybody else. Not one single player.
Well, they had 3, Sonny.
Huh?
Braxton Key was +2. Kevin Knox.
Okay.
Chase Jackson, David.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm having some.
And similarly, now, and here's the other thing. Dylan Brooks, he was pretty good. Amin Thompson, he was good defensively. Şengün, very solid again.
+28.
I'll tell you what, you can't let him play in space. Like, he really made the Warriors pay when they got the ball into the middle with him. Jalen Green was fantastic. Okay, Fred VanVleet was terrible again.
2 of 8, 1 of 7 from 3.
But Eason was good.
Fred?
What did Fred do?
A lot more awareness in game 2.
Yeah.
Didn't shoot.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump in with Miguel. Hey, Miguel. He's in Hayward. What's up, Miguel? How you doing?
Stack.
Hey, good morning, you guys. I heard you yesterday talk about the Warriors. Man, you probably had a crystal ball because, everything that you said happened. I'm watching the game,
man,
and I was this close to call your show yesterday, but I was like, you know what? I'll wait till tomorrow. But, hey, you're 100% right what happened yesterday. But, my thing is, I like how the Warriors played hard ball yesterday. They didn't give up. I like that they tried to get up to the scores, but Houston was just too much. Hopefully Jimmy Buckets can play, but if he can't play, we need Kaminga to step it up because he looked a little bit confused yesterday. But that's why we practice, just to get better. Hopefully everybody gets on the same page, and I'm pretty sure everybody's on the same page. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But go Warriors, and you guys keep on doing the good show. I love you guys.
Hey, thanks, Miguel. Appreciate the call, man. You have a great day, too.
I had that experience, too, Stoney, because you don't want this victory lap, but and I'm Mr. Tomorrow's not promised. That's my thing, right? And you said injuries, one wrong injury could change it all. We don't have that moving forward, hopefully, but we had an injury that took Butler out the game.
Yeah. Yep. And that obviously hurt the Warriors. The other thing is, for everybody that predicted the Warriors in 5 or 6,
I'm one of them.
Like, you're still fine. You're still fine. What?
All right. So when Steph and Kaminga both came back from their contusions or pelvic contusions, what did you think? We didn't see any, he's laboring, so I'm hoping Jimmy's on that same program.
That's all you can do is hope it's
Bastani, was that violent? He was up in the air.
Yep. Didn't look good.
Even Draymond, look at Draymond's response.
Right.
Like, put his hand, like, oh my God, dude.
Oh, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
And Evan, I love when Evan's in there because he can look at the exact play. You know what I thought actually happened in a split second? So Draymond was like adjacent.
Yeah,
Let's just put it this way.
Yeah.
Draymond was kind of adjacent or a little behind Amen Thompson.
Yes.
When Amen Thompson, kind of falls front, if you look really closely, I'm pretty sure Draymond Green's first impulse and the direction he went in was to check on Thompson. But Butler then came down and he goes over to Butler. I swear to God, it almost looked like Draymond was starting to reach out to Thompson because he knew that there was contact and Thompson got into a bad position.
Yeah, right.
And I think initially Draymond was actually worried because Thompson was in a goofy position.
So a goofy position enough to where you couldn't plan to be malicious.
Yeah, I feel like Draymond...
he got tossed. Draymond tossed him. He won that. They was tussling. Stein, and he kind of get off me, and he went flying. And Thompson didn't know where he was flying to, and his hands came up, but it was almost like to protect himself. So that's a big charge
Evan's
when you say somebody's dirty, man.
You studying it, Evan?
Yeah.
That
one didn't hit me.
Yeah, right. Steiny, I love you. Because there was some tussling going on in this game. There were some skirmishes, as they say. But Dre kept his cool. During the timeout, there was stuff. Security, yeah.
I'm telling you,
Van Vliet and Dre got into it.
I could have sworn Draymond's first.
But why would that be?
Because he knew, not that he did anything.
Yeah, I got you.
But he knew Thompson was in a weird position, and he hit the ground, but it was before Jimmy
landed.
It was before Jimmy landed. And I thought I almost saw Draymond like make a gesture to either help Thompson up or
before the crash.
Something happened here that we didn't mean to happen, but it did. But then when he saw Butler, he went right to Butler because it was worse.
He put his hands up.
Just my thoughts.
On the angle from the baseline, he does take a step towards Amen, but he's looking at Jimmy the whole time.
Right.
Like,
man,
he I don't think he was concerned with Thompson. It's just his momentum was going that way. The one that I didn't catch was it also looked like the reason why Thompson's leg got caught or like clipped by Draymond was because he kind of was ricocheted off of Adams.
That freaking tree trunk don't move.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's a mosh
big
pit.
Man. Yeah, it was a mosh pit.
With a big oak in the middle.
Yeah.
Aquaman.
Man, he's big.
Yeah, 1-1.
Okay, let's get to some calls here. Let's go to one of my favorite towns.
What I don't understand is why people can't understand why we don't believe that it's dirty. Like, there's some people that will just refuse to the day they die from here on out.
Yeah.
Amen will be a dirty player.
And that's what life's about.
And that's what life's about.
Well, Evan, I don't know, man.
And that's Draymond Green's reputation also over the years.
He for him, the sheriff, my sheriff, Steiny, I said, we'll find out. And he said, you know what happens? It was congested. And Chris Mullin, saying after the game, he didn't think it was there. Guys that have played. So, just me.
Let's go to New Orleans. Let's go to David in New Orleans. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
What's going on, man? How y'all making it today?
We're hanging in, buddy.
Coming off of ALD.
Look, man, I got a silver lining take.
There you go.
Jimmy, even if he misses a game, hopefully he just misses a game at the most, but I have a silver lining take. What I saw was a young player at home go crazy and stop about 2 or 3 potential runs that could have put Houston in trouble last night.
Yeah.
That's what I saw. Yeah. Even after Jimmy went down, Quentin Post played well towards the end. Pajemski was sick, so you can't even really count him as being present. So actually, we was down 2 starters. Going home, the role players go play better. I think we'll get a lot of energy. I feel like we'll be all right, man. I really do. Now Kaminga has time to adjust if he has to play. He got his feet wet, so I feel like going forward we'll be okay enough to hold the fort down until he comes back. Now for the extended series, that's something different. But I feel like even if we had to play without him one game, I honestly feel like we can win a game without him.
Right.
Especially game 3 coming home.
Right.
Well, yeah.
You know what? Hey, David, thank you for the call. Here's the one thing I absolutely agree with David on. Pretty much the whole, actually, it was even in the first half once the Rockets got up big.
Yeah.
It's not like the Rockets dissected the war. Like, I thought there were about 5 times during that game in the second half where, I don't know, it was 11 or 13.
8 or 9 for me, Steiny. Go ahead.
And somebody takes a shot for the Rockets, and I'm like, that's not a good
stupid shot.
It went in.
Oh.
You know, I'm just
Jalen
like.
Green was a part of that too, Steiny.
I know he was. Like, they made some shots that they're probably not going to make moving forward.
But hold on. I got to say this. You ask me why I'm worried about game 3.
Why?
When you're young and dumb, now, you know what I'm saying, like the Rockets, what if I tell you I think not playing at home might bode well more for them? Just being relaxed on the road, Tupac, us against the world. And what happened last time they visited Chase? I know it wasn't the playoffs, Donnie. They were more relaxed. You're talking about a young team at home pressing, and if you want to tell me that's why they lost 95-85 game 1, but they regroup and bounce back 109-94. Now we're on the road. We're filling our oats, and one of your best players got a contusion in the pelvic. Man, I don't like that. I think the Rockets could be young and dumb enough to come out here and just, let them hang.
I actually think the more likely outcome is hopefully Chase Center's rocking
Saturday,
and the players feed off it, and Houston gets a little bit overwhelmed, emotional, loses their poise.
You would think.
I mean, if I had a bet on one or the other, I would bet.
Well, I'm taking some days off.
On the latter.
Yeah, I'm taking some days.
Let's go to Ro in Oakland. What's up, Ro? How you doing?
Gentlemen, how y'all doing this morning?
Doing well, thank you.
I'm a little disturbed. I ain't going front. What up, baby?
Oh, man, I know. That was an unfortunate blow right there. But I just want to tell y'all, like always, y'all be on fire, but y'all on fire this morning. And when y'all on fire, it makes me call in. I'm like, I got to call in and get in on this.
Nice.
Steiny, I want to validate your point when you was talking about the review, when Kaminga wanted to review that out-of-bounds play. I thought it was just me, but I did sense a disconnection because, like you said, it was nobody reacted or anything, and he was spot on. The ball was off.
I know.
So that did kind of, raise a little bit of curiosity for me, but like you said, I don't want to read too much into it. And then the injury to Jimmy, that was a blow. I felt like if that didn't happen, we definitely had a good chance to win that game because look at the score. We only lost by 15. So he don't get hurt. He give us like 20 points. And then when we got out of Quentin Post, it was a good chance we would have won that game.
Yeah.
So I got a good feeling about it. We not down in the dumps. We won one. We took care of business at home. And you got to tip your hat. I know it's physical. It's playoff basketball and everything like that. But you got to tip your hat to Jalen Green. A lot of callers been calling in, knocking this kid. That dude is raw. That dude is, well, you know what I mean? That dude can play. He's talking about Trae Young and all this kind of stuff. He's only 22 years old. Once he get a consistent jump shot, that kid is going to be something special. And, that's all I got, fellas. Y'all have
Thanks,
a good
Ro.
day.
You too.
Appreciate the call, Ro.
25 field goal attempts from Jalen Green.
I was thinking about Kaminga, who got in last night, and I have another thought on Kaminga.
Give it to
him.
2 of 5 from deep.
Tell me how you feel.
Yeah.
So, when he's not playing and everybody's asking Kerr about it, Kerr's going to say the right thing, that the kid's been great, he's a pro, all those things. I'm here to tell you this, because I've heard people have been saying it, Kaminga's gone. Kaminga's kind of checked out. Or maybe even the team is disconnected from Kaminga.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you right now, if any of that's true, they're done. Like, he's done. Like, you can't, I don't believe you can, and I'm not saying he did, but people are thinking it's a possibility. What if Kaminga looks like he's checked out? I didn't necessarily think that, but whatever. If he has checked out, you don't just, Butler's hurt, now I'm checked back in.
All right.
It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
It doesn't work that way.
I got you. And I
he got into that game yesterday, and quite frankly, it's unfair to him. It's not unfair to play him.
He wants to play.
It's not unfair to play him, but it's unfair to ask him, after not playing some regular season games and a couple big pressure-packed games, to now go into that whirlwind of a Houston Rockets defense having not played. It's too much to ask. I'm sorry, it is, even if he's ready.
Yeah.
He hadn't played in a game like that. Maybe ever. Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you. In a way, it was almost like his first playoff game, Goo. I know he's played in the past, but yeah, it's a great call.
And that's why you hit me in the cardiac muscle when you saw what I didn't see or think about when he was asking the team to challenge the call. And I know this is not the day for it, but we're not censored. But I got to tell you, Steiny, I didn't think about what you just brought up. And if you guys are right, the people that are out there like this thing mentally is kind of done, I get Jordan Poole vibes at the end where you ran him out there, but you kind of knew he didn't even know he was checked out. It was just all bad. So I'm just telling you, man, I don't know how the Warriors think they have enough athleticism to combat the Rockets without Kaminga. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is he hadn't played in game 1 and he missed 3. So moving forward, we're all rooting for him. He's got a jersey. But Steiny, I got to tell you, with Jimmy Butler in the situation that he's in, assuming he plays Saturday, is Steve Kerr at a point to where I got to find out what's behind door number 1 for the rest of the series with Kaminga? Right. We got to get past this.
I mean, if Jimmy Butler's out, Kaminga has to play. I mean, he just has to. I think we'll all agree on that. And here's the other thing. And I heard this from a couple people, Kaminga kind of looked checked out last night.
I'm not going there.
I would say
he looked the same like he does.
I would say give it another game because asking him to function in a game like that,
no doubt about it,
is ridiculous. Yeah.
I mean, talk about mental warfare. What he had to be.
Well, I don't know about that.
I'm just saying, Stein.
But I just think
wasn't comfortable.
Well, that's because he's never played at a level like that.
And defense is tenacious, like the playoffs.
Let's go to Vincent in Marin. Hey, Vincent, how are you?
Good morning, Steiny. Good morning, Goo. How are you guys?
Hey.
Doing well, thanks.
All right. I wanted to thank you guys at 95.7 first and foremost for $20,000 in a trip to Vegas.
Oh, you won that.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Oh, boy.
So,
yeah.
Well, I wanted to say thank you guys. That was amazing. A little bit of money and a nice little trip.
Let me know you need a plus one. Yeah.
It happened already.
Oh, okay. Hey, congrats, man.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, I talked to Willard and Dibbs when it happened, but I wanted to get on your guys' line too, just to thank you guys. I listen to you guys to make my work day go by great every day.
That's awesome,
appreciate it, man.
So I wanted to touch on Steiny's point about Kaminga
Vincent.
call. Yeah.
Let me put you on hold, get you to the other side so you got time. How about that?
All right, yeah.
Cool. That segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford.
did you hear the new Mega Millions jackpots are going to be higher than ever?
How high?
Like really high.
not a man unless you take a cowboy boot to the crotch.
A real GM will go pick up Dwight Howard.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All righty, Warriors and Rockets now tied 1-1. They come back to Chase Center on Saturday and then play right away again on Monday.
Yeah.
So this thing's going to get quick in a hurry. And Goo, let me play something for you, and you can react to it. This is Steve Kerr talking about the way Houston played.
Houston played great. They were really physical, just like we expected. They came out with amazing force defensively. Obviously, Green got going, and that loosened our defense up quite a bit. And so it was their night. They played a great game at both ends of the floor. So we just got to lick our wounds and back to work tomorrow.
I love Coach, presidential answer, and I got to ask you a question. Seriously, partner. Would you put me in the category of disrespecting the Rockets as you led the show? I had Houston in 5, but
no, not the Houston or Warriors in 5 doesn't.
Yeah, so Warriors
mean disrespect in my book. But I've done 3-4 hour shows with you this week, and I think there's been some. I think there's been some disrespect.
Okay,
that's all.
All right.
A little,
and
it's not a big deal.
Okay, and the reason I asked you that is I think I am or have been without trying to do that. But where I'm going is, Steiny, there were like 9 times in that game in the second half. It's sitting there at 14-17. Post hits a 3. I go to OKC, and I'm not comparing them, but I just will, in 16. And some of those games to where that would have been a 40-point game. And my point is the Rockets couldn't put the Warriors in the coffin, it felt like. And I'm like, a shot here, a turnover not here. We got a 9. Fitz was even trying to give it to me. I'm here waiting. And I guess I'm saying that to say, I feel like that's a positive that Houston couldn't put the Warriors away to where maybe game 3, obviously the Warriors don't get behind, but there's just a mechanism or component to Houston.
No doubt.
To where they're never going to run off to where we'll never see them again. If that makes any sense,
No,
man.
it does. To me, it makes perfect sense. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't believe the Rockets can get up 10, then push it to 16, then it's 22, and then it's 28. I don't think they can, they're not, you can say whatever you want. Their offense isn't good enough to, and they're not buttoned up. They're inexperienced still. They just are. And I completely agree. I thought there was a few times, I don't know how many in general, where in the second half, the Rockets they weren't the smartest team in the world, but they made enough shots at the right time that it never got into the zone where they felt the Warriors.
Yeah, the Jabari Smith one out of the timeout in the court. That's when I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Let's
go to Mike. Mike's in Oakland. Hey, Mike, what do you got, buddy?
Well, I got several things. What you talked about earlier about the disrespect of Kaminga twirling his hand, I was blown away how disrespected he was.
Wow.
Made me mad, but I'm gonna keep moving on because he was thoroughly disrespected.
Wow. Well, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Mike, real quick, I don't know if that was the case, because I want to be real careful. I'm just glad somebody else kind of noticed what I saw. Thanks, man.
He was very disrespected. Steiner, you were spot on.
All right.
My other thing is, what does Buddy Hield have on Steve Kerr? Did he catch him cheating or something? Because this guy should be on the bench, period. And he gets so much time to screw up. He's garbage. That's my opinion. Sorry, Buddy. You're garbage. I'd rather see Pat Spencer in there, who I know is going to drive to the basket. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's going to be one of those guys that they're not going to respect. Put him in and let him do what he did last night. I don't know why Steve Kerr got a quick 9 points and he never saw the game again. Because Steve Kerr takes the hot man out all the time. It blows me away how he does this on a consistent basis. When he's got a hot man, he brings him out and don't bring him back. And he did that last night. One last thing, Shagun. When Shagun gets that ball in the square, double him up.
Yeah, you can't.
Have somebody come around the back and hassle him every time.
I agree.
He has to be handsome.
16 rebounds last
He's
night.
the reason why we lose. Just take my word. He will be the reason why. If they lose the series, he will be the reason. They better fix that or they will lose it. Thank you, fellas. I love you.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, back at
Thank
you.
you, Mike.
I got to say something about Buddy Hield, Stoney.
Okay.
And I'm going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And you and Evan don't even know where I'm going.
No, I don't.
The bottom line is he was the Klay Thompson replacement. Steph needs help, and you needed shooting. You said that was a worry wart for this team coming into this season and into the playoffs. And the bottom line is I figured out that's why he's getting his 9th and 10th chance, Donnie. And right now, if I'm Klay Thompson watching the Warriors, you had to go get Jimmy Butler to get to this juncture. But the bottom line is Buddy is your Klay. They know they need shooting and spacing, and he hasn't answered the bell most often. But do you think that's a reach that I'm breaking? Like, I'm watching that game like they...
Yeah,
Talk to me.
You know, Klay can...
Well, good Klay. I'm talking about what Klay Thompson was.
But...
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a stretch. Like, he was never going to play 30 minutes a night like Klay did. He should be, he's not shooting it well. I get it. But if you expected Buddy Hield to have a big role on this team, first of all, that's not a good sign of the talent level of your team. You know, what he play 16 minutes last night? I will say this, because I've been the guy that says, why is he playing Buddy Hield? And the reason I think is because Steve knows they have no shooting.
Yes.
And he's got to give Hield a crack at it. Okay.
And the minutes are dwindling.
But here's where I'm at now. And if Steve Kerr were to say, you know what, I'm giving Pat Spencer Buddy's minutes, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Well,
I just wouldn't.
I wouldn't. Now, listen, I just bring up Buddy because, Stoney, I feel like when he that dude can get hot with the best of them.
Okay, well then you got to
like I don't think it's Pat Spencer's. That's my I don't want a victory lap. I think the guy can play, and I would have liked him to get a little more run yesterday. But the bottom line is when Buddy gets going,
well, he hasn't.
Now, I'm just real quick. Buddy starting versus Buddy coming off the bench. Do you think there's a different Buddy? I do. It's who. Yeah, you got to dance with who you brought, right?
He's Buddy Hield. Like that's
he's made the most threes of anybody in the last 5 years. But I got you up and down.
Exactly. I mean, you can't acquire Buddy Hield and then think he's a player he's not. And now, like, he's the same player he always has been, but he's not making as many shots.
And that means the team's not right.
Yeah. I got to get back to Vincent in Marin. My bad, Vincent. I forgot about you, but I got you now, my man.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I wanted to touch briefly on the Kaminga out of bounds tip. I was thinking the same thing. Like, on one end, I was torn. Okay, like, you don't need to twirl the finger, but I was also like, hey, where's the Warriors' love? I couldn't tell if it got tipped out by the Rockets, but I was in that same boat as you. But my main point I wanted to make is with Jalen Green getting 38 points, that's not normal. If he averages his normal for the season, 20 points, we win that game, and everyone played below average or average on our team.
I agree with. And go ahead, Vince.
That was kind of it, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
And congrats for the Vegas trip on us.
No doubt. And the 20K. Look at us. We'll go to the money. I got to say this just about Kaminga.
Yeah.
To sit there and watch your former G League Ignite teammate, I believe, 2021? I probably got it wrong, but they were teammates.
Mm-hmm.
To watch him do that on that forum, and then that's the game where you get reintroduced to being a part of the team, and you score 11 a point. But you know what I mean? Like, Kaminga's probably looking like, I can do what he's doing. You hadn't, but I'm just saying, Snotty, just from a mental standpoint, that's got to suck, man. But then on the other hand, you got to forget him. Kaminga, you're getting playing time. And he went up with the left, the first one. I wanted it to bounce in. Then he threw one over the glass. They're like, you can't have that. Then you turn your back on a pass from Santos. That's what I'm saying. You got to get in the game.
He wasn't great defensively either. But again, like the one thing I try not to do is when everybody's bad, I don't want to single anybody out.
He made a bad foul. Who got him on the butt and was going towards the basket? Kaminga was behind him. Stop, foul. Might have been Van Vliet.
That was Van Vliet.
Yeah.
I mean,
damn.
I know
fouls happen.
John's in Dublin. Hey, John, how are you?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
You know, I thought the same thing. When Thompson made that foul, I thought it was just an accident. If you guys watched that in slow-mo, I watched 20 times, tried to be straight. No one's pushing him. He got a little bump from Adam, and he kind of lunged towards with his legs and his arms, and you could see him just push through Butler, and I don't see how anyone doesn't see that.
But Draymond touched him, too. Draymond kind of like, get off me. And to me, that was the momentum, not Adams, Draymond. They were and Draymond kind of get off me.
Draymond had his arm out holding him back, and he almost pushed through that. If you watch in the slow-mo, I'm sure you guys probably have, it looks like he's lunging forward hard with his legs and his arms, and I don't know. I know you guys think he's a good kid, but I just don't see it. The only good thing that came out of this is Spencer and Kaminga. We need guys that are going to at least make a move to the basket. No one else is doing it. Everyone wants to shoot three-pointers, you know?
Yeah. Appreciate it, John.
To that point, Stoney, how surprised would you be if we saw Pat Spencer in meaningful minutes? Or
I just told you. I wouldn't
moving forward.
I said. I would understand if Spencer started getting some of Buddy's minutes. I don't know.
Oh, that's where they would come from.
Yeah,
Wow.
What's like anybody? I'm thinking about Spencer shooting a three. I'm sure he can. As far as the Amin Thompson foul, I'll just tell you, Matt Steinmetz, I did not think it was dirty. That's me.
I'm with you.
And
so did the Warrior players and coaching staff.
When I say I didn't think, I'm not saying I'm right. But just like I can't say I'm right, it wasn't dirty, you can't say definitively that was a dirty play. You got to say, I think that's a dirty play.
Right. And you don't just go forward without somebody sending you that way, Stoney. And I believe Draymond sent him that way. So it was momentum, man.
And here's the other thing. The other thing is, if there was any intent that was obvious, he'd get suspended. He would get suspended.
And Warriors would be
that's not
up
even
in arms.
But there's no... I mean, I would be shocked beyond belief if he got suspended.
Yeah.
In fact, I can't even believe I'm saying it. It's just, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Devin. He's in an Uber. What's up, Devin? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Hey.
Pretty good.
So look, let me say this as the newest candidate for Call of the Year for the show. We're gonna put the rat on the table.
They're brought to you by Echo.
Brought to you by Echo, man. The first low attempts. I know you guys were saying that they're similar, and I mean that is a fact, but it doesn't mean that fouls weren't, there. They just weren't called. I think it's fair to say that we could have had another 12 free throw attempts on top of what we had. But the whistle went how the whistle went, right? With that being said, I love the physicality, and I think the Warriors did too. And I'm glad they aren't crying to the refs, and doing these press conferences of like, we ain't soft. I'm from Hunters Point, California. I grew up, I wasn't allowed to call fouls or I couldn't play. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I love physicality as much as the next one, I think Pods killed us. Prior to the 720 stamp, like I was taking notes. I knew I was going to call. Prior to the 720 time stamp in the first quarter, you'll see it. Moody's wide open. They're doing pin downs and flare screens, and he's wide open at the 3-point line. And I'm like, you can get popcorn, and he's just missing them, not seeing them. And I'm like, come on, like we need this. But with that, Moody and I forgot who else it was, they're hesitant too.
Yeah.
Like, there's these small windows of opportunity, and it's like, pull the trigger, bro, and they're not doing it, and I don't know what it is. Sengun, better passer than most people think he is.
Yeah.
I'm giving him credit for that. Like he's solid. I think we should stop sagging though. I don't know why they're sagging. We need to trust our defense. Stop over helping. That's just my slight observation. We're not communicating defensively. There's times when the ball's moving and somebody's not there. A lot of turnovers are due to our timing. This is a big one. And before I get out of here, it's due to our timing being off, and that's because of the physicality, right? We're used to guys slipping. Like we saw Dre try to throw it to Steph, and he's thinking, it's muscle memory. He's thinking, he's going to shoot off here. No, that's not the case, right? They're holding, they're grabbing. So we need to do a better job of getting a feel for the game, and I think that's going to limit some of our turnovers. But with all that being said, we lost by 15, guys. That's nothing.
Yep.
After losing Jimmy, I truly feel comfortable. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Devin. Appreciate the call. You know who the Warriors need? By the way, 888-957-9570. That's the phone number. If you want to jump in here and talk Warriors-Rockets.
Chris Webber.
We can hit anything, any aspect of that game. Evan and I were talking before the show, and it was like, oh, my God, there's so much happening in this game. It's unbelievable. So pick a card, any card, and you can go down that road with us here on 95.7 The Game.
Green and Van Vliet during the timeout, getting into it. They did register. I loved it. Bad blood.
Two veterans. You know who the Warriors need?
I said Weber.
Nope. They need George Papoutsis. George Papoutsis.
I made it up.
No, I didn't. He's the dude who plays playground basketball in New York, and Scalabrini took to school. But if you watch him play, he's extremely physical.
Yeah, that man.
Papoutsis, get him in here.
Şengün was 3 assists away from a triple-double, Steiny.
They can't play him that way again.
Man.
He's dynamite in space.
Yeah.
They got
bounce passes.
They got a crowd.
Plus 28.
Yeah. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Doing good, man. I ain't got no rat to put on the table, but I do got a gripe here, man. I'm tired of hearing, Rockets, they play a physical brand of basketball. First of all, when does physical and basketball ever go hand in hand? Like, to me, I am not impressed with all this grabbing and holding. That's not basketball. That's no skill. To me, in basketball, you have to move your feet. Stay with your man. Grabbing and holding is not a skill of basketball. Just imagine Jason Tatum or LeBron or Luka, Jokic, or John Moran or whoever the superstar is, every possession being grabbed and held and not nothing being called. Whether it's away from the ball or not, I don't care. You cannot touch the other man and hold on. You need to move your feet or get 2 men on him. If you can't stay with your man, you need to move faster or get 2 men on him. Grabbing and holding is not part of the game, and I'm just tired of them getting labeled, they just play a physical brand of basketball. Like, no, this is basketball. It's not football. There's no such thing as a physical brand of basketball.
Well, real quick, before you go, are you mad that the Warriors and Steph aren't saying that they're bothered by it? Because I can't be more mad than the guy that is telling me basically without saying what you're saying, it's okay.
I am mad at both parts. I'm mad at the media for just labeling, giving that label that they get away with it. And I'm mad at the Warriors for not wait a minute, time out. Clint, every night on Twitter, all you gotta do is look at. You'll find videos of them grabbing and holding Steph.
No, I got you. Hey, Dave. Well, let me.
But they're not saying it, Steiny, so I can't be more mad. I told you that Steph and the whistle. You know where I'm at. But if Steph and Dre and Kerr aren't going to say it's happening, how can you say or be more upset than the players?
For better or worse, if you've been watching the playoffs, this is the way it's been going. The other series are physical too. The refs are not calling as many fouls
Minnesota
in the postseason
Lakers
as in the regular season. And unfortunately, the Warriors have to deal with it. They just do. This is what it is. And it's an advantage that the Houston Rockets are trying to take advantage of, and the Warriors have to adjust. And I get it. If I get fans complain about the officiating, and I'm not here to pick a fight and say you guys are wrong. The officiating's great. I'm not going to do that.
But you can go off of what the players are saying.
Well, and I'm not convinced.
Or not.
And I'm not convinced the Warriors won't say anything before Saturday's game. I'm really not. But it's going to be called like this.
They got 18 foul calls, 18 free throws, and Houston got 20, Stoney. But I guess he's saying the holding of the jersey, man.
Let's go to Joseph in Vallejo. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Hello, how you doing, Stoney and Goop?
Hey, thank you.
Taking my call.
Yeah.
And I just want to point out a couple things. The Rockets, about leadership.
All right.
And the difference between Steph Curry and Butler. Steph had a chance last night. The Rockets did everything possible to try to let they come back and win. They had a 20-point lead, and the Warriors scored 5 in a row, made them call timeout. The bench was excited. They were saying, okay, we're coming back. And Steph saw shade to the bench and sit down with a somber look. That's if he had an opportunity to grab those young guys and say, listen, let's get this one for Jimmy. Hey, they giving us a chance. Y'all get me there. I would take us home. He did not do it. That's the difference between Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. He just shied away from that leadership, but that was his moment. They would have won that game. I'm not a Warrior fan, but that game was for the taking. They could have easily been up 2-0. That's my take.
Appreciate it, Joe. Thanks for the call.
I would just say, Joe, he's done that 4 times and got you 4 chips.
Well, what I would say is...
Well, he was talking about last night.
What I would say is, in a game like last night, Curry's going to be... First of all, I don't think Curry was terrible.
I don't either.
In fact, I remember thinking, man, he's still making some unbelievable plays. What do you have, 9 assists? Something like that, I think. 9 assists. So,
6 turnovers.
Yeah, I know. But hold on, and here I'll stick up for Curry. Without Jimmy Butler, and this is it's going to be hard for Curry to have a great series if Butler doesn't play, because last night I'm watching this team, and like I said earlier, I felt like I was watching the team last night in the third quarter, and it dawned on me, the Warriors only have 2 really good players.
Yeah.
And I get it. You can say Draymond's a Hall of Famer, all that, but, the bottom line is he doesn't play offense, and he wasn't very good last night. He's a terrific defender, but you know what I mean.
But how many does Houston have like that? Like really good players? Like Jalen Green's one of them. Şengün.
I think Dylan Brooks is better than any Warrior role player this season he had.
I'll find you on that.
You look at Amin Thompson's got a specialty that he's very, very good at. Who's the other guy? I mean, Jabari Smith Jr.'s not a chump. Yeah. And you're right. Maybe the Rockets only have 2 good players too, but I'm just looking at the Warriors and thinking, boy, without Butler.
And that's a big
what do they have? So yeah, Jimmy Butler's got to play, and he's got to get back for the Warriors to be at their best.
Sonny, I know we're up against it. We got to mention the stretch where 6 straight 3-pointers were made collectively by both teams.
That's actually when I was like, Houston, you better be careful. You better be careful.
You poking the bear, but it happened. 6 straight threes, man.
Exactly. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves a series.
Saturday night.
Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by The Agape Golf Tournament. It happens Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. I'll be there with Goo, and we'll be broadcasting the show 10 to 2. If you want to play in the tourney, go to 957thegame.com and click on that events page. You can do it all right there. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save them.
Oilers trying to hurry up the Rockets here. Shot clock at 13. Şengün spins right sideline. Lob inside and a dunk for Thompson. No weak side help in time.
Yeah, completely asleep on that one.
And I think Steve Kerr will call a timeout and wave the white flag.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, and you can hear every Warrior game the rest of the playoffs right here, including Saturday. That's Game 3. Hey, Goo, you have something you want to get off your chest?
Oh, yeah, no. The yearly thing, just want to say happy birthday to my nephew, Gavin Souza, my nephew's daddy. Where was I going?
No.
Yeah. Shout out to my nephew, Gavin Souza. Happy birthday. Goes to James Logan, and he listens to us. You met him. He was at Gav.
I met him.
All right. So happy birthday, Gav.
All right, Gav.
Not Newsome. Yeah.
I didn't say it. Let me clarify something.
143.
Let me clarify something real quick.
Fighting for my life.
Go ahead.
So, I said I'm looking out at that game, and Butler's not playing, and Curry's there, and they can't really get anything going. And I said, I look out, and I'm like, the Warriors, they only have two really good players.
Yeah.
And you say to me, well, who do the Rockets have? And I said Şengün and Green.
Yeah.
And then I went down the list. But what I mean is this. I think the Rockets only have two real good players too.
Gotcha.
But the difference is the Warriors were down to one really good player.
Right.
And then you realize outside of Steph and Butler's gone, where do you go? Who can create? Who can you run through? Run your offense through? It's like... And I want to leave Kaminga out of this for now.
I got you.
Because, maybe he'll be that guy. Okay, maybe he plays like that on Saturday. I don't want to take anything away from him. But what I'm saying is, this team's not a great team without Butler. Now, I'm looking at the Rockets. Well, they still have their two real good guys in. And you're right.
Jabari Smith, though.
Well, but the fans are right. What? They're role players on that team like the Warriors have role players. The problem is they're playing at home. They have both their stars. And now defensively, the Rockets are licking their chops because they know Butler's not in. And then they get amped up and their role players end up playing a lot better than the Warrior role players.
Yeah, and Sonny, I ain't mad at you, but the one thing that scares me about this series, man, even when Jimmy was playing and he played game 1, he's not beating too many Rocket youngsters off the dribble. That's not how he's trying to get it done. So to me, a guy that's played the game, Sonny, forget the level, that's always going to be the advantage, the defense to me, because you're going to always know where they're at. And Jimmy, they were down 8 when he got hurt, but it is imperative that we get... Sonny, I'm so crazy. The longer the day goes and we don't get news, I get more nervous. And maybe there's nothing to see here and he'll be out there Saturday. But, man, defensively, I got to put some respect on the Rockets' name. I think that I have all week, but the bottom line is I just don't think they have the wherewithal to win 4 games.
Right.
And now it's 3. And when I see you on Monday, it could be 2. So I'm not disrespecting, but man, Steiny.
Yeah, if you're scared, you're not disrespecting them. You're scared. It's fine.
And I'll never, and this is for our guy Ken back there, I'll never disrespect Coach Kerr. I won't. But sometimes, Steiny, Norm told me, sometimes you got to put something away for a rainy day and money. And I'm wondering, could they have finessed this Jonathan Kaminga thing to where, you didn't give him the 20 or the 15, but kind of kept him in the loop for nights like yesterday, just in case you were going to need him. And maybe that was the rust he got off yesterday. But moving forward, I don't know how you battle this team's athleticism without him. That's all.
Yeah, and
that's all.
Let's say I agree.
I think that's fair, yeah.
Let's say I agree with you. Okay? So he plays. He's being thrown. I don't care. It's still asking a ton after the entire season. He last night was the first. What do you like to?
Yeah, taste.
Yeah, get it. And he he was like all their other young players last night. He struggled
against a good like the worst defense you could have went out against.
Well, guess what? They're coming back on Saturday. That defense.
Yeah.
So
I hear you.
Warriors better make an adjustment in a hurry. Let's go to Bobby V. Bobby V's in Oakland. What's up, Bobby V? How you doing?
Hey, doing all right, guys.
Cool.
Man, I don't know where to begin.
Man.
I have to say thank you, Guru, because I think you pulled me back from that cliff on Kaminga. I don't know what to say. I was expecting more. I mean, he's got a lot to prove. I mean, he wants that bag. But my real call is about the physicality, and I'm throwback like physicality. But we all know what happened with Draymond and Green. Come on, he should have got thrown out because that was more than a chicken wing.
Wow, man!
He threw a punch.
Wow,
he swung at him. He swung at him. So I'm just saying that double standard, they got to stop that because we seen Curry get held every time the camera was on him. And you can't really add that up. But what I'm saying is don't then on the other end act like this man didn't throw a punch at Green. He should have been gone. Man. And so that's my point. And I think, Houston is going to be Houston. Inconsistent. And try to hang their hat on their defense. That's it. They're not going to win the series. So thank you. I'll take my answers off the air.
Appreciate it, Bobby.
You know what? I'll say this, Donnie. Thank you, Bobby, for reminding me. But I told you and Evan when I came in, the more I think of what that chicken wings, Donnie, that was a forearm shiver. If he would have got ejected, I would have understood it. So if people call it like, I'm not into the holding Curry, because Curry ain't saying they're holding him. And we talked about his strength and him fixing his body, but I mean, I couldn't believe, I think Draymond was so surprised he didn't even know what to do. Like, did you just do that?
I'll just tell you, if it was a punch, the league can still look at it and suspend him for game 3.
Well, they can look at everybody, both teams coming off the bench, and they're not going to do that.
I don't know about that. Oh, you mean on the scrum?
Yeah, the scrum.
Yeah, no, but
it was a timeout, but still it was a scrum. But I was shocked.
Well, then he should be suspended for game 3. I mean,
but nobody's talking about it. Normally you see it.
Why not?
I guess he did it he finessed it in a way to where it wasn't, blatant. I don't know. What did you think of it? I was just shocked he was that, like, dude, you know who that is? That's Draymond. What did you think?
I got lost in all the other crap and for me, but again, it's like, if that's the case, the league can still go back and look at it, and if it's as egregious as people think, maybe Green gets suspended for Saturday. Jalen Green.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I don't anticipate it, but stranger things have happened. Let's go to Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how are you?
Hey, good, you guys. It's been a while. This reminds me of 60s basketball. Clutch, grab, hold, hand check, everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the refs, they're challenging the refs to do something. The refs aren't doing it. Somebody says, stay down. They need like a Bad Boys, and that's Houston. For ratings, they need a team like that. And the Warriors, like you said, Steiny, I watched this when they had the guys on the court. It was like, I don't want to say CBA guys, but it seemed like 2 guys, and the rest of the guys were just guys like 12th men on the court. Because everybody was afraid to do anything, the deer in the headlights. That's what Dunleavy missed the system when the trade deadline. He probably couldn't get Valanciunas, but you needed a badass. You needed a police enforcer inside to also set an example for the other team also. Off screens and picks. So you mess with Curry, you mess with me, sort of thing. But the other thing Curry didn't do is you play a zone against these guys. You play a zone. You challenge them to take their shots from the outside. Because that way Green can't be flowing to the hoop, and you got guys around the big guy around closer to the basket so you get rebounds. Because Van Vliet and all these guys challenge them to make shots. Brooks too. But also play their style. If they want to play this hardcore basketball, give it right back to them. Plain and simple. And that guy should have been suspended. Because if Green would have done it, he would have been suspended.
Oh, man.
That's like, appreciate it, Gary.
Real quick, they played the little zone.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah. They carved it up, passing it, making the right play. I thought.
And then they made a couple tough threes against that zone.
Yeah. And Moody, I text you guys real quick, Stanley, about Moody. He hit his first couple shots, and I'm like, okay. And then I just felt like he took his foot off the gas. Like, just maybe overthinking. He wasn't by himself, but
or maybe he got swallowed up defensively. And the other thing about, I'm looking out with no Butler. Yeah. I'm looking out and saying, man, Curry's got it just ain't going to work. They don't have enough playmakers. In fairness, on a normal night, you could flip a coin and maybe Pods could help you in that area, but he was terrible last night.
He was sick.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have played.
No, I got you.
But what I'm saying is if Pods is healthy, maybe he could give you some more playmaking because he has done that in the past. Yeah. But last night, he was
awful.
Yeah, he wasn't very good.
A couple air balls from him.
Bill's in San Jose. Hey, Bill, how you doing?
I'm okay, Steiny. If I want to watch football, I'll watch the 49ers. There's no holding after 5 yards on receiver.
Y'all not letting me go. Yeah,
that's a 4, Bill.
You do not hit a receiver in the middle of the air when they're vulnerable. That's exactly what he did. He just took Butler out. He undercut him and took him out. So I don't have to think that was a dirty play. That was a dirty play, in my view.
All right.
And if that's what the NBA wants to put on TV, it's just not fun to watch. I don't care about hand checking. I don't care about hard fouls on layups, stuff like that. That's okay. But this kind of holding on Curry is ridiculous. It's not basketball, That's all I got to say.
All right. Thanks, man. Bill. No, I know a lot of people share your opinion and trying to be respectful. We'll agree to disagree there.
We got 2 coming up in the crossover. They both think it was a dirty play, Willard and Dibbs.
Mark Spears of the Undefeated? Not Landscape.
ESPN.
Oh. Well, that makes it easy. I don't know what this is, but Mark Spears is talking about Jimmy Butler. So let's hear what Spears says about Butler.
Let me tell you this real quick. There is some hope, though. Bernie Lee, Jimmy Butler's agent, texts me saying, pray for the bear. That tells me that's some optimism for Jimmy.
Who's the bear?
I think it's Jimmy.
Well, obviously, but
like Buddha.
I thought it was Jimmy Buckets. That was his nickname. Okay, I'll get off that.
Yeah.
There's optimism, Steiny.
Well, okay.
I just don't want him to miss a game.
Hold on. I love Spears. Does that sound optimistic? Pray for Jimmy?
That's what
Lucas's interpretation, which I like, is you say you should see the other guy whenever you like pray for the bear, like the bear that I fought, essentially.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh.
If you see me and the bear getting into it, check on the bear.
Guys, I'm so old.
Boy,
this is ridiculous.
That one went over my head, too.
Okay.
You were like,
all right, that is.
Okay. Hey, Steiny and Go.
Yeah.
Real quick. Kobe Bryant actually said this. He said, if you see me in a fight with a bear, pray for the bear.
Gotcha.
So that's where it delivers from.
I just said that.
Did you say Kobe?
No.
Oh.
Thanks, Kitty.
Thanks for providing more information.
Right.
Okay. That is optimistic. My bad.
The amount of people forget the foul. Steiny, did you feel like you were watching a football game? No. I felt like I was watching a team both with damn good defense. What am I missing?
Kobe. You're missing that. In fairness, these games are not officiated like the regular season.
But I'm watching that with Denver, LA. I'm watching that with Orlando, Boston. I'm watching it all across the playoffs.
And I believe that if you would go to those other cities, the teams that lose those games, their fans probably feel the same way. 888-956-66. Rick in Oakland.
Ricky.
What's going on, Rick? How you doing, man?
What's going on, gang? How y'all doing?
Man,
well, thank you.
Coming off an L.
What's up, Goo? Hey, so what we witnessed last night was the karma effect for Kerr not playing Kaminga. He was rusty, and we all know that everybody got to get their game, they feel back. And it's very intense in the playoffs to do that.
No doubt.
But I think he'll respond if Butler is out. I think he'll respond Saturday because he, got his first little foot wet and feels like he hadn't played in about a month. But I think Pods get too many minutes anyway. Wow. I think the lineup of Curry, J.K., Moody, Draymond, and Looney. Looney could actually cause Sengun to play some defense in the post, which would probably slow down his offense. Post and Santos got too many minutes.
and they're not going to beat OK City or the Lakers without Kaminga and his length.
Wow.
Odds ain't going to beat him, man. He just he would be good off the bench coming behind Curry because he can shoot the outside three, hit the little runners and all that. But his facilitation and all that is kind of mediocre to me. But I still think the Warriors in 5. And Green is not going to do that if Butler plays. He's not going to have that kind of game if Butler plays. I still say Warriors in 5.
Hey, Rick, before you leave, I just got to do this as quick as you can. What did you think of the foul? Dirty or not?
Oh, it was dirty. Normally, Draymond, he can be annoying, but yesterday he was in response to Sengun, had him in the headlock damn near, and he got called for it. Curry flying around. Bodies was flying around the whole entire game. It was just like they were trying to edge. They wanted Draymond to get ejected. I could see their agenda. It was obvious. And they got the home love. So Saturday, like I said, even if Butler doesn't play, the Warriors will win. They won't beat the Warriors again.
Wow.
Oh, all right.
Rick, wow.
Rick with some confidence.
Do you think they were trying to get Draymond ejected?
I don't think. I mean, I think they were trying to do what they do to everybody, and the fact of the matter is, they did. Succeed with Draymond. Kerr had to get him out of that game to make sure Draymond wouldn't do something stupid that would jeopardize the rest of the series. This is Draymond Green on. Was this game more physical than game 1?
Thought it was a little less physical than game 1.
See, we got to play that for everybody.
Thought it was a little less physical than game 1. Thought it was a little less physical than game 1. Don't mess around with games.
I love me some Dre.
All right, more Dre. Do you guys have to change the game plan?
Sure, we'll have to figure that out. It's no easy task in replacing Jimmy. Obviously, we all know what he's meant to this team since he's been here. We've kind of tailored our offense a bit around him. So that will have to change a bit, but we'll see. He's tough. We got a couple days off, so we'll take it day by day and see where we get.
All right. And
they don't sound rattled at all.
Well, no. They're 4-time champs. And like you said, they were down in the finals. Did I keep forgetting, 1-0, 2-1, 0-1, 1-2. But bottom line is, if Jimmy's not available, Steiny, then all bets are off in regard to everything changes, and that's not what I put into not my hypothesis, but my formula in regard to spitting out Warriors in 5. Everything changes.
So are you done with Warriors in 5 then?
After these MRI results come back, then we'll revisit.
Well, I mean, if Butler doesn't play the rest of the series and the Rockets win the series, you and me both are wrong.
No, it would be
no. That's not how it goes in the playoffs.
Well, if you actually made the bet, you would lose, right?
What about the pray for the bear text?
Dude, I like that
optimistic.
one. Yeah,
it's optimistic.
Kobe said it.
Okay, so all I can do is be myself.
That's the best
all I can do is share. I'm lucky enough to be able to share some of my opinions with great people, great fans. I got to tell you, I'm watching the game last night. I get it. Butler wasn't playing after the first quarter, but I'm watching the game last night, and I'm thinking to myself, this is the second game of the playoffs.
Elaborate on that.
It's the second game of the first round of the NBA playoffs. You oughta. And I thought, I'm sorry, you can stick it. They're not winning it. They can't win it. That's what I thought.
But like, what did you?
They can't.
Exerting too much energy early, or just you don't think they can keep that up?
Give me the Kyle Shanahan. Everything. It's just everything. Like I just.
You're working 20 different things at a time.
I did watch that, and I get it.
Yeah.
I understand. Butler wasn't in, but to me that was a big alarm too. Of not like, man, they didn't like. You can't look.
Okay,
like,
I got
you
something.
You can't be that bad when a guy goes out.
All right.
And so I'm just looking at it and the grind and it's grueling, and Curry's got working for everything, and
have you had that thoughts about the Rockets?
Well, I don't think the Rockets can win it.
All right, I just wanted to. Okay, all right.
But it's like even really Quentin Post, God love him, and he was he made
hitting.
You got to win 3 more against the Rockets. Then you got to play the Lakers or Minnesota. It just hit me last night that holy hell.
Yeah.
Like, just a reminder of, it's easy to say, the Warriors can go deep and they can make a run and they can get to the finals. But then when you watch a game like last night, you're like, oh my God, this is going to be so freaking hard. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And especially if you got one of your young Thundercats, and we know what's going on there with JK. But if you think you're so rich in the athletic area to where you could sit him out, Steiny, it sounds a bit, if you really just sit down and think about it, and I'm not saying you're going to get James Worthy version of Kaminga, just the fact from what you're talking about, a stamina, spelling Butler, who played 42 minutes game 1, like, are you really that deep, Coach Kerr, to where you could say, Steiny, you're sitting down and we'll be fine? And maybe you will be. But man, that's a tough one.
From the 510, our main man, Zuki Main.
Yeah,
Zuki. Says 2 guys went out, Steiny. I know. Hey, listen, I hear you, Zuki. And Butler didn't play, and Pajemski was no factor. I got you. But it was a combination of a million things that went through my head. One is the grind. I mean, this is just such a grind. And they still have 3 players who are up there.
They got 2 days rest.
That's this series. I want to be clear. I said, I thought to myself, I don't know. Okay, I don't know how they can win a championship. It was there. Anyway, but no, I got you.
Warriors in 5.
And, their veterans have to make it through this grind, but not just make it. They got to play great through the whole grind. And then on top of it, you need your young players to play great. And then maybe even you're going to need a guy who hasn't even been much of a factor to do something. It's just, that's really hard to ask for. That's all I'm telling you. That's all. Let's see. I'll play a little more sound here. Draymond Green.
I just don't think we were able to get over the hump. We kind of hung around, but we just couldn't make that push to get over, 9 points, 11 points, cut it to 9 again, cut it to 11, and just couldn't get over the hump. So watch the film, figure it out, be better on Saturday.
It was never 9.
Dude, okay, it's after a game, Steiny. I want to put some respect on his name.
Whose?
Draymond Green. The Warriors could not hit a 3, and he's to put up 2. He was 2 for 6.
There he is again.
But the 2 that he hit.
2 big plays from Draymond. Great
It was
game.
like, man, okay, we down 14. It was 17. Man, they had shots on goal.
He was not very good last night.
I'm wondering, too, just a theory, real quick. Is he using so much energy and fuel in the game?
Yeah, yes.
That's why he didn't really go back at Jalen Green when Jalen Green gave him the chicken wing or forearm shiver. Just the thoughts.
I can't speak to that. No. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. I see full lines. We'll get to you all on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Things are buzzing in Fremont by choosing.
Said, if you see me in a fight with the bear, pray for the bear.
Gotcha.
So that's where
it
delivers from.
I just said that.
Did you say Kobe?
No.
Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
1-1. Game 3 Saturday, Goo.
Championship coming soon.
But we got to have a quick show meeting. My
No, we
boy
don't.
Tone is ripping us. Evan wasn't
I
a
don't
part
care.
of it. Well,
There it is.
you
I
can
don't
tell him.
care.
He said the bear, dum-dums, is the Rockets. That's why Jimmy said pray for the bear. And the bear is the Rockets because he'll be back.
That's fine. It doesn't matter.
You just bring it down a couple notches.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah, you don't like that one. Evan, what you think? The bear was the Rockets.
But it's the same
the original
principle.
quote is from Kobe Bryant about some random opponent. So in this case, Tone's correct.
I got
It
you.
is.
But the
Rock.
original was Muhammad Ali. That's the first
What's
one.
his name? Tony?
Tone.
Hey, Tone.
Yeah.
Can my man do a show without you bothering him? Okay, I got to read this because you guys heard what I said about, like, boy, I'm watching that game thing.
Better not be about the bear.
No. From the 307 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Steiny, I was actually the opposite. I was calm. I thought they had it until the bricks started happening. That's fair. I'm not saying I'm right.
But you keep it fair because you're saying you never thought Houston could do it. So it ain't just the Warriors. You're just like, you think they're going to run out of gas.
Who?
The Dubs. In regard to the whole thing.
At some point, I think they will. But
There's a cough button.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I've been wrong before, like a couple times this week. Let's go to Dino. Oh, he's in River Islands, Lathrop.
Yo, what's up, guys, man?
Hey, you know what? Let me do this. Dino, hold on one sec. Let me do it, even though technically I'm not obligated at this point. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's go out to River Islands in Lathrop. What's up, Dino? It is funny.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Thank you for that, man. Listen, I just want to, first of all, just give you guys your flowers, man, and give a shout-out to 95.7 The Game.
Nice.
Man, you guys, man, are the voices of us fans, sports fans, not only in basketball, which we're right in the middle of right now, but in football, baseball. You guys do it all. The best in California, and I believe in the nation. I've heard a lot of sports radio doing a lot of traveling. Man, you guys are the best. Man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Dino.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, man. And I have not yet to meet you either, or a couple of things I want to sprinkle out there.
All right.
One, congratulations on your weight loss challenge. Congratulations on that.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. And we all of us wish we had the discipline that it takes to do that.
That's love.
Secondly, yes, sir. Now, secondly, before I leave, I'd like you to shout out the golf course where you guys are doing the live broadcast.
Stein, you wanted to take care of that?
We can actually.
All right. Dino, I can do that.
What a man.
Stone Tree.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get it right.
Now, first of all, Dino, you never want to meet your heroes.
Oh, man.
Monday, April 28th, Stone Tree Golf Club. There you go. It's presented by Atco Pest Control.
I already picked out my outfit. No, seriously. Remember I had the salmon last time? Tiger Woods?
I actually don't, but I'm sure it's wonderful. You're very stylish when you want to be. Let's go to David in San Francisco. David, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Just want to talk a little bit about Kaminga's role going forward, since we haven't talked nearly enough about that, and make a prediction about Game 3. I think Steve Kerr is one of the best coaches of all time, but, it's borderline coaching malpractice, the position he's put JK in with these DMPs leading up to this game last night. This is a guy who's averaged 21, 6, and 4 on over 50% shooting. We went 14 and 6 in that span before he got hurt, and he was also starting to make great reads off the ball as well. If he makes 2 point-blank layups last night that he makes sometimes, he's 6 of 12 from the field. Everybody's praising him. And by the way, he had the best plus-minus of anyone who played real minutes last night. Him and Steph were -3.
Yeah.
Steve would say Jimmy is here now, right? And it doesn't fit. Well, when no one can score besides Jimmy and Steph, when JK is by far our third best scorer, he can't play when Jimmy comes out. I don't get that. And we talk about winning a championship. Stein, you were talking about long term, right? Like in what world do we win a championship with Jimmy playing 40+ minutes, 4 series in a row? That's not gonna happen. That's just too much. That's too much on everybody. And we need JK to come off the bench 10 minutes a game, give us some scoring when Jimmy's on the bench, and that's the role he's got to play. And then I think, prediction for Game 3.
Yeah.
I would guess Jimmy does not play this Saturday. And I got a prediction. I think Jonathan Kaminga will play well. He will know he's going to get minutes. He will be better in rhythm. And Jalen Green is not scoring 38 points, ISOing Guy Santos and Quentin Post all game. Draymond and Steph are not going to combine for over 10 turnovers. We're going to win on Game 3 without Jimmy. Dubs in 5.
Hey, I love this,
Thanks,
man.
David. Appreciate the call.
I'm going to say this, Donnie. You didn't ask, but to this point, I expect Jimmy Butler to be there. I have no inside information. It's just a feel. It's the playoffs. So with that said, if somehow he couldn't go, you think I'm playing? Look at me. I seriously would think about starting Kaminga if Jimmy can't go.
He might.
Oh, I thought you would be like, "Goo, come on."
It's possible. It's absolutely possible. I don't put anything.
But he's playing 42 minutes because the coach believes in him too.
Yeah, that's true. You're nailing it.
Remember, he asked him, "Steiny, you okay? Evan, you okay?" When he went around, "Steph, you good? Dre, you good? Jimmy, you good?" He asked all 3 Kerr in the timeout, and they were all good. So I guess what I'm saying is he's not putting 42 minutes on a Jimmy Butler that knows he can't handle it.
The one thing that he said, and he said, somebody used the word karma. I look at it like you just never know. It's ironic. Yeah. It's sad. It's a million different things.
It's life.
That Kaminga hasn't been able to get off the bench, and now all of a sudden you may need him
and you
not
did
to come
night.
off the bench and play 10 or 12 minutes.
Bring it home.
And this is why I'm skeptical. Not skeptical, but this is why I believe this is going to be such a challenge for Kaminga. Because if Butler doesn't play, they're not going to.
He's had good games against Houston.
I know, but if Butler, think about how Jonathan Kaminga's been playing since he got back from injury.
I got that.
He has not. He didn't. And now it's kind of like, oh, hey, Jonathan. Hey, I know we've forgotten about you, but hey, be ready. Okay, coach, I'm ready. Well, you need actually to be more than ready. You need to be that second leading scorer that you were 4 months ago and give us 20, 25 a game because Jimmy's not here. It's like, what? That's going to be really hard against a great defensive team in the playoffs. So there is absolutely room for a discussion of maybe he should have been in the mix, and he should have been in the mix because sometimes you need to break glass in case of an emergency.
And I'm paraphrasing what you said, but how the Guru computer took it, Stoney, was maybe it should have never got to the point to where he got DNPs.
Yeah.
It hadn't up until 82 games.
Yeah, and I also think that, and again, it's constantly on the text lines and callers or the question is, he must have done something. Kaminga must have done something. Something's going on.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, I have no idea if he did something, but I will tell you this, if he did something.
Everything.
And that started a disconnect with Kerr and the franchise, or Kerr and his teammates, and they think Jonathan's not all there, then he's got no chance. He's got no, like, you can't just be like, oh my God, I'm going to play. Here we go. I'll have a big game against the right. It doesn't, basketball doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think Curry might have been asked about this.
Okay. Steph Curry was asked about it.
Man, this is go ahead, Steiny.
Asked if he knew Kaminga would. Oh, I should have played this rather than open my mouth. This is actually a guy who matters, Steph Curry.
I thought he played aggressive. I know he probably wants to play better and, knock the rust off. But as soon as Jimmy went down, I actually saw him on the bench and gave him a little love and knew he was going to get his number called pretty quickly. And that is the nature of this league. We talked about it all the time. It's just hard to know and predict when it's going to be. But for him to come out and play with, with energy and with aggressiveness and just understand he can impact the game and he's going to have a huge part in what we do. I think whether Jimmy's out there or not, it feels like it could swing a different way. And so that's the challenge, and it's always been for him to see the pictures, understand the intensity that's out there, try to be in the right spots defensively, and then when he has opportunities to, be aggressive on the offensive end, take them. We trust him when he has the ball in his hands, and however many minutes he's out there and be ready to play.
If I could have stopped this, Steiny, I would have said, Steiny, Steph, what does see the pictures mean?
It's a feel for the game. It's making the right plays. It's understanding where to be on defense. It's being smart.
See the pictures.
I mean, the one thing is, I don't want to play it again, but I could have sworn Steph said something about, huge role. I'm just saying I don't think that's going to work at all. Because he hasn't had a huge role in 4 months.
Well, you would need bad news on Butler for that to happen.
Right, exactly.
Because I think one game, Steiny, I know we haven't got the results yet. It's still way early, midday. But the bottom line is, the shocker, they can ill afford not to have Jimmy for any. This is go time. If you tell me Jimmy's not playing Saturday, I'm like, the Rockets got more than a hell of a chance to come in here and do something.
I think if Jimmy Butler plays, the Rockets have a chance. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
Well, hell of a is strong. You know what I mean?
What?
They got a chance, obviously, and they did it, a couple Sundays ago. But, I mean, the series is tied. It's go time.
Right. And just because Butler plays Saturday, if he plays Saturday, I'll say it again. Houston's defense isn't going away. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Tony in Oakland. How you doing, Tony?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing?
Hey, coming off an L, baby.
Good. So I just want to chime in real quick about the JK talk you guys are having. I think the biggest thing of it all, I think the biggest setback was his injury. He got injured, then we got Jimmy Butler, and then people really got upset that Kaminga wasn't playing was because we had to get Butler in tune with the offense, right? He had to get his feet more in the water than Kaminga, so Kaminga had to take that step back. Now, yeah, of course, 10, 15 minutes here and there, he could have gotten that. But the thing is that he doesn't play make, he doesn't create for others, so it's hard for Kerr to play him in that situation. And then back to the game yesterday, man, I think we didn't play that bad, bro. They actually were a post and a Moody 3 away from being in single digits, and then from there, things could have gone another way. I don't think that there is too much that, needs to change. I also wanted to say that if we were down, if we would have lost game one, I think Jimmy Butler would have came back. Me personally, I mean, the fall did look nasty, but I don't think it was something that was like a real hard fall where he couldn't have came back. I mean, they were even saying that they had to literally tell him no, we can't have you come back. So I think that was a big reason why Steve Kerr saw him was hey, look, we snagged one. There's no reason to push Butler to to the limit of hurting whatever he bruised. So let's just let him start resting up and get him ready for Game 3. Now, if he doesn't play Game 3, I still think we can win that game. Jonathan Kaminga will have to play more, but like I just think, in my opinion, with Kaminga, the whole talk that you had, Steinmetz, I don't believe it, man. I don't think that there's like friction between the offense. I really just think, in my personal opinion, the biggest setback of it all was his injury.
You know what?
And then when he came back from his hit, what was that?
No, thanks for the call, Tony. I'm gonna support something you said. Unfortunately, it's a hypothetical. Now looking at it all, it would have been great if the Warriors could have acquired Butler when Kaminga was healthy. It just would have been better.
Yeah.
But he was out of sight, out of mind, because that's the way injuries are kind of in the NBA.
He got left at the dock and the boat moved on.
But if Kaminga never gets hurt and they still acquire Butler, I think that's a different ballgame entirely. Here, 650 Steinmetz. Since you work for 95.7 The Game, have you ever picked the Warriors to win a game? You have Warriors in 6, Mouth.
There you go.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Mouth. Hey, 650 Mouth. Yeah, I picked the Warriors to win at 6. So shut up.
I got him in 5. Still feeling good.
No, you're not. Tim in North Carolina.
It's our guy, Raleigh.
You're not feeling great. I know that's okay. You're not, but it's fine. What's up, Tim?
What's up, guys? Steiny, I'm with you 100%, man. It's not even when you're saying like it's just round one. They got to win 15 more to win a championship. 15. And, I mean, we starting off with a banged-up thumb, a knee to the quad, and now a tailbone and a neck injury with Drake. I mean, we in game 2. You know what I mean? It is. Yeah. So just looking at it, I mean, and honestly, Gru, I know that the thing about JK, I've told y'all it's a wrap. Guys, like, mentally, this kid he's toast. I would be toast. 10 days ago, he was basically told right before a game, he has no clue, oh, yeah, we're going to change the rotation up, and then you find out you're done. You are not a part of this championship, that we're going after rotation. We don't think you're good enough. And now we are going to then say, hey, we need you, young fella. Like, can you imagine? I mean, you could see him basically trying. At this point, he's going to be trying to play to not make mistakes, man. And honestly, this never had to be a Jimmy versus JK thing, guys. That lineup against the Lakers, that Dre, Pods, JK, Jimmy, and Curry lineup, that's a plus lineup. We have all fell victim to the coach saying it doesn't fit because he's put the narrative out there in the bad moments that it didn't work, but he hasn't told you about the lineups that do fit. Listen, it did not have to be DNPs. We all agree. It did not have to be DNPs, Sonny. I'm with you. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been limited playing time. But you guys play sports. I played sports. We've been there. And when the mentals start getting messed with, and JK, I think, is a mentally strong guy. But guys, think what else can possibly be in his mind. Since there has been this thing about there has been this thing about him versus JK. What's happened in the past when the kid has actually stepped in and balled out and filled in? When the person came back from the injury, his ass went right back to the bench.
Yep.
So he's even got that to think about. I mean, his mentals are toast. That's why I told you guys, everybody thought we needed him at his high ceiling. We all did. The GM, some of his teammates have said it. Everybody thought that except the coach. The coach doesn't believe we need him at his best. And now we're gonna feel it. We'll see.
Right.
We'll see.
No,
But I'm Steiny. They gotta win 15 more to win a chip.
Tim, let's try to stay positive because we are in the Bay Area and a lot of Warrior fans are out there. But no, I'm with you. First, I don't necessarily say Kaminga shouldn't have been getting DNPs.
Well, I will.
What I would say is, if you're a person that thought he should not be getting DNPs, you have every right now to say, well, we might have messed this situation up.
Yeah, and I thought Tim had an astute point, and tell me if I heard it wrong, Stoney, about you didn't need Kaminga at 100%. Like, if you had him at 85, 80, that was good enough because of who he was around. And, you know, I don't know how you thought about it when you saw him get up at the scores table, but the one thing I thought, Stoney, and it mesmerized me, was like, okay, you know, I'm worried about Jimmy Butler, but what is Kaminga going to do? And I'm with Tim. I think it's very valid just from a mental standpoint to try to put yourself in his shoes, Stoney. I mean, would you have performed at your Optimum? I don't know. Maybe you would have, but I was just like, and it was basketball at the end of the day, and he looked like JK. And I'm not saying that's a slight, but he didn't do it to where I thought, man, you know what I mean, Stoney? You're going to make coach and staff look bad because you stayed ready and you showed that you could perform. He was okay.
Yeah. Scott in Hayward wants to put a rat on the table.
Brought to you by
What's up, Scott?
Pest Control.
Gentlemen, my first rat ever. I got to put it on the table. You know, these are professional athletes. This is a playoff basketball game. This is the dream that they're all living. What you doing eating gas station sushi the night before, Pajemski? Why are you going to Taco Bell? Why don't you have a personal chef? These are professionals. What could you possibly be eating that you're getting food poisoning the night before a playoff game? My mind is blown. A captive dispensary came in. I forgot he was on the team. He never sees action. Came in, put up a quick 12, but I also got to put a little rat there because that T-shirt under the jersey, that got fat kid at the pool vibes to it. That is not a good look. They should not let players wear that T-shirt under the jersey. I'm not a fan of that look at all. But yeah, come on, Pods. Get you a cook. Eat some good food. Eat right before Saturday. Take an Imodium. We need you out there. I think we're going to see Jimmy Buckets back in action. I think it's going to be 2-1 on Saturday. So let's go Dubs. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
So he had the bubble guts. The BGs.
You know what? I got to be honest. I don't know what specifically was going on.
Needles in my abdomen.
Was that food poisoning?
He had a stomach illness. I don't know. It could have been anything.
Yeah, the bubble guts. You had them. I had them, Stoney.
When did I have them?
Sometime in your life.
You don't know me.
Yeah, well, you're human.
You don't know Jordan Poole.
That's the one.
Don't know Jordan Poole.
Possibly.
Let's just play this. Quentin Post, it says he sounds exasperated by the question.
What will it take to get the offense going how you guys need it to go?
I heard it. One more
time. We just can't turn the ball over. We got to find a rhythm, right? In game one, we had Jimmy. Today we didn't, so that kind of disturbed our pace. We got sped up a little bit, but we'll be fine. We'll find a way to, settle us down, get good shots. We'll be fine.
You know what?
But the beginning,
I like Posty.
You want to go out with this? Somebody does that.
Hold on.
What will it take to get the offense going how you guys need it to go?
Spit it out.
We just.
Hey. Oh man, UP. I like him, man.
What's wrong with taking a moment to think about an answer? Good for Posty.
It's like whenever you ask me what I'm doing after the show.
Then started smoke coming out.
I usually know the answer to that question, so you don't hear any ums. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, I'll put it this way.
1-1.
They got the split. They got the split on the road. Let's not lose sight of the big picture.
You got MRI results? That's bigger than the 1-1 to be. No, seriously.
The MRI showed a bruise in the coccyx and the tailbone.
I got you.
And Jimmy is going to see how he feels, and we're going to list him at day to day, and he'll be a game time decision. All right, what's coming up on the games brought to you by Fremont Bank? Here for you, here for good.
What will it take to get the offense going how you guys need it to go?
Attention, facility professionals, property.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shoot it, Moses!
He's scared.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
I'm kidding.
Willard
Sanchez
text me, mad, coming in hot.
Who?
Willard, your bestie.
What
said
about
he never said the play was dirty.
I never said. I have no idea how anybody feels about the play.
Are you? Your coworkers.
What?
Your friends.
I don't want a preconceived notion.
Oh well, you're not on Twitter.
That's right.
I got you.
That's right, and it's a freaking badge of honor.
Yeah, you snooping.
You are.
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Look how you look at him like a bear in the woods.
I told you guys, when you guys send me a link to something on Twitter, I always am like, yeah, I can't get that. I'm just telling you.
That is incredible.
That post? Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's a clip.
How's it working with Steinmetz?
No, you know what? Do the whole thing with the afters. Do it again, Gil.
How's it working with Steinmetz?
1 sec.
Hold on, let me do it.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready. Let's do it later.
All right.
Let's go to Diddle from San Jose.
Diddle down the middle.
Hey, Diddle.
Yo. You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, thanks for accepting my call. I was just calling because I was thinking about how terrible the Rockets offense. It didn't scare at me at all. They dribble for 15 seconds and then they happen to score. They get a tip out and happen to score. It's like their offense so inconsistent. We could beat them with or without Jimmy.
Wow.
And then I'm confident in offense against them. He dropped his career high 30 points against them, and no one looked like they could stop him. He's like our best point of attack player, but he is loose with the ball a lot, and that causes him a lot of time on the court. But if he could if he could take care of the ball, then everything.
Yeah, it'll cost. All right. I do agree that the Rockets made a lot of big shots. They made a lot of shots, more than they did game one.
But their best attribute is their defense, and yesterday they gave their defense some offense. How about that?
Sure, and they continue to get second shots.
And are you worried real quick here about this being the fifth time in 7 games that the Warriors couldn't eclipse 100 points against this defense?
I mean, the way I always like to put it is, well, if I were a Warrior fan, yeah, that's something that would concern me. But as is, no, it doesn't worry me or concern me.
Boy.
Dude, get the drip ready. Get the drip ready. So I'm talking to B.J. Armstrong yesterday, the former Chicago Bull, 3-time champion.
So much.
Dude, have him on the show. You call him or he called you? We did, but have him on again.
I saw something he said on Twitter, and I texted him, and I said, dude, you nailed it on Twitter. The playoffs this year are unbelievable. Yeah. And what I said was, in fact, they've been invigorating.
Yeah. What'd he say?
They called me then.
Oh, okay.
He said, appreciate you, man. And then he called me, and we talked.
Nothing about why wouldn't you book him? Play the post for me, Evan.
We had him on already too recently.
Why didn't you book him?
He was here 3 weeks ago. He was on our show. People get tired of him.
Please stop. He's great, man.
He is unreal.
And that's what life's about. Delete that.
It's the greatest.
Jesus, boy. Yeah. Dude, it's 1-1. Evan saw it. No, I really can't.
Of course you can.
I don't think they win if Butler doesn't get hurt, but that's neither here nor there.
Is it because of how game 1 went, or at the beginning of the series, did you expect it to be 1-1 after 2 games?
No, I did not, Evan. I really thought the Warriors were rolling, and I got to say this. A lot of why I thought it was going to be 2-0 Warriors was because what Steiny brought to the table before the first game of the series last Sunday, and that was the putrid shooting between the starting backcourt, and Jalen Green just middle-fingered me yesterday. Double Kyrie, double Bird. But Steiny, do you think they can collectively beat the Warriors 3 more times? I guess that's why I'm not scared. I'm scared of the Jimmy thing. He'll probably be all right. But, until I see it, I'm like, I don't believe you guys can do it. But they did it last night.
Yeah, keep talking yourself into it. Wow. That's fine. I mean, if you just asked me, Steiny, do you think the Rockets can beat the Warriors? Yes. Of course they can beat the Warriors. Do I think they're gonna? I still like the Warriors' chances. But, again, and by the way, you're on your own with Jalen Green. I came down Van Vliet's road and Van Vliet only.
All right, but then I got you. But I love me some great Jalen Green stuff.
By the way, now, Van Vliet went 2 for 8 from the field last night, which means his overall shooting percentage against the Warriors in the last 9 games just went up. It went up.
Wow.
That's 25%. He was shooting under 25% from the field in the last 9 games against the Warriors. Now, the bad news is he was 1 for 7 from 3, so his 3-point shooting in the last 9 games, I believe, was at 21%. It's now dropped.
It was horrible.
1 of 7. And he was a plus 19. That lets you know, get rid of that stat.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric in the city. Hey, Eric, how you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Love the show.
Thanks.
Hey.
Quick question for you guys, man. It's just going to take your brain a little bit. But Kaminga, I think, not playing as much is because he didn't sign that contract in the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I think that took away a lot from him.
I mean, but then how do you explain, Eric? How do you explain, Eric, before the injury, they were using him more, and that's probably the best he was playing this season?
True. I think they had to play him to expose how we could trade him for next year. But I think not signing the contract kind of hindered him from playing at all.
Yeah.
As soon as Moses signed that contract, he started playing again. And then he got a lot of start minutes.
Yeah.
And look at him now.
Well, hey, Eric.
I think the future was for Kaminga.
Right. No, I mean,
let's be honest, though, Stoney. We don't know for sure if Kaminga turned down an offer at all. It's kind of like it's out there, but we don't know. Give me that. There are reports, but nobody's put their name on. Well, he turned down Steph Curry.
It's funny. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he turned down anything, if the Warriors didn't offer this, that, or the other thing. I do remember saying when the deadline passed and he did not get an extension, I do remember saying this is not good. Like you can't be one of 2, maybe 3 players of the whole rookie class who didn't get a deal. It's just
I got you.
It's just not. It wasn't a good sign.
And his draft class they didn't just get paid, Sonny. They got paid.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only other guy that didn't,
Josh Giddey was one,
got traded. Yeah, it was Giddey.
Oh, good point.
Average a triple-double in March.
Good point.
Not that anybody cares.
It's a good point, E.
He's a bull.
Xavier in Oakland. Hey, Xavier, how you doing?
Yo, what up, Gru? What up, Steiny?
Hey.
Going through the tube right now. But, all I got to say is a couple things, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, he was going through the tube.
You got to call back.
Yep.
You got to call back.
That's called to cut.
Okay, I got it. From the YouTube chat, GZ Money.
Yeah.
He goes, I am by no means a Kaminga fan, but I think he could be a big problem if matched up on Van Vliet defensively.
Well, he owns Houston. If you look at his
GZ Money.
Yeah. There's only one
GZ Money.
Young GZ in Atlanta.
The last thing you want to do is take Van Vliet out of the game.
Oh, look at you.
The last thing you want to do is have Kaminga lock up Van Vliet because
he don't need locking.
He stinks.
Yeah, let him shoot. I'll never forget Will Biggs, my high school coach. Son, he said, Johnson, you're open for a reason. That crushed me.
Maybe Steve Kerr knows Kaminga could shut down Van Vliet and's like, I can't use him in that role. Not this series.
Yeah, buddy, get in there.
I need Fred.
Let me see what threads they're wearing.
Oh, boy.
Saturday.
Warriors Chris. He's in Oakland. Hey, Warriors Chris, how you doing?
Good. I might lose my moniker after this one.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be a personal hot take. I think I think I moved on to the Jimmy Butler Warriors. And if he's out, I'm just going to use my time as best I can to be healthy and not the cardiac Warriors that, like, Steph Curry's a made man. He's done. Whatever happens, he's in. He's good. We love him. But I think I'm ready to stop watching the Warriors that sometimes resemble the Wizards or last year's Pistons. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
It's a little bit of a bridge too far for me.
Does he mean the 11 turnovers
Warriors,
between Dre and
Chris?
Steph?
And I'll probably reconsider renaming my handle that I got accidentally through your producer anyway. But thanks, guys. Good show.
All right, well, hang in there, Warriors, Chris. It's just a game. Well, I don't mean basketball. I mean, it's literally just one loss.
But,
and I would also say this to Warrior Chris. Have you ever really watched the Wizards?
Yeah. Only way is if you bet on them.
They're not.
Or against them.
Apparently they have the worst head coach in the league, according to the player polls.
Well, we know what they know. Nothing.
I'm out on these polls. Like, how is Halliburton the most overrated player in the league?
Evan's got a good answer for that.
Everyone's jealous he was on the Olympic team.
That's my dude. Okay. I appreciate that. Then they had was it Draymond on overrated for the defense or something? There was something.
Butler and Draymond were in the top.
Butler took a team to the finals.
People don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Butler was the fourth voted, or Draymond Green was voted the fourth most overrated player, and Jimmy Butler was rated the sixth most overrated player from a poll of the NBA players. And I also get that. And it's
jealous.
I'm sure there's.
Remember, Steph got the only time it's ever happened, the first unanimous MVP, and then they did that Cockamania Awards thing in L.A., and they had it on BET, the Player Awards.
I don't remember
and the players voted hard in the MVP.
It was BET?
Yeah, it was on BET.
I don't have that channel.
Hey, slow down. What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm not going to watch an award show, period, on Cinemax or HBO or True TV or BET or CLO or MVZ.
What's CLO?
I'm making them up.
If it's not on Freevee, he doesn't get it.
And you had his remote. Now that
Tubi.
Pluto.
Those were all the hood movies are. Tubi.
Where?
Tubi.
Oh,
like if I did a movie you might see something.
I do have that.
Yeah, Tubi. Hey, I just want to focus real quick on the 11 turnovers. And don't say age. It's just been a part of who they've been since 2016.
Right.
Curry, I love you. The pass to Clay behind the back in the finals. So, I mean, if the Rockets can get your two stewards into 11 turnovers, Donnie, and that's just a part of who they are because they're great, but that comes with it. I don't know if I want gravy on my biscuit.
I think Ajax does have something to do with it. And you're right.
But that first pass, the play of the game to Pods, so he wasn't tired. It was pressure.
No, I mean, I just, it's not. These kids are fast.
Wow.
These kids are fast.
I still
and they're
play.
Quick.
Yeah,
and they're long. And you have to be careful with the ball. You got to be strong with the ball against the Rockets. And sometimes Steph isn't. We've seen that over his career.
And Dre's passes. That's where it's just like, damn.
Yeah. Here we go. Coach in Vallejo.
Our man.
What's up, Coach? Turn your radio down.
Radio's down.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Man, we trying to figure it out. What you got, man? I know you're hurting.
Oh, I am hurting, and Goo, I heard what you said about Kaminga and his head and where it's at now, and I agree, because if you look at Coach Kerr's style of player, take Jason Tatum, Kaminga, Anthony Edwards, they all have something in common. They're high flyers. They're wild cards. If Jalen Green was on the Warriors, he'd be sitting on the bench right next to Kaminga, okay? Kerr does not like that type of athlete, and it's a style of play. Now, J.K., right now, if I were him, when I get in the game, I would almost ignore what Coach Kerr says, because J.K. cannot play like Pods. He can't play like Moody. He only can play the way he knows how to play, and that's the only way he'll be happy, and that's the only way he'll be successful. If Coach Kerr just looks J.K. in the eye and say, young man, go play ball, the Warriors have a chance, even without Jimmy Butler. But Kerr, he doesn't like that type of athlete. He likes Anthony Lamb. He likes Ty Jerome. He likes Pod. He likes Looney.
Ty Jerome is a player. He is.
You know what? Pods is a player. I'm not saying they're not players.
No, Ty Jerome's better than Pods. I think Ty Jerome's better than Pods.
These guys are hindered by gravitational pull, okay?
No.
I mean, you hear these guys talking about Pods decel. Well, he can't excel, okay? He has to decel. He can't play above the rim, and that is why the Warriors are going to lose. That is why the Warriors are going to lose, because the Jalen Greens and these other long guys on Houston, these guys are playing with a reckless abandon. They're letting them get away with fouls and things like that. The Warriors can't beat a team like that. Steph Curry, I'm sorry, he's going to get beat up even more. I mean, I think Steph's going to wear down. He can't keep going at this pace.
Thanks, Coach.
But anyway, that's what I got to say, guys. I want to just
good hearing from you, man.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, Coach. I will say this. Let's okay, because he said something. Let's be practical about this.
That's what we do best.
Jalen Green was in the same draft class as Kaminga.
Yeah, and they played on this.
If the Warriors, for whatever reason, had drafted Jalen Green,
I don't know, Stoney.
He would not have played. Who's he going to play for?
Okay, that's
Curry or Clay?
No,
Who's he going to play for? Curry or Clay?
I was agreeing with Coach, and that's what you are. I get that. But I just want to say this. You can't put lipstick on a pig, but I will say,
you know what?
There were oh, boy. Hey, listen.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you actually can.
But
if
it's
you
still
want to.
ugly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. But it's still a pig. Oink, oink. If you watch the game, Jalen Green went quiet for a little bit.
Yeah, about 14 seconds.
No, Kaminga did some good stuff on him. He didn't stop him or shut. I missed
Kaminga's
So
lockdown.
if I said individually, Kaminga, forget Jalen Green, anybody, Evan Giddings, he stopped Evan Giddings, you wouldn't be surprised because of his athletic gifts.
Right.
So there we go.
But
I saw some okay, Kaminga, I ain't mad. Nobody will give you credit for it, but I
didn't really see that.
He had 38, I get it.
And he wasn't on Green the whole time. There was some. I felt like there were some.
He gave everybody the business.
I felt like there were some high pick and rolls where he just.
I'm gonna tell you what.
It was like he was invisible defensively.
I'm excited about the future, and it's about Saturday in Game 3, or it's about Game 2 last night. But at some juncture, Stoney, this team's going to need some size, man, and that's why everybody loves Quinn Post. I get you, but we're talking about size and use it. That Thundercat down low, you know.
Where are they going to get it?
I don't know. Maybe you sign and trade Kaminga, and you can get something.
Spencer in Oakland.
The town.
Hey, Spence. How you doing, my man?
Hey, folks. Thanks for taking my call. I'm just, I just need Warrior fans to just take a deep breath here and act like they've watched an NBA playoff series before, number one.
Thank you.
Number two, series don't start until the home team loses, and the home team lost. The Warriors did what they were supposed to do. They went into Houston, and they won Game 1. Yes, I do believe it's going to be a much tougher series depending on what happens with this MRI today. But, to call in and say I might have to change my name, or to call in and, coach the guy before me to call in and say, I think the Warriors are going to lose because they're not playing Jonathan Kaminga. I mean, take a deep breath. I mean, go have a drink. Like, goodness.
Now that's good advice.
This is like next level desperation from a fan base, or I'm not going to accuse everybody, but from some of the folks that have called in, act like we've never won a title before.
You know what, Spencer?
Act like we don't have, multiple Hall of Famers on
Exactly. Spencer, you're right on the money. He's right on the money with some fans.
Yeah, but
he's right on the money.
But the rat on the table, brought to you by ADCO Pest Control, Evan and Steiny, is at the end of the day, why didn't Jonathan Kaminga pop with the Golden State Warriors.
That's not for today.
No, I understand that, but that's where it's at.
That's for the entire month of June.
Right. And Evans left, but seriously, a lottery pick. Why didn't he pop? And it's enough blame to go around. But do you believe Kerr, who played with Michael Jordan and Pippen, don't like those players? Miss me with that. Come on, Steiny. What coach has 4? Come on, you got Steph. Right.
Where?
He had me thinking, like, the hell, dog. Kerr knows what it is.
The last caller's really got me thinking.
This last one?
Yeah. Seriously. Like, you've been watching the playoffs for a huge chunk of 14 years.
Oh, longer than that for me.
Where's the panic coming from?
Who's panic?
What are you kidding?
Well, give me the MRI results and everything goes back to zero.
I told you,
I don't like
nothing
it. It's
definitive.
140. It's 140.
How do you know they didn't fly out of Houston this morning?
The reports were last night.
Show me.
I was on TV. They said he was flying solo. The team was going to leave today. He was flying last night back to the Bay to get the MRI.
You know what?
And watch Bonte.
And I need to say this more, and you might be right, but prove it.
That's when when you say that to people, you're really saying you're lying.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Like the IQ test.
Trust.
Why do I have to go get it?
But verify.
Yeah, please. I don't like that. Kerr don't like them type guys. I love Coach, but he got Durant in here. Well, he was already made. Jordan Poole. Only reason he left is we know what happened.
I mean,
Wiseman.
I would never put Kaminga in KD's class. Like they're not.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's not fair.
That's not what I was intending to do.
Okay. What were you Well, I don't want to get into it.
No, the bottom line is he didn't reach his potential as a Warrior.
Still time.
What is Saturday night? 30. But we seen 30. He's done that to Houston.
Yeah.
Championship coming soon.
Oh, boy.
Can we play the Shasky championship? Oh, it's world.
Let's not do that to him.
They played it this morning. It's almost as good as the Trey Lance practice video. I love my guy.
I mean, just because I got a kick out of him the first time. Here's Quentin Post. Hey, Quint. It's Quentin, Matt. Quentin, you idiot. Hey, Quint. You talked to Jimmy?
Yeah, I asked him how he was doing. He said he was fine. But we'll see after. We'll see what the diagnosis says after tomorrow.
Dude, that's my guy. Sound like the cat like in the shop.
You must have
diagnosis.
Clearly, Goo figured out Post had become my guy. That's all right. That's all right.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
Did you listen to Grandy and Evan after the game?
I didn't.
What do you do? Do you go straight to the sack?
Yes. How about this one? 909. Does Steiny even cover the Warriors? No, I don't cover the Warriors.
I do.
I did for 15 years. But no, I don't cover the Warriors. That segment, 909, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
He's too old.
Traveling in 2020.
The yearly thing, just want to say happy birthday to my nephew Gavin Newsom. And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of a kind. Let me do this first. Crossovers brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Gavin Souza, my nephew.
Let's welcome in Dibs and Willard.
And I got caught up and said Newsom.
I've always been like, you guys look a little bit alike. A little bit.
I would give you an early 4.
It's like when you smile.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Got the hair.
They look like, right? A little crinkle next to the eyes. I'm like, they look, I can see the resemblance. I can see it. How you boys doing?
Better than the Warriors. Disappointing.
They're fine.
But I want to give Dibs some credit. You said the Rockets had action.
Yeah.
And I want to commend you.
Thank you. And I just look at the way things go in a series, and the Rockets were really bad shooting the ball in game 1, and to think that they would be that bad again, I thought was far-fetched. And Jalen Green, 8 threes. Okay, that is the other end of the spectrum.
Right, you think?
Jalen Green, game 1 to Jalen Green, game 2. Will the real Jalen Green please stand up? And he probably will in game 3, because the real Jalen Green is between those two, right?
Sure. Right.
I mean, he's not.
Sure.
Game 2, Jalen is like, okay, you might be the greatest player of all time. So beyond that, the physicality is something that I looked at the ref assignments, and you look at what they've done as a crew. They don't call a lot of fouls, and they called fewer fouls than the playoff average
38
this year.
total between both teams.
Right, and that's a little bit below the average. And so I looked at the matchup and the desperation and all the rest of it, and I thought that it was a game that Houston could win, needed to win. And then, the Jimmy Butler thing happened, and Pods was sick. And so you had Pat and Gee and Quentin. And, I mean, what are we doing at this point, right? You're going to lose. You're going to lose.
Kaminga, Willard. And I owe you an apology.
Mark, your thoughts?
Real quick, Stoney.
What do you owe me an apology for?
My intel had you, and I said it on air, as you thinking the play on Butler was dirty along with Dibs.
Yeah,
and
no,
you
I
hadn't said that.
I
I let the person know I ain't going to dime him out. I let him know.
No, I didn't see it that way. I didn't see it as like just a total nothing.
Exactly.
But I didn't see it as like targeted, strategic.
Too much was going on.
Yeah, I mean, the guy, he lost his balance. He's going down.
Draymond gave him a little OG.
I didn't really see Draymond giving him a shove either. Like, it's just bodies getting tangled, and he started to get launched forward, and it's super, super unfortunate. I did not have a huge issue with Amen Thompson. And quite frankly,
the Warriors didn't.
The physicality of the game, it is what it is. And the Warriors are plenty guilty of all kinds of physical behavior out there too. So I have no issue with that. But I do have an issue with something that both of you have been saying today.
Go ahead.
I don't understand why you guys twofold. Why are you blowing off the way that they are clearly, the way that they have been coached to guard Steph? And why are you saying that because he said in front of a microphone, no big deal, that means no big deal? Of course he's not going to whine in front of a microphone. He's a legit superstar, and he's not a baby. You don't go to the press conference after game 2 of a series, they're holding me. You don't do that.
But we used to see that with Phil Jackson and all coaches.
But that's for the coach to do. And you may see that later on, or who knows what's happening behind the scenes. But to me, there's 2 separate issues here. The physicality of the series, everybody's guilty. But there's only one person who's being guarded that way.
I'll let you take it, Steiny.
There's only one person who clearly, because it's not even just physicality, it's the same maneuver. It's the wrapping of the arms at the waist as you are in front of him or as he goes by. It's a slap, it's a tug, it's a pull. Pods didn't get guarded that way, and Jalen Green is not getting guarded that way. It's been coached, it's not legal, and the referees, who have a ridiculous assignment in this series, have not stopped it, and that is not good. It's not good for viewing, and it's not good for the Warriors, obviously.
What you're talking about where they wrap around the guy, I've seen more and more of that in the league from a bunch of other teams. Now, Curry may get it more than anybody else. Why did Draymond and Curry say game one was more physical?
Because they're Draymond and Curry, and they're not going to use press conference microphones to complain about calls.
But why wouldn't they say, yeah, it was physical, it was more physical?
And
like, do you believe them that it was less physical?
I have no reason not to. But what I'm talking about with Curry is not an umbrella idea of the physicality of the game. That is simply the way the Rockets have clearly decided on a chalkboard how we're going to guard and what we're going to do to Steph Curry, and we're going to dare the officials to call this both on and off the ball. And for the most part, they haven't.
And I'm being real. He had 31. Did you say this? And I'm asking.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's Dibs.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right.
I've seen it every single. In fact, you see it from more people than just the Rockets. They're probably the best at it, and they're the most consistent with it. And now we're going to see a bunch of games in a row. And so that's going to ramp up everybody's emotions about it. But the guy's getting tackled. He's getting tackled when he tries to dribble by people.
That's a foul.
It's a foul. And it doesn't usually get called because they're not calling a lot of fouls.
Where you at on that, Dibs?
Well, if that is the case,
Damn,
and, the premise is one that is probably accurate. And so if I'm Steph Curry and this is the reality of the situation and going about it the way he goes about it, which is gentlemanly.
Yeah,
and,
he ain't saying a word.
He's not going to go and, quote, cry at a press conference. Whatever he's doing is not working. It's not getting the results that Mark and many other people want, which is more calls. So maybe at this point, it's time to get a little bit more aggressive with your approach to how things are going.
Willard, just give me a letter grade for this. A couple Sundays ago, they came in here and won, and the world heard Udoka say, when they complain, and Steph was a part of it, that means you got him up here. I'm wondering if the Warriors are kind of holding back from doing that, playing into that, or what other reason that Dibs mentioned would Steph not go to that podium, or even Kerr for that matter, and say, this is ridiculous. So I got to feel like they're a good defensive team, the Rockets are. Like, why maybe game 3 after Saturday, we hear more from the players.
I don't think we will. Even the quote-unquote complaining that Udoka talked about 2 weeks ago wasn't at a press conference. It was on the court. These guys are champs, dude. They're not going to do that. It's a total sign of weakness.
Yeah.
You might as well take a bullhorn and go to the opponent's locker room and be like, we're scared. Like, they're not going to come out and complain about calls because they're way too professional for that. And it would be letting Houston see that you're sweating.
Yeah. All right.
So they're not going to do that. They're always, I feel like, in the press conference, when you see these guys, almost always, they're always going to have that look in their eye like, we got this. We're fine.
Just leaving the part out about, whether he's getting manhandled or not. I don't think it's just Houston.
No, it's not.
I mean, if you get Minnesota, McDaniels is going to do it. If you get L.A., Vanderbilt's going to be a wild man. If you get OKC, Caruso and one of their athletes is going to take that role. And who's the other team? Denver? Denver might not have somebody quite like that.
Denver's not going to get out of this round. But anyway, you're not wrong. But that's where, and again, I have no interest in coming down the road of the officials today. I
thought that's where you were going.
No,
wow.
Impossible job. Just like it is, this is an impossible situation because every player is fouling someone on every play.
And I'm getting that from the Clippers in Denver. It's out of control. I'm hearing the thuds on the floor.
Yeah, it's worse in this series. And I don't know if it's the approach is more physical or if it's just the technical players that are in this series. But you heard a lot of people say this, and I kind of agree with them. That did not look like a basketball game last night.
No, I'm hearing that left and right.
It looks like a football game. And that's not great. That's not what the league wants. But how do you fix it? I don't want the officials to stop the play on every play.
So is that why the Warriors, this was the 5th time in 7 games, not playoff game, all of them, that they've yet to hit the C note, 100 points against the Rockets because they're finessing the refs?
I don't know. I don't think they're finessing the refs. It's just this matchup. That's this matchup. It is 2 of the best defensive teams in the NBA. So, they're good.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I mean, we saw Kaminga last night. Played 26 minutes.
Incredible.
I don't think you can expect any more out of him than he tried to give last night. He wasn't great. Nobody was. But it looks like if Butler misses Saturday's game, there's no doubt he's got to play.
And the incredible
if Butler does not play,
no doubt.
He has to play, right? Has to.
And Willard, how it comes full circle.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. But if Butler does play, he has to not play.
See, I don't know.
I want to make sure that stays in the conversation too.
But do you think that's on the board? I'm starting to wonder.
Which Butler playing?
If Butler plays, and
it's completely on the board.
And Kerr's like, we need some length, or we need. He can't give us 38. And again, Butler wasn't out there to get the 38.
Yeah, but you guys are right. I don't think there's any room to come at Kaminga today.
None.
What an impossible situation.
Come on, man.
Rusty, mentally hit. And then it's like, okay, dude.
Asking for a challenge. Steiny pointed that out. They didn't do it.
Go bring us back from down double digits in the second quarter.
Like, impossible.
Impossible situation. So he did some good things. He did some things that remind everybody why he's on the bench too. And that's fine. As you just said, Steiny, nobody else was great either. But I felt like we had all agreed on this. We had reached the end of the conversation.
It was over.
That when Jimmy and Draymond are out there together, there is no, they have a lot of data here. There's no Kaminga. It doesn't work. And last night should not change anyone's mind on that. That's what I see.
And I mean, that's the way it's going to be. And I do think that when you look at the severity of the Butler fall and what we know about pelvic contusions, for me, it's a tailbone bruise, but whatever you want to call it. And yeah, exactly. And, having suffered through an injury like that myself, never having tried to play basketball through it, but what do we know about the other injuries like this? Well, Steph Curry missed a week, and could he have come back sooner if they were playoff games? Maybe. But even when he came back, he had a pad on his tailbone, and Kaminga got hurt, and he missed a game or two, and then he was out of the rotation anyway. So for me to think that Jimmy Butler will be ready for Game 3 is hopeful thinking. I would expect, based on the severity of the fall and what we know about these injuries, I would expect that he doesn't play Game 3.
And Steiny, you go ahead.
Well, you know what I'd like to see now that you brought it up is when Curry came back from the back, how'd he play? I can't remember. Because I can't remember the exact game he came back. And
remember, he missed Miami and Atlanta.
Yeah.
Those were the games, right?
And they lost them both right.
He came back into a couple of real patsy games. Wasn't it Charlotte?
It was New Orleans and San Antonio.
That's what it was.
And then he had 56 in Memphis.
And it was but the New Orleans game, they were sleepy.
That's right.
Remember?
That's right.
That's right. They had a hard time shaking them.
That was nasty.
You're right. They didn't.
That was a payday Friday.
There was 5 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I don't know. I mean, I know it looked like it really hurt.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness.
Don't you think, though, we were talking about this just down the hall. Let's go back to that road trip when Steph had this injury. He sits out Miami. Remember, he worked out before the game, and he was questionable, and he sat out. If that's a playoff game.
That's what Steiny was alluding to today. He's
in.
When Div said that, I'm like, but that was a bad spiel.
Well, and that was
5 days after the injury.
5 days later, not
Correct.
3, right?
Wow.
So, yeah, I agree that Jimmy is very iffy Saturday. I would be surprised if he misses more than that.
Right.
But what the hell do I know? That's just tea leaves reading.
Yeah, and stay tuned to Willard and Dibbs, and hopefully the MRI results will come out. And based on the fall, and maybe we can get an emergency Doc Pandia, and I know he'll weigh in via text and whatnot, but that sort of an injury for me is more of an X-ray thing where you do the X-ray to see if there's a bone that's broken or fractured. An MRI for that sort of an injury, unless there's like a muscle pull or, I don't know, ligament or tendon, I don't know what the MRI is going to show that the X-ray doesn't. So for me, it's obviously precautionary, but
there's pain tolerance.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's pain tolerance, but that's one of those weird ones where
range of motion.
Yeah,
too,
right?
Well, sure. That's what pain tolerance prevents. I mean, anybody's had a bad back. It's like when you get it, that's it. I mean, it hurts, and so you don't keep going in the direction that makes it hurt.
Like he's probably in more pain.
Dude, did you say? Oh, no doubt. And I'm gonna keep it real. He's changed everything. Jimmy Butler. So let's just say he doesn't play Saturday, I'll look at all three of you and be honest with this Rocket defense and kind of what we saw yesterday. And I'm the Warriors in 5 guy. I'm nervous. And Steiny was like, well, why would you be nervous? But I'm just putting some respect on Jimmy's name. Without him, he's changed everything.
What I said was, if Jimmy plays, it's still not an automatic win.
No, and I don't think it's an automatic loss if he does.
Exactly.
Here's what I would say, especially because it's game 3 energy. Anybody who plays their first home game of the playoffs, there's a big wave, right? That's a tidal wave. And also the role players tend to play a lot better. So I could completely see Pods and Moody hitting a bunch of threes on Saturday.
All right.
Or if Jimmy's out, Kaminga could have a night. Could absolutely have a night. So I think that they could win game 3 without him. I don't think they can win the series without him. If he were to miss the rest of the series, or if he were to miss 3 or 4 games,
nobody wants that.
I think they're cooked. I think they're not that great of a team without him.
This was kind of a sidelight, let's say, of the game last night, but as it relates to Podziemski. So Podziemski's got, let's call it food poisoning.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's got 2 choices. He can not play, and people will say, you're not playing? Food poisoning? Well, Jordan had that in game 6, and he played. And so, you got to play. You got to be a gamer. He goes out and plays, and he's the worst player on the court, and he hurts you. Now, he didn't cost you the game, but, it's just it's a lose-lose situation for both the player and the team in those situations. It's just, you can't win if you're not feeling great and you don't play. How could you sit out game 2 with a little tummy ache? But he played, and he clearly was not. He was not.
My boy Spencer showed up.
He was bad, and then he goes out and he goes in the locker room and he gets an IV. So clearly, whatever he was going through caused him to lose, shall we say, fluids.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not saying if it was north or south or maybe both directions where he was losing fluids, but you get an IV and you go back out there and you're still not very good. You're still not good enough.
And he hit the rim.
Yeah, but at the same time, and I'm going to invoke Doc Pandia again because he had a great tweet after Pat Spencer went out there and was on fire. Classic Doc Pandia, jersey in the cart.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Number 61. So look for Pandia in a Pat Spencer.
Patty!
I mean, because Pat came in there, it's like, oh my God.
And he got into it.
Pretty fun, yeah.
Make those?
You can get one, yeah.
Jersey in the cart with no name.
Yeah, you got to
take it somewhere and have it made.
Willard, I
don't think that's one purchase. That's 2 purchases to get a Pat Spencer jersey.
Maybe not after last night.
Maybe not.
And you made this point in the green room about so Jimmy gets hurt first quarter, and Pods is mostly useless, and Steph is subpar, and yet you're in it in the fourth quarter. If you're looking for the glass being half full, that for me is the glass half full, where 2 of your 5 starters were mostly unavailable, and then your superstar was, Steph was all right.
6 turnovers.
And you know what? I don't know if you guys have said it. I haven't heard the whole show. I've been in the office since 10:01, but Draymond Green was awful.
He was very bad.
He's used that same word.
He was very bad.
He was frustrating last night. Wow. All of the Draymond ways. Throwing the ball away, getting into multiple tussles, technical
and he got
foul.
the tech, as I predicted yesterday.
You got that. You didn't get both, right? Dylan didn't get one, did he?
No, but he probably should have and could have, but...
Totally.
He used your words. He said awful.
Draymond was not good. And you also left out... Jalen Green careered it. I know you said that off the top.
He shoved me.
Yeah, that belongs in that conversation. Good for him. He was the best player on the floor, and the best player on the floor usually wins a playoff game. And last night it was him.
I just wonder if because again, I keep going back to that Sunday, a few Sundays ago, the regular season. Did they figure something out, or is the mindset, their psyche, we got action, we can't wait? Because they're so young, I don't want to say basketball dumb. They're so young. Will they play better and freer outside of being at home? I just thought, sometimes that happens. Tupac, it's us against the world now. Let's go. We got one dibs. Let's play free like we did a couple Sundays ago. I don't know. But I felt like they were tight. Even with that lead yesterday, they got it done. Shocked me. But I'm I don't like that part about this game Saturday where they feel like, you know what, we can just kind of let it hang?
It depends on who's playing for the Warriors. And if you've got Jimmy Butler, then I don't think that Houston's going to be able to freewheel it like that. But you look at yesterday, and the Warriors turned it over 5 more times, and Houston had 14 more rebounds. And Houston shot it better from the floor and better from the foul line, which is the thing. So,
but the
all
Warriors,
of the things.
43 of 80 shots, threes. That's how important. Diversify your portfolio with these. That's too many threes, man.
And you're down. I mean, you're down. You're down by double digits the whole game.
Yeah.
You're down 8 with that, too.
As for the Rockets playing free,
I don't know.
I don't see it. And here's why. This will be, and I know that they played their first playoff game ever. Like, of course, Van Vliet, but the big boys, first playoff game ever. Well, it's Saturday.
First road
playoff game.
Prime time.
And I'm imagining if they're up 5 with 9 minutes to go, and here come the Warriors, and the crowd's going crazy, I don't see them playing free.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
Possession.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Yeah, no, Saturday's going to be hard for and Monday will too. Saturday and Monday are going to be really hard for the Rockets.
All right, gentlemen, we'll have a great show.
You out? Oh. I just love what we do. I don't even look at the
Hey, I'm getting a little touch up on the hair, the hair today at 2:30.
Look at him.
Jackson Square Salon. Don't sleep on it on 95.7 The Game.
The smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. All right, okay. All right, we got something. And obviously, it's kind of two different emotions to me, all at the same time. Yeah, the Rockets counterpunch, and as you stated yesterday, a lot of people don't find that terribly unexpected. But for me also, there's a set-aside conversation that's larger than anything else, than either of the first two results, and that's the health of Jimmy Butler. So we sit here and we wait, and by the way, spoiler alert, you're going to get breaking news here in the next few hours.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah,
but it's not going to be definitive. It's not going to tell you anything.
Well, hopefully it's not going to tell us anything, because the only thing we could find out would be bad news.
Right. Jimmy Butler, I would bet just about every dollar I've got, Jimmy Butler's going to be listed as questionable for Saturday. They're going to come out. They're going to say, look, this is a day-to-day evaluation sensation, and he's going to be questionable for Saturday, and we're going to have to wait until Saturday to really know if Jimmy Butler is going to play. But the little whispers that I do hear sound like the Warriors aren't overly concerned, which tells me when I factor in the toughness of Jimmy Butler and then the moment that we're in that it's a playoff series, I personally would be surprised if we don't see him by Monday. I don't know anything on that. That's just my guess in this moment. So I don't think this is a series ender, but if Jimmy Butler does miss, I'd say, boy, the next 3 games, then I think the Warriors are cooked. I think the Warriors are cooked if he misses the next 3 games. If he misses only, even if he misses both games 3 and 4, my guess is the Warriors would probably have enough to split the home games, and then you turn it into a 3-game series and Jimmy returns, and I would still give them a pretty good shot. But we'll see. But listen, this is the weakness of Warrior basketball this year. There is no strength in numbers. I hate to tell everybody that. There's no strength in numbers this time.
Sorry, Pat.
You cannot lose Jimmy or Steph. You lose them, it's over. It's over.
It's going to be hard, yeah. And I do think that if they were without Jimmy for the next 3, could they win one of the 3? Yeah. And then you get Jimmy back for game 6. Well, I like those chances of the Warriors winning game 6 with Jimmy back at home and then a game 7 in Houston. It's a crapshoot. It's a coin toss. So I wouldn't be super dismissive over a 3-game absence. I agree with you that I don't think that it's going to be that long. And heck, we all here at 95.7 The Game and Warrior fans, we've all become kind of experts on pelvic contusions.
No joke.
It's been 3 now in the past, 5 weeks, and we've seen it. We've seen 3 different ones, and we've seen what the return to play timeline and the protocol is. Now, I do think that Jimmy Butler's was the most severe of the 3, but I would also add that Jimmy Butler, not that he's the toughest of the 3, but I do think that he's got a certain amount of want to and the countenance to be able to play through it. Not to say that Steph couldn't have, and you're right. Like, he missed Miami, then he missed Atlanta. If Atlanta was game 3 against Houston, would he have played? I believe he would have.
Probably.
So can Jimmy be ready for Saturday? Maybe. Will he be ready for Monday? I do believe that by Monday, 5 days removed from what happened, I think that that's a fair timeline for him to be ready. Hopefully he's ready Saturday. We won't know. And again, stay tuned to 95.7 The Game for all the latest as we get word on the MRI.
We're going to get interrupted by a bunch of stuff today.
What else?
We're going to get interrupted by a birdie has told us that a little bit over an hour from now, the NBA is going to announce the winner for Defensive Player of the Year.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to get interrupted by that. I believe it's going to be Draymond. We'll see. Stand on it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to try. We're also going to get interrupted by, I hate to break this. You might want to play the breaking news right now.
Skaloon.
Hey, sports fans, the NFL draft is tonight. The draft starts in 3 hours.
Like the supplemental draft?
No, this is the actual real McCoy.
The real McCoy.
Yeah, it's actually happening tonight here in 3 hours. Grandy's going to do a draft special after our show tonight.
Look forward to that.
Yeah.
And I tweeted out,
he's grinding. He's like Mississippi State offensive tackle. He's in there, man. He's like learning names and stuff.
Grandy's Grinders.
Yeah.
I like that. Forget Gruden.
So that's happening tonight.
Grandy, Evan, and Sterling, 6 to 10 tonight.
Oh, I look forward to that.
Wow, that's a good grouping.
My sources tell me that the 49ers with the number 11 pick will select Amen Thompson, Houston Rockets. As I tweeted last night, good tackler, a really physical defender, a guy who could play outside linebacker. He can rush the passer, and we know he's a good tackler, especially from behind.
Here's something that maybe our listeners wouldn't expect. So you dove into the tape, deep dive dibs. I dove into the tape.
Yeah.
Everybody watched this play north of 15 times, maybe not, but those of us
way north.
Well, like those of us who do this, right? I'm going to talk about this. We all watched this over and over and over again. And Captain Ref over there, you think that this was a dirty play?
Yeah, I do.
And I don't. Yeah. I'm interested to know what you saw that makes it dirty.
Well, what I saw was a player who was somewhat tangled up with Draymond Green, and he breaks free. I don't believe that Draymond pushed him.
Agreed.
And I believe he lost his balance, and instead of avoiding contact, I felt like he sought the contact.
Interesting.
And, I mean, Amen Thompson clearly had lost his balance, but as he loses his balance, I see a man who, as he's falling, goes arms out into Jimmy as opposed to arms down to the floor. And again, this is really hard to make a judgment on a pro athlete in 0.13 seconds, but what I saw and what I've seen over and over again is a player who sought out the legs of Jimmy Butler and he went right through him. And then after the contact, Amen Thompson goes to the ground and he covers his face, even though I don't believe he was contacted at all by Jimmy Butler on the play. And I didn't see any remorse after the fact where, so Thompson goes to the ground, he gets up, and there's not even that moment of like, oh snap, I accidentally bungled into this guy and this guy is on the floor writhing in pain. I didn't see any of that remorse that you normally would from a player who accidentally contacts someone.
You might. I don't know what he was feeling if he covers his face. I don't know if he got hit on the head on either the ground or what part of his body contacted with Jimmy Butler. He definitely could have gotten hit in the face by a shoe or something like that. I don't know, but to me, when you say like he lost his balance, I'm like, well, there you have it. He lost his balance. When you lose your balance, you lose your control of where you land and how you land. Now, the only thing I look for in situations like this, just, those of us who've played any organized basketball before, you know this. If you accidentally end up in that spot where you are underneath an airborne player, the rule is you do everything in your human power to catch that person. You have to catch them. Now, because he's falling, I don't know if he could. But I've been in that situation, believe me, because I don't jump very high. So people jump over me, and I've been in that position, and it is your job. If you end up, you're playing defense, and you're like, whoops, I didn't mean to be here. Somebody's over the top of me. You can't just let them land on you and shove them to the ground. You got to kind of got to grab them and see if you can brace their fall. There was none of that. But again, inadvertent might be too soft of a word. I don't like saying it was totally inadvertent, but I don't think it was purposeful. You could say it was there was some neglect, maybe, but I didn't see it necessarily as a dirty thing. I just see it as an incredibly unfortunate collision.
Yeah, I see it as both. And I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and we have a poll that got put up 8 hours ago. Was the Amen Thompson foul that knocked out Jimmy Butler a dirty play? 53% say yes, 47% say no.
Pretty even.
Which it's even, but normally these sorts of questions would skew toward the yes because they are mostly Warrior fans.
Sure.
So this tells me that, even 47% of right-thinking YouTube audience member Warrior fans are saying no. And my other piece of this, and this is maybe the one that might shock you even more, for those of you who know me as a ref lover, and by the way, Zach Zarba got another assignment tonight, so I'll be glued to the screen.
Is he doing the Clipper Nugget game?
No, he's doing the first game tonight. He's doing New York and Detroit. Double Z's gets another assignment. But why didn't they review it? I understand that it was not a flagrant foul, but they didn't even review it. You've got a guy who undercuts another basketball player, and we review other things that are, for me, far less egregious, but we didn't even go to the monitor. We didn't go to New York to even take a look at it. That, for me, felt like a misstep by the association.
I'll buy that just because we're reviewing everything on this. But, here's another opinion that may surprise you today. I'm kind of with something that Stan Van Gundy said on the broadcast last night, which is, dude, I don't know what the hell the refs are supposed to do about this series. I don't know what they're supposed to do. Where's the line? How are these three people supposed to figure out where the line is? Because if you want to draw the line, and every fan is doing this, I promise you that after game one, Rockets, WGMZ, Rockets Radio, whatever, whoever's calling into Houston sports radio probably felt the exact same way. This punk Draymond's out here throwing people here, there, and otherwhere. And where is the official supposed to draw the line? Because if you draw the line at that's a foul, then we're not even playing basketball.
Right.
We are going to stop this game every single play.
Mark Grandy and knockout.
I have not
free throws.
Yeah, I have not watched one play yet in this series where I didn't see a foul. So what the hell are you supposed to do?
I mean, it's very difficult. It's very difficult. And we talked before about the anonymous player survey that was put out by The Athletic, and we didn't get into it. And I'll just spend a moment on this because one of the questions was, is the physicality in the NBA, is it too much? And 58% of players said, nah, the offense still has too much of an advantage. So players themselves, I was shocked. Players themselves are basically saying, no, the offense still has too much of an advantage. And yet, you're right. In this series, I'm watching a game and I'm like, oh my God, that's a foul. And that's a foul.
Okay.
And these are all fouls.
We really want to hear from you. We're not doing guests today. It's all you, okay? So what kind of gets your goat about last night's game? Whatever it is. What's your observation? You know how we do it. What's still with you the next afternoon? We'd love to hear from you. And we'll keep it wide open like that. Whatever you want to talk about, whether it's physicality, refs, Steph, Dylan Brooks, Jonathan Kaminga, or anywhere in between. 888-957-9570. You know what my odd reaction is to what you just said, though? that 58% of players say it's not too physical, you're asking the wrong people. I don't care what the players think. I care what the fans think. You know what? NFL defenders all think the rules are too skewed for the offense too. Guess why they are? Because that's what we want to watch.
Offense.
Sorry, defensive players, you're not on our fantasy teams, and we don't care that you're mad. Keep the quarterback healthy. And that's what the league did. So, great poll, but I think we're asking the wrong people. I like, it's not that fun. Physicality is not that fun to watch. I hate to tell these guys.
Yep.
It's really not.
35 fouls called last night, which is slightly below the playoff average. And you're right, Mark. You could have called 65 fouls.
Oh, easy.
But do we really want to watch that?
No, but I don't want to watch this either.
Yeah.
Tackling Steph Curry every time he's got the ball. 888-957-9570. We are going straight to your phone calls right now, okay? Coming up next, Warrior postseason coverage brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Goo are going to be broadcasting live there, so say hi to them 10 to 2, but you can also get in the tourney yourself. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're going to get to all aspects of this. It's funny. Yes, you predicted it correctly, and no one's going to take that from anybody.
Yeah, and I feel bad about that.
Well, no, but that's okay. You don't need to feel bad about it. It's a basketball game.
The one texter on the Boxer and Gerson injury attorney.
Close. I'm close enough.
Yeah, what?
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure you got it right.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to get it wrong. But yesterday's like, when the texter's like, you can't do that. You're supposed to, pom-poms, Warriors. I believe that was the actual text.
That was a good impression.
We also had a caller post-game who said, I can't believe Dibs jinxed it. I don't think it was a jinx because you said they were going to lose and they lost.
Yeah.
But
well,
whatever.
Jalen Green.
There was a caller upset with you, Dibs.
And fair enough, because Jalen Green has the Odyssey app.
They're still thinking about you at 10 at night.
Yeah, you are.
As a compliment.
Dude,
more like 11.
My Twitter feed was, I was tweeting at people. There was a back and forth. I got into a fight with a guy from Terre Haute.
Oh, from Indiana?
Yeah, because I thought that the Amen Thompson play was dirty.
Yes.
And so 80% of people who follow me are like, yeah, Dibs, speak the truth. And 20% are like,
stand on it.
Either like, I've never played sports, or I'm an idiot, or both. And this
stand on what you say.
And I do. And I stand on what I do.
You ought to
stand on what you do.
Thank you.
Let other people pick up the fight for you.
Well,
That's what I've learned.
And they did.
Just tweet it and then leave. And you'll come back later and you'll be like, why the hell do I have 187 notifications?
Pretty much.
That's because two people got mad at each other because they have opposite opinions.
Yep.
And then they just create their own subtweet line that goes about 100 feet long and ends with, you're a clown. No, you're a piece of this, that, or the. It's like, wow, that's fun. Happy computer and phone to all of you.
There's a lot of it.
I hope you enjoyed yourself.
My last tweet of the night was what I do think should be the headline in all this, which my tweet basically was, Jalen Green was awesome.
He was fantastic.
And so, like, Jimmy Butler this, Pat Spencer that, Draymond Tech, whatever you want to, talk about in the game, Jalen Green was spectacular. They win.
He was the best player on the floor, and it wasn't close.
Right.
I don't know if he would have been the best player on the floor if Jimmy Butler was still in the game.
You never know, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The rotation would have been completely different. Who's defending him? All of these things are different. And that's kind of what I mean by there's a set aside. You were right about the game. No one's going to take that from you. I didn't predict a sweep. I've been very confident in this series. I remain very, very confident in this series. But health is always the set aside. And you and I don't always see eye to eye on this one because, for instance, I will go back to the NFC Championship game forever from 2+ years ago and tell you that it's great, the Eagles won, but yeah, you knocked the quarterback out of the game.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's different. That's different. It doesn't mean it didn't happen, but that's different. I'll be the first one to stand up right now and tell you that if Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler miss extended periods of time, the Warriors are going to be ousted. They're not that good without either of those players. So that's my thing today. I'm sorry, Warrior fans. There is no strength in numbers. I'm sorry. There just isn't on this team. And so everything that, I'll speak just for me, everything you hear me say about the Warriors in these playoffs is dependent on the idea that they stay healthy. If those two don't stay healthy, you can take everything I say and throw it in the trash.
Yeah, and I think it's fair, and you're right about strength in numbers because you look at this team and you've got Steph Curry, top 10 all time, probably higher than that. Jimmy Butler, Hall of Famer. Draymond Green, Hall of Famer. Okay, then let's go beyond that. Moses Moody, 4th year, first year really mattering. Pods, 2nd year. Quentin Post, rookie. Buddy Hield, journeyman. Kevon Looney, limited minutes. GP2, basically out of the league 4 years ago before the Warriors figured out how to use him. Guy Santos, newbie from Brazil.
Yep.
So if you get beyond the big 3, you're looking at 6 to 7 or 8 other players who are either rookies or young, journeymen, or severely limited.
Oh,
So
dude.
you're right about strength, and it's not strength in numbers. It's just numbers, and numbers are numbers.
They
and
are.
If you have pods play
Numbers
well,
are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
if these guys play well, the others, then you have a chance to make a deep run.
Oh, no. There's two starters that go out in the second quarter. And I know Pods came back and he was awful in the game anyway. He was not ready to roll because he wasn't feeling well or whatever. Jimmy Butler goes out. And you're like, did you all have the same moment I did? Like, you sit down, you get comfortable, and you're like, okay, first quarter action, home game, right? Rockets, they delivered the first punch. That's all fair. And the second quarter happens. And here comes we're ahead of New Orleans by 38 lineup. And it's a playoff game.
Right.
And I'm like, what the hell led to this? Like, that's our next pitch. Here we go. Something bad happened. Pat Spencer is on the floor. Kaminga's out there, and everyone's like, oh, gosh, here comes Kaminga. This is like a moment for everybody. And Steph and Jimmy are both not on the floor at the same time, right? Neither one of them's out there, which the Warriors never, ever do, almost never. And you're looking at this going, this team does not have a chance to win a playoff series. If that's who you're putting out there, that's a no. That's not going to work.
Yet
So
that second quarter team did better against Houston than the first quarter
I give
team.
some of those guys credit. Yeah, they came out. They weren't scared. They tried. They did a couple things. They did some weird things. Yeah, I give them credit for not being scared.
Right, and you played a second quarter where you only lost by 4, and you lost the first quarter by 10. So the second quarter team, the second unit, so to speak, and some of those guys are third unit, but they came out and at least kind of held their own, and that's where I look at this game at the end of it. You lost by 15. You got to a point where you were down 7 or 8 late, and it's like they should be down by 25 right now, but they weren't. So for me, the positives is how you still kind of hung in there up until there was about 3.5 minutes left when Houston went on that last little flurry. Up until then, through all the bad stuff, you still were in the game.
They rebounded better. And oh, by the way, if your name wasn't Jalen Green, you still can't shoot.
Right.
The Rockets are still the Rockets. It's just one of them was awesome last night. And that was enough.
Yeah, and Şengün's a problem still.
Well, but he's an all-star.
Right.
Like that, I mean, that's baked into the cake, if you ask me. That's fine. But I tell you what did Jalen end up with? 38?
Yep.
All right. Right now, I'm going to take the under on any Rocket doing that again. For the rest of the playoffs, it will not happen again. Nobody. I'll even lower it for you. 35. Not happening. No one. Not once.
Even 30.
Probably not.
And
maybe 30.
Like Fred VanVleet, 2 of 8. Okay.
There you are again. He's 2 of something at the end of every game.
Pretty much. And Şengün had 17 on 15 shots. Not that productive. 16 rebounds,
he's
but
a good player. Like, he's just a good player.
Yeah.
Does all kinds of things on the floor.
Dylan Brooks, 6 of 12. Amen Thompson, 4 of 7. Like, that's all normal. That's within the range of normalcy.
That's workable. That's not going to blow the Warriors out.
Tari Eason, 6 of 9. He played great.
He played great. And he nailed Pat Spencer with a towel.
Which was like...
Moron. What are you doing?
Right?
Like, what? Here's one thing.
Moron, but when you look at it, like, that was an absolute center cut towel throw.
Oh, dude, he nailed it.
Not only did he nail him, but it spread out and it covered him.
Stick and stay. Yeah,
it was incredible. It was incredible. And Pat rips it off and he mean mugs him, and it's like, good for you, Pat.
Yeah, Pat Spencer mean mug is not that intimidating, but anyway.
Nothing says a fight in 2025 like a guy throwing a towel, basically a glorified hanky into another guy's face.
What are we doing?
If it was 1977, there would have been weapons and punches and chairs.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
I threw a towel in his face.
Threw a towel.
How soft are you?
I mean, if you want to make an analogy out of it, Houston threw in the towel. Don't worry. I still think the Warriors are winning this series. But 408 just sent this in, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and here's where I'll agree. I don't want to get into, the officials are mean to the Warriors. There's a Steph Curry conversation, but the physicality is what it is. The Warriors are delivering plenty of blows also. Draymond was innocent of nothing last night. And so I don't think that Warrior fans have much to say about just general, like that whistle or this whistle or any of that. But here's where I will agree. And the text from 408 says, I just want to say that if Draymond did what Amen Thompson did, he'd be suspended for a minimum of a game. I've now rewatched it 20 times, and he was not pushed. First of all, you're right, he was not pushed. You brought up the point that it wasn't even looked at. And let's say, what if Green versus Green was the other way around? What if Draymond delivered the forearm to Jalen Green's face? Oh, he's thrown out of the game.
No doubt.
There is no doubt.
And Jalen Green missed, by the way.
He did. But and Draymond has earned that, and I understand that. Your reputation in life is what it is. But if you're a Warrior fan feeling today like there's a little something different there, where like the reputation sort of doesn't lead to that kind of Tari Eason, if Draymond did that, you're thrown out. You're thrown out. All Tari did was get one tech. So I'll agree there. These Houston kids are so new, they've not had time to build up any ill will with the refs yet. That's all.
Reputation, exactly.
I mean, other than Dylan, other than Brooks.
Right, and that's why I just was surprised about the Amen Thompson to not even like go to the monitor and look at it and review it, and whether or not it should have been a flagrant or not, whether or not it was cheap or dirty. I don't know the young man's intent. I don't think that he has a reputation of being that, but to not even look at it for me felt a little bit short-sighted, especially when you know, as an officiating crew, what the head coach said before the start of the series, which is, we're going to try to see if we can't make the refs call it. We're going to foul them every time, every chance we get. So as a ref, you know that is going to be the blueprint for Houston. It's going to be physical, and that happens, and you don't even look at it. That, for me, was a misstep.
All right, let's hear from y'all, okay? 888-957-9570. This is what we want to do all afternoon long, is just hear from you. You can get it off your chest. You can get your observation out, start the process of feeling better so that we can get ready for Saturday night, and we'll look for information on Jimmy Butler throughout the show. We expect some sort of news, we think, but we'll have it for you as soon as it happens. Let's go to Jason in Oakland to lead us off. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling.
Hi. Good afternoon, guys. I want to ask you guys a serious question.
Okay.
Can Steve Kerr coach a team that shouldn't win a game? Like, if he don't have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, you know, when you say, everybody say he's a great coach, but sometimes the great coaches coach guys that shouldn't win a game, win at least 2 or 3 games, or just say one game. Like guys that just on the bench and he put everybody in the right position to win. It seemed like if he don't have star players, and I understand that you know, we need star players in the league to win games, but great coaches pull the greatness out of mediocre players.
Do they, Jason? Can I disagree with your premise? I'd love an example. Who's the NBA coach that's pulling wins with Pat Spencer?
I say, what's the guy? Udoka. If he was in Houston, the way he played, you can see he's an NBA player. He got 9 points, came in there beating guys off the dribble. Steve Kerr, he will always have him in the back of the bench.
Well, yeah.
And he came out and played like he played like an NBA player. He didn't play like he was scared, but he was beating people off the dribble, hitting layup. I know he got the 3 off the backboard, but that was the only person that I can say that shouldn't be in the game, and he's probably right about, is Kaminga. Kaminga looked lost. He was making them shots, but he still was looking around like he didn't know what was going on, or I just believe it was because he hasn't played, and it was just, you know, like, I'm just thrown out here because Jimmy Butler got hurt. But outside of that, Buddy Hield shouldn't be playing. And I know we done talked about this all day at me and my friend house.
Yeah.
He putting Buddy Hield. I would put Kaminga in the game before Buddy Hield.
Well, but
I just want your
Yeah, Jason, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I love the passion, and I understand where you're coming from. But even if you like the way Pat Spencer played, I don't think that you're not advocating that either A, Steve Kerr should be playing Pat Spencer more, or you're not advocating that because Pat Spencer had a couple nice drives to the hole, that means that Steve Kerr should be able to coach that group to a victory on the road in a playoff game against a really good team who has their best player absolutely going off to score 38 points. No, there's no coach. That had nothing to do, to me, with coaching last night. Now, as far as your last quip about Kaminga and Buddy Hield, I just think that we've been round and round on this so many times, and you either accept this or you don't. The bottom line is, as annoying and frustrating as Buddy Hield can be, he is a three-point shooter. Stats will tell you he is actually one of the most accomplished three-point shooters in the history of the game. Therefore, his presence out there changes the way a defense guards you. And even though Jonathan hit a couple threes last night, he is very inconsistent, to say the least, with regard to his shooting. And therefore, you don't need to guard him on the three-point line, and the defense can totally clog the middle. And that's why, based on not just Steve's thoughts, but actual analytics, you can't replace shooters with Jonathan Kaminga. You just can't.
No, you can replace Jimmy Butler with Jonathan Kaminga.
Yes, you can.
That's what they did, and it took Kaminga a little bit of time to get comfortable and try to find his game, and he wound up 4 of 12, and a couple of those were threes that were open threes, and great. You knocked him down, but the thing that Jonathan does the best, he struggled with last night, which is driving to the hoop and making layups, and he had a couple that were short, he had a couple that were just flat misses, and it's good that he was able to get in there and play, because if Jimmy Butler's unable to go in game 3, I don't know if you start Jonathan Kaminga.
I don't know.
But he definitely gets the same amount of run that he got last night, which is 26 minutes, and you're going to need JK to do some of the things that Jimmy does, which is attack the hoop and score.
Yeah, the difference being on that one, though, obviously, like JK, he can attack the basket sort of off of what Steph Curry creates.
Right.
You can't just give him the ball and say, okay, let's run plays through your ISO play like you do with Jimmy Butler. Because one of the things that actually frustrates me about Jonathan Kaminga, he can drive. He can. But when he does, it's a shot. Period. There's no passing out of that drive. There's no nothing out of that drive. If there's a shot, it's a shot.
Right.
If there's not a shot, we'll throw it up over the backboard and run down the other way. That's the kind of stuff that drives me nuts, and why I've had so many debates with so many of you over the year about Jonathan being a great finisher. He's not. He's not. And I'm not coming down his road because this isn't about last night. Last night was a terribly unfair spot for Jonathan as far as us assessing his play. That's not fair. I'm saying that based on what we've seen from him for 2 years. He's not a great finisher because you know exactly what he's going to do when he drives. He's just going to bang the ball into the board, whether the shot is open or not. Yeah, what's up, Grandy?
In terms of who might start if Jimmy doesn't play, it's also worth noting that Podziemski didn't begin the second quarter.
Correct.
But they began the second half with GP2 replacing Podziemski and Post replacing Butler. So if Butler misses, maybe they just start Post from the jump. We'll see.
Maybe.
But
Draymond goes to the 4 and you play Post. And Quentin got hit 4 threes last night.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Quentin, he got the the lid off the can.
Yep. And I sent that after he hit his second 3, and you're like, not now, Dibs.
Well, I mean,
I felt like I was one of your kids.
Well, it's like the worst night ever, and you're texting about...
That was my take it to the bank prediction.
I know.
And I got it right.
Our Warriors Live predictions, I got mine right too, but I'm like, who cares? Jimmy Butler's hurt, and the Warriors lost by double digits.
What was yours again?
Moses Moody more than 1 3.
Okay. Yeah.
He waited a little longer to get it, but he got there.
He did. He got 3 threes, but... I was just trying to bring a little bit of levity to what was absolutely a very dark and disappointing night.
I wasn't in the mood.
I know you weren't. I felt like one of your kids. Not now, Dibs. Or like your dog,
Yeah, go take a shower.
I ran and got in the crate, actually.
Yeah.
Go get the crate, Penny. Dang, yeah.
In the crate.
Totally.
All right.
And just whatever. It's one game. Disappointing. The lingering effects positively is Kaminga got to play, and if he has to play again... Well, he's shaking out the cobwebs. I don't know if you found something with Pat Spencer, but you went to Pat Spencer and he played like he felt like he belonged, which was pretty awesome. Quentin got the lid off the basket, which also was cool. So there were some positive takeaways in an otherwise disappointing night.
Yeah, I get nobody found anything. You know what we found? We found out the Warriors aren't very good if Jimmy Butler's hurt. That's what we found. I think we already knew that. These guys are all on an NBA team. Their job is to go be good at basketball when the coach points at you. And so, sure, Pat Spencer had some moments. Jonathan had a couple of moments. What did he score? 11 points? And he was not terrible on defense either. I don't think Jonathan went out there and embarrassed himself or any of that stuff. And again, it's a terrible night to just suddenly assess Jonathan Kaminga. I get it because he finally got an opportunity. I don't think he hit a home run with that opportunity,
no.
but that's a very, very difficult thing to do with all of those circumstances.
There were a couple of plays that I thought were a little troubling. Jonathan Kaminga, he's out there, and there were a couple of rebounds that were there to be possibly contested for or had, and I saw him ball watching a little bit on plays where you had nobody else underneath the basket offensively, and Kaminga was just along the baseline, kind of chilling, not really getting in there and fighting for rebounds. He wound up getting 3 rebounds, 1 offensive, but just a few times that I was watching just Jonathan, I felt like he was not fully aggressively engaged in what's going on, and that's been a little bit of a knock of his.
No doubt. I mean, but I have compassion for how hard that must be with everything that has gone on surrounding him. But at the same time, I also get it that if you want to think, boy, if I were him, and you get suddenly thrown into the game, I would literally take a lighter and light my butt on fire. That has got to be how you approach that moment. And did he? No. But I also get why the guy is probably second-guessing every little thing that he's doing. It's a terribly difficult scenario. But anyway, no, the Warriors didn't find anything last night. Here's what you're praying for. Pods, throw up and feel better. And Jimmy, man, toughen up, play through it. Get right back to the same damn rotation that got you here. That's what I'm hoping for. We didn't find anything on the end of the bench. Go get your shooting shirt back on and cheer for Jimmy Butler. That's what I'd like to see all of those bench players do.
Of course, but if you do need to play Pat Spencer, you know that he's not afraid of the moment.
Yeah,
and,
that's true.
He came out and it was one of those things where it's like, all right, Pat, do your thing,
but
Pat.
Don't you feel that way every time he comes out? I kind of feel that way.
I've never seen it in the playoffs.
No, not in the playoffs.
I've never seen it in a moment where Pods is in the locker room sick and Jimmy's got a tailbone bruise and now you need Pat to do things, and he did things.
Yep, absolutely.
So, points for Pat.
No doubt. Do you need your NFL draft fix? That's tonight. Keep it locked to 95.7 The Game from 6 to 10 tonight. The Draft Show with Grandy and Evan Giddings and Sterling Bennett. Will the 49ers trade up, trade down, pick at number 11, and infuriate you? The guys are going to break it all down from 6 to 10 right here on 95.7 The Game. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let it out. The Warriors lose. Jimmy Butler is now a question mark. Whatever it is you saw last night, whatever it is, we're here for your calls all afternoon. Your calls next, immediately, 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
sideline. Lob inside and a dunk for Thompson. No weak side help in time.
Yeah, completely asleep on that one.
And I think Steve Kerr will call a timeout and wave the white flag.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Coach. I will say this. I appreciate you and our audience and our surroundings for being able to, even though we disagree a lot, appreciate the nuance of the Jonathan Kaminga situation. Because there are a ton of national NBA writers who I believe are grabbing clips of Jonathan driving to the hoop last night and going, see, that's why he doesn't play. Don't be a jerk. Don't do that. Don't have this kid go through what has probably been the most difficult professional 3 weeks of his life and get totally put on the shelf. And then when he comes in, I'm not saying he met the moment last night at all, but if he's going to come in and take one bad drive to the hoop and then grab the clip and put it all over social media and go, see, now do you understand why he doesn't play? That's kind of weak. And by the way, that's not why he doesn't play. That's not why he doesn't play. Have you ever heard Steve Kerr come on this show and we're asking him about Jonathan Kaminga and Steve goes, well, he doesn't play because when he drives the hoop, he sucks.
Right.
No. Jonathan's skill set doesn't pair perfectly with what the Warriors have found as far as a rotation and a lineup that really does work. That's all that's going on here. And so there's just a lot of cherry picking going on, which I get. I get it. It's the playoffs. It's social media. I understand. But don't do that.
No, and you are allowed to do that, but sure. I do think that it's kind of a weak sauce take. And the guy had a 12-day break where he didn't play any basketball other than scrimmaging. And I know he had some great comments yesterday after the game talking about how he stays sharp and stays focused and the rest of it. So his first action after Jimmy gets hurt, they run a screen roll and he dives to the hoop and he gets the ball back from Steph and he goes up with the left hand and it's a layup and it's contested. And well, he barely even got it above the rim. He didn't even get it above the rim and it was a miss. And it's like, oh boy, Kaminga. Well, it had been 12 days since he actually played an NBA game. So you got to give the guy, I will anyway, the grace to kind of warm in to the game. And he knocked down a couple of threes. He was 4 of 12 and he was all right. If you want to rank like all the Warriors who played,
he was fine.
He was not the best and he was not the worst.
No, nobody
he was fine.
Nobody did great. Nobody did great.
Right. For the most part, right.
You know what I mean? I'll take Quentin Post's shooting, but Quentin Post also, he gets so cooked on things on the other end of the floor so often. He just gets lured into things. Like I would love for Quentin. Quentin needs to get a crash course on how to not have a veteran draw a foul on you. It's just every time. And he always has that look on his face like, God damn it. I got again. Yes, you did. And I get it. Like he's a rookie. So, it's going to happen. But yeah, for me, you can have the opinion, just don't cherry pick it in that sort of a way. Now, the flip side of it, because I've also heard this today, some of you Kaminga people, and I'm sorry to call you that, some of you Kaminga people have just, like, you're the most stubborn human beings I've ever met in my life. I don't know, like some of you came out of yesterday and you're like, see, they're going to need him. They're going to need him no matter if Jimmy plays or not. Where are you getting this thought? Why? What is it that you're not understanding? This has been explained to you by the team ad nauseum for 3 weeks. Nothing happened last night that changed it. Nothing. So if you again, you're allowed to have your opinion, but good Lord, you're stubborn. Nothing happened last night that says now the Warriors absolutely, they're going to need Kaminga's athleticism in this series. What did you see? What athleticism did he show that changed the basketball game last night?
He got to the basket a handful of times, and he made about half of them. Half the layups that he attempted, he actually made.
And then the other ones went over the backboard.
Well, the one did. Yeah, the one did. Yeah. And the one I was referencing, his first shot, which didn't even get above the cylinder. And if you think about all the things that he does well, And if one of them, you'll grant me, just for the conversation, is going to the basket and finishing, Jimmy Butler does that better.
Yep.
So what else does Jonathan do really well that isn't duplicated by either Jimmy Butler or someone else? And the answer is not a thing. There are better passers, there's better three-point shooters, there's better defenders, there's better ISO players, and there's better finishers. So all the things that he does well, if Jimmy is healthy and playing, Jimmy does about 90% of those things, and that's why he's not been in the rotation. Now, if Jimmy Butler is hobbled or compromised or not available at all, well, then yeah, you're going to need Jonathan, and you're going to need him to play better than he played. He played okay, but if you're going to beat Houston in Game 3 without Jimmy Butler and Kaminga's going to play 26 minutes, you're going to need him to be better than he was last night.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's this. Thank you for texting in and listening. We appreciate it. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line 925. Steph Curry literally said that Kaminga will be needed whether Jimmy plays or not. So there's that. I mean, this is why I came at Steiny and Goo. What, like, do you guys not get what professionals say to a microphone? They're not going to rip their teammate. He's their teammate. Just because Steph said, yeah, no, I don't have any problem with the physicality in this series, doesn't mean that Steph doesn't have a problem with the physicality in the series. Steph is not going to come out and be like, well, we do need Jonathan if Jimmy can't play. But if Jimmy plays, we don't. They're like, that's not how you handle the media. These guys are seasoned pros. They're going to say whatever keeps them in their best position to succeed. Their best position to succeed is A, don't sound like you're whining and complaining. Don't let the Rockets see you sweat like that. And their best position is to keep Jonathan in as best of a positive frame of mind as they can through this situation, which is not easy.
And that's what Steve Kerr has said all along about Jonathan Kaminga. And Kaminga even said that himself in the post game. Like, he was asked about how do you stay ready and what do you do to stay ready? And it's like, well, I go out there and I work and I scrimmage when I can and I play. And of course I stay ready because you never know in this league. And Steve Kerr said it to us earlier in the week about Jonathan and staying ready. And they've imparted that message. And unfortunately, when Jimmy Butler gets hurt like that, now you need Jonathan Kaminga. And if you hadn't been preparing him and making sure that he was ready and staying ready and all the rest of it, well, then you've got no hope. But Kaminga clearly had been staying ready. And so when he got on the floor last night in the first quarter, he went out there and he was ready to go.
Let's take a quick call on this. Also want to let you know that there is maybe something interesting from Jimmy Butler's agent that we want to tell you about. We'll have that for you coming up next. But let's go to Art in Roseville. Hi, Art. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing? I was thinking about Kaminga and such a gifted athlete, 4 seasons in, and he just displays a lack of situational awareness. Even though he's got this God's gifts of physical talent, you have other guys roll up in front of him like GB2 or that kid Spencer last night, or Pods, or even like Ty Jerome for Cleveland. They always seem to be in the right place at the right time. They don't have to be directed. And I just feel that, it's sad to say, I feel like Kaminga doesn't have that. And I think that's what's killing him. So that's all I had to say. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Art, thank you. Yeah, I look, that's part of it. He's still a 22-year-old player, still a little bit short on minutes considering he's a lottery pick. But also someone who has not picked up what some of the coaches have wanted him to do as quickly as they would like. I think both of those statements are fair.
It's not easy to do when you didn't have high school basketball and your only year after that was G League Ignite, which is kind of like an AAU plus experience where everyone's out there trying to get theirs and trying to make sure they get drafted. And if you do look at his draft class, I think he's 14th on the list in total minutes played. So he hasn't had the touches and the time that, by the way, number one on that list, Jalen Green.
Yeah, wow.
He's number one in the draft class in minutes played.
Number one.
Yep.
There it is. All right, we're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. And we'll continue to take your calls, not just coming up next, but all afternoon long. What are you still thinking about today after last night's watch? 888-957-9570. That is the number. But also coming up next, a little something, maybe a little light at the end of the tunnel from Jimmy Butler's agent. That is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
So they had to add the 91-80. But turnovers, a technical foul, and sloppy play. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We got two pieces of sound we really want to share with you. Okay?
All right.
One of them is Jimmy Butler related, and the other one is Stephen Curry related.
Okay.
All right? You ever heard of them guys?
Yep, both of them.
Okay. Strength in numbers. That's an old phrase. Warriors don't have it this year. 888-957-957. We'll go to the phones in just a sec. Mark Spears, longtime, very well-respected NBA reporter, ESPN. So NBA on ESPN, they're talking about Jimmy Butler, the injury, and the unknown. We're still awaiting MRI results. I don't think the MRI is probably going to tell us anything other than, pain tolerance, let's see, wait and see, we'll figure it out Saturday. That's my expectation. I don't know that, but we'll see. But in the process of talking on NBA on ESPN, listen to what Mark Spears said earlier today.
Let me tell you this real quick. There is some hope, though. Bernie Lee, Jimmy Butler's agent, texts me saying, pray for the bear. That tells me that's some optimism for Jimmy.
Okay, so only one person laughed because I don't think everybody understands fully pray for the bear. Pray for the bear is an old statement. It's been used by Muhammad Ali. It's been used by Kobe Bryant. And basically the idea is, you ever see me in a fight with a bear, pray for the bear. So the idea is Jimmy Butler's agent is saying, oh, you guys saying the Rockets now have the edge because Jimmy's hurt? Pray for the Rockets, which Mark is taking as Jimmy is going to still put his stamp on this series. And that's probable. I don't know about game 3. I would be surprised if he missed any more than that. And I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't miss that.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he played in game 3 just based on the severity of the fall and the fact that he went in the locker room and he did not return. And he ended up staying overnight to get an MRI in Houston. And so isn't that the way
there was the report that they sent him back early. The Warriors were going to stay overnight, but that Jimmy,
then I had it backwards.
Jimmy hopped an immediate flight back here.
That's what reported.
Yeah,
right.
Jimmy hopped an immediate flight back here to take the MRI.
Okay.
But anyway,
it's neither here nor there.
They're all here now. They're all back home now.
And the fact that he had the fall and then was unable to return in a playoff game tells me that it was really bad to where he couldn't play through it. And so, an injury like that, the next day, it can't feel better. It probably feels worse. And so the treatment of a pelvic contusion like that, there's only so much you could do. It comes down to pain tolerance, and maybe he needs a couple extra days. I don't know. I would be surprised if he did play Saturday, 2 days from now in game 3, but I'd also be shocked if he didn't then play Monday in game 4.
The extra day off really helps. I did see one somewhat speculative report that if the game had been tonight, I'm sorry, not tonight, obviously not tonight. If the game was tomorrow, Jimmy would be listed as iffy. But the fact that it's Saturday gives them obviously even more hope. So I don't know if that makes him questionable, probable, doubtful, anywhere in between. I'm not a doctor and I'm not tapped in behind the scenes right now with the Warriors on this. But the whispers that we're hearing sound like Jimmy Butler has avoided something major. And so, yes, you're right. Game 3, who knows? But the Warriors could very well still win this series, even if he misses game 3. And I give them, especially in that particular game, I still give them a good puncher's chance even without him. I don't give them much of a puncher's chance in the series if he's to miss extended time. But the home crowd energy of a game 3 situation, I think the Warriors would have a shot. They'd have a shot to win on Saturday night without him.
Without a doubt. And you look at role players playing at home, and it's an old adage, but I do think that it's true that role players play better at home. And when you mentioned what you did earlier about it not being strength in numbers, and it's really, 3-star players and then a bunch of, quite frankly, role players. And all these role players are going to be coming home where they've played, 42 games now, 41 plus a play in. And so they're more comfortable here. You would expect Pods to play better as long as the food poisoning or whatever he had is gone. Quentin Post already did play better, so maybe he'll be more comfortable as well. And so no matter who's going to be on the floor for Golden State, I do think that their younger players are bound to play better at home.
Yeah, Quentin felt like, he just needed that first three to go in, and I think he missed his first two, and then he hit one, and then he got going. And then it was then he was downhill. I think he was maybe 4 or 5, 4 or 6 from that point forward. And what I dig about Quentin, look, I know the analytics are there. These teams know each other inside and out. But do you notice with Quentin Post, who is a good three-point shooter, when he gets the ball out there, the Rockets just let him, go ahead, dude, shoot it. And he's like, okay, swish, swish, swish. So they're letting him have that shot. And if they do that at Chase Center on Saturday night, that man's going to hit a few. No doubt in my mind. All right, let's get back out to the phones. We want to do it all afternoon long. It's that kind of day. What is still in your head based on last night as we now get to about 3:30 the following day? I got a Steph Curry thing for you. We'll do it in a little bit. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jeff in Albany. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, I love your show, love 95.7 The Game. I just want to say this, man. I'm a Laker fan, diehard. But my thing is listening to Warrior fans call in when the Warriors lose, they have a tendency to always try to find an scapegoat. And the scapegoat is always Jonathan Kaminga. That's just the way Steve Kerr coaches. But I'm going to say this. You put him with another team and let him roam free and do his thing, he will tear the Warriors a new you-know-what if he was to play against them. All I'm saying is stop blaming that youngster. It's not his fault when the Warriors lose.
Are you hearing people blame Jonathan today, Jeff?
Man, I just heard somebody say something about Jonathan not too long ago. It's just every show, it just seemed like it's always Jonathan's fault. That young man can play ball, man. He can ball.
Yeah,
he
Jeff,
can ball.
I actually think what you're saying, there are aspects of it, Jeff, thanks so much for the call, my opinion, where people in the Warriors organization might agree with you. Like, they and I don't mean the whole, like, he's going to go to another team and rip you a new one and take over the league. No, that's not going to happen. But I bet you'd find people in the organization if you said, that guy will go to another team and he'll really play well. They'll be like, yeah, probably. Again, I don't think the Warriors have anything against Jonathan. They found something that works. It doesn't really fit Jonathan that well. End of story.
Yeah, right now.
Now. So, I don't think they think he stinks. No one's got anything against him. And to your point, Jeff, if anybody's blaming Jonathan for yesterday, come on.
I mean, what are we doing?
No, Jonathan had nothing to do with why the Warriors lost last night at all.
I think that last night for me is more about credit than it is about blame anyway. And I give credit to Houston. And we can put aside the Amen Thompson foul on Jimmy Butler that caused him to miss the game. Dirty or not, that doesn't matter. That happened, and they called a foul on Amen Thompson. Jimmy Butler shot free throws, and then he couldn't play anymore. And Pods was sick. And I'm not going to sit there and point the finger at excuses and say that's why they lost. I look at Houston, and bottom line for me, Houston played better. They were more physical.
Sure.
They were more aggressive. Steph Curry had, 5, 6 turnovers? Steph and Draymond had 11 turnovers combined. And if they're your two primary ball handlers and they're going to be that loosey-goosey with the ball, and Steph was 6 of 15. He had 20 points. That's below his norm. Houston was flat better. So for me, if you want to do the credit or blame scale, for me, it's about 80% credit to Houston and then 20% blame to the Warriors. And if you want to play the blame game, I would look at Steph and Draymond and say that they're the ones that I would blame the most.
Did we not say that the linchpin to every single one of these games individually is turnovers?
Yeah.
We said it all day yesterday. And in game one, the Rockets had, I think, 16 turnovers, and the Warriors only had 11. It was almost exactly flipped last night. The Rockets only had 10. The Warriors had 15. I literally set that over-under at about 13.5. That's where I said it yesterday. I think if the Warriors go under 13.5 turnovers, I think they're going to win a lot of these games. If you go over, you're probably going to lose. They went over. They lost.
Right.
Jalen Green was the best player on the floor. No two ways about that. There's no debating that. Off of last night.
And if you're a Warrior team and you're going to have 6 fewer shots than Houston, well, then you better be making your threes at a very high rate. And they shot it pretty well, 39.5% from 3, but from 2, Mark, they were 16 of 37 from 2, which is really, really subpar. A team like the Warriors is normally about 55% from 2, and last night they shot about 40% from 2. So when you didn't have the 3-pointer available, you had a hard time getting buckets inside the arc.
We have a $20 super chat on YouTube.
Major bag alert.
Major. All right. Left Coast Mana would like to say, have a drink on me, boys. In regards to Amen, it is a classic case of foul baiting. The key here is the Rockets are also seeking contact with a Dubs player. DB on GP in game 1. That's Dylan Brooks on GP2 in game 1. And then Amen on JB in game 2. Thank you very much for the chat, for listening, for following along. Do you think that the Rockets are seeking contact on the Warriors' offensive end?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so do I.
I do think that Ime Udoka has signaled that by what he talked about after the last matchup in the regular season. And, the more the Warriors complain, the better Houston is, if I can paraphrase. Like, the more the Warriors complain, then the Rockets feel like they've already, quote, won. So they're going to impose their will physically, and they're going to make the officials call whatever they can call. And, last night they called 35 fouls, which is right about the average for the postseason. The average is 35.7. So it wasn't under officiated in terms of fouls called, but in terms of fouls committed, you made this point earlier. You're watching the game, it's like, that's a foul, and that's a foul, and that's a foul on both ends.
Constantly.
But you can't honestly call the game in that fashion because the refs want flow, and they understand it's an entertainment property, and so there's a certain level of physicality that you just have to allow based on the reality of the league.
No doubt about it. And I'd love to talk more about that in a little bit. We'll get there. Let's go to Eddie in the marina. Hi, Eddie. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Love the show, Willard. Been listening to you for years.
Thanks, man.
There was just some points that I wanted to make. One, I'm glad the Warriors didn't get into too much light as far as, all the physicality. They know what they're doing. They know what they're up against. The second thing was, you mentioned earlier in the show about what does Jonathan Kaminga do better than others. What he does is, and what I feel the Warriors are kind of missing, is the downhill fast breaks. He gets out there. We go on momentum swings. We run up the score. Obviously, the other team is going to call timeouts if they have them. If they don't have them, they got to try to just, play it out. But that's something that we've been missing lately is, and I know it's playoff basketball, but we've been missing that running up the score real quick on us, for us. And I think JK does that really well when he gets the opportunity to do it, meaning like catching the ball, getting out there, getting dunks, getting out in front of the defense. And then the other thing I was going to mention was TJD. I feel like he's really good on the high screen and roll to the basket, which we saw glimpses of in Phoenix a couple weeks ago. Obviously, the Houston's a little better than Phoenix, but I'd like to see more of that. Plus, he is physical. He's a big body. He's going to spread the floor when he's out there, setting the screens and rolling, and it creates more shots for the entire team. So I do want to see that hopefully implemented a little bit in Game 3, Game 4.
Eddie, yeah, thank you so much. If Jimmy Butler plays, I do not think you're going to get your wish. So here's the thing. In listening to Eddie, he has some points. There's no doubt about it. And you get to like whichever players you want to like and all of that stuff. But here's what sometimes what I think is the breakdown. And I'm not going to make this about Jonathan. It can be about any player who you want to play more than he does. We fall into the trap, I think, of looking at the individual. TJD does this, screen and roll. Jonathan gets out in the open floor. and he can run, and he can finish in transition. Right. They can. Those guys can do those things. But when the Warriors are looking at this as a group, they're not looking at it based on what an individual can do. They're looking at it based on what a group can do. What does a group of players go out there and do together? And the people that you keep wanting to jam into the rotation don't do well with a lot of the other groups out there, largely because most of the people you're talking about are not what? Shooters!
Right.
They can't shoot. And when Draymond and Jimmy are both on the floor, they're not three-point shooters. Looney gets mixed in, all of that. You need shooters. And so I get it. You can like those players. You can like certain aspects of their game, but they don't fit with what the Warriors are largely doing. And the idea of Kaminga being the centerpiece of like these runs that the Warriors go on, this series does not look like that kind of series to me. This is not a get out and run and open and score 120 points kind of a game. That's as obvious can be.
Right. This is going to be a slow down, grind it out kind of a series. And when you've got a player like Jimmy Butler, who is an excellent ISO player, then you need to surround him for the most part with shooters. And if you want to look at your team, Quentin Post can shoot. Kevon, no. Buddy Hield, well, yeah, in theory. But beyond that, you get down to Gee, 33% from three. GP2 is at 32.6. Draymond's at 32.5. Kaminga's at 30.5. You've got more non-shooters than you have actual shooters on a team. So if you're going to have five on the floor, and Jimmy Butler's one of them, a guy who does not shoot the three very well, 27.9, by the way, as a Warrior from three. Well, you'd better have four shooters out there with him to give you the spacing that you need.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
The 2024-2025 NBA Defensive Player of the Year is Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers. It is not Draymond Green.
Stand on it.
Or sit down. Either one is fine. But there it is, the Defensive Player of the Year, and all of the work, quite frankly, that Draymond and to a degree the Warriors did in somewhat campaigning for this down the stretch over the last month and a half or so. He was a finalist. He was in the top three. I haven't seen the final vote. He probably came in second.
Dyson Daniels second, according to Mark Grandy in my ear.
Dyson Daniels second. Yep. Okay, so Draymond comes in third.
Yep.
And Evan Mobley is the winner of the 2024-25 NBA DPOY.
I'm not shocked.
I know you're not. You told me a week ago you didn't think he was going to win.
And it's because of the reality of not only the voters, because I mentioned last week that not every voter sees what we see, which is Draymond Green guarding 1 through 5. And you look at, I think, a lot of voters who don't watch every dribble of every game of every team. When you're going to vote on something like this, you look to the top of the standings first. And you look at a team that did really well.
Good point.
And you think, how were they on defense? Cleveland, pretty good on defense. And then you find a player on that team who's a good defender, and you think, okay, that player probably deserves it. Nikola Jokic should win the MVP. He's not going to. It's going to go to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was on a 68-win team. He had a great year, but if you want to look at like the year versus the year and take the records out of it, I think that you could give it to Jokic.
I get where you're coming from. There is a debate on this. I personally believe the Nuggets are going to be a first round out. So at a certain point, you when you look at value, you're like, value toward what? You know what I mean? Especially when you're Jokic and you've set a bar that is as high as the championship. He's done it before. So I understand where we're coming from here. That's a true debate. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, that'll be days from now. But there it is. Evan Mobley is the Defensive Player of the Year. I think your point is a good one as far as why this comes down the way it does. Because if you do want to stick it into a vacuum and just think about it, and let's be real, we're all watching Draymond on a nightly basis, and we're not watching Evan Mobley. Like, you're not that much of a league pass, Larry. Like, you don't watch all of the Cavaliers games. Maybe some of you do, but most of you don't. I've certainly not seen nearly as many Cavaliers games this year as I've watched Warriors. So I'm able to experience right in front of us the brilliance that Draymond Green often brings to the table. But the other two people who were finalists were also in the play-in tournament. And Cleveland is over here as the 1 seed.
Yep.
I'm with you. That matters. That if somebody is even kind of even on those two things, that can be a tiebreaker for sure.
And it also comes down to human beings making the decision on who they want to vote for. And if you're a human being and you don't watch every defensive shuffle or every defensive stop of every player, and it comes down to a popularity contest of some sort, and you think about Draymond Green, maybe you as a human voter, you don't care for Draymond Green. And that may factor into it. I look forward to hearing from Anthony Slater when he joins the Morning Roast for his next appearance, because I know that he was a voter for Defensive Player of the Year, and I'm sure he'll be transparent about who he voted for and exactly why he made the decision that he made.
Okay, so there are, am I accurate here? There's 100 voters. Is that right? I think it's exactly 100. I'm doing a quick tally. 35 and 15 is 50, 25, 75. Plus 20. Yes, there's 100 voters.
You've seen the vote breakdown?
I got the vote now right here in front of me. I've got the vote in front of me. How many of the 100 voters would you guess voted Draymond Green first place?
Of the 100?
100 voters.
I would say 17.
Really good guess.
Oh.
I didn't give him a plus minus.
Just give me the buzzer. It's become my happy place.
Give him a ding. Give him a ding.
Just buzz that man.
Except for he did overbid, so give him a buzzer.
I give it to him.
Price is right. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
15 first place votes for Draymond Green. 25 first place votes for Dyson Daniels. 35 first place votes go to Evan Mobley.
35, 25,
15. Yeah. So
wow, that's 75 of the 100.
75 of the 100 votes went to those three players. Lou Dort got 11. Amen Thompson got 9. He was 5th. Zubats with the Clippers got 4, and then Giannis got a vote from some wackadoodle who lives in Milwaukee, I'm sure. But anyway, total points when you add up the second place and the third place votes, Evan Mobley, 285, Dyson Daniels, 197, Draymond Green, 154. So he did not win, and quite frankly, was really not that close to winning. Didn't even get second. So you can react to that. But we'll get back to last night's game, and coming up next, you got to hear something that Stan Van Gundy said during the game last night that I think is very important with regard to Steph Curry and the rest of this series. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and we would love your phone calls. What is still with you today after sitting with this one for about 20 hours or so? 888-957-9570. We take your calls all afternoon long on Willard and Dibs.
post. Bounce pass to Draymond. Curry cuts through, sees bodies. Post open. Above the break 3. And the postman rings twice. Hits another triple, and the Warriors are down by 12.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Keep splashing, Quentin. I liked watching that guy put it in from 3 last night. What do you have, 4 of them?
Yep.
He got 4 threes.
4 of 9.
Okay.
And you were right when you said that after he got the first one, he started to kind of slowly get in there.
Got moved it downhill a little bit because he missed, I think, his first 2.
Or more.
More.
Yeah, well, I was looking at his the video log of it earlier, and I'll pull it up just real quick. It was miss, and then it was make, and then a miss.
Okay.
So there you have it.
There you have it. Yeah, you got on a roll. So good to see. 888-957-9570. If you need your NFL draft fix, guess what? 95.7, the damn game. Tonight, soon as we're done, Baton, Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett, they will have all of it. And by the way, it'll start to unfold before we're done, but not the Niner pick. Unless they trade up, get Shedeur Sanders at number 2.
Yeah. I'm just looking at NFL
happening?
Network. How far could Shedeur Sanders fall if not drafted in the top 10? If he's sitting there at 11, don't you do it, Niners.
No,
don't you do it.
A quarterback.
No, but the thought is that Shedeur may slide, slippity slide.
Might not even get picked at all tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
If you believe the stuff and I don't believe the stuff, like all of a sudden it's like, oh, here's the worst interview I've ever heard my entire life. Yeah, that's from somebody who wants to pick him at 16.
We get into lying season for sure.
For sure. So anyway, the draft is coming. We'll start passing along what happens as it unfolds after 5 o'clock. But Grandy, Evan, and Sterling will take you all the way up to 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, 6 to 10 tonight. What do the Niners do? Is it up? Is it down? Is it stick and pick? Guys will break it all down 6 to 10 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. I look forward to that. And then Greg Cosell is going to join us for an hour tomorrow once we know the pick and anything else the Niners might do. And then we've got rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
And the Niners have more action in there too.
And then 4, 5, 6, and 7 on Saturday. So we'll get a little look back and a look ahead from Greg Cosell tomorrow.
Exactly. And so very much looking forward to that. Looking forward to getting back to your calls. The Warriors lose and everybody's against them. 888-957-9570. I will say this. I tried to make this a thing on the crossover. I didn't get a chance to check with you to see if you kind of buy where I'm coming from or not. But here's what I see when it comes to officiating and the physicality of the series. To me, there's 2 different things. The officials have a very, very hard job in this series because there's a foul seemingly by every player on every play. And the physicality flat out is what it is. You have to deal with that. These are adults. This is professional sports. You can't be over here being like, stop touching me. You got to deal with it. And the Warriors are dishing it as much as they're taking it. There's no doubt. We have Draymond Green on the team here in the Bay Area. So there's no complaining about physicality and touching. But I find there to be one set aside that is a little bit different than the general physicality of the series. And it comes from this. And did you hear Stan Van Gundy say this on TNT last night during the broadcast? He's watching the game, and I think it was when Steph hit that 3 where Van Vliet had his arm around him, and Steph did that motion where he looked at the refs, and he's like, he's pulling my hip. Listen to Stan Van.
Boy, I really wish we could have guarded like this when I had to coach against Steph Curry. He just put his left arm around his hip on that play and took him down. He could have done this, it would have been a lot easier.
Okay. He's exactly right. And Brian Anderson at one point, the play-by-play man on TNT, Steph Curry put up a 3 and made it, and Anderson goes 3 and he's fouled. No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
There was no foul. And Anderson goes, my bad. I said it wrong. And Stan Van goes, no, you didn't. You said it exactly right. The refs just didn't call it. it's very clear to me that the Houston Rockets, it's not just a general physicality. There's a very specific thing that they've been told to do to Steph Curry, and it's arm bars. You watch Dylan Brooks do this. This is what you watch it, youth ref.
Yep.
This is what little kids do when they try to defend. They don't understand about moving their feet, and so you stick your arms out, and you stick them out in this motion where you're making a V in front of you, and because you're trying to stop the person who's in front of you from being able to go anywhere. Now, if you're more sophisticated at it, like Dylan Brooks is, you put your arms out in your arm bar, and then you keep pulling them back. You keep pulling them back, and making it look like, no, see, I'm not touching him. I'm not touching him. They're grabbing him around the waist every single play. He is being tackled. He is being fouled every single time. And that is, to me, a very targeted, strategic plan of the Rockets. And it is not legal. And so from that standpoint, if I'm the refs, if I'm Adam Silver, if I'm watching these games and thinking about big level basketball and one of the faces of my league, I am saying, hey, this is something that we need to address. We're not allowing the Rockets to strategically put arms around his waist on every possession. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's great. And I'm not going to refute that notion. And I don't know if you have the sounder ready, but we can do a Dibs deep dive on what I've unearthed about like players to Steph and the free throws that they get that he doesn't get. So before we do the deep dive, I'll just say this. Steph played for 16 years, and this has been a problem for 16 years. So if it's a real problem, and I'll share some numbers with you that indicates it is an actual thing.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it, Warriors? Because what you've done, it doesn't work.
It's not their problem to deal with. I don't think that they can. I don't know what, you know what I mean?
But it is their problem to deal with because
it's not. It's it's a problem.
The league is clearly, they've shown you over 16 years that they are not going to address it.
I'd argue that this is another level. I guess that's what I'm saying. You're not wrong. This is the way Steph Curry gets defended, and we've had this conversation, and our listeners have tapped into it and all of that. This, to me, and maybe I'll be open to the idea that maybe it's just the emotion of the series and the playoffs, but to my eye, this has moved to a new area code in terms of beating up of Steph Curry literally at the midsection. It's not a general thing. It's not just like, let's trip him and let's hit him in the head. It's strategically placed arms at the waist, constant, illegal, and very rarely, if ever, called. And yesterday we were talking about it being off ball. It's not just off ball. It's on ball also.
Right.
They tackled him multiple times when he had the ball yesterday and no call. And Stan Van Gundy, who's coached in the league, literally just said it. He said, wow, I wish we could do this to him. We couldn't do this to him when I coached against him. That's from a coach, not a broadcaster on the Warriors flagship station.
Right.
This is from a man who coached in the league.
I get it. And I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying or what Stan is saying. I'm more puzzled by the idea of, what can the Warriors then do about it? Because it's clear that this is happening. And, you can send clips into the league office and we can have a last 2-minute report and we can sit here on the radio and talk about it ad nauseum. But it's been 16 years of Steph not getting calls in general. And so at some point, you've got to decide to take different action. And it reminds me of an old neighbor I used to have that had a dog that barked constantly through the day. The dog is barking and the owner was negligent. And so at some point you go to the owner and say, hey, could you maybe, take the dog out of the backyard, or can you do something with the dog? And you do this and the dog still does it. And it's year after year. At some point you've got to try a different approach to get this dog to not spend its entire day yapping and barking and basically ruining the quietude of your neighborhood.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I totally get it. I'm not disagreeing with you either. This is not a new issue. I just think it is now at a different level, and it is heightened because we're in the playoffs. And you don't have a whole lot of Steph Curry playoffs left. I'm not over here advocating that the league call some sort of meeting and do a special waiver for Steph, but we actually see stuff like this all the time. This isn't something new. You'll see sports leagues every year, or even as you enter certain portions of the year, and they'll say things like, hey, we're cracking down on this.
Yeah, points of emphasis.
We're going to emphasize this over here. Baseball did it recently, a number of years ago now. But if you've watched baseball for a while, you know what used to be called the neighborhood play at second base. And there was a double play, and you throw the ball over second. Whoever's catching the ball just need to be in the neighborhood of second base.
Yep.
Well, in the age of replay, they're like, we can't do that anymore. We better actually enforce your foot needs to be on the base when you catch the ball. And if it's not, dude's going to be safe. They emphasized it, and you watched athletes go out there and make changes. It's time. I'm sorry. Because this, not because we've suddenly just arrived at a moment where I want it or you want it. We've arrived at a moment where it's now gotten pushed up the staircase even further. This is too much. He's getting tackled.
Yeah, but they don't care.
They
think it's been pushed up the staircase,
I do.
but it really hasn't. And you look at the history of Steph Curry in the association, and he's never gotten to the foul line commensurate with other players who play the way he does. And so my deep dive was looking at players who shoot threes at the rate that Steph does. And I just drew a couple of examples. In Steph's career, 52% of his shots are three-pointers. And so that's a lot. And at that, he shoots 4 free throws a game on the average. Another player who's very similar is James Harden. James Harden shoots 47 of his shots are three-pointers. So a little bit more driving to the basket. He shoots almost twice as many free throws a game. He shoots 8.2 free throws a game. So you got to ask yourself why. And they've almost taken the exact number of shots, by the way, in their career, over 18,000 apiece. And so James Harden shoots almost exactly the same way that Steph does, yet he shoots 4 more free throws a game. You got to ask yourself why. Is it because he is more of a complainer, more of a flopper? Is he better at embellishing and drawing contact?
I think that
yes, and yes.
The last one for me, he's way better at embellishing.
I think it's all of it. And he's also better at inviting content.
Yeah, he seeks it.
And he actually made the league change the rule about the rip through. Because James would, you get your arm near him and he would rip through and he'd make it seem like he was shooting a shot. And now that's no longer a shooting foul because of James.
I have an idea.
Go ahead.
You want to know something I think he could do?
Yep.
First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You ever seen a real soft-spoken parent just finally stand up at the dinner table, slam their hand down, and say, enough? And all of a sudden, those kids are like, whoa, you just got my attention. Because this person, now some parents do that all the time, but this person just stepped out of character, and that really gets people's attention. I'm drawn to the idea, and I don't know that we're there yet, but maybe. We'll see where this series goes next. I don't know if Jimmy Butler's going to play, and I don't know how well the Warriors are going to play. If you come out, you're playing well in Game 3, and you've got a flow, and you're comfortable with what's happening because you're getting a home whistle, I don't know how it's going to go. But if what I've seen as far as very targeted, strategic style of physicality that they feel helps against Steph Curry, which is illegal, if he comes out on Saturday night and they're doing that and they're getting away with it and they're winning the game, especially if Jimmy doesn't play, Steph's going to have to be next level. The ball's going to have to be in his hands even more, and he's going to have to play more minutes. So it becomes very important in this game. If I'm Steph, I'm going to look for a way to go get a tech. I'm going to lose my ass.
Yeah.
Because it would not be like a Draymond Green tech. It would get their attention because it's Steph. We watched this in Brooklyn. It was a regular season game.
Yep.
The Warriors are down by 22 points before you got your butt warm. And I don't even think Steph, did he get a tech for that? He didn't even get a tech. He got a foul. But if you remember, if you're a Warrior fan who watches all the games, Steph was furious with what Brooklyn was doing to him. And the Warriors were down like 27-5 in the first quarter. And Steph simply took a simple inbounds pass. He's underneath his own hoop, and he turned around and drove his shoulder into the defense so that an offensive foul could be called so that he could turn to the ref and go, that's enough of that. That's the crap that they're pulling on me in the other end, and you better fix it. You better start doing your job. And my God, wouldn't you know it, it got their attention because nobody ever sees Steph do that. So all I'm saying is we may get there. You know, you keep proposing the question, like, what are you going to do about it? And I don't know how much the Warriors can do. That's the only thing I can come up with. Lose it, dude. Lose it. Punt the ball into the upper deck. Lose your mind. Because that's so not you, I think it would shake the entire arena. Maybe to get somebody's attention.
It might. And I'm just looking at that clip that you're referencing, and they were down 21-5 with 5.5 to go in the first quarter. And before he even gets the inbound, he's being bumped and harassed like he always is. And you're right. He gets the inbound and he just turns and just kapow.
Dude, it's a shiver.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, Steve Kerr actually got the tech because after that happens and Curry's kind of going off like, you know, how much longer you let this go on? And Steve Kerr has his back and he goes bananas and Kerr gets the tech. But I do think that we've reached that point. And if you've got a defender who is putting their arms around you or on you and you don't have the ball, you take your hand and you just slap their arm away and you slap them away and you slap them away. And maybe it gets into a little bit of a confrontation of sorts. You know, no one's going to haul off and punch the chef.
No, but shove him.
Stand up for yourself.
Yeah,
and
shove
that's
him.
what I'm saying. And
shove somebody into the Rockets bench. I'm not even kidding.
No, I'm not either. And I think that we're long past the need for this to happen. And it's not going to affect his reputation. Nobody's going to, oh my God, kids, we have to give away your Steph Curry jersey because he pushed Dylan Brooks into Ime Udoka. We can no longer revere him. No, it's time for Steph to self-advocate. And I know he shouldn't have to. I agree with you.
He should not have to,
but
yes.
Here we are in year 16, and the whistle that he gets is not even the same whistle that Trae Young gets. Trae Young gets 7.5 free throws a game, and he shoots more twos. His percentage is much lower than Steph.
He goes to the hoop even more.
But Tyler Hero shoots about the same number of threes as Steph, and he gets the same whistle as Steph, and he shouldn't. Steph's a star. You're right, but 16 years in, you can't just sit and wait for the refs to, shout out Spike Lee, do the right thing.
And I'm not even fully, not that I'm not, but I'm not sitting here just advocating for give Steph a different whistle because he's a star. I'm saying give him a different whistle because I see him as defended differently. I really do. I think that the league has decided, because one thing Steph is, when you compare him to Tyler Hero and Trae Young, you know what he is? Way freaking better. He's way harder to stop. He's a way better player. And so I think we've reached a spot where certain defenders especially, but all of the league, they're like, this is our best chance. Our best chance is just to totally just keep wrapping his waist, tackling him, grabbing him when he's off the ball, when no one's even looking. Let's not let him get to his spots because he's a devastating player who can ruin your year if you let him go off. Unlike almost anybody other in the league. He's that elite, obviously. So this is the approach. It's strategic. It's illegal. And if the referees are not going to watch, despite all of this attention on it, yeah, man. I mean, we had this conversation 2 weeks ago, and I was like, no, Steph still needs to be Steph. I don't know. It's the playoffs. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe Steph needs to throw a mouthpiece off of an official's face.
Well, that's suspendable.
Maybe.
We don't want to get that.
I'm kidding.
I know you are.
But I'm not. Like,
exactly.
Dude, get in someone's face and get their attention. Like, because he can like no one else could.
Right. And if he does that and, you know, maybe he gets a tech, and if it's a game, for your point, like maybe it's game 3 or, it's game 3 and you're down 97-74 early fourth quarter, and it's like, okay, if the Warriors don't make a push here, then we're going to pull the plug and we're going to go to the reserves. At that point, maybe that's where you blow your stack because a tech is not going to hurt you, and you send a message. Because if Steph gets upset and gets a tech, well, it's going to be global news.
Completely.
And then the message is sent much stronger than, well, we've sent in 4 or 5 clips that indicate that he's being held. And I'm not mocking Steve Kerr and the gentlemanly approach of the Warriors. It's why we love the Warriors. But at some point, when you've asked your neighbor for 11 years to take your dog inside or quiet them down, at some point, you got to call the authorities or you got to do something a little bit stronger to try to get things right.
K-Way on YouTube, Super Chat, $5. Make a holla. Take a listen. Take a page out of LeBron's book. The refs called Game 2 very differently than Game 1 for the Lakers. Yep, I'll buy that too. They did. Now, in the end, Game 1 went to the Timberwolves because they shot the hell out of the ball. And Game 2 went to the Rockets because Jalen Green shot the hell out of the ball. So I hope everybody doesn't hear this and think either one of us are trying to rob credit away from the game last night. The Rockets won the game. The Rockets won the game. And one of the Warriors stars got hurt. These are all facts. But what I see with Steph Curry, something has got to change. And I don't really know who's going to take the lead. And if the league won't, if I'm Steph, I would think about maybe doing it myself. And the only way to get attention at this level is to do something completely out of character. So, yeah, punt the ball in the stands.
If need be.
Yeah.
And to K-Way's Super Chat point, Game 1, Minnesota got called for 21 fouls. The Lakers got called for 10. So the game was officiated more tightly in Game 2, but Game 1 was a very Laker-friendly whistle. They were only called for 10 fouls. Game 2, 46 fouls. It was almost an even split.
Yep.
Lakers were actually called for 2 more than Minnesota. But I do think that when you get into Game 3, the Warriors are going to want it called much more like that second Laker-Minnesota game where you're going to want a lot of fouls called in that game.
We're gonna go to the phones, but I just want to let anybody know, anybody who thinks the Warrior-Rockets series is the only physical one, the Knicks and Pistons have already had to be separated.
Oh.
Tobias Harris and Karl Anthony Towns. The score's 3-1.
Late second quarter?
Less than 2 minutes into the game. Less than 2 minutes into the game, and twice already players have had to be separated. So this is them playoffs.
Anybody throw a towel in someone's face yet?
Not yet.
All right.
Not
Keep me
yet.
posted.
Put it on your bingo card. We got a long way to go. Buckle up for a long night. Okay, a lot of you want to weigh in, and we cannot wait to talk to you. So Trish and DW and Rod and everybody else who's filing in right now, here we go. It's all calls the rest of the way up until 6 o'clock. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Warrior postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament, Monday, April 28th. That's also the day of Game 4, so it's going to be a big day. Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Gu are going to be out there, 10 to 2, of course. If you want to play, go to 957thegame.com, click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate regional centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. Also, we're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hand off Jalen Green. Takes a jumper over Kaminga, knocks down another one. Well, the Warriors just haven't guarded him well all tonight. He's worked hard to get his points. He's got 35, but too many open looks for him.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We said off the top of the show that we'd get interrupted 3 times today. One of them has already happened.
It has?
Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, that's right.
And it went
to
Evan Mobley, not Draymond Green. We will be interrupted in the 5 o'clock hour multiple times by there's going to be picks made in the NFL draft. Thank you. The 49ers will not select during our time, but Grandy, Evan Giddings, Sterling Bennett will have you all the way up until 10 o'clock. So plenty of NFL draft coming up tonight. And no, you don't know if Walter Nolan is going to be great. So just chill. Right now, names of young people who play college football are going to start firing at us. But there'll be stories. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. We'll see what happens. Travis Hunter, where does he go?
What if Mason Graham falls, Willard?
What if he does?
Oh, the great player.
Value.
Yeah.
Dude, whoever the Niners pick, whatever his name is, I will come in tomorrow with the very strong take of, we'll see.
Well, and you know exactly what I'm going to say.
We'll see. Oh, I like the pick.
And
I like the player.
There you go. Usually in the other order,
right.
but you got it right.
I'm gonna come in tomorrow. I want everybody to be ready for this now. I will come in and be like, maybe.
I mean, there's a hot take.
We'll see.
I'm going to give him an A+.
We'll see.
I usually give a C+, just as a general rule.
Might be good.
Yep.
Maybe not.
Ask me in 4 years.
You know, exactly.
Coming up tomorrow, Mark Willard reviews the 2021 draft by the Niners.
But Greg Cosell will join us for an hour tomorrow. We got all kinds of stuff to do with the draft. And so we're going to get interrupted there. We also thought we'd get interrupted by some news about Jimmy Butler's MRI. Crickets.
Yeah, so far.
Interesting
about DPOI, and as I've gone, not a deep dive, but just looking at the actual numbers, because you mentioned 100 votes, and each voter was allowed to vote first, second, and third. And even the winner, Evan Mobley, who is the Defensive Player of the Year, he was only named on 85 of 100 ballots. So he wasn't even top 3 in the mind of 15 voters. And second place, Dyson Daniels, he was only named on 63 of 100. Draymond Green is third. He was named on 54 of 100.
Wow,
so
barely over half.
It's a long way for me to say that the vote was dramatically split between a number of different players. 7 different basketball players received first place votes, and a total of, I think, 13 guys got a first, second, or a third. So
interesting.
It was absolutely not a consensus
No.
among any of them. And, you know, Evan Mobley only got 35 of 100 first place votes, yet he's the winner.
Yeah. I'll also say this. We are looking live right now at all-time great Tim Hardaway being very, very ticked off because his son just got whacked in the face in the Knicks-Pistons game. And he'll be going to the line, Dibs. He got that foul called, which means he absolutely was assaulted, because that's what you need in order to get a foul in these NBA playoffs.
Somewhat.
Assault.
Well, there have been an average of 35 fouls per game, and the regular season average was 38, so fouls are down about 7 or 8%, which is what you normally expect in the playoffs, where we're going to let them play, and we don't want to let the refs decide the game.
Dude, New York, Detroit, less than 6 minutes into the game, we've had players separated twice. We've got our first flagrant review and a very good look at Thibs's bald dome. We got one of those.
I'm not going to ever hair shame anybody as a man who is basically bald, but when you get to the point where you've got 17 strands of hair and you are combing it and parting it,
let it go. You're right. You're right.
It might be time to to go take that white flag and just start waving it.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? All right. I thought I can't wait to hear from y'all, because I think this is an interesting discussion about the specific way that the Rockets are defending Steph Curry What do the refs need to do differently, if anything? What does Steph need to do differently? And I'm open to the idea that if this continues at the level that I see it, dude, get a tech. Freak out. Do something you've never done on a court before because it'll get everyone's attention. Let's go to Trish in Oakland. Hi, Trish. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about Steph, but the reason I called, you mentioned what we've gone through over the 24 hours. Longtime fan, season ticket holder, my family's hardcore fans. We have been talking about the Warriors more than any other topic in our life, and we were on cloud nine after game one. We forget Warriors in 6. How about Warriors in 5? We have game 4 tickets. Let's go Warriors in 4.
Okay, Trish.
We were in a fever dream. Fever dream.
No doubt. Have a great. Go ahead.
After game 2, it was from cloud nine. We crashed to the floor with him, and it's been kind of despair.
Trish, you got to come see us on Monday. We're going to be down there somewhere on the complex. So if you've got tickets to game 4, come say hi.
Oh, absolutely. Let's go.
All right, Trish. Thanks for calling. Yeah, look, that's part of the playoffs, right? The back and forth. You win game 1. We're going to sweep this thing. You lose game 2. I can't tell you how many people I've heard today. Oh, dude, we're in trouble. No, like, just relax.
Yep.
I've always thought the Warriors would win the series. I never thought it was a sweep. Nothing has changed. ... In parentheses, let's wait for Butler results. That would change any prediction that I have. I can tell you that right now. That would change a prediction if Jimmy Butler's going to miss extended period of time.
Fair enough. And the odds makers will tell you that the Warriors are still favored to win the series. Yep. And going into yesterday's game, I mentioned it, Warriors minus 370, which means you bet 370 to win 100. They were heavy favorites. And after the game 2 loss, they're still favored. Now you only have to bet 178 to win 100, which means it's getting close to even money. If the Warriors lose game 3, I still think that the Warriors would be favored to win the series, but it would be very, very close.
Yes, it would. That would be interesting.
Hopefully we don't get to see that.
Hopefully we don't find out. We can send a text message on that.
You have a guy.
Yeah, we got a guy.
Yep.
You want me to send that? We can find out.
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
And also, just remember yesterday when I told you that the odds makers were saying that the most likely result was going to be Warriors in 6.
Warriors in 6, yeah.
And so I haven't checked it, but I would bet that still is the most likely outcome.
Yeah, that's probably. And game 6 is a home game, so yes, I would tend to agree. Actually, DW in Rincon Valley. Hey, DW, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Willard and Dibs with D-Dubs, man. I love the show, long-time listener, second-time caller. The one thing that I wanted to mention was we've got so many young people on our team. I'm not sure if you guys picked up on the Udoka talking with, it was either Moody or Heel, but completely took him out of the play. The play had just finished. It should have been our team getting back together, yet here's Udoka, not even in the game, now getting into the head of one of our players, and we start to ask ourselves, well, if Jimmy Buckets goes down, well, who's going to step up? Well, we're going to have a lot of youth going to, get people coming in and out. Without Butler on our team, we go back to playing mediocrity ball. And Kaminga, as young as he is, I still think that he's going to be a superstar in the wings for a minute. But it's gonna take time. People just need to pump the brakes. Without Butler on our team, we wouldn't be where we are today. What did we need? Well, we needed leadership. We didn't really know we needed leadership until Butler came on the team. We needed a mentor. Didn't really need a mentor. We get Jimmy Buckets. Guess what? It's a completely different team. We now are excited again to get into the playoffs. Why? Because of Buckets. Now he's hurt. Reality, we have a bunch of 36, 37-year-olds on the team. Makes it really difficult to be competitive with a young, mugging us, pickpocketing us Houston Rockets team.
D-Dub, appreciate it, man. I agree with just about everything that he said. Jonathan Kaminga may be a huge part of the Game 3 game plan if there's no Jimmy Butler, but Ime Udoka has already proven in this league that he's a very, very good coach. And a lot of what he preaches and his approach is not just the X's and O's of basketball. It is the mental game. It's the game within a game. And he has gotten very chirpy with Warrior players already in recent games, more so than other coaches are willing to do. And so I don't know. I respond to that in agreement that Jimmy Butler, like I called him a week ago or so, he's a walking Valium, man. He calms everything down. He's just a big deep breath. But these role players, man, you got to not fall into that. Like, I'm not talking to Ime Udoka on the floor if I'm a Warrior player, if I'm Buddy Hield or anyone. I'm not talking to you. Just go play your game.
Draymond was talking to him.
Well, but Draymond's going to talk to everybody.
Right.
And that's his game.
That's right. And they had a bit of an exchange after there was a hard foul on somebody in the game, and Draymond was over there talking to the officials, and then Udoka was there as well, and you could see the two of them sharing their opinion and insights as to what had happened and the goings-on of the basketball game. And, Udoka's really kind of cut from that same cloth, and you probably don't remember him as a player. I certainly don't, but I did some research on exactly what kind of player he was, and he was a tough guy, an enforcer, not a big scorer, and he played for San Antonio, and he learned under Popovich. Yep. So he's from that same school that Steve Kerr came from. And, one quote that I was reading from him before that I actually really like, and his slogan is, "Sometimes you, sometimes me, always us."
Oh.
And that is the Rockets' mantra. In other words, like, it might be Jalen Green's night, it might be Şengün.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's me, but it's always us.
I like that.
I do too.
I like that. That's good. How about Rod in Vallejo? Hey, Rod, what's going on? Thanks for calling us.
Yeah, great show, guys.
Thanks, man.
You guys are suggesting that Curry starts slapping the hands off and retaliating when these guys start grabbing and holding on him. This strategy has been tried before. Back in '75, when the Warriors were playing the Washington Bullets in that championship series, up 3-0, when K.C. Jones had Mike Reardon do the same thing to Rick Barry, and Adams immediately knew what they were trying to do, get both players kicked out. Of course, the Warriors are going to be hurt by far more with Barry going out. Well, this is the same thing that Houston's doing. Let Curry get into an altercation. Both players get kicked out. It's going to hurt the Warriors worse. That's why Adams went berserk on Mike Reardon, because he knew what the strategy was. That's why you have to be very careful with this, because they want to get both players ejected.
Well, here's what I would say, Rod, because you're going into the Wayback Machine.
No, that was awesome. 50
which
years
is
ago.
Awesome, but it was a very, very different NBA. And here's if I'm Steph Curry, here's my strategic advantage. Those refs are not throwing me out. Period.
No.
There is no way, no how in hell that the referees are throwing Steph Curry out. And I'm actually not even, I know he's referring to your comment about slapping arms away. I'm not even really talking about getting into a physical tussle with the opponent. I'm talking about getting the officials' attention. If you keep getting tackled, take a timeout, grab the basketball, and punt it into the concession stand.
Well, you're ejected then.
No, you're not.
That's an automatic ejection. If you punt the ball into the 17th row, absolutely.
I don't know that.
I do know that.
You don't?
Actually, yes.
It's not automatic?
That's an automatic. That's an auto.
Anyway, you know
the only times he's been ejected is when he threw his mouthpiece into the crowd.
You know that I'm using that as an exaggeration of what you can do. Yes, an exaggeration sensation.
That's right.
The bottom line is you get their attention by stepping out of your norm and your comfort zone. And he can do that. We just detailed when he did it in Brooklyn.
Yep.
However you want to do it. You want to foul someone really hard? You want to shove someone and get into some sort of an altercation? Do you want to kick something? Yes, you're not going to get thrown out. Steph Curry is not getting thrown out. But there's a way to get the officials' attention when they're having a hard time seeing what the rest of us are seeing, which is arm bars around the waist on every drive. It's not legal.
It's not.
And they got to call it.
Well, and I don't know if it's them not seeing it. I'm sure they see it, but to the point that Ime Udoka has made, and you've made it throughout the course of the week, they're going to try to make the officials call everything, and the refs just simply can't do that, and they won't do that. And I think about an NFL game where, the old saying, you can call holding on every play. Well, you can, and you can call defensive holding on the cornerback or, illegal contact outside of 5 yards. How often does a corner contact the wide receiver beyond 5 yards? Well, every single time. Right. Illegal man downfield. Offensive linemen get 1 yard until the ball is thrown, and you don't often see it called when a guy is a yard and a third off, and all these things, you can call it constantly, and I think that the Rockets are pushing the envelope here, knowing that the best way to go about winning in this series is to do just that.
We'll keep going on the phones. Mary Kay Cabot, who's covered the Browns and Cleveland sports forever, tweeted a short time ago, the Browns are believed to have something cooking at number 2.
Okay.
Number 2.
I love it.
Teams are calling. They are listening. Strap in.
Okay.
That's the tweet from Mary Kay. Niners going to get Travis Hunter?
I mean, I doubt it.
Draft day in Cleveland. This is like Christmas in Cleveland every year. Unbelievable.
Well, it's the best it gets in Cleveland, usually, is the hope of a draft. And you're usually drafting high, and you usually take somebody, and then you're thrilled until you get to September, and then you realize, oh, that's right, we're the Browns.
Find a way to mess it
Forgot.
Oh, gosh. Let's keep going. How about Luke on 19th Avenue? Woo, that's slow. Hey, Luke, what's going on?
Hey, yeah, not moving too fast. But, thanks for letting me on.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm just thinking about Curry being held and everything, but also I want to step back and say, big picture, I'm so thankful to see the Warriors in this position again with a true chance to do something that we don't know what they could do. And I love watching basketball because of Steph, Clay, and Draymond and the team that they've created. They got me watching it. But I'm hoping Butler gets better. And as far as Curry getting held, I like your idea about him showing some emotion or some big reaction to draw attention to it. There's some attention on it already. I like your idea, but I think maybe he might have even better of a result by wearing some kind of a hip slider pad underneath the shorts with like a pad there, because the hip bone area is kind of like a handle, and that's what guys are doing. They're grabbing that. And, I mean, I'm only saying this because I have some slider shorts, and I know they would make it a little harder to grab, and the jersey's a bit slippery on them. And, it's going to make a little bit of difference, and maybe it takes a lot of ideas to make this happen, but I think he would get away, a little bit more with that.
Well, I'll tell you this, and Luke, thank you very much for calling. When we say it's like my idea, it's less of an idea and more like, let's be open to this. Maybe. I don't think Curry comes out and does it in game 3, but be open to the idea of stepping out of your comfort zone to get the officials' attention. What he's talking about changing the outfit is kind of a fun idea. Can you wear like lights around your waist so that anytime someone touches you, like your whole butt lights up? Maybe something like that would really get people's attention.
I was thinking about like shorts that could electrify as soon as somebody touches it. They just get a little shock. Like, that little tennis racket that you have to swat bugs away, that little bug zapper?
Yes.
Get like bug zapper shorts so that as soon as Amen Thompson wants to clutch up on you, you get a little zzz.
Bug zapper? Did we get a bug tussle?
I didn't hear it.
Did we get a bug tussle?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I think what happened was Jimmy Butler got hurt, and it just kind of zapped all of the fun out of Fitz.
No doubt.
Yeah. Fitz is like, we're not doing 3-pointers from bug tussle because I'm just bugged.
Totally.
Period.
Yeah. Let's be honest. If he gave us a bug tussle, we'd know about it. We'd hear from any of our listeners, or we would have heard.
Yeah.
100%. It did not happen.
All right. You got to book. We got to talk to Fitz again before this series is over because
he owes us.
I feel owed.
Yep. Game 5.
Yeah.
Game 5 loading.
Okay. Perfect. How about let's go out to Hayward and talk about, let's talk to Josh. Hi, Josh. What's going on?
What's up, y'all? Hey, man, I'm sorry in advance, but I got an event. This is my
This is my 188 get help on Kaminga in this roller coaster that we're in.
That's what we're here for, Josh. No, go ahead. Vent away.
Let's get it. I got a data dump, and I'll try to be concise in 3 points. One, I think we kissed Kaminga goodbye. And frankly, no one wants to hear this, but I think we kissed Kaminga goodbye once we had Jimmy Butler signed. Like, there was just Kerr and Dunleavy knew that there was no lineup that could work with Draymond, Jimmy, and Kaminga. There's just too many Tarzans, and we need a couple more Janes. And the other situation that I could think about when it comes to Kaminga's situation is the one with Jason Tatum in the Olympics. Like, Kerr makes his bed with certain players, and Kaminga is one of them. And the only thing that was good for Jason Tatum is that it only lasted a month. For Kaminga, it's going to last, 4 years? And so the last thing that I'll say is, here we go. I'm making my stake. I think Kaminga is going to be back up on the roller coaster, going upwards. He's going to have a focal point in Game 3. Even if Jimmy Butler is healthy, we still lose the rebounding stat line. And I think Kaminga helps us in that with just some athleticism and physicality. So that's my take. I appreciate you guys for listening to me, and thanks for letting me vent.
Yeah, Josh, glad you got it off your chest. Respectfully, I'm going to say the same thing to anybody who calls in and suggests that Jonathan Kaminga can this, that, or the other if Jimmy Butler's playing. I disagree. I just do. It doesn't fit. Steve has explained this 1,000 times. The analytics are terrible. You want Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green on the floor, and Jonathan doesn't fit with him. If Jimmy's out, I'm all in on JK getting a shot and seeing if he can be kind of the second leading scorer for the team on that given night. And he has had success against Houston in the past. So I have no issue there. The other thing, and I wonder what you think about this, Tibbs, the other thing Josh just brought up is something I do hear a lot that I don't know how to even agree or disagree with this, which is the idea that the Warriors were supposed to know at the trade deadline that Jimmy would fit, not just fit, but fit in a certain way that would sort of render what Jonathan does as more meaningless than it used to be. They should have known that ahead of time and traded Jonathan when they had the chance. Steve has repeatedly said, we found something.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could know exactly what Jimmy was going to look like and which players he would pair well with. I don't know how you could know that. But they found it, and they found it partially not just because they got Jimmy, but because Jonathan was out when Jimmy got here.
Right, so you were able to see that, whoa, Jimmy Butler fits, and we're winning, and this is great. And he even said it to us, Steve did, when we interviewed him during the time that Jonathan was out. He didn't know how Jonathan would fit, and he didn't know what combinations might make sense. And then you got a chance to see it over 10 or 12 or more games, and you realize that the combination of Jimmy and JK and Draymond all together, it didn't really work. And, you know, the idea of trading Jonathan Kaminga, you have to remember that when they were hot after Kevin Durant, he was rumored to be a part of that deal.
Yes, he was.
So they, in fact, did try to trade Jonathan Kaminga. And it's not because they don't believe in him, but they were big game hunting, and reportedly he was a part of the package that Phoenix was going to get for Kevin Durant.
No doubt.
And then when it came time to do the deal with Miami, for whatever reason, he wasn't a part of that trade. Miami had their eyes on other players, and so it worked out in a different fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your phone calls. The draft is going to get started in about 20 minutes. We'll be all over that. We're still waiting for MRI news on Jimmy Butler. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, my bank.
Kaminga, Euro steps in, goes up and scores on the break.
Nice break.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Should clip Tommy Tolbert there and use that every time we come back from break. Nice break.
Nice.
Yeah, a good one. Boogie, 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 can't you see?
Oh.
Sometimes your words just hypnotize me.
Look at you.
Boogie Cousins. Considered kind of a thank you. Kind of a tough guy, right? Boogie, boogie, boogie. Listen to this comment about the Rockets, not the Warriors, not the game that I love.
We're talking about Rockets.
We're talking about Rockets. Just the Rockets. Quote, I think the refs are letting too much go. I enjoy the physicality of it, but there's some plays that got missed. DeMarcus Cousins.
Former Rocket.
Former Warrior.
Former Rocket.
And former Warrior.
Yeah. I mean, I'd forgotten about his Rockets era.
You'd forgotten about his Warriors era too, right?
Former Clipper.
Former a lot of things.
Former Buck.
Former King.
Former Nugget. Former Nugget.
That is
former
a Nugget.
Pelican.
Yeah.
Former Pelican, yeah.
Pelican.
I mean,
Jeez.
yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah. Anyhow is right.
I don't think he's wrong. And it all comes down to the way the game's officiated. And you could say that about any game, although this Detroit-New York game, you probably want Mills Lane.
Oh, my God.
Let's get it on. And he's a boxing ref, for those of you who don't get the reference.
If you want to feel better about Warriors-Rockets physicality, you can watch Knicks Pistons with us. And let's see, we're one quarter in.
Yep.
We've already had 3 technical fouls. We've already had 1 flagrant foul. And we've already had 3 dust-ups.
Yeah, I mean, more than just dust-ups.
Dust-ups.
Right. We've had almost hands throw.
Right.
Hands fly. And I don't know how many fouls they've called, but I think it speaks to the greater point that you've made about Rockets and Warriors, where you could call a foul on almost every trip down the floor, and they're not going to do that. And it's difficult to officiate any game, but when you get into the playoffs, it becomes even more difficult. And the majority of the games have been officiated a little bit looser than the regular season. And I'm looking at this series actually is the one where the first game was 42 total fouls. The last game was 46 total fouls. So of all the physicality that we've seen throughout all the series, this series has had the most fouls called of any series in the association.
14 minutes into the game, there have been 13 fouls called.
Yeah.
13 fouls called. So they're ahead of pace.
Right. So they're on pace for about 45 fouls. And as I mentioned, 42 and 46 in games 1 and 2. So, I mean, you really could call fouls on almost every possession. Nobody wants that. But I do think that what we want when it comes to Steph Curry is just let the guy run around and not have to be held and restricted so much.
Yeah, and I don't even want to have it sound like that. Let him do what he wants. No, I don't mean that. But to me, to my eye, there's a very clear targeted strategy being employed by the Rockets. And it's not general physicality. It's arm bars at the waist. And that's why you keep seeing Steph get tackled so much. Arm bars at the waist. Off ball, on ball. When he gets by you, arm bar. Grab shorts, arm bars all the way. And it's illegal. It's illegal every time. And I don't know if I saw it get called once. You gotta call that. And if they're not going to call it, and you've been asking, hey, Warriors, what are you going to do about it? And you and I had a debate for a whole day one time where I'm like, it's not the Warriors' issue to fix. The league needs to fix it. But it's playoff time. No more waiting around. Maybe if I see this for a quarter and a half Saturday night, if I'm Steph, yeah, dude, I'm taking a jersey off and throwing it. I'm doing something. I'm getting a technical. I am getting a technical foul in some sort of a physical manner just to shake everybody, get your attention, because a Steph technical would do it. How about Sam in Livermore? Hi, Sam. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks.
that this is a great time of the year because the Warriors are back in a 7-game series.
Yeah, man.
I'm so happy. So I got a couple of points to make, guys. One's about the fouls on Curry. It seems like the referees rarely call a foul off the ball when the action is not around the ball. And Curry, the kind of guy he is just moving around all the time. He never stops. And he's getting grabbed when the referees are paying attention to where the ball is, and they're missing the calls, and they just don't make those calls. And then the second point I was going to make, I think Tom Tolby was talking about that. Houston, we don't want to go in a fast break game with these guys. We have to slow them down, it seems like. And I think the best way to do that, I think Tom was saying, is don't go aggressively after the rebounds, after the miss. Get back on defense and slow these guys down, because if they get the rebound in this fast break, and there's too much, you can't stop them. Those are my 2 points. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, Sam, thanks. I think you've got some good ideas, but I don't want to take away from the Warriors the ability to go after an offensive rebound. I think that's too much of a concession, and I actually don't think, for a good defensive club, I don't think too many fast breaks come off of rebounds from misses. I think they come much more off of turnovers. I think they come off of steals that are happening or lazy passes that end up going the other way. And so I'm with you from the standpoint of the number one thing to stop is the Rockets getting easy baskets at the bucket in transition. And the best way to stop that is to have the Rockets turn the ball over more than you did. We've said it for a couple of days. This is, if you want a box score dive, for me, it's this. There's one stat and one stat only. I don't care what Steph scores. I don't care what Jalen Green scores. Just look at the turnovers. Game 1, Rockets 16, Warriors 11, Warriors win. Game 2, Warriors 15, Rockets 10, Rockets win. By double digits, both games. That's it.
Pretty simple.
It, dude. Turn it over, 13 or less, and win the game. That's what I think the Warriors' formula is.
And 2 of the games in the regular year, Warriors turned it over 20 or more times, and those are the 2 games they lost.
Yeah.
And I know that 20's a lot, and they were 0-6 in the regular year when they turned it over 20 or more times. So I don't know what the league record is for teams that turn it over 20 or more times. Probably not very good, but we do know that the Warriors' magic number is about 15, and when Jimmy Butler came, turnovers went down. And then last night, Jimmy Butler goes out late first quarter, and turnovers go back up. Now, they didn't get over 15, but you turned it over a lot, and eventually the last 4 minutes of the game didn't really matter anyway. So you got into key stretches, and Draymond had 5, and Steph had 6, and if they're your primary ball handlers and they're going to give it away 11 times, you're going to be in trouble.
Rockridge Baller in Oakland is next up on Willard and Dibs. What up, Baller?
Willardino, Dibberino. What's up, my brothers?
What's going on?
What's up, Baller?
So great to talk to you. I want to thank you for every day. You entertain, you educate. I love you. You're the best.
Oh, thanks, man.
Willard, my brother, I got to come down your lane a little bit.
Let's do it.
You are so complimentary of Mr. Doka. Called him a great coach, said the league has seen and established that he's a great coach. I don't think so. I think he is a predator. And here's what I have to say about him, and it's not just a basketball note or comment. This is a public service announcement. Predators need not apply. How long are we going to put up with this shizzle, my grizzle? All right? He got run out of Boston because he was an actual sexual predator. Now he's in Houston. And how many chances do you get? I guess he got another. He's in Houston teaching young men to be basketball predators. Now, I've been playing and watching a little bit of coaching of basketball for the last 40 years, all right? Now, we all know when we're on court with these guys, they know they can't hang with you, so they got to hit you. They got to hold you. They got to get out their little, fingernails, sharpen them up, and scratch you. So I have a solution, all right? We got solutions, right? I worked with a director on a film, and he was great. And he was so mad. You come to me with a comment, you got a note, but you don't got a solution? All right, here's the solution. Wrist holding. Like Harden, Dib brought up earlier, they changed the rules for Harden for his weak-ass rip-through fouls. Change the rule, no hugging. You gotta keep your hands out. Better yet, keep them behind your back, brother. We had a drill in high school where if we got more fouls than the opposition in the previous game, my coach would make us play the entire next practice with our hands behind our back on defense.
Right.
You do not hug. You do not hold. You do not grab. Steph Curry is better than you. Get better at basketball and deal with it. I have to say, I love you, fellas. Keep doing the great work.
Rock Ridge Baller, man, thank you very much for the call. First of all, the rule change that you're throwing out there is already a rule. You're already not allowed to hug people. You're already not allowed to arm bar people. And as far as your Udoka comments, here's what I'll say. I'm not going to act like I know what the hell happened behind the scenes in Boston. I've heard things. I know what's alleged. But if this guy was actually a convicted sexual predator, he wouldn't be the coach of the Rockets. He'd be in jail. That doesn't mean he's innocent.
That felt a little too strong.
Yeah,
to me.
It doesn't mean he's an innocent person. I have no clue what actually happened that made the Boston Celtics move on from him. So the only thing I can do is tell you the results that I see when he coaches. And he helped build up Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown into what ended up becoming champions. He's moved on to a new team, and they look like they're on the exact same arc. So there is some success there. Doesn't mean he's a great person. Never met the guy. Don't know what's going on behind the scenes. So all I can do is see what I see.
Yeah, and what you see from Houston is a team that has gotten better over the last 2 years that he's been there. Year over year, they got better from 2 years ago. They've gone from being, bottom of the table to the number 2 seed. And they play a certain way, and you may not like the way they play because it's physical and you've got a superstar who doesn't tend to get the calls that you want to get anyway in any game, in any series, and the numbers would prove that out. And you've got somebody who has a track record, and he got fired in Boston for stuff that didn't have much to do with coaching.
Right.
It had to do with off-the-court stuff, and so it's easy to root against him and villainize him, but to call him a predator, I think is too strong.
I agree with you. At least, I don't know that. So you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're going to keep taking calls on the Warriors. We're keeping an eye on the draft. It is now past 5 o'clock. Everything is getting underway. There are hot rumors that the Jaguars are going to move up from number 5 to number 2. That's the news from Jay Glazer. Is there a trade that's about to come down? Cleveland is in the 2 hole. Jacksonville is in the 5 hole. And the word is they may have something cooking, but nothing is finalized as of yet. So we're going to keep you fully up to date on that. We will also, of course, continue to monitor anything from the Warriors on the Jimmy Butler MRI results and anything coming out there. If you're just joining us, Defensive Player of the Year in the NBA was announced an hour and a half ago. It is not Draymond Green. He finished 3rd. Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers is the winner. And then the other thing happening right now is Game 3 between the Knicks and Pistons, and there will not be any survivors. I know that. There will not be any survivors. Honestly, you watched the Warrior-Rocket game last night, you don't need to watch the Knicks and the Pistons. It's the exact same football game that we watched last night.
With even more, confrontations and a little bit more.
It's got like an East Coast flavor to the exact same thing.
Right. Like the only thing last night, you had the benches kind of empty and you had somebody throw a towel and hit Pat Spencer in the face. This game already 3 times you've had the players come together. And I do think that this is a game where you might actually have blows that are thrown.
Maybe.
And, you end up with possible suspensions ahead.
Isaiah Stewart, he's not even active.
No.
He's not even allowed to go out there and throw it. What would be happening in this game if he were on the floor?
That's a good point. I mean, he's there, so he's allowed to get up and get involved, and he just might.
Then he would definitely get suspended. Can't be going out there in a suit and attacking Karl Anthony Towns. Can't be doing that. All right. Let's keep hearing from you. Is it Fazal? Did I get that right? Okay. Fazal in Pleasanton. Hey, thanks for calling, man.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good. How are you?
Very good, very good. Lillard, you said that it's the league issue. It's not the Warrior issue to fix it. I think it's the Warrior issue because if it was the league issue, they would call right after the game to the rep and tell them that you don't have to do that or you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Maybe they're doing it on purpose to us. And while right now we're doing good, as a fan, we may start a hashtag. Enough is enough, ref. And if the team can't do it, as a radio station, you guys can do it. As a fan, we can do it. In a stadium, we can do it. Start a hashtag because I see it. I saw last night in TikTok that the Rocket coach was saying that the ref's not going to call it be physical. So maybe there is something to it.
Well, I'll tell you what, and Fazal, I saw that exact same clip, and I'm glad you brought it up because I'd like to talk about it. Thank you very much for the call. The clip when Ime Udoka was mic'd up and he's talking to his players, you can translate it a couple of different ways. And I know a lot of people are saying, see, he's telling his guys to foul everybody because he said, guys, don't worry about it. They're not going to call it. He's not talking about fouling Steph Curry. He's talking to them about them being fouled going to the hoop. And he's trying to get his players, I can't believe I'm defending them, but I am. He's telling his players, stop asking for fouls. Go to the hoop hard. Don't worry about calls because they're not going to call it. So just get it in your mind now. They're not going to call it. But you can take from that message the same thing that we're talking about, which is if that's how he feels, then there's no doubt that he's coaching it up on the defensive end as well. Push, shove, kick, grab, do whatever you can because they're not going to call it. And if they do, then we'll adjust. So anyway, look, this is being dished out on both sides, though. Let's not act like the Rockets are these big meanies and we need a hashtag to save the Warriors. There's nothing softer that I could ever imagine anybody doing than building a hashtag to save the 4-time champs from the big 22-year-old meanies down in Texas.
And if you look at the game last night, the first quarter, for example, the Rockets were whistled for 6 fouls, and you had 3 on Amen Thompson in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
They whistled him for 3, and Dylan Brooks had 2 fouls, and the Warriors were in the bonus very quickly and very early, and to my eye, they didn't really take advantage, and part of that is because you lost Jimmy Butler to the injury, but the Warriors had a chance to really put the Rockets in a tough spot by getting to the foul line, and you had Thompson in foul trouble right away, and Brooks had the 2, so it's not as easy as the Rockets are getting all the calls. You're right. They are more physical. Last night they were more physical, and if you're the more physical team, a lot of times you get the benefit of the whistle because they're not just going to call every foul on the more physical team. They do try to balance it out no matter what the game is.
No doubt. Like I see plenty going on both sides of the ball by all players. There's only one way to battle physicality, and it's to be physical of yourself. And there's a part of this that's fine. There's a part of this that's just the matching of wills in the playoffs. Again, we're sitting here watching another series right now, and it's bananas. It's bananas. Guys are getting beat up on every possession. There's no way around that. There's no way out of that box. I'm focused solely on what, to me, feels a little bit different, which is the way that Steph Curry is being defended. Because I don't see that as just like, hey, go out there and be tough, right? Go out there and be physical. No, I see something that looks like it's literally been coached to a very specific body part and a very specific way to go about doing it. And it is very, very against the rules, and it's just not being called.
You got to go out there and be tough.
You do. You got to go out there and be tough. You got to go out there and be tough. And by the way, all of this happened on the road. So your home whistle has been ordered on Amazon. It'll arrive Saturday.
Maybe. And
it'll be here.
I'll let you know when I see the ref assignments, and that won't come out until early morning on Saturday. And you can get a good idea of the crew, and that will determine a lot of just how the game is officiated. And I said that yesterday when I saw the crew, when the names came out, and you start to look at the ref stats and you get a whole season worth of it, and you look at that crew last night, they tend to skew toward the home team, and they also skew toward less fouls than more fouls.
You're damn right
and
they
that's
did.
what you got.
That's what you got. So it'll be a different group on Saturday. Much, much bigger to me is whether or not Jimmy Buckets is going to play in that basketball
and still
game.
no update yet, right, on Jimmy Butler?
Still got nothing?
No, haven't seen it.
Still got nothing? The only thing we got, which we've only played once and we probably should hit you with again, this is from NBA on ESPN, and Mark Spears, great reporter for ESPN. He said this earlier today.
Let me tell you this real quick. There is some hope, though. Bernie Lee, Jimmy Butler's agent, texted me saying, pray for the bear. That tells me that's some optimism for Jimmy.
Okay, Mark Spears is both being interesting and next level.
Yep.
Because he could have been like, hey, I got this report, whatever. He's like, well, Jimmy Butler's agent texted me directly. Pray for the bear, used by Muhammad Ali and Kobe Bryant through the years. If I get into a fight with a bear, pray for the bear. So we take that, and Mark did too, as the agent saying, don't worry about Jimmy. Pray for the Rockets. Jimmy's going to be back. And he will be back, I believe. I don't know about game 3, but from all that we're hearing, this does not have the sound of a serious, lengthy issue for Jimmy.
Hopefully not. And I'm not too surprised that we haven't really heard anything because, the Warriors flew back and Jimmy Butler flew back, and you don't really know, not even 24 hours removed from the actual injury itself. So I don't know what kind of an update you could get. I would imagine the Warriors didn't practice today, but they will tomorrow in advance of Saturday's game. And so tomorrow there will be some sort of media availability, and also Jimmy will either practice or he won't, and then you'll get an idea from there just how he's doing.
Let's keep going on the phones. Matt in San Jose is next up. Hey, Matt, what's cooking?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Thanks, Willard and Dibbs, for having me in the Laughing Monk studios. I wish I could be laughing today, but you know how we're feeling after a loss. I'm going to make this short. I'm going to make this simple. I wanted you guys to talk with an emphasis about the adjustments that need to be made in the series and the history of Steve Kerr making adjustments and, again, down in Boston 2-1 and coming back to win that series, and talk about what type of adjustments need to be made with Jonathan Kaminga or other types of lineup changes. I'm going to let you guys go now and let you guys answer it. Keep doing great work. Thank you so much.
Okay, Matt, thank you. Here's the adjustment the Warriors need to make. Hope that Jimmy Butler plays, period. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The Warriors are awesome when they're at full strength. Don't change a damn thing. That's what I'd say.
I think you're right. And if Jimmy Butler is able to play and play full minutes, it probably means that Jonathan Kaminga gets subverted back to the role that he played. He might supplant Guy Santos in that energy ninth man role. I mean, Guy only played 11 minutes in a game where Jimmy Butler was out. And so they went to Kaminga to fill the Jimmy Butler role, and Kaminga played 26 minutes. So I thought that Jonathan played well enough to warrant maybe getting the Guy minutes, but you do like what Guy brings in the hustle, the energy, the intangibles, and all the rest of it. And, he didn't necessarily play great. 2 turnovers for Guy in 11 minutes. So Jonathan might be able to get into that role.
Do you really believe that? Jonathan played. I'd love to explore that statement. Jonathan played well enough to warrant the Guy minutes. Do you believe that?
I do, yeah. But again, it comes down to the fit with Jimmy and Draymond. Beyond how Jonathan played, and I thought he played well enough to not be relegated to the bench, but when you talk about why Guy and not Jonathan, it is, I believe, because of the fit. Guy Santos provides a little bit more spacing.
He hustles. He makes those plays. He's a better rebounder.
But he's not necessarily that adept with the basketball. No, the only thing that he provides
doesn't need to be.
Is hustle, and he can shoot the 3 maybe a little bit better than JK.
Yeah, but I think that's what they're looking for. When Guy Santos goes into the game, even if it's for 3 minutes, you feel it. You feel it. And sure, not every night is great. But usually there's a loose ball or a rebound or something that he'll get. He's willing to do the stuff that Jonathan has not shown the willingness to do. So I don't look at anything when Jonathan comes in last night. I'm not looking. This is not like some sort of this is not golf where like if you hit a good shot, well now you've earned an easier shot. If you hit a bad shot, well now you got to go into the woods. I'm not watching Jonathan play and being like, what are you earning? I'm just watching Jonathan play being like, what do you do in this moment? This moment has arrived. This is an opportunity. What are you going to do with it? He did some good things. He did some bad things. the moment may come again. If Jimmy is out, the moment is going to come.
Oh, for sure.
But I don't look at those minutes last night and be like, all right, this was kind of a B, and Guy was a C on this night, so now Jonathan has moved in front. You know what I mean? Like that feels kind of flimsy to me if we're doing lineups on a given night based on what we saw you do just in the most recent 10 minutes.
Well, it's all flimsy when you're talking about a ninth man anyway, and neither one of them is make or break. But, I mean, I just was looking at some of the plays that Guy made, and I looked at his 2 turnovers. One was a turnover that he threw right to Houston, and then he fouled Şengün and gave him an and one.
He did.
And the other one was a straight up, like, he's about mid-court, and he just throws it to nobody, and the Rockets get it, and it's a breakaway dunk. And so those are moments, and again, it's just one game in 10 minutes, but Guy showed some big-time inexperience, and he made a couple of pretty big gaffes in that game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to, and I want to remind you, as the NFL draft picks start coming in, we will have all of them for you right here on 95.7 The Game. You will not miss a thing as we sit here and continue to talk about last night's Warriors game. Oli in Pleasanton. Hi, Oli. What's going on?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, okay. I spoke after the first game 3-4 days back. Okay, my point is number one is, and I agree with you, the turnovers. That's the only score that matters to decide win or loss. But my planning is different. Let's say if you want to plan, this is about Jonathan Kaminga, okay, from Steve Kerr's planning, right? If you want to win 16, let's say if you want to go 16-8 in the playoffs, or let's say 13-8, or 9-7 or whatever, and every round you have athleticism, whether it is OKC or even Denver or this current round and all, right? So we want, even if there's no injury to Butler and he's playing 42 minutes and all of those stuff, right? We need to spread it out and kind of get them into the rotation. Only then, not in this kind of a situation where something happens and then now you're scrambling in the game. So last game, forget about the injury, they were targeting both only Draymond and Stephen Curry. In the regular losses where we squander leads, even in game 6 of game 4 with Lakers in the playoffs 2 years back, right? Whenever something goes wrong, Curry does all this, he goes through 2-3 people, he tries to dribble through them, and then they pickpocket him, and yesterday we needed only one more stop. Every time we cut it to 11, something happened, they go on a 5 or a 7 or 8-0 run and we can lose. So the way I would plan is, it's not you spread out the minutes and give it from Guy to this now. You need to do all the athleticism, plan for 16-8 in the playoffs, which means you're winning, or even if it's 13-8 or 9-7, whatever. We need stability and endurance, and I would have played him, and so that it is all kind of helping in the other. It plays rewards. That's my hand. So turnovers is the only.
Oli, thank you very much. I tell you what. You want to know what? And we got some breaking news that we're going to pass along to you here, literally in just seconds. I don't understand why, if the Warriors lose a basketball game, especially a basketball game where 2 starters were knocked out of the game, why are we looking to make changes and adjustments? Can I just ask that? Why are we doing that?
Yeah, we're doing that because it's what we do.
No changes are not needed. Right. Adjustments are not needed. Go back to your rotation and try to win the next game.
And you're right. The only adjustment will be if Jimmy Butler's unable to play, then who starts and what's the rotation, and does it mean that Kaminga gets 25 or 30 minutes? But if Jimmy's healthy, then your adjustment will be start the 5 that is almost undefeated since you've started that 5, and then go back to the rotation that worked in game 1 and worked a lot down the stretch of the regular season.
All right, breaking news. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Yeah, with the first pick, the Tennessee Titans have selected Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami.
All
so
right.
The draft is underway.
The draft is underway. And maybe we fumbled right out of the gate. Not you. There was also a huge trade. I thought Grandy was going to hit the other sounder. I thought you were going to hit the thingamabobber.
Well, the draft pick happened before the trade. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, anyway.
It's all the same thing.
Big trade. The Browns are no longer picking number 2. The Jaguars are picking number 2. So here's the trade. The Jags have moved from number 5 up to number 2. They also give the Browns the 5th pick, the 36th overall pick in the second round, and a 4th rounder and a 1st rounder next year.
Whoa.
All of that to move up 3 spaces, and they also get a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder back. So it's a 7-pick trade that moves the Jags up from 5 to 2. The Browns fall to 5. I would imagine the Jags are about to go get Travis Hunter, right? I mean, that's got to be right. Is that what everyone's feeling?
Yep.
That's probably what just happened there. Interesting that the Browns would move off of him.
Right, and if you're the Browns, I don't know if you're thinking about still being able to get the quarterback that you would want at 5, if that's the direction you want to go. And so if you're the Jags, this is a little bit costly to move up 3 spots, but you do it knowing that there's somebody there that you absolutely must love.
Well, this tells me that the Cleveland Browns, who do need a quarterback, don't like any of the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's what that just told me. Like, or they either A, still feel like they can get the quarterback they want at 5, although I've heard a rumor that they wanted to go to 5 and then move down again. So I just think that this is because you don't see teams that need a quarterback try to get out of the top 5 or out of the top 2. Cam Ward goes, and the Browns are like, whether it's Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders or whatever, they're like, no, we're not doing that with the 2nd pick. And we're sitting in a pick where there's a player that a lot of teams want in Travis Hunter. So let's see if we can dangle that and get some more assets. And so that's what they did.
And you get a 1st for next year, and it turns out to be a 4th round swap for this year. And so you wind up moving back 3 spots. And if you weren't sold on taking Hunter at number 2, maybe you loved him, but there's somebody you like equally as much. And if you're Cleveland, you need more than just a QB. You need more than just a running back. You need a lot. You're Cleveland. Your team's not very good.
All of these teams do. The Jags need a lot too.
But not a quarterback. The Jags, they don't think they need a quarterback.
Debatable, but they are paying someone $55 a year, so you're right. They're not looking for a QB. All right, 888-957-9570. So the Jaguars are on the clock. We'll have that for you. Again, the Niners pick at 11, and another good time to remind you that as soon as we're done at 6 o'clock, we're going to hand it off to our guys. Grandy and Sterling and Evan Giddings are all going to be here, and they're going to be doing nothing but draft all the way until 10 o'clock at night. 6 to 10 tonight on 95.7 The Game. They will be all over all things NFL draft. Do you have, real quick, you have a position that you want to see the Niners take at 11?
Defensive line, either or
tackle
edge.
or rusher?
Either one.
Okay.
You need 3 defensive linemen, most likely. You need an edge rusher. You need a 3 technique, as we like to say, a real run stuffer in the middle. And then later, maybe day 3, you need more depth on the D-line. I would like to see them get a guard, not in the 1st round, and then we could pick through. Yeah, you need a linebacker. You probably need another receiver. You always should draft a quarterback in every draft.
That's true.
As you roll through 11 picks, they may wind up with more. And you mentioned a trade back kind of a team. I think the Niners are a great trade back candidate at 11 if they can get an additional pick or 2.
If anybody wants to move up to number 11.
Depends who's there.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody's going to have to fall because the idea on this draft is that the difference between the 8th pick and the 30th pick is not that much. So everybody wants to move back, and I don't know who wants to move up. All right, back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, what's going on?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. Happy Hump Day, man, or Happy Humpty Dumpty Day, maybe.
That's what it looked like last night.
It sure did, man. Let me just say this. Every night I watch the game, I always put the keys to the game. There was one key that stood out to me before the game started that I put down was whoever's the aggressor that can get away without the umpires calling fouls was going to win the game. Guess what? Houston did it. Look, if the umpires are not going to call these fouls, you got to play the same game. You got to go out there and top block. You got to hold. You got to do it all to the same thing to them. And if they don't, then they call it on you. You can point it out and say, look, you need to call it on the other side also. Do that, and then you're going to make them call it. So that's what I say. Let's make them call that foul. Let's kick these guys' butts tomorrow. I'm done with this, and I don't like. It's not. I don't think it's a cheap shot, but these guys are dirty, man. I'm sorry, they are, especially because you have Brooks on their damn team. So you guys have a good day.
All right, you too, Tom. I will say this. To me, that's pushing it a little too far in the other direction. Let's not act like the Warriors are not committing tons of fouls in this matchup as well. They are. Draymond Green is out there being every bit as, quote-unquote, overly physical as anyone else. To me, this is mainly about the way that Steph Curry is being guarded. And the reason eye for an eye, which is kind of what Tom was suggesting, the reason that won't work is that the Rockets don't have a Steph Curry. Go ahead and beat up who? Tari Eason?
Jalen Green.
They'll be like, who cares?
Right.
Go ahead, beat him up.
Well, the other part for me is that plays right into what they're going to try to do. They want you to get dragged down into the mud.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the way that they can thrive in this series, is by having a physical game. And so the Warriors need to play to their strengths, which is not that.
All right, off to pick number 2, which is in.
With the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jaguars select Travis Hunter.
There you go.
Cornerback / wide receiver out of Colorado. So they move on up. They get Hunter at number 2. And I believe he said before the draft that whoever takes him needs to be ready to play him on both sides of the ball.
Both ends, yeah. So I'm trying to think about the Jags receiving core. They had the rookie last year, Brian Thomas Jr., and he was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. They've got the contract that I think ruined the NFL and Christian Kirk, right? Or did he get Christian Kirk still there?
He's not a Jag anymore.
He's not a Jag anymore.
No.
Did they move him? They traded him.
I honestly don't remember where he is, but he's not a Jag.
Brian Thomas Jr., did you mention?
Yeah, but we started with that.
Gabe Davis out of Buffalo.
Gabe Davis, yes.
Parker Washington.
Right. Christian Kirk got sent to the Texans.
De'Ami Brown is the third receiver there. De'Ami Brown. Former Washington Commander.
Yeah.
Well, and for what it's worth, Schefter is already reporting the Jags are expected to play Travis Hunter on both sides of the ball.
For sure. But Brian Thomas is going to be their number 1.
Right.
He was a stud. So, okay, yeah, Kirk got sent at the deadline, I think, from Jacksonville to the Houston Texans. So, all right, plenty of picks still on the way. Again, we'll keep you up to date on all of them. We're on number 3, and the Niners are 8 picks away. Grandy, Evan, and Sterling will have the ball starting at 6 o'clock. All things NFL draft as the first round unfolds. And we've already had 2 picks and a monster trade between Cleveland and Jacksonville.
Yeah, and at this pace, I would estimate if the Niners do hold at 11, you're probably looking at about 6:45 or 7 o'clock-ish, I would think.
I would never question your math.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing straight math on, how long these picks are going. This one felt like they stretched it all the way to the wire because the trade had to get done. But, usually in the first round, you don't get a lot of quick picks because there could be trades and you got to drag it out in the intrigue and all the rest of it.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit over an hour, though. I'll agree with you there. At least a little bit over an hour before the Niners make a pick, unless they're on the move, unless they're like Darren Ruff.
Ruff is on the
move. Yeah. Look at Travis Hunter, man. He got a pink blazer tonight. A loud, bright pink blazer.
I'm going to call that fuchsia, but fuchsia in the pink family.
I'll allow it. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go to Cade in the city. Hey, Cade, thanks for calling.
Yeah, no problem.
What's up?
So they played extremely physical yesterday, and we didn't have 2 of our starters, and they had the best game from Jalen Green. All 3, and then they still only win by 12 points. They're not going to have a repeat of this 2 or 3 more times in the series, so they're not going to win 7 games or 4 games out of 7 and take us out. So they are going to lose. They probably will win 1 more, and we will end up being 4-2. I can't see it being 4-3. It'll either be a 4-2 or a 4-1.
Cade, thanks. Vegas agrees with you based on your math, but I want to throw this back in there, and this is coming from Captain Optimistic, the one who dismissed the Rockets for 3 days after the Sunday night victory. You better hope Jimmy Butler's healthy.
Yep.
And I don't just mean playing, I mean playing well. He has to also not be compromised. I know how tough he is. I know he wants to play. I'm sure he will play. Will he look like Jimmy Butler? He's got to look like Jimmy Butler. So I'll agree with you. I still think this matchup is totally in the Warriors' favor, but I'm going to remove a little bit of my confidence based on right now the unknown surrounding buckets.
That's fair. And I still think that if Jimmy Butler doesn't play in Game 3 or Game 4, that the Warriors can go to Houston and have the series be tied at 2 apiece. I don't think that if he misses the next 2, that they lose both of those 2. And we talked about the anatomy of a Rockets win under any circumstance in this series, and it's either you contain Steph and or you shoot it great. And Jalen Green, you tip your cap. He had 38, and he was unbelievable. He was spectacular, best on the floor. He got hot, and then he got hotter. And, yeah, the Rockets did a nice job on Steph, and Draymond wasn't good, and Butler got hurt, and Pods had the flu. These are not excuses. These are realities. And so when you have all those things happen and the officials let a lot of contact go, the Warriors are going to lose that game 4 out of every 5 times.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you can find a positive if you want in that there was so much that went wrong for the Warriors and so much that went right for the Rockets, and it was still a game. Then again, I don't know. Sometimes I question that when I hear people like, "Oh, we cut it to 11." Great, you cut it to 11. That game was in complete control the whole night.
Pretty much.
Let it sit in. The Warriors were not close last night. I don't want to hear that they cut it to 11. That's 11.
Right. And
that's a 4-possession game.
And you needed a 9-0 run to cut it to 11.
Exactly.
It wasn't like you were down by 20 and over the course of a quarter and a half, you just kept chipping away. You had a flurry. You cut it to 11, and then the Rockets flurried back on you, and it was night-night.
If you're going to play that game, then the Rockets were closer in Game 1 than the Warriors were in Game 2.
You agreed.
You know, the Rockets got it to, what, 4? Did they even get it to 3? I think they might have gotten it to 3 at one point.
Yep.
So, listen, I share your optimism for the most part, and all of this happened in Houston. Warriors haven't even played a home game yet, and we got all of this stuff going on. So I feel very good about where the Warriors sit. ... Let's wait and see what's going on with Jimmy Butler.
Without a doubt. And it's good that there's a little bit of space between Game 2 and Game 3. Jimmy doesn't have to do anything today. He doesn't even have to practice tomorrow when they do practice tomorrow. But come Saturday, you hope he's able to get out there and give it a go, because I agree with you, Mark, that my feelings, my confidence, my opinion of this, it definitely changes as you get into a series in which Jimmy Butler doesn't play.
All right, the third selection in the NFL draft has been made.
With the third pick in the 2025 NFL draft, the New York Football Giants select Abdul Carter, edge rusher, Penn State.
Boo!
Is just because it's New York?
New York,
okay.
Yes, it's New York. It doesn't matter who it was.
Yeah.
Could have just drafted Peyton Manning and they'd have booed him.
I like the player, Mark, and I like the pick. I mean, he's
pretty obvious.
He is he's a legitimate force.
And pick 4 is where now we go into, I don't know what the hell's about to happen next mode. I think these 3 picks we knew. We knew this. We knew that it was going, we knew Cam Ward was going number 1. You knew Travis Hunter was going number 2. You didn't know that the Jags were going to go up there and grab him, but you knew that they were going number 2, and Abdul Carter was the other player that was a clear top 3 guy. So there's your top 3 guys. Now the fun begins. Now I don't know what the hell's about to happen next.
Yeah.
So,
you get the Patriots followed by the Browns, and then the
Las Vegas Raiders. They're gonna take that.
Shedeur Sanders.
They're gonna take the running back from Boise State, aren't they?
Ashton Genty.
Yeah, they're gonna take Genty, just because it's to be the most Raiders thing to do. Just hanging out over here, not having a quarterback for 5 years. Oh, but we signed Geno Smith. All right.
Okay.
Great. Have you looked around your division, Raiders? Have you noticed anything? What do you notice about those other 3 teams that keep finishing in front of you? Have you noticed something about them?
Quarterback.
How did just tell me.
Yeah.
Did anything did you see when you look at those teams? I don't look at all of them and go, oh, superstar running back that we got at number 6 overall. In fact, I don't see anybody who matters at all at the running back position on any of those teams.
It's fair.
But they've all got a quarterback, and they all went to the playoffs.
But if you're sitting at 6 and you have any quarterback available in this draft sitting there, I'm not taking any of them at 6.
I'm with you. And they did. Look, they signed Geno. They paid him. So there you have it. Geno Smith is going to be your quarterback, and he is an improvement over what you had.
Right.
There's no doubt. He can play okay.
And if you are a team like the Raiders, the team that needs a whole lot of everything,
True.
You're not a quarterback away. And so unless you see a quarterback in this draft that you think is a surefire, eventual, legitimate Pro Bowler, then you address something else.
No, I would. I'd probably stick somebody next to Max Crosby, right? You just got like a brand new spanking deal for him. And if this draft is anything, the depth on the defensive line is what we hear about. I don't see in a lot of mock drafts defensive tackles tied to the Raiders, but you're allowed to. I checked. You can take one of these guys if you want, and there are some good ones available at 6.
Yeah, to your point about the division, if I'm in that division and I know that there are 3 teams with great quarterbacks, one maybe the greatest of all time, apologies to Brady in Montana, Herbert's really, really good, and Denver's quarterback is up and coming.
Yep.
I want somebody who can get their hands on him.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, you got to, if they're going to zig, you zag. So I'm not suggesting they take a quarterback. A running back would just make me laugh. That's all. That's all. Somebody who you're going to let walk in 4 years because you don't want to overpay him.
Pretty much.
I mean, that's how they treat running backs now. Maybe Saquon Barkley will change that. I don't know. All right, pick 4 is coming soon. Let's go to Dave in San Mateo. Hi, Dave. What's up?
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
A few minutes ago, you mentioned that you didn't... Hello?
Yep, go ahead. We got you.
Yeah. You mentioned that the physicality is what it is, but I totally disagree with you. After the All-Star break, these players, these games start to really mean something, and these players really start to get aggressive. And I think the league really knows what's going on, and they choose to sell that product, to let these guys go harder. I think that, it's about what product they're putting on the court. It's kind of like to have your opinion on that, but the rest, I believe, could take this down a notch. I mean, you start calling the fouls and you start going in hard on it, but you don't do it right in the middle of a playoff game. It's got to start a little bit earlier, not letting it get so freaking crazy right out of the gate after the All-Star break. And then another thing, I'd like your opinion on that. Another point I'd like to make is James Harden used to just drive me nuts. I'm not talking about the rip-throughs. I'm talking about getting the ticky-tack calls, when he's going to the hole on the layup and stuff like that. And, a league has put the emphasis on taking care of their the All-Stars because their viewership. The star players are the viewership. And Steph Curry draws all over the country. They don't put the same. And now I'm not talking about Steph. He's avoiding the contact a lot when he's going to the hole where he used to lean in hard. But when he's going up against 3 or 4 guys, or a nest of players in the paint, he's often avoiding contact to get an open shot. But they don't put the same emphasis for him getting free. I think the league should be putting a little bit more emphasis on the contact to getting free, like you guys are talking about. Just the same thing they do is like they were always protected Harden getting these tic-tac calls. Just kind of wanted to get your opinion on the league being able to control this and dialing it back, and what and also as far as the aggressiveness, and also what product do they try? What's the demographics? Right. Most people watching this want to see this kind of contact.
Yeah, Dave, let's jump in on that. Thanks very much for the call. A few things there, and you started off by saying that you disagree with what I said, and then I think you followed by a bunch of stuff that's totally agreeing with what I said. When I say the physicality is what it is, that's not me saying it's exactly what it should be. That's me saying that it is across the board. The physicality of the series is not you're falling into fandom if you think that this is only going one way. That's my opinion. Right. If you're out here, if your take this morning when you woke up was the Rockets are mean and the Warriors are flowers and they've not done anything wrong, you're not watching both sides of the ball. The Draymond Green is shoving people everywhere. Kevon Looney is a physical player. Jimmy Butler is a very physical player. The Warriors are committing plenty of this themselves. The whole series is physical. If you don't choose to meet that, this is what I mean by it is what it is. If you don't choose to meet that, you're going to get steamrolled. You're flat out going to get steamrolled. The Warriors they do a good job of meeting that.
Yeah.
That's not an issue. Do I agree with you that the league could sort of like frame this differently and work to tap it down? I do. I also think that's a hard job. It's a hard job when everybody's acting a certain way to suddenly come in and change that unless you're willing to have a total parade to the free throw line.
With the fourth pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle out of LSU.
All right, there he is.
6'6", 324. Boy, he's got great feet, Mark. I like the player, and I like the pick.
He's got an amazing suit that doesn't fit him right, and it's green with pinstripes, and so that's fun too. I'm in on this guy. First offensive lineman off the board, and he's a Patriot.
Right, and the Patriots drafted a quarterback last year that they happen to like, so you draft a QB, you protect the QB, and boy, last year Drake May was under siege a lot for the New England Patriots.
No doubt. It makes a lot of sense. And you see a lot of teams do this. If you're going to invest in a young quarterback, you follow up with investing in a left tackle as quickly as possible after that. All right, so we're 4 picks in. The 49ers remain at 11. The Browns are on the clock after moving down from number 2 to number 5. We'll keep you up to date on all of it. Do you need your full NFL draft fix? We've got it for you on 95.7 The Game. 20 minutes from now until 10 o'clock tonight, our guys Grandy, Evan, and Sterling will have you covered, all things first round, with all the updates, with all the analysis. 49ers at 11, but will they trade up, trade down? Will they trade back into the back end of the first round? Who knows? Guys will break it all down 6 to 10 right here on 95.7 The Game. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Well, first of all, I don't really care. I haven't given that any thought.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I feel the same way when the Cleveland Browns make a pick, but they did. The 5th pick in the draft has taken place. Do the little ding-a-ding-ding-ding-ding.
Yeah, Mark, with the 5th pick, the Browns have selected Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan.
Mason Graham. Okay. Niners liked him.
Yep.
According to reports.
He's a real game wrecker in the run game, Mark.
Yeah.
I saw him burst through a pretty stout Minnesota offensive line a minute ago.
Yeah, he's a good player. But you know my take.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah. I'm down on Mason Graham. A little too much swagger.
He does have. Yeah, he's got a little something to him.
Right.
He came right out of that green room and opened up both sides of his jacket. And he was trying to show some people some things. Kind of the way like as if he was selling used watches.
Dude, that's all I could think of.
But there were no watches in there. It was just a guy's stomach.
Yeah, you want to get a Rolex? You want a Timex?
I'm like, all right, Mason.
Got a swatch?
Just go hug Roger Goodell and move on.
Memo to Mason. Congrats. You're a Browns.
That's right. That's right. You're going to be lining up right next to Myles Garrett.
Which is pretty cool.
It's cool, but a short time ago, he was not very happy until they paid him an absolute truckload of money.
Yep.
All right, the Raiders are about to make their pick. We'll have it for you in a second. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. It's also time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made 17 three-pointers last night. Easy donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society. Steph and Quentin Post had 4 each. Moses Moody 3, Draymond and Kaminga a couple each, and more chipped in. That is the 60th donation of the year for Triples for Autism. If you'd like to make a donation or get involved yourself, we'd love it. Go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering you financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State, number 2 all-time in single-season rushing yards.
Yep.
And he's a slippery, quick, elusive, very good running back.
He's a good player.
You're laughing because?
Because he is a running back, and you're the Raiders, and you do this all the time. It's just like Al Davis is not dead yet or something. You just get wooed by offensive prowess at skill positions, and that's fine. He may be great, because you know my take. We'll see. But it's just funny to me. Like, with the way the NFL's going, would you take a running back at number 6? Like, any running back? I don't know, man. If he's Saquon Barkley, okay.
What if he's LaDainian Tomlinson?
What if he is?
Okay. Because his yards per game is second all-time to LaDainian Tomlinson. The best since LaDainian in college as far as rushing yards per game. So I probably normally wouldn't take a running back at number 6, but this guy might be the real deal.
No,
and we'll see.
He's a fantastic college player, and he goes to a quick turf at Allegiant Stadium there. Sure. It may be great. It may be absolutely great, but I still get to laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the Raiders, and it's a top 10 pick, and instead of, grabbing people who are on the front lines or whatnot, they went for a wide receiver or a running back again.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
Makes a lot of sense
it
for the Raiders.
It might work.
And you just got to look at Mark Davis right there, front row, in his patented white suit, and he likes the player and he likes the pick. No doubt.
He sure does.
So the Niners are 5 picks away, and the picks are coming in more rapid succession than I thought. So
yeah, it might be
I'd say 6:30 at the latest.
Let's see. Well, where are we? We've had 6 picks in
about half an hour,
40 minutes. Yep. So yeah, we're looking at maybe 6:15, 6:20,
stay
something
tuned
like that. Yeah,
for the draft show coming up with the fellas,
Grandy and Evan Giddings and Sterling Bennett, and all kinds of fun and frivolity all the way up until 10 o'clock tonight with every pick, and then obviously the reaction to it. And because these picks, when Grandy, when will it probably be done? Like, when is the first round done? About 8 o'clock?
That's a good question. I don't know.
That's about right. I mean,
you guys are probably going to have some opportunities to just take calls and mess around in your last hour, I would think.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And just talk Niners in general.
Well, the Jets pick at number 7 is already in, not to be announced yet, but the picks are coming more quickly than I would have thought. Teams aren't using the full allotment of time, in other words.
You know what I want to get to here before we get out the door? What does it mean that nobody's got anything on Jimmy Butler today? How the hell does nobody have anything?
Because they didn't do anything, right?
Yes, they did. Like, they had an MRI.
Right.
And in theory, what the Warriors would usually do is either release that, well, he's been listed as day-to-day, and he'll be reevaluated and blah, blah, blah. He's listed as questionable for Saturday. And I get if they don't want to do that, that's fine. But from the Shams to the Slaters to all of those people, nobody's got anything? Nobody even tweeted, hey, we don't know yet? Nothing. Total silence on Jimmy Butler all day. That's a little surprising to me. I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing. I'm just a little surprised.
I'm not that surprised because today would be a travel day, an off day.
Yeah.
And if they flew back today or last night after the game.
I think they flew back today.
Yeah, so you fly back today and you're not going to get together and meet. You're not going to practice. So even if he did have an MRI and they have the results, they have no real need to release it, right? There's no business being done today.
No, but the reporters who are on this, like, where's Wendy? Where's somebody with a, hey, I got something here on Butler. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, hey, Mark Spears, text the agent back and say, what's going on, man? I know but pray for the Bear. Fine, we prayed for the Bear. Now what? Now what, Spears?
Let me tell you this real quick. There is some hope, though. Bernie Lee, Jimmy Butler's agent, texts me saying, pray for the Bear. That tells me that's some optimism for Jimmy.
I love the uncomfortable chuckle because I don't think anybody in the room knew what he meant. Pray for the Bear. But it's Kobe Bryant, Muhammad Ali through the years. Pray for the Bear. If I get into a fight with a bear, pray for the Bear. So that was the agent's way of saying, you're going to see Jimmy again. You better pray for the Rockets.
Yeah, and I do think that we will see Jimmy again. We just don't know when or how he'll be. Tomorrow is when we're going to get the official word. Warrior practice, I don't know what time. I would imagine it's sometime late morning, mid-morning, and then he'll either practice or he won't. And if he doesn't practice, then you'll get an update. Steve Kerr will speak tomorrow, undoubtedly, before or after